Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring James Mason, Bobby Driscoll, and Nigel Bruce in Treasure Island. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If there is anyone in our audience who has not already read Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, then I envy you tonight's experience of hearing this exciting adventure story for the first time. You'll make the acquaintance of one of the most famous characters in literature, that fascinating pirate, Long John Silver, and meet young Jim Hawkins, who lived an adventure such as all boys dream about. Treasure Island is also the first picture Walt Disney has produced without his cartoon characters. As the stars of this RKO release, we have James Mason, who I'm sure will now add Long John Silver to his list of fine characterizations. Bobby Driscoll, one of the top young artists of the screen, playing his original role. And that excellent British actor, Nigel Bruce. They all combine to bring Treasure Island vividly to life. And I'm sure all housewives will treasure the new Lux Flakes. You know, it's hard to believe that Lux could be improved in any way. But new Lux with color freshener is more than ever the favorite wardrobe care of Hollywood screen stars. The curtain rises on Treasure Island, starring James Mason as Long John Silver, Bobby Driscoll as Jim Hawkins, and Nigel Bruce as Squire Trelawney.
I am leaving for London in the morning. They have convinced me, the Squire and Dr. Livesey, that my education is in sad need of repair, that it is time I thought of becoming a gentleman. I am not reluctant to go. It will be a new world, and I will learn a great deal. But there is much I have already learned, and the thought that I may forget the past, the high adventure of my boyhood, has urged me in the writing of this journal. On the one hand, it was a needless labor, for how shall I ever forget Long John Silver and the voyage of the Hispaniola? On the other hand, time has a way of clouding the past, and it is a comfort to know that the whole story will always be here between the covers of this journal. The year was 1765, and then, as now, the Admiral Benbow Inn belonged to my mother. The wind still blows, the seas still crash, just as they did that late afternoon when the door opened and I saw a stranger on the threshold.
Rum, boy. Glass double rum.
Yes, sir. Rum, sir.
Well, this is a quiet cove for certain. Much company, mate?
No, sir. Not much, sir.
Now, who'd be the owner here?
My mother. She's gone into town, sir.
Oh, you're all alone, eh? What's your name?
Jim Hawkins, sir.
And tell me, Jim, ever notice a seafaring man in this here grog shop? Name of Bones, mate. Captain William Bones.
Bones, sir?
No matter, boy, no matter. Just fill up the glass.
He drank, threw me a coin, and left the inn. When I was sure he was gone, I dashed up the stairs.
And then he asked for you, Captain. By name, sir. Captain William Bones.
What sort of man, Jim? A one-legged man?
No, sir, but he had a terrible scar. A scar on his face.
Black Dog. When you sees Black Dog, boy, you can be sure the man with the one leg ain't far off. Rum, Jim. Fetch me rum.
But I can't, sir. I promised Dr. Livesey.
Come on, boy. I said rum.
But you know what he told you. He said it would kill you.
Rum for the blood, boy. I got to get me strength again.
I dared not leave the inn, and yet I couldn't stand there watching the old captain die before my eyes. I'd have to go for Dr. Livesey. I ran to the door, but as I flung it open, a man loomed up before me. Before I could move, his fingers, like iron, closed on my wrist.
Now then, boy, take me to Captain Billy Bones or I'll break your arm.
The man was blind. In his free hand he carried a knobby stick, lifted now as if ready to strike. I led him across the room, but Captain Bones scarcely raised his eyes. He just sat there as in a trance.
This is Captain Bones, sir.
It's a friend come a-calling, Bill. It's Pew. Pew with a gift from your old shipmates.
Blind Pew.
He dropped a piece of paper on the table. Then he grinned and with no further word found his way alone out of the door. On the scrap of paper was a black spot and 2 words.
Until dark, it says, Jim. The black spot. Until dark.
But I don't know what you mean.
They won't get it out of me. What's right for mine is mine. Give me a hand, mate. We'll do that one-legged man yet. Help me, Jim. Back to my rooms. Help me.
Shaking and gasping, he opened an old sea chest. Then with a knife he slit the lining of the cover. From it he took a map. He staggered back for the stairs, but he never reached them.
Captain!
I'm done in, Jim. Bring help, boy.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Wait. Take the map. Keep the map. They may be back for it before you are, but not a word about it here.
Yes, sir.
Good boy. No mention of the map, and I'll go shares with you. Skip now, matey, and fast.
It was dark when I returned to the inn with Squire Trelawney and Dr. Livesey. The place had been ransacked. We found Captain Bones on the stairs. He was dead.
Well, Livesey, what's your verdict?
He wasn't killed, Squire. He died of shock or rum.
I wonder now what those rascals wanted of him.
I think I can tell you, sir. Now that he's dead. It was this, sir.
Bless old Jim, it's a map. Odds my life, look what it says, Doctor. Flint's map.
Flint? Flint the pirate?
How'd you come by it, lad?
He gave it to me, sir. He said we'd share.
Share what, Jim?
Pirate treasure, Livesey. Flint's gold.
Oh, come now,
Why,
Squire.
everybody knows of the ships that he plundered, but our departed friend seems to be the only one who knew where the treasure's been hid. So that's what the scoundrels wanted. The map of Flint's treasure island. Oh, you're a trump, young Hawkins. Mark my words, you will share.
Listen to this, Jim. Spyglass Hill, it says, bearing south-southeast to Finger Trunk Tree, thence 2 cables south.
Go on, man, go on.
There to larboard, due northeast to foot of White Crag, 10 paces east, just of 700,000 pounds.
Bless my soul. Why, with favourable winds and a clue like this, we'll have Flint's gold within the year. And the 2 of you are coming with me. I'll fit out a ship,
Oh, you speak for yourself, Squire. I have a practice.
Hang your practice. Do you think I'd go to sea without a ship's doctor?
Furthermore, you assume this map is authentic.
Assume, do I? Then why were those ruffians here? And why is Captain Bones dead? Tell the truth, Livesey. You're frightened. Scared as a rabbit.
There's only one man I'm afraid of.
Name the dog. Name him.
You can't hold your tongue.
Blast you. I'll be as silent as the grave. And I'm off to Bristol in the morning.
You know, Jim, I believe he means it.
I'll find a ship in Bristol, and then you and Jim can join me. You'll make a famous cabin boy, Jim. I'll see to that.
His mother may have something to say about that.
She'd listen to you, sir, if she knew you were going.
To be sure he's going. I'll wager my wig on it.
Squire Trelawney kept his wig. I was still in a delirium of joy when I found myself many days later on the wharves of Bristol. At my side was Dr. Livesey, and standing before us with all the brass of the Lord Admiral himself, Squire Trelawney.
Well, we're here, Squire. Fools that we are.
Look out there in the bay. There she rides, gentlemen.
A ship. You've got a ship.
3 masts, square-rigged, with the name Hispaniola.
Hispaniola.
Oh, she'll bring back all the pirate gold that we can put aboard her.
No talk of treasure, I beg you, not in a public
place.
No.
Be sure to. Mum's a word.
Well, now, when do we go aboard?
Well, you better ask Captain Smollett. 5 days he's been selecting a crew. 5 days.
Cautious,
Outrageous, eh? When I threatened to step in, he told me to hire a sea cook. So, by Jove, I did.
A chef from Paris, I presume.
Oh, none of your little jokes, Livesey. Fellow by the name of Long John Silver. I didn't waste good time poring over his credentials either. All I needed was the taste of his ham and his buttered eggs. That's his own tavern there over yonder.
The Spyglass Inn.
Follow us, Livesey, and judge for yourself.
It was then I had my first sight of Long John Silver, a great bulk of a man, brown and leathery from years at sea, but he did not walk as sailors walk, and I soon saw why. His right leg was gone. He walked in a peg with a crutch, and suddenly I heard the voice of Captain Bones again.
What sort of man, Jim? Was it a one-legged man?
But if my fears were immediate, they were as quickly dispelled in the cheery greeting and the friendly manner of Long John Silver.
Top of the morning, gentlemen. Sit ye down, if you kindly will. For you, Squire, kidney pie, piping hot. And this be for Dr. Livesey.
You know my name.
Squire's told me that much about you two of you, it comes naturally to. And this'll be young Master Hawkins.
Yes, sir.
Hawkins. Proper seafaring name it is.
You run your house well, my man. It isn't often I see fruit in a tavern.
It's a rule of health, which same I learned while sailing under the immortal Stanley. God rest his soul.
Do you hear that? Under Admiral Stanley.
Aye, Your Honour. Quibber and Bay. You favours the Admiral yourself, Squire, if I may say so. Why, you and him could make up your mind like that.
Oh, do I now?
I've noticed it afore, too. Wouldn't surprise me none to hear you say, heave up the anchor, lads. We sails on the hour.
Yes, but you can't sail without a crew, Mr. Silver, eh? You'd think there wasn't an honest seaman to be found in all Bristol.
I begs to differ, sir, if I may make so bold. Why, there's a full cargo of my old shipmates becalmed right here in town. Sound men inside, Your Honour. If some was scarred in the services of England, and them with no pin pensions neither.
Could they be had at short notice, say, 20 of them?
Aye, sir. But they not be pretty enough for the modern taste, sir.
And just what does that mean?
It means, sir, that the beauty of their youth is faded in the giving of themselves to their king and country.
Appearances be hanged. Bring in a crew come sundown, and I, for one, will be greatly obliged.
Well, sir, I will say this, sir. I knows every seaman in these here parts like the palm of this hand.
Excuse me, Mr. Silver.
Aye, Master Hawkins.
Did you ever know Captain Billy Bones?
Bones? Billy Bones? What ship did he sail on, matey?
He was a pirate, I think.
Lord love ye, lad. Them as sailed with the Admiral had no speaking acquaintance with pirates. Aye, look at the lad, Squire. And Doctor, sir, the spitting image of myself when I was his age. Head full of pirates. But he'll find that the sea be mostly hard work, and the biggest satisfaction a man gets is doing his duty. And now, begging your pardon, sirs, I suggest you fill up while the victuals is still hot.
There was no doubt about it. Long John Silver was the finest cook who ever sailed the seas. When the meal was over, the squire was all for taking us aboard the Hispaniola. But Mr. Silver had a different thought.
I've been thinking, Squire, could you spare me the services of Master Hawkins, just for today, I mean?
Oh, but what on earth do you...
I've more on my hands. Putting the inn ship shape for the new owner, sir. And there's the crew you've asked me to run.
Oh, to be sure. Stay here, Jim, and lend him a hand.
But, sir...
This way, Dr. Livesey. Don't worry, Jim. We'll be back for you before night.
Now then, lad, suppose you comes with me into the galley. We can talk free there, each to the other.
Why, that's a parrot in there.
And an evil-minded bird she be. Belay, you old bumboats, belay! I said belay! Swearing blue fire in front of a gentleman.
Is she yours?
Aye, lad. Captain Flint, I calls her, after the famous buccaneer. 'Twas the pirates who taught her how to swear. If you want to know about pirates, Jim, ask Captain Flint. Only I'll wager as how you can't make her talk. Go on, lad, try.
Pirates, Captain Flint. Pirates.
You did it! You made her talk, strike me, boy. Smart as paint you be.
Mr. Silver, look, they're out the window.
Aye, lad?
That man, they're on the quay.
Be someone you know?
Black Dog. He's a pirate. I know he is.
Pirate? Tell me, matey. I'll call all hands and run him down.
Hurry, please, don't let him get away.
There be a pirate, the lad says. Do your duty, men.
The men left the tap room. Through the window I saw them hail Black Dog. He turned quickly and ran, the others after him. But I could not help thinking that they were letting him escape.
He got away, lad. Too quick he was. A pirate, eh? What was he doing here, I reckon?
I don't know.
Black Dog, eh? Black Dog, I'll Black Dog him.
That's a pistol.
Aye, and all loaded, matey. Here, feel the balance.
Gee, it's a fine pistol, Mr. Silver.
Mind the trigger guard. Solid silver. Special made for Admiral Stanley, who gave it to me, rest him, for loyal and conspicuous service. You think you could shoot it?
Oh, yes, sir.
I might have known. Smart as paint, just like I said. Put the pistol in your pocket, boy. And if you clamps your lights on that there black dog, repel boarders.
Yes, sir.
You see, I knows a lad I can trust whilst I'm out doing my duty by the squire.
You're leaving?
And when I comes back, I'll have a crew, and you'll have a sidearm.
You mean to keep?
That's my meaning, matey. Now, be we shipmates?
Shipmates.
It's a fine, bold shake of the hand you've got, Master Hawkins. Clear sailing, matey.
He could move amazingly fast, wooden leg and all. And as I watched him striding down the street, I wondered if in all England there was another boy half so fortunate. Out in the harbour rode the good ship Hispaniola. Our voyage, buried treasure, and Long John Silver was my friend. That afternoon, Dr. Livesey took me out to the ship, and then at sundown, Long John Silver came aboard. He had kept his word and brought a crew.
And like I said, Squire, they ain't pretty, but they knows the sea. Line up, chums, so he's on it can look you over.
Oh, they were an ugly lot, all right. Captain Smollett wanted no part of them, but the squire insisted, and every man of them was signed aboard. And then the captain asked the squire and Dr. Livesey to step into his cabin.
I'll speak plain, gentlemen. I don't like this cruise, and I don't like the men.
Possibly, sir, you don't like your employer either.
We need trustworthy crew, not one recruited out of the muck by a ship's cook.
The ship's cook was acting under my orders.
And is the cook responsible for the ship's safety?
Well, I must say...
Captain Smollett, we are all concerned with the ship's safety now. Now, what do you propose?
The whereabouts of any treasure map to be kept strictly secret, even from myself and my mate, Mr. Arrow. The firearms... removed from the forward hold and stored aft here.
But surely you don't anticipate mutiny?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't put out to sea at all.
Ah. Well, Trelawney?
Anything that'll get us out to sea.
Agreed, then. You'll find, gentlemen, that I'll do my duty. I can vouch also for Mr. Arrow, my mate, and the 5 men of the crew I had previously signed.
And when can we sail?
We should be ready by midnight.
Oh, very well. Come along, Livesey. Hang it all, man. Why did you take the fellow's part?
Because I think our captain's a very conscientious man.
Well, I find his conduct un-English. Downright un-English.
That night, in the full of the moon, the sails of the Hispaniola bellied out to the wind. Our voyage had begun. I stood watching the lights of Bristol disappear, and then I was aware that someone stood behind me, and a hand clamped down on my shoulder.
Look hard, Jim Hawkins. It's many a day afore you see Bristol Harbour again. And you'll see other sides, matey. Things you'll never forget so long as you be alive.
In just a few moments, our stars will return with Act 2 of Treasure Island. But first, listen. Listen to what Hollywood is saying.
Marvelous. Sensational. It's perfect. Nothing like it.
Joan Caulfield says...
I could hardly believe my eyes.
Claudette Colbert says...
It's simply wonderful.
Alexis Smith says...
It's better than ever.
It's sensational. It's new Lux.
A better than ever Lux.
New Lux with color freshener.
The most thrilling improvement since Lux was invented. New Lux with color freshener is a real beauty bath for fabrics. It gives new life to all colors every time they're luxed.
Hollywood screen stars, women everywhere, are saying it's a washing miracle.
Smart prints are brighter and gayer, look glowingly alive.
Wait till you see what it does for white things. They stay frosty white, dazzling white, whiter than you'd ever dream possible.
All colors sparkle with new life and beauty every time you wash them.
No other way of washing makes all your nice things look so fresh, so bright, so truly new. And this wonderful New Lux is mild and safe as ever.
Now, more than ever, New Lux with color freshener is the favorite wardrobe care of Hollywood screen stars.
The Lux in your neighborhood store right now is New Lux with color freshener. Get a big box tomorrow. Give all your nice washables that nice as new Lux look. Here's our producer, Mr. Keeley.
Act 2 of Treasure Island, starring James Mason as Long John Silver, Bobby Driscoll as Jim Hawkins, and Nigel Bruce as Squire Trelawney.
We'd been at sea for almost a month without incident until one afternoon Captain Smollett had reason to call all hands on deck. Mr. Arrow, the mate, had found a pistol in one of the seamen.
Since this is the first offence, I shall let it go unpunished. But let it happen again, and the penalty will be 15 lashes. Crew dismiss, Miss Arrow.
If one man was guilty, I was no less so. But I had a friend to turn to, Long John Silver.
So I'll have to turn in my pistol, too, won't I?
Here. It'd go hard with Long John if you was to turn it in now.
But why?
Well, here's a captain with a suspicious turn of mind, and here I am, handing out firearms to an able-bodied seaman like yourself.
But I do no harm with it.
Would you keep it out of sight?
Oh, yes, always.
And you ain't given to no rum drinking neither, are you?
Oh, no, sir.
Nor quarrelsome neither. So as my advice, Jim Hawkins, is keep the pistol in no heart to nobody.
Whatever you say, I'll do.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
15 lashes, just 'cause I wants to protect myself.
Avast! It's time you learned George Merry just who is captain and who gives the orders.
A captain wouldn't have that mite around sticking his nose into forecastle business.
You'll lay your finger on Mr. Arrow and you'll answer to me, George. Personal. Mr. Arrow be a friend of Long John Silver, and I plans to take care of him. Be that clear to you, mates?
They'll obey you, John. Even before Mr. Arrow, I guess.
Was you and me worth our salt, matey? We'd think out of a way to sweeten Mr. Arrow's disposition. Like something special for his supper. A plum pudding, maybe, for a cold, stormy night.
Stormy night?
She's clouding up, Jim. We'll rock proper come evening. Only plum duff ain't no better than bilge water without rum.
Can't you get rum for cooking?
And have Captain suspect me of sneaking double grog?
Then why don't I ask Squire for some?
Without Captain knowing?
I'm sure I could.
Blow me down, you're a good un, Jim. I seen that from the start. Get the rum, boy. Bring it below.
We ran into weather that night just as Long John said we would. The crew and the forecastle were slow to change watch. Mr. Arrow came below to rouse them out.
Starboard watch on deck! Lively now! Starboard watch on deck!
Mr. Arrow, could you spare me a moment, sir?
Well?
If you'll step in the galley, sir. Plum duff. Made special for you, sir.
I'm obliged, Mr. Silver.
Then have your fill, sir. And this here bottle is what gives it its flavour. How full it is, so sweeten it, sir, to suit your taste. Aye, sir, to suit your taste.
The bottle of rum was empty when Mr. Arrow went up on deck. By morning, the storm was over. It was Squire Trelawney who told me the news.
A tragedy, Jim. A tragedy, a great tragedy.
Squire, what happened?
Mr. Arrow, last night in the storm, apparently he was washed overboard.
The Hispaniola sailed on, and even I began to wonder if this long voyage would ever end. It was a sailor named Gray, one of the 6 recruited by Captain Smollett, who gave me hope.
Don't fret, boy. We'll sight land soon. The signs have come.
What signs, Mr. Gray?
For one thing, the crew's turned quarrelsome. Then the beer's all gone, and water kegs crawling. Sure signs, boy, of a landfall.
But there's still some apples left in the barrel.
Well, when the last one's ate, we'll sight land for sure.
Then I'm going below and eat them all.
I went below to the apple barrel. It was a huge barrel, and being almost empty, I found I had to climb in to get at the few that were left. A moment later, I heard voices, the crew, and among them, Long John Silver.
Hey, these are the something to tell us, Mr. Merry. Well, what be your evil thoughts?
We can take this ship right now. What are we waiting for?
Aye, since me and Anne's joined you, the only ones on the captain's side is Gray and Joyce and Hunter.
And I say cut their throats.
And I say there'll be no killing till I gives the word.
You're growing soft, John. When we was with Flint, you was all cut and ripped.
You thick-headed swab. Who got rid of Arrow so quiet no one even suspected? Not even young Hawkins, who brought me the rum for the job. And who'll get you the firearms the same way when the time comes?
All we want to know is what we're waiting for.
We're waiting while a first-class navigator like Captain Smollett saves this here bumboat to our destination. We can steer a course, but who's to set one? Such being the case, you wait till I give the signal.
Eating forecastle grub while them in cabins has meat and wine and rum.
When a thirst be upon you, George Merry, bite into an apple real savage. I've a mind to chew one now, myself.
There be the bear, old John, but you got to reach for him now.
You just drop a knife on one, Mr. Hands, and plucks it out.
I heard his knife slip out of the sheath. I saw the blade poised over me, but it never descended. On deck, Mr. Gray had sighted land. I climbed, shaking, from the barrel and ran to Captain Smollett's cabin. To him, the squire, and Dr. Livesey, I told what I'd overheard.
Long John Silver. I just can't believe it. I never questioned his loyalty. Captain Smollett, sir? I'm a fool.
No more than I, Squire. Well, it appears there are precious few of us now. I make it 8 of us against 20 of them.
But you forget Jim Hawkins, sir?
9 of us, then.
Well, we have all the firearms. Can't we surprise them?
That's my plan, once we get them all ashore. As I see it, they'll not make their move until we've found the treasure. Meanwhile, give them no cause for alarm. Jim, you've brought us this warning. I wonder, can you do it a second time?
Could you keep your ears open, lad? Stay friends with Silver?
Stay friends with him, sir?
Well, can you, boy?
Yes, sir. I'll stay friends with him.
Good lad. Well, I'd best call all hands and see about an anchorage.
I've never seen that island before.
Now then, have any of you ever seen that island before?
Yes, sir. I was cook once on a trader as watered here.
Do you remember the anchorage, Mr. Silver?
Yonder, sir. There in that inlet. You give me a strong pull with the longboat, and I'll guide this ship in like a lamb.
Good. Stand by to drop anchor and lower the boat. Any questions?
If you please, sir, could I go along with Mr. Silver?
Well, Mr. Silver?
I'd be that happy to take him, sir. Young Hawkins could try his hand on a tiller.
Permission granted. You did well, Jim.
Well, what did he mean about guiding the ship?
The longboat will tow us into anchorage. Silver will need most of the crew to man the oars. Those that remain aboard ship will be our prisoners.
Yes, but what if they rush us first?
That, Squire, is the chance we'll have to take. Find Silver, Jim. Stay close to him, boy. And good luck.
Yes, sir.
An hour later, the longboat was in the water, pulling the Hispaniola closer and closer to the shore. Whenever I could, I looked behind, trying to catch a glimpse of what was going on board.
The man at the tiller, Master Hawkins, keeps his eye on the shore.
Yes, sir.
Send by the head, John. Lift your oars. Drop your anchor, Captain, sir. This here's your spot.
I heard the splash of the anchor behind us, followed almost at once by shouts of warning from Captain Smollett.
On your guard, men! Let go of knives!
What's he yelling about?
That fool George Merry didn't wait for my signal. We're in for it now, boys. Pull for the shore.
Turn about and come alongside! Turn about and I'll shoot!
With young Master Hawkins at my side, fire that musket and I'll catch his throat. Merry, you blundering squid, can you hear me?
I hears you. Them shots was just the war.
Then lie low till the treaty be made. And this time follow orders.
You dare to harm that boy, and I'll
Begging your pardon, sir, I ain't finished with what I got to say. I'll give you 1 hour to send a boat ashore with Flint's map and give yourself up to Mr. Murray. So be it if you want to see young Hawkins alive.
Do what he says, Jim. We'll save you.
Don't take it so hard, matey. Why, it's lucky you come along with old John here, or he'd have had nothing to bargain with.
Let go of me.
Why, even puts my knife away. There now, see? Come back here, you! After him, you swabs!
I had jumped into the shallow water and struggled for shore. It was heavily wooded beyond the beach, but how long I could elude them, I didn't know. I could hear them crashing through the brush after me. But gradually the sound of my pursuers grew distant. They'd gone inland, and later a wisp of far-off smoke revealed they were making camp. As I turned for the shore, something sprang at me from the bushes. It was a figure out of a nightmare. I drew the pistol Silver had given me and...
No! No! Don't shoot! Don't! I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am. You wouldn't harm poor Ben Gunn.
Out of my terror, I saw a human being, scrawny, long-haired and bearded, his bones covered with pieces of tattered canvas. He was on his knees now, imploring me.
It's just me, poor old Ben Gunn, what hasn't spoke to a Christian these 5 years now.
5 years? Were you shipwrecked?
Nay, mate, marooned. Tell me, that ship, would that be Flint's ship?
No, Flint's dead.
But I seen his men. I seen them come ashore.
Some of them are Flint's men, but they got aboard by trickery.
Aye. And is there among them a man with one leg?
Long John Silver. And I hate him.
Oh, he's come back. I'm as good as dead. It was him as marooned me. What be your tack now, young master?
Well, if you could help me row a longboat...
Boat, says you. Ben Gunn's your man, says I. What might you call yourself, mate?
Jim.
Well, now, Jim, you just follow Ben Gunn.
Not a sign of anyone on the beach, Squire. Not that I can see.
Oh, pray God the boy's still alive.
What about the stockade at the end of the cove?
It appears empty. Without arms, I'm sure those cutthroats went inland.
Well, behind that stockade, we'd stand a chance of rescuing young Hawkins.
Precisely. We'll leave 2 men aboard. There's no way our prisoners can reach the deck. 2 men will suffice. We'll load the jolly boat with supplies and come back and forth to relieve the guard.
Good. And let's be at it.
Stand by, Mr. Gray, to stock the jolly boat.
Ben Gunn had led me to a cluster of rocks. Carefully hidden among them was a tiny boat.
Made her with me old hands, I did. Bamboo, Jim, and goat skins. But first, says I, we'll see if the ghosts be cleared of Flint's men.
It was then we saw the jolly boat heading for shore. They were coming for me. I'd be saved.
Coming ashore, says you. But what might that be, says I? There on the ship, look you, Jim. Men crawling out of the portholes, climbing up to the deck.
It was all too true. The prisoners trapped in the forecastle were escaping through portholes. There were a few shots and silence. Then from the mainmast I saw the skull and bones catching the breeze. Silver's men had taken over our ship. By now, our friends in the jolly boat had reached shore and rushed for the safety of the stockade. Meanwhile, Silver had led the men on shore back to the beach, back to the longboat, out of range of the stockade. Unmolested, they were making their way to the ship.
Now they'll get the guns and the ammunition and the food. Everything but the map.
Map? Says you, what map?
Never mind. Come along, Ben.
No.
My friends won't harm you, I promise.
If your captain wants to see Ben Gunn, tell him to come tonight, alone, to the top of Spyglass Hill, and tell him this. Them as hides can find, and them as finds can hide.
In the stockade, I was welcomed as one returned from the dead. I told them at once of my meeting with Ben Gunn.
And what's your opinion, lad? You think this creature's sane?
I think he is, Squire.
Well, why would he want you to come after dark, Captain Smollett?
Safety, of course. Right now, we may expect visitors ourselves.
They're coming from the ship, Captain.
Aye. The longboat's full of them. Can you load a gun, Jim?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Let them come, by Jove. They'll find us ready for them.
There's Silver, sir, with a flag of truce.
Truce, eh? Take your positions, men. I'll see what he wants. Open the gate, Mr. Gray.
Aye, sir.
Now close it. And shoot with the first false move.
Flag of truce, Captain, sir. Flag of truce.
And what does that mean, Mr. Silver?
Captain Silver to come aboard, sir, and make terms.
Captain Silver? Who's he?
It's me, sir. Those poor lads yonder have chose me captain, sir, after your desertion of the ship. Stay under cover, lads, and wait for me.
Open the gate, Mr. Gray.
You'll have patience, Captain, sir, seeing as how I makes me way on but one pin and a crutch. Aye, a sweet, pretty place you have here, to be sure. And there's Jim. I'll be my little matey, eh?
I have nothing to say to you.
And Squire and Doctor. Well, sirs, the long and the short of it be this. I has the ship, I has the men, I has the armaments. Only what I ain't got be Flimp's map. So here be my terms. You give us that there map and you can keep your lives. We'll divide the stores and I gives you my affidavit to stop the first ship I sees and send it here to pick you up.
Your word, Silver?
And somehow you couldn't ask for.
Then here are my terms. Have you come here one by one, unarmed, I'll clap you all in irons and take you home to stand fair trial.
Well spoken, Captain Smollett. Now listen to me, John Silver. You can't find the treasure, you can't sail the ship, and your cardless scum can't fight. So get out of here. Double quick.
So be it, Captain. And Squire, so be it. But before an hour's out, you'll be begging help from me. And them what die will be the lucky ones.
After a brief intermission, we'll resume with Act 3 of Treasure Island. Tonight I've chosen as our guest 12-year-old Catherine Beaumont, because she is the voice of Alice in Walt Disney's delightful new Technicolor version of Lewis Carroll's classic, Alice in Wonderland. You posed for the artist, too, didn't you, Catherine?
Yes, I did, Mr. Keeley, but you won't see me on the screen. I just serve as an inspiration to the artist.
And a very lovely inspiration. You know, you're so much like the original Alice. You were also born in England, weren't you?
Yes, and we lived there all during the war.
You must have thoroughly enjoyed acting out the adventures of Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yes, it was great fun. I just can't wait to see the picture when it's released next summer. You know, Mr. Disney has drawn the characters just exactly the way I've always pictured them.
The Mad Hatter, the Queen of Hearts, the White Rabbit.
Yes, they're all there in Alice's adventures, Mr. Keeley. And for me, well, being Alice was like having a wonderful dream suddenly come true.
A dream come true. That's the way screen stars feel about new Lux, Catherine. Lux with color freshener. It's the greatest improvement ever made in wonderful Lux Flakes.
Oh, Mummy uses Lux for all my things, Mr. Kennedy.
Now do you know why those white pinafores of yours stay so beautifully white? And why your dresses stay so bright and gay every time they're washed? It's new Lux with color freshener.
I say, can this new Lux do everything, Mr. Kennedy?
Just about everything, Catherine. Lux has always been a marvelous product, but this new Lux is more wonderful than ever. White things stay white as the White Rabbit. Prints as bright as the Queen of Hearts. All colors as bright and gay as the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. No other way of washing does so much for colors. Renews their sparkling beauty every time you wash them. Ladies, if you'd like an adventure that's exciting, thrilling, yet absolutely safe, get a big box of new Lux with color freshener tomorrow. For white things, for prints, for all your colors, you'll say it's a washing miracle. Give all your washables that nicest new Lux look. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Treasure Island, starring James Mason as Long John Silver, Bobby Driscoll as Jim Hawkins, and Nigel Bruce as Squire Trelawney.
Silver and his men attacked us immediately, but the stout logs of the stockade held, and we drove them off, though not without cost. Joyce, one of the loyal sailors, lay dead, and Captain Smollett wounded. Never before were we so grateful for Dr. Livesey.
The captain's asleep. He'll be all right in a few days.
Do you think they'll attack again tonight, sir?
You don't know, Jim. It's hard to foresee the end of this.
Yes, that's true enough, lad. Therefore, I want you to have the treasure map. It's yours by rights, you know.
If that's your wish, Squire.
And if the worst comes to the worst, don't hesitate to buy your life with it. But they won't drive us out of here in a hurry.
Well, they may not even try to, Squire.
Well, what's that? Why not?
Well, with a high tide, they can bring the ship in closer to shore. And once within cannon range, why, they could level us.
By Joe, so they could. If John Silver thinks of it, blast him.
And they've got all the boats. Otherwise, I'd try to get to the ship and cut the anchor rope.
But if we can't stay here in the stockade...
Jim, you spoke of Ben Gunn and a meeting tonight. Perhaps he knows a place where we can hide.
I'm sure he does, sir. I'm sure he does.
and I'll go looking for Mr. Gunn within the hour.
I, too, had a plan. Under cover of darkness, I slipped unnoticed from the stockade and reached the rocks where Ben Gunn kept his little boat. In my belt was a knife. I paddled silently after the Hispaniola, climbed to the deck, and cut the anchor rope.
So it be you, young Master Hawkins, come to join us evil swabs, is it?
It was Israel Hands. I struggled with every ounce of strength and broke away. But as I did, the map of Treasure Island fell from my shirt.
Flint's map! So it was you what had it?
I grabbed it from the deck and leaped for the rigging. I climbed higher and higher, but Hands was behind me. When I could go no further, I drew the pistol from my pocket.
Stay where you are, Mr. Hands.
You got a pistol, Master Hawkins.
Go down to the deck.
Just like Silver said, smart as paint. Coming here with me all alone on board?
One more step, Mr. Hands, and I'll blow your brains out.
No, matey.
Suddenly he grabbed his knife and threw it. There was a great burst of pain as it pinned my shoulder to the mast. But I pulled the trigger and the body of Israel Hands hurtled into the sea. I clung to the ropes and pulled out the knife, but for moments after I was unable to move. And then I saw that the tide was carrying the ship toward shore. Somehow I climbed down and made my way to the beach.
Dr. Livesey. Squire, it's me, Jim. Open the gates. Please, Dr. Livesey.
Strike me, it's matey. It's Jim.
Silver.
I must have fainted. When my senses returned, I was in the stockade. My friends were gone, and in their places stood Long John Silver and his cutthroats. But I made no move to let them know I could hear their talk.
He'd been bleeding bad. Someone binked him for certain.
Save me from cutting his throat, a little swab.
Avast, George, Mary, stand clear.
Avast, is it? Maybe a touch of steel would show Master Hawkins which side he were on, and some others I could name as well.
Maybe you think you be captain here, eh, George?
This here crew would lay a sight more confidence in a captain as allowed us our say about enemy prisoners.
Why, you knothead. With him bad hurt, they'll part with the map to save his life. We'll hoist another flag of truce and hail that doctor.
Afore this crew takes any more of your orders, we claims our right of counsel.
Aye, according to rule.
Then have your counsel and be hanged. Jim, can you hear me?
Where's Dr. Livesey and the squire?
They give us the slip, lad, during the night. Now lay still. You'll be cared for proper. Old John'll fetch the doctor here.
And then, lacking a leg as he did, he climbed with great labour to the top of the stockade, hung a flag of truce, and shouted for Dr. Livesey.
Don't fret, boy. They'll see that flag. And, speaking of seeing things, I just been seeing something myself. The Hispaniola beached on the shore. That be your doing, Jim. That be the cause of your hurt.
Yes, I cut the anchor rope.
'Tis a real wicked trick, Jim. And was I you, I'd keep my mouth shut about it.
We finished counsel, Mr. Silver. This be for you.
A piece of paper, is it?
With a spot of black on it.
And the word deposed. Wrote very pretty, George.
We're choosing a new captain, and do they vote me in, I'll see.
There'll be no voting until the treasure map be disposed of. Until then, the black spot ain't worth a biscuit.
Map or no map, we ain't giving up no hostage till we lays hands on treasure.
And I'll be here to find same without the map.
Silver! Silver!
It's him, the doctor. He's seen the flag.
And I too, all of you. It's young Hawkins, sir. He be hurt.
If Jim's there, bring him out of the stockade.
If I set you out yonder, Jim, do you give me your affidavit not to slip cable?
Yes, word of honor.
Stand by while I parleys. And a sharp lookout on all sides.
My eyes be on a man what's trying to get a foot in each camp, and him with only one leg.
We met some 50 yards from the stockade. As gently as he could, the doctor dressed my wound.
Taken to knifing boys, eh, Silver?
Not me, sir. Why, if it hadn't been for Long John, he'd have had his throat cut. He got aboard that Hispaniola, sir, which same he's gone and beached.
He's what?
Last night. Yes.
Even so, when I found the lead, off dead he be, I says to myself, John, you've got to save that dear boy.
Oh, so Captain Silver wants to join us again, huh?
Yep. I'll be honest and open with you, as I always am. I do. I thinks gold dust of this dear boy. Took to him like pitch, I did.
You'd have killed me yourself if you'd have had the map. But you'll never get it. I'll die first.
But I got the map, Jim. Be this the same or be it not?
Doctor, he's got it.
Last night when I picks you up outside the fort, there the map be in your shirt. But old John ain't human, he ain't. He didn't care about saving his little mate's life. All he wanted was this here map.
And what good's a treasure without a ship to haul it?
And what good be a ship, sir, if only to haul me to the hangman? Now, was I to further preserve young Hawkins' life, do you think you could save mine?
You can save Jim?
I could guard the boy from them there scum, but they'll not give up till they sees the treasure dug.
I want to speak with the boy alone.
Speak and be welcome. I'll stand off.
Jim, I don't know how you managed to save us that ship.
But I lost the map.
Your safety's far more important. Now listen, I'll make a quick break to draw their fire. And then before they have time to reload, start running for the woods.
The woods, sir?
Yes, we're with Ben Gunn. He knows a dozen hiding places.
No, I can't. I gave Long John my word. They would have killed me. They would have killed me long before it hadn't been for him.
But Jim, don't... Yes, perhaps you're right. All right, Silver?
Aye, sir.
Now, you stay close to this boy. If we get out alive, I'll do my best to save you.
You couldn't say more, was you my own mother?
No, heaven forbid. Good luck, Jim.
Back in the stockade, Long John Silver told the men he had just got the map from Dr. Livesey.
And now, by thunder, I will resign. Elect anyone you please to be your captain. I'm done with you.
At once the treasure hunt was underway. They followed the map with unholy care, and in a frenzy they started to dig, clawing at the ground like animals. In a matter of minutes they struck the chest. Wild-eyed and gasping, they heaved it to the surface and broke it open.
Empty. It's gone. Treasure's gone.
Stand by for trouble, Jim.
Look, one dirty guinea and that's all.
There's your 700,000 pounds, Mr. Silver.
Hardly worth dividing, is it, Joe?
So you did make a bargain with the doctor. They've been here first. Look at his face, mate. You can see it in his face.
Kill him. He sold us out.
I'm one against the lot of you. But I got 2 pistols, and the first one who...
Long John Silver had fired only once. The other shots came from Dr. Livesey, the Squire, Mr. Gray, and Ben Gunn. Unprepared for this sudden attack, the pirates were now our prisoners.
Ben Gunn! To think it was you what done me.
How do, Mr. Silver? Pretty well, I thank you. What happened to Flint's gold, says you? Ben Gunn's cave, says I.
Cave? What cave?
That's true enough, Jim. That's where we've been these many hours. It's all there, lad. A treasure beyond dreams.
Save 1 dirty guinea.
So it was, just as the squire said, treasure beyond dreams. First came the task of taking our prisoners to the Hispaniola, then the matter of loading the treasure, and after that, back to shore for Long John Silver.
I've been thinking, Captain Smollett, as to how you'll ever clear the vessel and get her out to sea again.
Hide tight in a stretch of canvas and she'll float off whenever we've a mind.
Yes, and that brings us to your fate, Mr. Silver.
I stands as ever, sir, ready to do me duty. And happy I am to think I had some small hand in saving young Master Hawkins.
And does that clear you of the crime of mutiny?
Please, Squire. He did save my life.
Then, my boy, you're free to testify on his behalf. He'll have a fair trial in Bristol. And now, Captain, I'll take this scoundrel back to the ship and clap him in arms.
But not alone, Squire. Mr. Gray, you and Jim, take them in the longboat.
Not a move out of you, Silver. Only your monkey shines, mind you.
Would you permit a word, sir, with matey?
Talk your fool head off for all I care.
Thank ye kindly, sir. Jim, lad, I'm thinking of Captain Flint, I am. She be still in the stockade. Will you take the parrot, boy? Only remember she can't abide a cage. None of us likes cages, Jim.
I couldn't, Long John.
You be fond of the bird, ain't you?
I'd like to keep her, but she'd only remind me of you.
Well, no matter. Though I would dearly love to leave a trinket to a lad I respect.
Keep your hands in plain sight, Mr. Silver.
Me answer? They'd just be patting the boy, sir.
Oh, even so,
Look out! He's got my pistol!
Put that down! Put that gun down! Put it down!
Patting him I was, sir, and what should I come up with but this? Now, drop your oars! Into the water, Mr. Gray! Jump and swim for it, you too, Squire!
Confound you! I'll have your hand on the ship!
If I may make so bold, sir, I'm borrowing this longboat. So, over you go.
Oh, you monster! How can I swim to shore?
Just spread your blubber, Squire. Might be as you can float. As for you, Jim...
I'll jump. You don't have to tell me what to do.
Belay now. I can't row and steer both, so I'm asking you to set me a true course through the channel and I'll put you off on yon piece of rock.
And if I don't...
It's the last thing I'll ever ask of you, matey.
I took the tiller. I sat in silence as he rowed desperately. It was a narrow channel. Finally, I saw my chance. I yanked the tiller and drove the boat into a sandbar.
You put us on a bar. Climb over and shove me off.
I'll take no orders from you. And you can't do it yourself, can you? Not with one leg.
You put me on here and now you'll shove me off. Or by the powers, I'll crack your neck. They're coming after me in the jolly boat.
And they'll take you, and I'll hang you for your crimes. I'll take you to Bristol and... They can't hang you, John.
Jim, boy. Jim. That's it, lad. Shove her nose out. I might have knowed you'd never let him hang your own shipmates. I'll hoist a bit of sail out yonder. I'll make it safe enough. Goodbye, matey. Good luck to you.
He was well out in open water when the squire and Dr. Livesey reached the sandbar.
He got away, Squire.
Oh, well, the sharks may do for him yet. Blast him anyway. I'm as wet as a herring.
Blast him indeed, Squire. And yet I can almost find it in my heart to hope that he makes it.
He will, sir. I know he will.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, here's Libby Collins with the movie news of the week.
News about two premieres. First, one of the most important Hollywood premieres in recent years. Tomorrow night, 20th Century Fox will open The Mudlark at the Chinese Theater for the benefit of one of Irene Dunn's favorite charities.
An opening that will mean new laurels for Irene.
Yes, indeed.
It took a lot of courage to play England's beloved Queen Victoria with an all-British cast.
And she won them completely. From all over England, they sent her little souvenirs of Victoria.
The entire action in The Mudlark takes place in one day, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. An adventurous urchin induces the widowed Victoria to break 15 years of seclusion.
That must have simplified Irene's costume.
Well, yes and no. The white touches, for which Victoria was famous, had to be kept spotless. Now, you know, keeping whites really white used to be almost as difficult as keeping colors bright. But not anymore. This month, Hollywood and smart women everywhere are flocking to another premiere. New Lux with color freshener. That marvelous New Lux that keeps whites purest white. Gay prints and colors brighter than you ever dreamed possible. It's a real beauty bath for colors.
Irene Dunn has been a Lux fan for years.
And she says this New Lux is more marvelous than ever. Why, it leaves even delicate lingerie shades so ravishingly lovely she can hardly believe they aren't brand new. Now, more than ever, screen stars insist on New Lux with color freshener for all their personal things. It renews all the sparkling beauty of lovely slips and nighties, dresses and blouses, every time you wash them. And it's mild and safe as ever.
New Lux with color freshener is in your store now. Get a big box tomorrow. Give all your washables that nicest new Lux look. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Many thanks to our stars for recreating one of our favorite stories. And here they are, James Mason, Bobby Driscoll, and Nigel Bruce. Bobby, you've appeared in Walt Disney's pictures before, haven't you?
Oh, yes, but I didn't like playing in them as well as Treasure Island.
Why was that, Bobby?
Well, they had animals in them. You know what scene stealers they are.
Oh, yes, we know all about little scene stealers, don't we, Nigel?
Yes, I say we do. You know, Bobby, I first played Squire Trelawney in 1934. It's a great story of England, Treasure Island. Tell me, Bobby, how did you like England where you made the picture?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Bruce. It was quite an experience.
And how about the Lux Radio Theater? Did you enjoy playing here, the rehearsals and all?
Oh, just fine. Except in England, after the rehearsals, we always had tea.
Well, here, Bobby, we all have Lux Flakes. I think that's a much nicer arrangement, don't you?
You know, you're becoming quite Americanized, James. I understand that you've named your new picture company after one of their cities, Portland Pictures, isn't it?
Yes, Nigel. Well, it's indirectly, yes. It's really named after my young daughter, Portland, who is named after her godmother, Portland Hoffer, who in turn is named after Portland, Oregon. It's a little confusing, isn't it?
Well, it is a bit, old man, yes.
Incidentally, our first picture production is A Lady Possessed, adapted from my wife's best-selling novel.
You certainly have a talented family, Mr. Mason.
Well, now, you're pretty talented yourself, Bobby. Acting, athletics.
And don't forget, I'm a Boy Scout.
I was one once, Bobby.
Oh?
About 80 years ago.
Bill, I understand that next week your play is a romantic comedy.
Yes, James, it's that entrancing one from Universal International Studios, Louisa. And as our stars from the original cast, we will have Ronald Reagan, Ruth Hussey, Charles Coburn, Edmund Gwenn, Spring Byington, and Piper Laurie.
What a cast. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, and happy treasure hunting.
Here's the bargain of the year. A pair of all-purpose kitchen shears for only 50 cents. Now during Lever Brothers' Star Value Sale. These sturdy shears are actually worth $1.25, but they're yours for only 50 cents and 2 wrappers from Lux Toilet Soap. You'll find dozens of uses for these heavy-duty shears. They're wonderful for cutting cardboard, twine, fabrics, and flower stems, for cleaning and boning fish, cutting up chickens, even opening bottles and cracking nuts. They'll last for years, and you can have them for only 50 cents, plus 2 wrappers from Lux Toilet Soap. Send coin and wrappers with your name and address to Shears, Box 16, New York 46, New York. Order several pairs. They make grand shower gifts, marvelous bridge prizes. I'll repeat that address. Shears, Box 16, New York 46, New York. For every pair ordered, send 50 cents with 2 wrappers from Lux Toilet Soap. This offer expires March 31st. Send for your all-purpose kitchen shears today.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Reagan, Ruth Hussey, Charles Coburn, Edmund Gwenn, Spring Byington, and Piper Laurie in Louisa. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we remind you that United States savings bonds are still your best investment. They're both safe and profitable, and you can buy them easily through your payroll savings plan. You'll be helping both yourself and your country when you buy United States savings bonds. Treasure Island was presented and Bobby Driscoll appeared by special arrangement with Walt Disney. Heard in our cast tonight were Charles Davis as the narrator, Ben Wright as Dr. Livesey, and Bill Johnstone as the captain. And Herbert Butterfield, Bill Conrad, Jay Novello, Eric Snowden, Ed Max, Norman Field, Lou Krugman, Eddie Marr, and Dorothy Lloyd. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Louisa, starring Ronald Reagan, Ruth Hussey, Charles Coburn, Edmund Gwenn, Spring Byington, and Piper Laurie. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Lux Radio Theater proudly presents Vincent Price as Winston Smith in 1984. 1984. The world is one world, divided into 3 parts. East Asia, Eurasia, Oceania. Religion is abolished. God is rooted out. There is only Big Brother. Big Brother is the head of the party. Big Brother is one, indivisible, unassailable.
Oceania is good because Big Brother is good. Oceania is one because Big Brother is one. Big Brother sees everything, knows everything. Everyone exists by the clemency of Big Brother. Big Brother. Big Brother. Big Brother.
In Oceania, there are the Proles. The Proles, like the animals, are free. They have no telescreens in their houses. They have no numbers. They wear no uniform. The Proles are the primitives, the early inferior people. Subdued by the party, subject to the party, they are the lost and the forgotten. Between the Proles and the party, there is a great gulf fixed. A Prole cannot join the party. No party member can retreat to the Proles.
The party is one, as Big Brother is one. Big Brother.
Every member of the party wears a uniform, a suit of overalls. Every member of the party has a telescreen in his house. Every member of the party has a number.
You there, stand up. In front of the screen. What is your number?
6079.
Your name?
Winston Smith.
Where do you live?
3rd floor, Victory Mansions.
Employment in the party?
Records Department, Ministry of Truth.
Repeat the slogans of the party with fervor.
War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength.
Now, how is Oceania governed?
By Big Brother, through the Ministry of Truth, the Ministry of Peace, the Ministry of Plenty, the Ministry of Love.
Describe their functions.
The Ministry of Truth, News, Entertainment, Education, the Ministry of Peace, Conduct of War, the Ministry of Plenty, Economics.
Well, go on. The Ministry of Love. What does that do?
I don't know. I have never been there.
Let us hope, for your sake, that you never do. The Ministry of Love is where people who do not love Big Brother are taught to love him. Do you love Big Brother, Winston Smith?
I love Big Brother.
Repeat it.
I love Big Brother. I love Big Brother.
Your tour of duty at the records office begins at 900 hours. Be there on time. 6079 Winston Smith. Dismissed.
That was an unexpected call, wasn't it?
Oh, they do it sometimes. Part of the quarterly brush-up discipline, you know.
Perhaps. But that fellow on the screen was probably from the Thought Police. They can cut in on anybody's screen, you know. They do. How do you think so many comrades have been vaporized? Thought Police, of course. And the home telescreen. They can see you and hear you all the time.
But I've got nothing to worry about. I stick to the party rules. I do my job.
But you don't think the way the party thinks, do you? More important, you don't want to think the way the party thinks, the way Big Brother wants you to think, do you?
I just couldn't face the telescreen any longer. I had to get out and get away.
You and I.
You?
Well, you. I'm you, Winston. I'm the other you who looks out of your eyes.
Yes, you twitch my lips and tingle in my fingertips at the most inconvenient times. But they know nothing about you. They control me like they control everybody else.
Then why do you do the silly things you do?
What silly things?
That book you bought.
It's just an old book with blank pages. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Except they don't make books like that anymore. And if they ask you where you got it, you'd have to tell them at an antique shop in the Prole Quarter.
But I just wanted to keep a diary. Nothing wrong in that, is there?
No, except you'd find it hard to explain why you wanted to keep a diary. And remember, you're not supposed to go into the Prole Quarter anyway.
I know. The Proles aren't members of the party. They're just slaves. But will you stop it? I've got enough to worry about as it is.
Yes. It's the girl, isn't it? The girl in the fiction department.
Yes. Yes, the way she looks at me, the way she stays near me.
She's rather pretty.
What if you like that sort of thing? A lot of good it is when she wears the red sash of the Anti-Sex League and could be a police spy into the bargain.
You're rattled this morning. Mustn't get rattled, you know. It shows. That's the way they get onto you first. Pull yourself together. There's where you work. There's the Ministry of Truth straight ahead. Smile now, Winston. Smile.
Good morning, Comrade Smith.
What? Oh, good morning, Comrade O'Brien.
Not often we meet like this.
No, Comrade. Of course, I've often wanted to.
Wanted? What, Comrade?
Well, I don't know. It's probably foolish. You are known as a great man in the party. I've admired you from a distance.
I hear good reports of your work, Smith.
Well, I've often hoped I might discuss it with you.
A pity we have no time now. Never mind. We'll meet again one day. In the place where there is no darkness.
In the place where there is no... I beg your pardon, Comrade.
Good morning, Comrade. Don't let me keep you from your work.
A place where there is no darkness. He said...
Never mind that now, you fool. Compose yourself. You're at work. Everybody watches. Everybody listens for Big Brother.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
But O'Brien understands.
Yes, O'Brien understands.
You know now that you're not alone. But smile, smile. There's that girl again. Don't let her see. Don't let her guess. Above all, not her.
6079, Comrade Smith.
Present for duty.
Repeat the slogan of the Ministry of Truth.
Who controls the past, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past.
Does the past exist?
Yes.
Where?
In records and in memories.
Which is the more important?
The records.
Why?
The records endure, but memories fade.
So?
Who controls the records, controls the memory of the people.
Are you impressed with the greatness of your task?
I am.
Then begin, Comrade Smith. This is urgent. Big Brother's order of the day, 17th of the 3rd, 84, contains references to unpersons. Rewrite completely.
Unpersons. Oh, I have to be careful about this. Unpersons are always tricky. Even Big Brother can't refer to them. Unpersons don't exist.
Oh, let's be frank. Unpersons are persons who have been liquidated, destroyed. Your job is to see that all record of them is destroyed as well. Are they mentioned in the press?
Delete their names.
Are they shown in photographs?
Make a new photograph.
Are their voices recorded?
Destroy their records. And presto, they do not exist. They never existed. They have no place in memory or history.
That could happen to you, too.
All personnel will lay aside their work and face the telescreen for the 1-minute hate.
You're out of luck. The girl's sitting right next to you. Watch your step now. Make it a convincing hate. Thought police are very shrewd.
You are here to hate. You are here to loathe, to despise, to detest with all your being. Whom do you hate?
Goldstein. Goldstein. Goldstein.
Goldstein is what?
Enemy of the people. Saboteur. Traitor.
Whom else do you hate?
The Brotherhood. Goldstein and his Brotherhood.
And the penalty for traitors like these?
Death. 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 Death.
We hate traitors. We love Big Brother.
We hate traitors. We love Big Brother. Speak to us, Big Brother.
My comrades, my brothers, we live in times of great peril. We are exposed to the attacks of enemies without and traitors within. But have no fear. I am with you always.
Are you eating with anyone, Smith?
Hello, sir. No.
Good. I'll join you.
I don't know what they put in this victory gin, but it always makes me do that.
Yes, it is rather strong, isn't it?
Excellent product, though. Excellent.
You seem rather distracted, Smith. Something on your mind?
What's that? Oh, no. Nothing on my mind. I was just looking at that girl over there.
Yes, she's been looking at you, too. Do you know her?
No.
Wouldn't help you if you did, would it? She wears that red sash like a banner.
It's an odd thing to say.
Comes of working in the poetry department. We're editing Kipling now, you know. Quite a lot of banners in Kipling.
I understand the Junior Anti-Sex League is one of the favored institutions of the party.
Oh, yes, I believe so. You're married, aren't you?
I was.
Oh? Divorced?
Separated.
Oh.
With the consent of the party. It was apparent we would have no children.
The party takes a very wise view of these matters.
Of all matters.
As you say. Funny, that girl's still looking at you.
But I can't help it if she has nothing better to do. Oh, here comes Parsons.
He lives near you, doesn't he?
Yes, next floor down. He's got a wife and children.
You'd better talk to him. I don't think I could.
Hello. Hello, comrades.
Hello, comrades.
Parsons.
Oh, I've been chasing you, Smith.
What?
Yes, it's about that subscription you forgot to pay me.
Oh, which one is that?
Fate Week. The house-by-house fund. We're going to decorate Victory Mansions. And $2 you promised me.
Oh, well, here you are.
Thanks. I say, did I tell you about what my little girl did last Saturday? Well, she was out with the junior spies troop near Berkhamsted. They spent the whole of the afternoon following a strange man. They kept on his tail for 2 hours and then handed him over to the patrols. Clever, eh?
What was the man doing?
Nothing, he says. But my little Millie was smart. She spotted him chipping pieces off the rocks with a hammer. Must have been a saboteur.
Well, what happened to the man?
Well, I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know?
That's very good.
Of course, we can't afford to take chances. I mean, not with subversive agents everywhere.
No, of course.
Well, I've got a few more subscriptions to chase up. I'll, see you later.
Tell me, Smith, did you ever regret not having any children?
Well, I can't say I've thought much about it. Why?
I was just wondering. Parsons seems very happy with his little brood, doesn't he?
You see what I mean about being careful? Watch that fellow, Syme. Oh, he's clever, and he never says a word out of place, but he's marked. One day he just won't come to work, mark my words.
Why should I worry about Syme? He can look after himself. I'm worried about me, about that girl.
Oh, working in the same building, people are bound to see each other frequently.
For some reason, she's interested in me. She keeps turning, and why?
It can't be sex. She's a member of the Junior Anti-Sex League. I doubt if she's from the Thought Police. Except for that diary you keep, you haven't given too much away.
Well, anyway, she's not important. The important thing is O'Brien. He spoke to me today. He understands. He knows.
Knows you're guilty of thought crime, that you hate Big Brother, that you...
All of that and more. Everything. Don't you see? If O'Brien knows, there is hope then. There is hope. Oh, I'm sorry, Comrade.
I wasn't looking where I was.
Wait a minute. You're the girl from the Ministry of Truth, aren't you?
That's right.
You've been watching me for days.
Yes.
But why? I'm a good party member. Why do you have to spy on me?
I'm not spying on you. All I wanted to do was to tell you I love you.
You love me? Wait a moment. She loves me. She said she loves me.
Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Oh, hello, Millie Parsons. What are you doing out so late?
Mr. Smith?
Yes, Millie.
You're a traitor. What? I've been watching you. You're a thought criminal.
Millie, get out. Go home. I'll tell your father about this.
Smith's a traitor. Smith's a spy. Catch him first and let him die.
1984, the year of Big Brother, the all-embracing night, of Big Brother. If you belong to the party, you are free to attend a party rally, or a party discussion group, or rest briefly, or watch the party entertainers on the party telescreen. But if you are number 6079, Comrade Winston Smith, party member in revolt, loaded with the guilt of thought crime, you walk the city, the dark, narrow streets of the city, clinging desperately to those few cubic centimeters inside your skull case, which is all that is left to you of privacy, possession, and hope.
The way she said love made it sound completely personal, private, indestructible.
It isn't, you know. It can't be. Not now in the year of Big Brother. Love involves an alienation of something that belongs to Big Brother and to the party. Love is betrayal. Love is thought crime. It's hopeless.
I refuse to believe that. It is not hopeless. There is a chance. There is O'Brien. He understands. He is in revolt, too.
Yes, there is O'Brien. Hello, you've walked a long way. Remember that shop?
Yes. That is where I bought the book for my diary. It's a junk shop. It's old and musty and full of useless things. But it proves something, don't you see? It proves that things were different once, in spite of what the records say. And if they were different once, they could be different again.
Go on. In you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What can I... Oh, why, of course. You're the gentleman that bought the ladies' keepsake album. Is there anything special I can do for you?
I was passing. I just looked in. I don't want anything in particular.
Yes, just as well. The shop's nearly empty. Between you and me, the antique trade's just about finished. No demand, no stock either.
That's a pretty thing. What is that?
That? No, it's a glass paperweight.
What's that inside of it?
That's coral.
Coral?
Must have come from the Indian Ocean. They used to melt the glass onto it. More than 100 years old, that is.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yes, indeed it is. Now, there's another room upstairs you might care to take a look at.
Oh, yes, of course.
There's not much in it. It's just a few pieces. Well, we could do with a light if we're going up. Yes, the room. We used to live here till my wife died. Now I'm selling the furniture off little by little. See, that's a beautiful mahogany bed.
There's no telescreen.
Ah, I never had one of those things. Too expensive. I never really felt the need of it.
You don't live here now?
Oh, dear me, no. I live with my daughter. Oh. She's quite a nice apartment, in the worst of taste. I lock up at night and leave all my memories here. Well, now, if you happen to be interested in old prints at all, there's quite a nice one over here. The frame's screwed to the wall, but I dare say I could fix it for you if you wanted it.
I know that building. It's a ruin now. It's in the middle of the street outside of the Palace of Justice.
That's right. It's outside the law courts. It was bombed in, many years ago. It was a church at one time.
A church?
Oh, yes. St. Clementine's. Oranges and lemons, hey, the bells of St. Clement. Silly of me.
What's that?
Oranges and lemons. That was a rhyme we had when I was a little boy. Oh. Now, how it goes on, I don't remember. But it ends up... Here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head. It's a kind of dance, a game all in one. And all the names of the churches were in it.
I've heard about churches, but I didn't realize I'd ever seen one.
Oh, there's a lot of them left, really, but of course they've been put to other uses now. You wouldn't like to buy the picture?
No, but look... I like this room. I might at some later date want to rent it from you for a while. I'd pay you quite well.
Well, I don't see why not. You'd look after all my old things, I know.
I'll let you know later, then. You've been very kind. Thank you.
Pity you've got to go. I'm just on the verge of remembering the rest of the rhyme. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement.
Winston.
What?
Stop. Don't look round. Just light a cigarette.
Oh, this is madness.
You want us to meet?
Yes, of course, but...
Next Sunday,
Are you free?
Yes.
Then listen carefully. Now, you'll have to remember this. Go to Paddington Station. Take the train to Ilborne.
Yes.
Now, when you get there, turn left outside the station. Walk 2 kilometers till you come to a gate with the top rail missing. Now, follow the path and wait for me by the fallen tree. Have you got that?
Yes, wait.
I'll be there at 1500 hours. I must go now. Now, don't follow me. Just finish your cigarette.
But listen, you...
I love you. I love you.
Picking bluebells in the country while you're waiting for a girl. You know you've taken the first step on a road that has only one end, death. And yet you're picking bluebells.
I don't remember picking bluebells before. It's not in the party's syllabus. Well, to hell with the party. To hell with...
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Do you always talk to yourself?
Usually. It's safer.
It isn't really. Becomes a habit. The habit gives you away.
Oh, I suppose it does.
You can put your arms around me, I don't bite.
I don't even know your name.
Mine is Julia. Yours is...
Winston Smith.
I know. I found out. Now put your arms around me. Kiss me.
Oh, Julia. Julia. Till this moment, I didn't know what color your eyes were. I'd forgotten what a pair of lips tasted like. I'd forgotten how it felt to hold a woman.
It didn't take you long to remember.
Look, before we go any further, I'm 39. I've got a wife I can't get rid of. I've got a varicose ulcer and 5 false teeth.
And I couldn't care less.
Julia, are we safe here?
Safer than anywhere. Now relax. Hold me in your arms. Now just let's be ourselves. Tell me, what did you think the night I told you that I loved you?
I hated the sight of you. You must know I thought you belonged to the thought police.
The thought police? Oh, not really.
Well, if not that, at least it's
a good party member, pure in word and deed. Banners, processions, games, community hikes. And you thought if I had half a chance, I'd denounce you to the police and get you killed off?
More or less,
It's this blasted sash that does it. The Junior Anti-Sex League. Let's get rid of it for the afternoon, huh?
Julia, you're a perpetual surprise.
Not really. It's just that I've got the right appearance. I'm good at games. I was a troop leader in the Junior Spies. I do voluntary work 3 evenings a week for the Junior Anti-Sexers. I spend hours and hours pasting their silly posters all over London. I always look cheerful, and I always yell with the crowd. That is the only way to be safe.
Why did you pick me?
Something in your face. I knew you could be one of theirs, but I thought I'd take a chance.
Julia, I've got a place. A room and furniture. We can be there whenever we like.
Whenever we can, darling. It's not quite the same thing. I still have to stick up posters, and you still have to go to discussion groups. But there'll be times. Where is this place?
In the old part of the city where the Proleys live. It's over an antique shop.
Well, we have ourselves a love nest. Oh, but we'll have to be careful. Very careful not to give a sign. Not a flicker of recognition.
We will be. Julia, have you ever done this before?
Of course. Dozens of times. With dozens of men.
Was it the same as with me?
Not quite. You see, darling, I love you.
But the others?
2 reasons, darling. I like it. The party doesn't like it.
You make it sound like a political act.
That's why they'd arrest us if they ever found out. Love is a political act.
Oh, Julia.
Yes, darling.
Do you think it was ever like this for everybody?
Like what?
Being in your own room on a summer evening, talking about things you wanted to talk about. Not worrying about telescreens or thought police.
I don't know. I know it's nice now. We've got another hour to enjoy it. That's all. Would you like me to make some tea?
Yes, please.
I like this room. Oh! Get out, you filthy brute!
What was that?
Oh, only a rat.
A rat!
Oh, it was a big, ugly fellow. I gave him a good fright, though.
Oh,
Darling.
oh.
Darling, what's the matter?
Of all the horrible things in the world, I hate rats most of all.
But, darling, there's no need to be upset. They're ugly things, unclean things, but that's all.
No, they're more than that. They're much more than that.
Now, darling.
Julie, get rid of it, please.
Darling, just lie back. I'll make tea, and then I'll plug the hole.
No. Plug up the hole first, please, Julie.
All right, darling, of course.
Julia, when I was a child lying lonely and awake in the dark, they were voices gibbering in the darkness. Their feet scurried closer, and then retreated only to come again. They touched my face. It was more horrible than the touch of a dead hand. I've never got over that feeling. Ever since that night, I've lain awake and screamed soundlessly for hours. Whenever I heard the small, pattering feet of a rat. I'm all right now.
Darling.
Yeah.
Darling, what's this picture? I've seen it somewhere before.
Oh, it's a church, or at least it used to be. St. Clement Danes. Mr. Charrington taught me a rhyme about it. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's.
You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin.
Julia, you know it. Go on, please, go on.
When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. I forget the next line, but then it says, here
comes a candle to light you to bed, and here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Julia.
Yes, darling.
You know, I have the strangest feeling about that silly little rhyme.
What sort of a feeling?
As if everybody connected with it were someone who could make us happy. As if I hoped the next person to recite it would be O'Brien.
O'Brien?
Yes. I told you he spoke to me again in the lift yesterday. He wants us to go up to his flat.
Oh, darling, must we really?
But he's one of us.
No. He may hate Big Brother and the party and all the rest. But, darling, that doesn't make him one of us. Oh, Winston, we're 2 people. We make love together and we talk together and we drink tea together. O'Brien has no part in that.
But don't you see, as we are now, we're alone. If we join O'Brien and his brotherhood, we won't be alone.
We'll still be arrested in the long run.
But that's not the important thing.
The important thing to me is this room and what we do here and how we live here and the joy we have. We don't need O'Brien to keep us alive.
It's not being alive that counts. It's being human. And being human means you share your living and your hoping and your fearing with other people.
The party's only too happy to have you share.
But not the human things. Only the inhuman ones. I want to think there's a hope we could all be as human as we 2 are now. That's why I want to see O'Brien.
I know your names, you know mine. I'm O'Brien. We may dispense with introductions. Pardon me while I switch off the telescreen.
Can you really switch it off?
Members of the inner party have that privilege.
We are...
Alone? Yes, we're quite alone.
Well, Julia and I believe that there is some kind of a secret organization working against the party. We believe that you are involved in it. We want to join it and work for it. We are enemies of the party. We are living together. We are thought criminals. I tell you this because it puts us at your mercy, and you will know that we are telling the truth. If you wish, we will sign a statement.
There is such an organization. Its leader is Emmanuel Goldstein, whom you know.
Yes, but we thought we were afraid that Goldstein and the conspiracy were invented by the thought police.
No, they exist. But what are you both prepared to do to help the conspiracy?
Anything we are capable of.
You're prepared to give your lives?
Yes.
To commit murder?
Yes.
To betray your country?
Yes.
To cheat, forge, blackmail, corrupt the minds of children?
Yes.
You're prepared to commit suicide if ordered to do so?
Yes.
You're prepared to separate and never see each other again?
No!
It's just as well to understand these things right at the beginning. You understand you'll be fighting in the dark. You'll receive orders and obey them without knowing why. Sooner or later, you will be caught and tortured, and you will die. You will never know whether your work has served a single good purpose. We and you now are the dead. Our only true life is in the future. 1,000 years away, perhaps. But if in that 1,000 years we extend the frontiers of sanity even a little, we shall have done well. You have a hiding place?
Yes, in the old quarter, a room over an antique shop. The proprietor is called Charrington.
That will do for the moment. Later, we shall make other arrangements, give you more definite instructions. Now it is time for you to leave.
Then we're accepted?
Yes, you are accepted. Have you any more questions?
Only one. Do you know an old rhyme called The Bells of St. Clement's?
Yes, I think so. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. When I grow rich, say the bells of Shoreditch.
You know it, you know it, you know all of it. I told you he'd know it, Julia, didn't I?
Oh, Julia.
What, darling?
It's nearly time to get up.
Oh, I don't want to get up.
Oh, neither do I.
You know what I was remembering just then?
No.
You remember that thrush that sang to us the first day in the wood?
No, he wasn't singing for us, just for himself. Not even that, he was just singing.
That's what I mean. I wonder if we will ever see the day when we'll be just singing.
No, I doubt it. What did O'Brien say?
We are the dead.
We are the dead.
You are dead.
What?
It came from behind the picture.
What?
Behind the picture. Yes.
Oh!
Now you can be seen. You are the dead.
The telescreen behind the picture. Julia!
Stay where you are.
What?
Don't touch each other. Clasp your hands behind your heads. Now stand back to back.
I suppose we may as well say goodbye.
You may as well say goodbye.
And while we're on the subject, here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Mr. Charrington.
No. 1984. The year of the revolt of Winston Smith against Big Brother and the party of Big Brother. It had been a bloodless revolt. Bloodless and small and secret in a mahogany bed in a fusty upstairs room. The issue had been decided before the thought was conceived or the act begun. But even now, Winston Smith had no certainty where he was. His world was a windowless room with walls of white porcelain flooded with light from hidden lamps, stark under the scrutiny of 4 telescreens from which every motion was visible. He was more lonely than he had ever been in his life. And yet, he was not alone.
Can I talk?
There are still the telescreens, Parsons.
Oh, I don't mind those. I have nothing to hide, nothing at all.
What are you in for?
Thought crime. You wouldn't think it possible, would you? You don't think they'll shoot me, do you, old chap? I mean, they don't shoot you if you haven't actually done anything. I know they give you a fair hearing. They'll know my record, won't they? You know what kind of a chap I was. Not brainy, of course, but keen. I'll get off with 5 years, don't you think? Or 10? A chap like me could make himself pretty useful in a labor camp.
Are you guilty?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I'm guilty. You don't think the party would arrest an innocent man, do you? Thought crime is a dreadful thing, old man. It's insidious. Do you know how it got hold of me? In my sleep. Yes, that's a fact. Never knew I had a bad streak in me, and yet there it was.
How did you find out?
I started talking in my sleep. Yes. They heard me shouting, "Down with Big Brother."
Who denounced you?
Well, actually, it was my little daughter. She listened at the keyhole and heard it, nipped off and told the patrols next day. Pretty smart, eh? And she's only 7. But that's the sort of thing I mean. They'll understand that I trained my children properly. They'll take that into consideration, won't they?
Parsons?
Yes. Yes, just tell me what you want done. I'll cooperate. You won't have any trouble with me.
Room 101.
Oh. Yes.
So,
You're alone again. Alone except for that whimpering thing in this gleaming aseptic world of the Ministry of Love. It's not a new experience, this solitude. You're not too afraid, are you?
Yes, I am afraid. I am afraid of this procession of frightened men with broken bodies and terrified eyes. I don't know whether that's part of the treatment, too.
Yes, it's all part of the treatment. Keep reminding yourself of that. The lightest word, the least calculated gesture is all part of the treatment. There is no mercy, there is no kindness, there is no intermission of misery. It is all part of the treatment.
Come on, you. We can't wait any longer.
Me?
No, not you. This. Come on. On your feet.
Where are you taking me?
Room 101.
No! Do anything but that. You've been starving me for weeks. Finish it off and let me die. Shoot me. Hang me. Take my family and cut their throats. But don't take me there.
Room 101.
No!
Smith, take your hands away from your face. It's forbidden to cover your face in the cells.
Take hold of yourself now. That's part of the treatment, too. Everything's part of the treatment. But so long as you still have those few cubic centimeters inside your skull, you're still a man. You're still stronger than they.
Hello, Smith.
O'Brien.
That's right.
So they got you, too?
Oh, they got me a long time ago.
You mean you are one of them?
Don't deceive yourself, Winston. You knew this a long time ago now, didn't you? You've always known it. I told you myself we should meet like this, in the place where there is no darkness.
Now that we have met,
we are going to make a new man of you, Winston. A new man. Take him! You see how it is, Winston. Pain itself and suffering is no longer a chance, an accident. It is a calculated process, a thing measured and graduated and controlled. We are not medieval butchers probing for the nerve roots. We are masters of this most subtle of sciences. Look, there is a dial upon which our agony is measured. There is a lever by which I can increase or diminish it. But it is not I who inflict this pain on you, Winston. It is you yourself. You understand that, don't you? You've always understood that. Winston, you are suffering the pain of birth, the rebirth of sanity. You must be born again. You know that, don't you? Look at my hand, Winston. How many fingers do you see?
2.
And on this hand,
2.
Put them together. 2 and 2. What does that make?
4.
And if the party says 2 and 2 make not 4, but 5, what then?
There is still 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
4. What else can I say? 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
4. Stop it. I'll tell you 4. 4.
How many fingers?
5. 5.
Do you know where you are, Winston?
I don't know. I can guess. In the Ministry of Love.
Do you know how long you've been here?
I don't know. Days, months, years.
Why did we bring you here?
To punish me, to make me confess.
No, Winston, not that. Not the small tasks of punishment and confession. What could you tell us that we don't know already? What satisfaction do we draw from your stricken flesh? Shall I tell you why we brought you here? To cure you.
Cure me of love for a woman.
Love. Love is a word, an obsolete word. There is no love. Only a biological act.
Cure me of what, then?
Of false and foolish thinking. We don't want martyrs, Winston. We want disciples. Willing disciples. And when we've made you a willing disciple, then we shall destroy you.
Why do you go to the trouble to torture me?
Because you're a flaw in a pattern, Winston. You're a stain that must be removed.
But you've not told me why. Why?
No, Winston, you must tell me why. The answer to that question is the measure of my whole success with you. It may be the key to your release from this small prison of great agony. You tell me why, Winston. Why do we do all these things?
You are ruling over us for our own good. You believe that human beings are not fit to...
Stupid, Winston! You deserve an eternity of pain for a folly like that. Now I will tell you why. The party seeks power for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others. We are interested only in power. Not wealth or luxury or long life. Only in power. Pure power. No one ever seizes power with the intention of giving it up. Power is not a means. It is an end in itself. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. Each is an exercise of power, a pressing upon the nerve of agony, until one after another all men are converted to our discipline. All men are submissive to a universal power.
You'll never do it. You'll never do it. Never. Never.
We did it to you, Winston. Shall I show you in a mirror just what we have done to you? Shall I tell you that you're just a bag of bones? That you've lost all semblance of a man? That your hair and your teeth are falling out? That you are an offense to sight and to smell? We did that to you, Winston. Now, 2 and 2 make 5!
But I'll never betray you. You failed there. You couldn't make me betrayer. Could you? You failed, O'Brien. You failed. You failed.
No, we never fail, Winston. Never. We cannot afford to fail. Take him to room 101.
So this is the end of horror. This small room down in the bowels of the earth. I'm strapped to a chair, tightly, so tightly that I cannot move. I cannot retreat inside my skull case. That does not belong to me anymore. It has been entered and possessed and garrisoned by O'Brien. There is no retreat left anymore. I am faced now with the ultimate agony. I am in room 101.
You asked me once, Winston, what was in room 101. You knew the answer, though. You wouldn't admit it.
No.
Everybody knows it, really. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world. The worst thing in the world, of course, varies from person to person. For some, it is burial alive. For some, it is death by fire. For some, it is quite a trivial thing. In your case, Winston, it is rats.
Oh, no. Oh, take them away. Keep them away from me. You can't do this to me. You can't do this.
You have not yet surrendered to me, Winston.
How can I surrender if I don't know what you want? I've answered all the questions, haven't I? I've learned all your lessons, haven't I? Take them away. Please, take them away.
The rats are starved, Winston. They will eat a man alive.
Stand, rats.
I can use them on you, or I can use them on Julia. You have your choice now. Which?
Use them on Julia. I don't care. I don't care what you do. But don't let them near me. Don't let Julia suffer now. Let her.
There now, Winston. It's over now. There isn't any more. It's all over now.
A great, pervasive calm. You sit at your corner table in the cafe and fumble with the chessboard and sip your victory gin and scan the newspapers. You look out the window and watch the people go by. One day, Julia passed, and something stirred in your mind for a moment and then died again. There are so many people, and this small corner which they keep for you is warm and comfortable. When you finish the newspaper, you watch the telescreen. Strange that. In a life without struggles, without any hint of climax, that is the moment that comes nearest to emotion. The face of Big Brother flashes on the screen. You hear his rich, full voice.
My comrades, my brothers, we live in times of great peril, but have no fear. I am with you always. My care and my love reach out to you wherever you are.
And we love you, Big Brother. We love you. We have erred. We've been punished. And you have taken us back. We love you, Big Brother. Love you. Love you. Love you.
Lux Radio Theater is produced by Sterling McAvoy. 1984 was adapted from George Orwell's novel by Morris West. Tonight's play was directed by Paul Jacklin. Heard in our cast were Lionel Stevens as O'Brien, Alexander Archdale as Charrington, Guy Dolman as Parsons, and Dorothea Dunstan, Gordon Chater, Rupert Chance, Murray Powell, Leonard Bullen, and Alan Herbert. David Netheim was heard as the narrator. Margot Lee played the role of Julia, and as Winston Smith, you heard our distinguished Hollywood star, Vincent Price. One week from tonight, Accent on Youth, starring Hollywood star Melvyn Douglas in person. Until then, this is the Lux Radio Theater, signing off from 50 stations throughout the Commonwealth of Australia.
That concludes this week's broadcast of Echoes of a Century. This program was an independent production by Dalshoe Radio Creations, copyright 2005. Produced in the studios of WLSU La Crosse, an affiliate of Wisconsin Public Radio, on the La Crosse campus of the University of Wisconsin. I'm King David Mackenzie. Thanks for listening. I hope that you'll join us again at the same time next week. Until then, remember, fear and God do not inhabit the same space.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and George Brent in The Girl from 10th Avenue.
Lux presents Hollywood. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lux Radio Theater, the theater made possible by your loyal purchases of those fine products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. Tonight, Loretta Young and George Brent bring you a play of strange romance, a drama of clashing environments, the love story of a girl who lived on the wrong side of the tracks and of a man whose wealth and social position stood between them. As special guest, our program also features Mrs. Emily Post, the most famous authority in the world on etiquette. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And now, your host, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 3 years ago, when I made The Crusades, Loretta Young was starred as Berengaria, not the ocean liner, but Berengaria, wife of Richard the Lionheart, the only queen of England who never set foot on English soil. When the day to start the film arrived, there was no Miss Young. Marooned by a blizzard on the 14,000-foot heights of Mount Rainier, where she was making the call of the wild, her Hollywood arrival was delayed for weeks. I had hundreds of players on salary, so was forced to proceed without her and made the giant battle scenes. When Loretta finally arrived, I started back at the beginning of the picture. But unfortunately for me, the warfare had been so realistic that nearly all the players' costumes were ruined, so tattered and torn that not even Lux Flakes could restore them. And the call of the wild was a lullaby compared to the howl I made when I learned what Miss Young had unintentionally cost me. But all's well tonight, as she becomes Miriam Brady in The Girl from 10th Avenue. Born on a street called Hollywood in Salt Lake City, Loretta has spent most of her life in the town called Hollywood. Her new picture at 20th Century Fox is Four Men and a Prayer. George Brent, who plays Geoffrey Sherwood, is one of Hollywood's most valued importations from Ireland. George left the University of Dublin to join the famous Abbey Players. Since then, he's been a diamond miner, a stoker, a sheep herder, a blacksmith, and an actor on Broadway, with another youngster then destined for stardom, Clark Gable. Now a Warner Brothers star, Mr. Brent has reached new heights in his two latest films, Gold Is Where You Find It and Jezebel. Featured in our cast tonight are Beulah Bondi, one of the screen's finest character actresses, as Mrs. Martin, Mona Barry as Valentine, and Eric Snowden as John Marland. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and George Brent in The Girl from 10th Avenue. An invitation has been issued to the socially prominent of New York City. It reads, Mr. and Mrs. Martin French request the honor of your presence at the marriage of their daughter, Valentine, to Mr. John Marland at high noon, Tuesday, the 5th of April, at St. Thomas Church.
Are we almost ready, girls? Get in line.
Let me look at you, Valentine. Oh, you make a lovely bride, my dear.
Thank you, Father.
I'll second that motion.
So will I.
Oh, Tony, you...
How are you, Val?
Well, what are you two doing back here? We're going to start in a minute.
We wouldn't miss a word of it. Best wishes, Val, and a lot of happiness. John Marland's a lucky guy.
Oh, thank you, Tony. By the way, where's Geoffrey? I haven't seen him yet.
Well, Geoffrey's not coming.
Not coming? Why not?
Well, that's a long story. It begins way back in 1804.
Shut up. He can't come, Val. He has a pretty important case in court. In fact, it's the biggest case he's ever handled.
Oh, I see. Of course, that's much more important than my wedding.
We're ready, dear.
Oh, I'm coming, Father. You can start any time you want now.
I think Miss French is sore about something.
Yeah, wouldn't she just love to have Jeff here? Then she could twist that knife she put in his back.
Well, he isn't the first guy to get jilted.
Did you try to reach him?
I've been trying for a week. His butler doesn't know where he is. His office hasn't seen him for a month. He's on a case, all right. Bottle number 12. Open the door.
Buddy, keep back there now and don't push. Hey, you! Now, where do you think you're going?
Daily press, officer. I want to get a close-up of the happy bride and groom coming out of the church door.
All right, okay. Go on. Now, the rest of you, I want you to keep back.
Excuse me. One side, please.
Ow! Hey, you, who do you think you're shoving? You stepped right on my foot.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I hope you'll forgive my awkwardness.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Gee, it's swell wedding, ain't it? Oh, I wished I was inside so I could see it.
You do, huh?
Uh-huh.
Want to hear what they're saying, huh?
Well, sure.
Well, I'll tell you. Two people are in there making important promises to each other and trying not to laugh. Valentine, do you take this social register parasite to be a lawful wedded toy, to hate, dishonor, and ignore since it brings material advantages, both social and financial? I do.
Say, listen, mister, you better pipe down. Everybody's looking.
Get up! And I pronounce you man and wife, and a cockeyed credit of the country. Here comes the bride. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, why don't you get out of here? You're only going to get yourself in a jam. They'll run you in there.
Well, let him book me in a charge. Disorderly conduct. Name, please? Jeffrey Sherwood, Your Honor. Jeffrey Sherwood, the second, the third, the fourth,
Jeffrey Sherwood?
Well, just call me Jeff. Jeff the Jilter, that's me.
Say, listen, Mr. Sherwood, there's a reporter over there. They'll take a couple of nice pictures of you like this, and then they'll ship you off to Bellevue.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, am I being conspicuous?
Well, a little. You better skid around the corner.
Very well. Come on, young lady.
Never mind about me. You go along by yourself.
Oh, ditched again,
All
huh?
right, then. I'll go with you. Come on.
Boom, boom, de boom, 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 de boom.
Hey, haven't you boomed about enough of that?
Oh, do you mind?
Looking like a darn fool? Yes, I do.
Well, did the lady walking up the center aisle of that church look like a darn fool?
Why should she?
Exactly. She paraded up the center aisle with a man she didn't love. Now you're parading with a man you don't love. Very funny.
Yeah, I'm doubled over. Come on.
Where are we going now?
We're going to get you something to eat. I suppose you remember how to eat.
Uh-huh. Vaguely, yeah.
Bacon and eggs, French fries on the side.
Well, how do you feel now?
I feel thirsty. Waiter.
Yep, uh-huh.
1 quart champagne and 2 glasses.
Champagne? Say, where do you think you are, buddy? We ain't got that stuff.
All right. Send out and get it. Huh?
Oh, waiter, forget it, will you? Listen, Mr. Sherwood, I'm not celebrating with you.
Why not?
I'm going to drop you at a Turkish bath. You need a steam and a sleep.
Fine, so I can wake up around midnight and think.
Oh, you got to snap out of it sometime.
Sure, I'm going to snap out of it right now. You and I are going places, man.
Well, I am. I'm going to work.
Work?
Believe it or not, I do. This is my lunch hour. You're using it up. Say, I think I'll let you buy my lunch.
Oh, you're a model, huh?
Don't be funny. I sew on labels at $3 a day.
Well, you need a vacation.
I'll get plenty starting Saturday. They're laying a bunch of us off then.
All right, starting right now, you're sewing labels on me until Saturday. Here, hey, wait a minute. Hey, here's $100 for a beginner, and there's plenty more where that came from.
I was waiting for something like that. Well, you can keep your money, Mr. Sherwood, and I'll buy my own lunch.
Here, now, wait a minute, please. I didn't mean anything by it. Now, please, sit down. I just thought I could help you, that's all.
Well, you don't need to. I'm pretty good at taking care of myself.
Well, I wish you'd pass the secret along to me.
You could use it, all right. Say, how could you let a girl get you down like this anyway?
I only know it can be done.
Yeah.
But you'll stick with me, won't you? You see, I don't want to be alone for a while anyway.
Okay, I'll stick.
Good girl.
Hello, is this Bryant 70643? Well, I want to speak to a Mr. Hugh Williams. Oh, well, Mr. Williams, you're a friend of Mr. Jeffrey Sherwood's, ain't you? Yeah, I found your number in a little book he was carrying. I just want to tell you that he's all right. Yeah, he's fine. I've been with him all day. What's... Oh, no, you don't know me. My name's Brady, Miriam Brady. Say, is there any special place you'd like him delivered? Oh, well, wait a minute. What's that number? Oh... Yeah, okay, I got it. I'll try to get in there, only right now he's kind of set on hitting all the night spots. Yeah. Hey, I gotta hang up now. He's coming this way. Goodbye.
The circus, the Black Cat, the Half Moon Club, and the Hotsy Totsy Club. 4 more and we'll set a record.
1 more and I'm taking you home.
Deserter, eh? You can't take it, huh?
Well, sure I can, but don't you see it's...
Hello, Jeff.
What? Say, listen.
I'm your old friend Hugh, remember? And this is Tony. We all used to go to school together.
Evening, Jeffrey.
What a nice, depressing sight you are. Go away.
Is that a nice way to treat the head of the 4th form? We're going to join the party.
How'd you find me?
Oh, that was easy. We just went into every nightclub in New York, and there you were.
Well, I guess you don't need me any longer, so I'll beat it.
No, you don't. Sit down. This is Miss...
How do you do?
Hello.
Well, what do you say, Jeff? Let's get out of here.
What do you mean, let's get out of here?
We're going home.
Home? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Get a grip on him, Tony.
Right. Yeah, hey, let go.
All right.
Hey, now watch your step, boys. I haven't been in a fight in a restaurant since I cleaned out that place in New Haven.
Oh, it's no good, Hugh. You can't move him.
All right, let him go.
Thanks. Hello, boys.
Hi, Jeff. Sit down.
We'll all sit down.
Not me. I gotta get going.
Oh, no. Where you go, I go.
Jeff, do you mind if I speak to the lady for a while?
How long a while?
Oh, just for a minute. Will you come out here, miss?
Bring her right back, you hear?
Oh, sure. Come over here, please.
Well?
I suppose you're the girl who called me earlier this evening.
Yeah, that's right. I've been with him since around lunchtime. He's okay if you humor him a little.
You seem to be pretty successful at that.
Well, I guess I... Say, what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Where'd you meet him?
Outside of a church, and if you think it's been any picnic, you're crazy. You know, you can do me a big favor by taking him off my hands right now.
I guess you mean it all right. I'm sorry.
You better keep out of crowds till you can size people up right.
I said I was sorry.
Okay. I'll just sneak out. You'll be able to handle him all right if you take it easy.
I don't know. I'm afraid if we try, he'll tear the place down. I'll tell you what we'll do. You take care of him alone. If you deliver him safe and sound to that address I gave you, well, we'll make it all right with you.
Now, look, mister, I don't want anything. But he has got a big role. You better get it off him.
I'm afraid I can't. But I'm glad you mentioned it.
Anyhow, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, miss, what was it?
Brady. I live at 234 East 16th. It's a sort of a working girls' club. Ring him up if you want. Gramercy 28249.
I don't think that'll be necessary. We'll take a chance on you, Miss Brady.
I'll take care of him. Well, what do you say now? Ain't it about time he was leaving?
Now, why don't you stop? You're getting to talk like my friends.
Oh, I was only thinking of you, mister. I'm having a grand time.
That's the girl.
Gee, I never expected to find myself in a joint like this.
You've been mighty sweet, Miriam. Keep me from going crazy all day.
Oh, that's all right, Jeff. I can call you Jeff, can I?
Sure. What time is it?
Oh, now, please.
Yeah, the boat left the dock a half an hour ago. They're on it now. Valentine French and John...
Oh, look, let's dance, huh? What do you say?
She's alone with him.
Oh, don't, will you? You've been getting along swell up until now. Now, don't go to pieces.
Oh, I can't help it.
Well, come on, we're having fun.
Don't leave me. I can't be alone.
I'm not going to leave you. I'm sticking. Look here, I got my arm around you, right around you in a public place, too. You're just like a poor little kid that wants to be petted, ain't you?
Oh, let's get out of here. Let's hit those other 4 places. Let's hit them all.
Sure, okay, come on.
Don't let me down, will you? Don't let me down, Miriam.
I won't. Not for a minute.
Hello?
Good morning, sir. Desk clerk.
Yeah, well, what I want to know is what desk clerk? Where am I?
You're in the Lakewood Hotel, sir.
Well, that's very interesting. I don't suppose you could tell me how I got here, could you?
Yes, sir. You came late last night. Your wife brought you, sir.
Did you say my wife?
Yes, sir. She brought you about 3 o'clock.
Good morning.
Come in, please. Come over here. What happened last night? Did I marry you?
Yes.
Oh, the end of a perfect day.
Oh, I tried to talk you out of it. Honest, I did. But you kept insisting, and, well, I guess I was sort of crazy last night, too.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you'll find the marriage license on the dresser, and there's a note I wrote to you this morning.
Note?
Yeah, it just says that last night when you married me, you didn't know what you was doing, and so I give up all claims to you. Gee, you're a lawyer. You can get an annulment, can't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
And your money's under the pillow. We didn't blow so much. I let you hand the court clerk $25 because you got him up at 2 a.m. You wanted to give him $100. And the taxi driver got 10 for being a witness, and the taxi bill was $16.50, and... Oh, well, here, you better count.
Yeah, well, let's avoid mathematics for a while, shall we?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sherwood.
And if you'll study our marriage license, you'll discover that my first name is Jeffrey.
Oh, well, I brought you some orange juice. Here, you better drink it.
Oh, thank you. You've certainly been taking excellent care of me, Miriam.
Well, you needn't rub it in. Get rid of me any way you like. I don't want anything. Here, I don't even want this thing.
Did I buy you a wedding ring?
Yeah, from the court clerk. He keeps them for suckers like you.
Oh. Well, would you mind saving it? It's valuable as evidence.
No, I don't want any hold on you.
Well, then why did you go to all the trouble of marrying me?
I told you I was crazy. I felt sorry for you.
Yeah, I'm beginning to remember.
Gee, you were getting awful, brooding about those two on the boat. You said only I could keep it off your mind. And you kept begging me to stick to you, and, well, I got the dumb idea that you really needed me. So when you asked me to marry you, it sounded swell. And when we got here, you fell asleep crying in my arms. Well, I guess all I can say is I'm sorry.
Well, you probably kept me out of the river last night. Not that it makes much difference.
Well, you don't have to talk like that. This'll all be washed up in a few weeks. You'll have forgotten her, and me, too. I won't bother you. You better go back to New York where your friends can look after you.
You go if you like. I'll be quite comfortable here.
Oh, I get it. You want to stay here alone so you can carry on the way you did yesterday.
Oh, I'd be delighted to have you with me, but you'd be better off not. The day after tomorrow, you call on Mr. Howard Case, New York City Bank. He'll have something for you.
I told you I didn't want anything. This is the first time I've seen you as yourself, Mr. Sherwood, and now I can tell you. You can't take it.
I'm afraid I can't, so why bother?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Your nerves are all shot. You'd see it different. Get yourself into some kind of shape, and you'll realize you never really loved that Valentine dame.
Now, take
Why,
it easy.
Listen, you were crying on my shoulder last night, but you didn't know what you were crying about, and that's straight. Well, you didn't know what you were crying for. You'd forgotten her.
So what?
Well, keep on crying if it makes you feel better. You'll come out of it. Cry all you want to.
On your shoulder?
Sure, if you like. Oh, I'll stay with you till you get normal again.
Well, what makes you think I ever want to be normal again?
Well, you can give yourself a chance, can't you? Listen, I'll tell you what. Let's get on a bus or something and go up to the Adirondacks. Oh, gee, it'd be swell up there now. We could get a cabin somewhere. Maybe on a lake. We could cook our own meals, and I wouldn't bother you. And in a few weeks, you'd be a new man.
Then what?
Well, then goodbye, same as here.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
But why not?
Well, because it isn't fair to you.
Well, don't worry about me.
Tell me honestly.
Huh?
Do you like me?
Well, I suppose I like you a little, or I wouldn't want to help you.
Well, you're my wife, remember?
Yeah. For a while, anyway. I'll stay with you while you need me, and then we quit. Friends.
All right, I'll do it. And I think it's pretty swell of you, too. And you won't regret it, Miriam.
No, I won't. I'm sure I won't.
And so ends the first act of tonight's production, The Girl from 10th Avenue, starring Loretta Young and George Brent. Before they return in the second act, we would like to bring you, in our brief intermission, a few excerpts from a unique kind of diary, a musical diary kept by a young lady named Jean, who is in love with a young man named Bill Brown. The diary opens with Jean tired at the end of a long day at the office.
It's almost time to go home. I'm tired, but I don't want to go to bed. I've been typing, filing, slaving all day long, and I'm really just about dead. But Bill is coming up tonight. Lucky I know what to do. A Lux toilet soap bath will set me right, make me feel as good as new.
An hour or so has elapsed, and Jean sings another song as she dresses after her bath, getting ready to go out with Bill.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, it sure is good to know you're fresh and sweet from head to toe. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. With Lux, it's just a snap. My Lux soap bath beats a beauty nap. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Jean is singing the last song after she's returned from her date with Bill and is getting ready to go to bed.
I clean my face so thoroughly. No cosmetic skin for me. I use Lux toilet soap and then put out the lights and go to sleep. Active lather always scores. No danger then of choking pores. I use Lux toilet soap and then put out the lights and go to sleep. Bill asked me to be Mrs. Brown. He said he thought I was perfection. I laughed but did not turn him down. I owe my thanks to my complexion, so Mrs. Brown will also be careful of her skin, and she will use Lux toilet soap and then put out the lights and go to sleep.
Well, you've all guessed by this time that Jean is one of those clever girls who follow the lead of 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. These smart girls use Lux toilet soap to protect their complexion, to guard against the choked pores that cause dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores, cosmetic skin. They use this fine complexion soap as a bath soap, too, because its active lather ensures daintiness, leaves skin really fresh, delicately fragrant. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Girl from 10th Avenue, starring Loretta Young and George Brent, with Beulah Bundy and Mona Barry. Two months have passed, and under Miriam's watchful eye, Jeffrey has settled down to a normal existence. And yet there's been no mention of divorce. And for The Girl from 10th Avenue, the days rush by in waves of hope and happiness. In their modest apartment in lower New York, Jeffrey is working late at his desk. The door opens and Miriam enters quietly.
Jeff.
Oh, come in.
Jeff, I didn't want to disturb you, but there's somebody here to see you.
Who?
2 friends of yours. I think they said Tony and Hugh. They've been looking for you.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting them to show up. Why didn't you tell them I wasn't here?
Well, what good would that have done? You can't go on hiding from your friends forever. The only way is to go out and meet him and keep quiet about me. I don't care what they think.
But I do, Miriam. For your sake as well as my own.
Well, you better talk it over with them anyway. I'll go downstairs and return some books I borrowed from Mrs. Martin.
All right.
You can call me up when they've gone.
Come in.
Good evening, Mrs. Martin.
Well, hello, darling.
Mrs. Martin, I was wondering, can I visit with you while Jeffrey sees his friend?
May you?
Oh,
of course you may.
That's right, may I? I always forget.
Sit down, Miriam.
Thanks. Oh, and I brought the check for the rent, too.
Oh, there wasn't any hurry about that.
And here's some books you lent me. Gee, they were swell.
Swell?
Oh, I mean splendid.
That's better, dear. Much better.
Ah, you are sweet, Mrs. Martin. Lending me books and watching my speech for me. Gee, it can't be much fun for you.
Oh, I'll have my fun, all right. I'll have it the day that husband of yours wakes up and realizes that he can take you anywhere without diluting that blue blood of his.
I guess that'll be never.
It'll be sooner than you think. You're very pretty, Miriam, and you can wear clothes. That's one thing I learned in the theater, clothes. I'll never forget that little third act ensemble I wore in the last show. It was a green, or was it blue? Well, anyway, it had a little, Miriam, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
What's the matter?
Oh, I was just thinking. Here I am, 10th Avenue, trying to learn how to be Park. I wonder if you can do it. I wonder if anyone can learn how to be a lady.
Of course you can, dear. If you think it's important enough.
Oh, it is. It's very important to be like him, like his friends up there now. And I wonder what they're saying.
I wouldn't worry about that, my
Got me on my feet, and, well, here I am. That's the whole fantastic story.
Oh, it's fantastic, all right. So what happens now?
Oh, I suppose we'll go on as we are for a while.
Falling for her?
Oh, my falling days are over. But she's amusing. She keeps my feet on the ground. I suppose I'd be under the daisies by now if it weren't for her.
Gratitude.
Maybe. But I want to keep her happy while I can.
Oh, it's only a matter of time, and you'll be sick of the sight of her.
Then she let me go without making any trouble. Of course, I'll see that she never wants for anything.
That's very touching. Oh, Jeff, why don't you use your head? You can't lead this kind of a life indefinitely, avoiding your friends, giving up everything that ever meant a darn to you. By the way, what about the firm? Do they know? They'd be enchanted with this setup.
Especially as my chief drag with them was my social connections. Well, I've resigned.
No.
My last act of bravado before I became a good citizen.
Resigned. Well, why not? What's a little thing like a future?
Oh, I'm in oil right now.
Uh-huh.
I'm the New York representative for a couple of new gushers. A substantial bunch of money seems to be imminent, And just to prove to you boys that I'm not avoiding you, you'll find my office address on this card.
Thanks. I imagine this might interest Valentine.
I doubt it.
I suppose you know she's back from Europe.
No, I didn't.
Well, she rings up every day to ask if you've been heard from.
Why?
Anxious, I suppose.
Oh, is she? Well, maybe you better relieve her mind. You can get those letters off this afternoon, Miss Mansfield.
Yes, sir.
Well, Miriam, you won't step out to lunch with me?
Nope. I think a man's business hours should be his business hours, and his wife shouldn't butt in. Intrude.
Yes, I know, but when she brings his rubbers downtown because it looks like rain, I think she rates her lunch.
Do you really?
Mm-hmm.
All right, where shall we go? The Waldorf or the Ritz?
Well, I haven't got much time, Miriam. All right. Take you up on that.
Oh, don't worry, Jeff. I was only kidding. Make it Belmont Park some Saturday, huh? And watch me knock 'em over.
All right. Next Saturday. Today.
Just watch me strut across that lawn. Well, who was that ravishing brunette with Sherwood? Well, I never saw her before, but I do admire him as taste in women. Oh, rather.
Yes, Miss Mansfield.
Mrs. Marlin to see you, sir.
Mrs. Oh. I'll see her in just a moment.
Yes, sir. I read in the paper where she got back from Europe. Well, I'll be going.
Oh, that's not necessary.
Why, she's here to see you. You don't want to put me on exhibition.
Ah, Miriam, don't talk like that.
I didn't mean to crack. I just meant if I'm not here, it'll be more comfortable all around. I'll go out through the other office. Goodbye, Jim. Yes, Mr. Sherwood?
Show Mrs. Marland in.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Valentine.
How are you, Jeff? Surprised to see me?
Yes.
Well, I knew we were bound to meet somewhere, sooner or later. I thought it best to do it this way.
I don't see why we're bound to meet.
Well, we have so many mutual friends.
I never see them now.
Did you drop them all?
Most of them, completely.
Oh, I'm sorry. They were so fond of you. I heard of your marriage. Is that why you dropped us?
Not altogether, although my wife isn't a society girl.
No, so I heard. But there's no reason why you shouldn't see us. It's a pity to lose one's friends.
Valentine, I wish you hadn't come here. It's no satisfaction to either of us to meet like this.
You're very practical.
Well, so are you when you married Marland.
You're bitter, aren't you, Jeff? I don't suppose it would do any good to tell you I've been unhappy, too. I made a mistake, Jeff. A horrible mistake.
Oh, do you want my sympathy?
No, I want your friendship. Is that so much to ask after what we were to each other?
Oh, I can't help you. You've gone out of my world. You're Marland's wife now. And after what we've been to each other, I'm certainly not going to sink to being your confidant. I wish you hadn't come here.
Well, you've told me that already, Jeffrey. Well, it's time I was getting home anyway. Goodbye, Jeff. And if ever you think you could forgive me, you know where to find me, Jeff.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood there, please?
This is Mrs. Sherwood speaking.
Mrs. Sherwood, this is John Marland. I'd like very much to have a talk with you. It's rather important.
Why, yes, of course.
Will you meet me at the Municipal Art Galleries this afternoon at 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock? Yes, I'll be there, Mr. Marland. Sorry, Mr. Marland. I didn't know that you and your wife were separated. But I don't see
We've
how
been
that
living apart for a month. That's why I wanted to see you.
Oh. Well, Jeffrey has nothing to do with it, if that's what you're getting at. Not a thing.
Not deliberately, no. But indirectly, yes.
How do you get that way?
Mrs. Sherwood, I'm not looked upon as particularly brilliant, but I happen to know that Valentine is after your husband.
Now, listen, Mr. Marland. Nothing gets by me. I know Jeff's only seen her once since you married her. She came to his office once about 3 months ago. Now, I don't know what Jeff told her, but I can guess. Because she's never come back.
You don't know Valentine. Jeffrey's quick recovery was a harsh disappointment.
And he means to stay recovered. Why, what do you suppose he stays away from all the places that he and she used to go to for? On account of me? Don't be silly. I begged him to go without me. But he won't. It's so he won't meet her. Oh, he's on to her, all right.
Is he?
Yes.
Do you ever read the scandal column, Mrs. Sherwood?
Well, sure, sometimes.
Well, you must have missed this. Read it, please.
Why is a certain young social registrant who belongs to America's swankiest country clubs playing around the municipal golf links, and with whom?
Your husband has taken to playing on the municipal links, hasn't he?
Well, if Jeff had met her, he He'd have told me.
She's only been at it for a week. Give her time. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. It's entirely up to you, Mrs. Sherwood.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd let her have him if I thought he'd be happy.
He wouldn't be, any more than I've been. But somehow I can't bear the thought of losing her.
I know how it is.
Well, good luck.
Thanks. Want some more coffee, Jeff?
No, thanks. You're very quiet this evening. Tired?
Yeah, a little. You haven't said much yourself. Did you play golf today?
Yes.
Oh.
What did you do?
Oh, I went to see an art exhibition.
My, you're getting to be quite a highbrow, aren't you?
Yes. Jeff.
Yeah?
Did you know that Valentine and John Marlin have separated?
Why, yes, I did hear something about it.
You've been seeing her, haven't you, Jeff?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I happened to run into her on the golf course the other day. She told me all about herself and Marlin.
Oh.
It's almost out of her mind. You know, she had to talk to someone.
Yeah, and you were that someone.
Well, why not? After all, I'm one of Valentine's oldest friends.
Well, she certainly treated you like one.
Now, look here, let's not get onto a dangerous subject.
Oh, you're right. Your friends are none of my business. But when it comes to that woman, I can't take it.
Now, listen, Miriam, you and I might as well understand each other right now.
Yeah?
I'm going to call on Valentine tonight. She's pretty much alone in this row with Marlin. She's asked me for advice, and, well, the least I can do is give her what little help I can.
But her husband loves her, Jeff.
Perhaps.
Do you?
Now, Miriam, up until now, we've kept away from this subject very nicely.
But she's no good. She's a heel. Why, what did she do to you? She left you in the gutter, and because I picked you up and made a man out of you, she can't bear to keep her hands off of you. Why, she's nothing but a dirty...
Good night, Miriam.
Jeff, wait a minute. Jeff, come back, please.
Yes, Miriam?
Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry. Really, I am.
It's all right, Miriam.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hello? Hello, is this Mrs. Marlin's house?
Yes, this is the Marlin residence.
Well, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Marlin, please.
Who is calling, please?
This is Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood.
One moment, please.
Hello, dear.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Martin. I'm calling that woman. She'd been trying to see Jeff.
My dear, you...
Hello?
Wait a minute. Yes?
I'm sorry, madam, but Mrs. Marlin can't talk to you.
Oh, I get it. You mean she won't, huh? All right, then you can tell her this for me, that if she doesn't...
Give me that phone. You mustn't do that, Miriam. She'd only tell Jeff you were annoying her.
Oh, I'll annoy her, all right. I'm going out to her house, and I'm going to see her.
You'll never get any place that way, Miriam.
But she's running after Jeff. He'd have kept out of her way, and now she's running after him. But I'll stop that, Mrs. Marlin, if it kills me.
If you let yourself go haywire now, Miriam, you'll spoil everything.
I can't help it. I'm nearly crazy. Jeff's going to see her. She asked him to.
Very well. You want to frighten her off, but you can't do it, making a scene outside of her house. And that's just as far as you'd get.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. She'd love to throw it up to Jeff that he married a gutter snipe. All right, I'm learning. I've learned a lot, thanks to you. I can walk into the Waldorf and conduct myself like a lady just as good as she can. The Waldorf? Yeah, and why not? I'll give that dame a shock. Did you see tonight's papers? Oh, this is good. Wait a minute.
What are you up
Well,
to?
wait till I find something. I saw it a while ago. She's giving a luncheon at the Waldorf for about 10 of her lady friends. Some swell club or something. Here it is. And it's tomorrow.
Miriam, you won't make a scene there, I hope.
Scene? Nothing. Why, I'm going in there and get a table right next to hers. And I'm going to have a bellhop paging Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood until it makes her ears ache. And maybe when she gets an eyeful of Mrs. Geoffrey Sherwood, she'll come to realize I'll show up better in a divorce scandal than she expects. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Martin, when she and her friends are good and interested, I might go over and introduce myself.
Oh, good heavens.
You better come along, darling, and see the show.
Oh, my dear, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Loretta Young, George Brent, and our all-star cast have concluded the second act of The Girl from 10th Avenue. They presently return in Act 3. Our play presents a conflict between two social classes. A girl of humble circumstances suddenly thrust into the realm of fashionable society. Just as first impressions are vitally important in our play tonight, so are they important in real life. For both business and social success depend to a large extent on good first impressions. Impressions which correct manners often make, or their absence mar. And so, as special guest, we bring you the country's most famous authority on manners and etiquette. A woman who appreciates not only the little niceties, but who realizes that true breeding means more on to the kind of human being you really are than upon any of the rules of good social behavior. And that perhaps explains why Emily Post is such a great personality. For a quarter of a century, one of Manhattan's charming hostesses, she's also a prolific author. Her books are used not only in thousands of homes and offices, but also in the movies, as handbooks of correct usage and as the last arbiter in matters of deportment. And so, speaking to you from New York City, as the guest of the Lux Radio Theater, Mrs. Emily Post.
The play tonight has been most interesting so far because the girl Miriam, although she's very crude, has qualities that really count. The ordinary girl in her place would be thinking of surface appearance only. Her thoughts would be centered on herself. All the time she'd be thinking, how do I look? What impression am I making? This type of person is defeated at the beginning. But behind Geoffrey's drinking, his weakness of character, Miriam has little by little become aware of the fineness that is another side of him, a fineness she's never hitherto encountered. And through this gradual discovery of quality in him, she's now conscious of her own shortcomings. Her deepening love for him is impelling her not only to make him the man he's capable of being, but into her own heart comes a longing to bridge the wide difference between her own lack of social advantages and those which have always been his. The question is, can she do this? I'm very anxious to hear the rest of the play to see how the problem is solved, because in generations past, a girl in such a situation in real life would have found herself facing an absolutely insurmountable barrier. But today, it's what you are, what you yourself have done, and all the greater credit to you who have gone far by your own effort. In the play, Miriam has made an almost superhuman effort to understand the mind and heart and point of view of this man she loves. And every effort she puts forth can be likened to a shoot sent upward by a growing plant whose roots at the same time go down deeper and deeper into the earth. If she were content to learn a smattering of the merely surface rules of etiquette, but to feel nothing of the motives beneath them, if she were thinking only of outward appearance, she would never be able to achieve success or the awareness of true value, which is always a hallmark of a person of quality.
Well, Mrs. Post, that is very encouraging indeed. But I wonder if you would give us just a few details of the most common faults in etiquette.
If you mean rudeness, there are two. The great American rudeness is the discourtesy of the hostess who serves herself first. After all, the dish of honor has been prepared for the guest of honor and not for the hostess to gouge a hole out of it herself. And the little American rudeness is putting Mrs. before your signature at the end of a letter. This is the same as saying, my social position is higher than yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Post.
Thank you. I've loved being on this program. You know, I always listen to it. And you know, Mr. DeMille, Lux has been in daily use in my own house for many, many years.
We're grateful, Mrs. Post, for your contributions to more gracious living. We're back now in Hollywood and about to hear Loretta Young, George Brent, Beulah Bondi, and Mona Barry in The Girl from 10th Avenue. It's the following afternoon, Determined to show herself off to Valentine Marland, Miriam has ordered a table in the Waldorf dining room. A table just across the aisle from Valentine's luncheon party. The girl from 10th Avenue is very much the lady as she makes her entrance with Mrs. Martin.
Two, madame.
Yes, two, please. We've ordered a table. Mrs. Jeffrey Sherwood is the name.
Yes, madame. This way, please.
Head way up, darling, and walk slowly.
How's this?
Splendid.
Hey, there she is.
Don't nudge, darling. Where?
There. Right over there near the palm. See her? She's the one with the awful hat.
Yes, I see her.
Oh, I guess this is a table you ordered, huh? But it's behind her. I ought to be facing her.
All the better. Tell the waiter it won't do. Oh. And be sure she hears you. Raise your voice, but just enough. And watch your grammar.
A couple of them are looking at us now.
What an entrance. Halfway across the room.
Why, Mrs. Martin, there's a man who wants to bow to you.
Where? Oh, just a Belmont tout. Ritz him.
Right here, madame.
Go ahead, darling.
Here? You mean this is the table?
Yes, madame.
Oh, but I've no intention of sitting behind this pillar. I said I wanted a very good table.
But, madame,
I telephoned this morning. Mrs. Jeffrey Sherwood.
Sorry, Mrs. Sherwood. Perhaps if I could move the table.
Yes, do, please, by all means. Put it on the other side of this party. There seems to be room.
At once, madame. Emile, Jack, move the table for Mrs. Sherwood.
Thank you very much.
Not at all, Mrs. Sherwood. There. Will you be seated? Emile, a menu.
Any luck yet?
I don't know. She glanced over here once. Oh, she's looking now. Quick. Wave at someone across the room.
Hello?
Oh.
What's the matter?
Miriam.
What?
Oh, you would pick an acquitted murderess.
Oh,
well, dear. Never mind. Just make conversation and get your name into it.
Yeah. Well, don't worry about that.
Well, here we go.
Oh, it was very amusing, Mrs. Martin.
Was it, my dear?
Yes, you see, we met on 5th Avenue just the other day, and he said to me, "Why, Mrs. Sherwood, how do you do?"
Oh, my dear, then he knew you were married.
Well, of course, darling. Why else would he have called me Mrs. Sherwood?
She got it that time.
Valentine?
Yes, she's looking over this way.
Yeah, I see her. And now that I'm getting a good look at her, she's not so hot.
Oh, mind your expressions, darling. We'll just sit here quietly and give her a very bad half hour.
She's impressed, all right. She knows now she's not taking on any tramp.
Oh, darling, you're under a terrific strain, so do confine yourself solely to pantomime.
I'd love to sock her on that stuck-up nose of hers. Look at her giving me the dagger eye. What a washout that one is.
Stop glaring at her like that.
I can't help it when I think of Jeff going to see her.
You're to frighten her off by appearing superior to it all. Isn't that the idea?
Well, I'm not feeling like that.
Well, you must feel it to look it. You must submerge yourself in the part. Now, remember, you're a lady well-bred and refined.
Yes, I'll remember. And since I've listened to those dames chatter, I think I can mix in all right.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Listen, I can crack back at anything she could say to me. I'm going over and introduce myself.
Oh, Miriam, for heaven's sake, don't make a scene.
Now, listen, I can be just as Park Avenue as the rest of them.
Well, my husband has dieted and exercised until it's pathetic, but it hasn't made the slightest effect, so of course it must be glandular.
How do you do, Mrs. Marland?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I don't think we've met.
No, we haven't. I'm introducing myself. I'm Mrs. Jeffrey Sherwood.
Oh, are you really?
I thought since you and Jeff were such good friends, we ought to know each other.
Indeed?
Yes.
Well, perhaps you are not aware this is a private party, Mrs. Sherwood.
I think it's delightful. Waiter, bring me a chair, will you?
Will you go away, please?
Here you are, madam.
Thank you.
This is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard
If you'd
of.
talked to me on the phone last night, I wouldn't have come here. But I'm curious to know what you want of my husband after you threw him in the gutter for a richer man. Would you mind telling me?
Well, I'll have to go, I'm afraid.
If you do, my dear, I'll put this grapefruit smack in your face.
Oh.
You know, I'm awfully sorry I had to say that to you, but you're not sport enough to talk to me, and so I've got to make you. You know, when you got through with Jeff, he was ready to jump in the river. You'd probably have felt flattered if he had. Well, I put him on his feet again. Now, is there any reason why you can't leave him alone?
Perhaps he feels he belongs amongst his own kind of people, my dear.
When Jeff feels that way, he can go, and he knows it. But I don't intend to have him stolen from me, and especially by you.
You haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, I have. He wouldn't have gone near you of his own accord. You looked him up. And then you played on his sympathy.
Why, you miserable little street
You need
gamin.
his help, do you? Because that good-natured husband of yours whose money you're spending abuses you?
Why, you horrid little blackmailing...
You wouldn't like to throw a grapefruit, would you? You miss me, darling. You know, sometimes I do that, but I have a much better aim. Good afternoon, ladies.
Read all about it. Paper, society, women, and battle.
Mrs. Valentine Marlin stages free for all at the Waldorf. Paper.
Society woman hoils the grapefruit. She hoils the grapefruit. Here you are,
Oh, hello, Jeff.
Hello. I suppose you've seen the paper.
Why, yes, I have.
Society women hurled grapefruit on the Waldorf grill. Very nice.
She made an awful fool of herself. But I'm sorry it had to get in the papers.
Yeah. It's too bad you had to do it, Miriam.
Me? Say, I didn't throw that grapefruit.
Well, does it make any difference?
What do you mean, does it make any difference?
Well, you went there to make a scene, didn't you?
I went there to ask her to leave my husband alone.
Well, you certainly picked a fine place.
Oh, I suppose I had no right in the Waldorf. Well, I want you to know that I conducted myself just as proper as anybody there. Why, look at that headline. Society Women Battle, and that includes me. They took me for a society woman, too. Say, she's the one that made a fool of herself. You can ask Mrs. Martin. I never even once raised my voice, and I... Oh, I suppose you've been talking it over with her.
Yes, I have.
Well, aren't you going to hear my side of it? I think you ought to before you get sore.
I'm not sore, Miriam. I've thought this thing over very carefully.
Yeah, with her.
Well, I can't see that matters.
You talked me over with her as if I was some sort of a freak in a sideshow. Well, how about talking her over with me? I might give you a few tips, too. No, but I'm in the wrong class, even if I don't sling grapefruit at people in public. Do you think that's fair, Jeff? Why don't you hear my side of it?
I do, Miriam. I'm not blaming you for what happened this afternoon.
I only wanted to ask her to leave you alone. Because I love you so much, and you are mine in a way.
I'm trying to tell you that I blame myself for everything. I did a very cruel thing in never letting you come into this bargain. My mind was numb, or I would have sent you away that morning.
Yeah, and finished up in the morgue.
To save hurting you like this, I wish I had.
Oh. So you're through with me, huh?
Oh, don't put it that way. We both knew it had to come sometime.
I guess I forgot.
Miriam, there's no other way out for either of us. We're too far apart in every way.
You let me go on loving you more and more.
Yes, I know. I couldn't bring myself to hurt you. I have a very deep affection for you, and I always will have. But 6 months or a year from now, you'll realize that this is the thing to do. Of course, you'll always be provided for, but even with that, I know that I can never repay you. I'm terribly sorry. I'm going over to the club for the time being.
Oh, you'll move out to the club like the perfect gentleman. Well, why don't you throw me out tonight? Out in the street where you pick me up.
Miriam, please.
No, your kind don't do it that way. Your kind ditch your women with dignity, don't you? You leave her the apartment with a check on the dresser, move out to the club.
Now, Miriam.
Well, you're not going to walk out of me. I'm going to spoil your act.
Now, listen, will you?
No, I won't listen. That's all I've done since I met you is listen to your hooey. And now I ate it up, and for what? So maybe I get to be taken out to the Waldorf for lunch. To make myself fit with a cut-rate gigolo like you. And that's what you are at heart, a gigolo. You don't take money from women, but you take something better. Something you haven't got, and that's nerve. Why, you can't even stand on your own feet. The minute a woman steps out from under you, you flop in the mud, and you lay there till another woman comes along and picks you up. And that's what I did. I guess I was lonely and I wanted a little love. I thought you wanted love, too. But you don't know what that means. And now that you're the big, strong, stuffed shirt again, the vulgar little fool who helped you out might cramp your style. He's embarrassed at the way she holds her fork, and so he's taking his topper and his dress suit and he's moving out of the club. Well, get this. You're not working out on me. No heel in the world can do that because I'm working out on you.
Miriam!
Well, I don't know, Mr. Sherwood. Right now, she's packing her grip. Well, I'll ask her. It's Jeffrey on the phone. He's at the club. He wants to speak to you.
No.
You really ought to. You know, it's only fair.
I said no. I don't want to talk with him.
All right, you little idiot. Hello, Mr. Sherwood. She won't talk to you. Reason? Well, I've reasoned with her till I'm blue in the face, but it's no use. Personally, Mr. Sherwood, I think you spoke your little piece at the wrong time. Good night. Poor boy. He sounded as if he might be drinking.
Yeah? Well, she could nurse him out of it this time.
on grapefruit juice. Well, for heaven's sake, Geoffrey, sit down. Pull your chin up, darling. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I've been trying to reach her all night. She won't even speak to me.
Well, I think that settles the whole thing beautifully, don't you? As a matter of fact, I don't see what you have to speak to her about anyway. What did you want to speak to her about?
What? Oh, well, I don't know. I just want to speak to her, that's all. After all, I do owe her something, you know.
Do you? Well, pay her off, darling, and consider yourself well out of it.
I'm sorry, Valentine, but it's not quite as casual as that. We're married. Maybe you don't think that's very important.
Well, you needn't raise your voice, Geoffrey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, darling, what's the matter with us? Why are you letting this thing annoy us? Come here. We're going to be happy, Geoffrey. After all this mix-up, things are going to straighten out at last. She'll get a divorce, and John's going to give me one. He's coming here this evening.
He's, what for?
Well, talk things over. We have to make a few arrangements.
Well, did you tell him I was going to be here?
Of course not. Why should I?
Well, you knew I was going to be here.
Oh, darling, don't be so naive. Poor John, you know, I feel rather sorry for him. But it's rather amusing as a situation, I mean.
Yeah, well, Valentine, I don't like this.
Why not?
Well, because it isn't fair to your husband. John Marlin's in love with you, whether you like it or not. I don't see any reason for rubbing his nose in the dust.
Well, I think I know how to handle my affairs, Geoffrey.
Well, that still doesn't justify the...
I'm not in love with my husband. We're making plans to separate. It's no different from what you're doing, from that street gammon.
It's all the difference in the world. And don't call her a street gammon.
Are you defending her?
Yes, I am.
You sound as if you're in love with her.
Well, I am.
What?
Well, I said it, didn't I? I mean, you heard me, didn't you? And, I didn't know it. Well, I am in love with her.
Oh, all right, then. Go back to her, and I hope she throws you out again.
Well, thanks. I'm getting used to it by now.
Oh. Oh, sorry, Sherwood.
Hello, Marlin. Are you in love with your wife?
Why, yes.
Sorry, old man. Goodbye.
Valentine, what?
Oh,
what
John.
Did he... Valentine, look at me.
Oh, John, darling.
Who's out there? Who is it?
Shh. It's I, Mrs. Martin. I'm out here in the hall.
Why, Mr. Sherwood, what in the world are you doing sitting on the floor? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Wouldn't you know about that?
Oh, sure. I know it. I was just waiting for Marion to open the door to get the milk. Then I'm going to force my way in.
Well, you're too late. She spent last night at a hotel. She's catching the morning train for Reno.
Reno? She can.
Great Lakes Limited, leaving on track 4. Great Lakes Limited.
Here you are, miss. On to Chicago and straight through to Reno.
Thank you.
You better hurry, miss.
Great Lakes
Here, quick, give me a ticket.
Yes, sir. Where to?
Chicago, Reno, Great Lakes Limited.
Sorry, sir, but you're too late. The gate's just closed.
It's what?
Take the next train, sir?
Yeah. No, forget it.
The Albany Special, leaving on track 6.
There your grip, miss?
Yes, Hotel Reno, please. And where can I send a wire?
Right over there, miss.
I want to send a wire, please.
Yes, ma'am?
It's going to Mrs. Henry J. Martin, 411 West 8th Street, New York. Arrive Reno. We'll write tonight. Have you seen Jeff?
Yes, and he's looking splendid.
Why, Geoffrey.
Hello, Miriam.
Well, how did you get here?
I flew. I've been waiting for you.
Well, what for?
Oh, just to say hello.
Well, hello, now goodbye.
Yeah, well, I've got a lot more than that to say. I've got so much to say it'll take the whole trip back.
But I'm not going back.
Oh, now, Miriam, look, you can't do this to me. I need you, Miriam.
But you've got Valentine now, Jeff, and I...
Yeah, but I hadn't.
Oh, I suppose she threw you over, huh?
Huh? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, she walked out on me again. Gone back to her husband. Oh, it's awful. I don't know which way to turn, Miriam. It's awful.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Jeff.
Yeah, now, you know, you helped me once.
Yeah.
You've got to help me again, or I'll go right into the gutter if you don't. Now, say you'll help me.
Oh, yes, I'll help you. Oh, darling, you're such a terrible liar, but I'll help you.
Oh, Miriam. Oh, darling.
We say goodbye to the girl from 10th Avenue and raise our curtain once again to bring back Loretta Young and George Brent as themselves. Both our stars left studio sound stages to be with us this week. Miss Young is playing the Empress Eugenie in Suez for 20th Century Fox, and Mr. Brent is starring in Racket Busters for Warner Brothers. Come to think of it, Loretta, isn't Suez your first historical costume picture since the Crusades?
Yes, I believe it is. And your mention of the Crusades brings back that episode you touched on earlier tonight when I held up your picture for several weeks. If you remember, all I said, or rather all you said when I finally arrived was, I don't know whether to kiss you or kill you. Have you made up your mind yet?
You're still very much alive, Loretta. And as for the other threat, well, it might be kind of rough for you, my lady.
Oh, I see you still remember that famous line from the Crusades.
Well, what's so famous about that?
In the picture, Loretta was keeping a midnight vigil on a battlefield when a sentry put his cloak around her, saying, "It's kind of rough for you, my lady."
He was probably right.
Well, his intentions were. But kinda hardly fitted the 12th century. We didn't mind it so much in America, but when we showed the film in England, that speech brought such a laugh we had to cut it out. They tell me the English have adopted the phrase as a slang expression. And rapidly switching the subject, George, tell us, how are you and the airplanes doing these days?
Well, we've practically severed relations, Mr. DeMille. I haven't done any flying in months. Seems the studio would much prefer to see Brent on the ground. But I'm glad you brought up the topic because it gives me a chance to say a word on behalf of Airmail Week.
Go ahead. A word very appropriate, George, right now.
Well, yesterday was the 20th anniversary of the first airmail route in the world. It ran between New York, Philadelphia, and Washington. And during the next 5 days, the country is observing National Airmail Week. And so for the Post Office Department, I'm glad to remind all our listeners that the remarkable developments in the airmail service today place the whole country in what might be called one postal neighborhood. Now, for 3 cents more, the 3,000 miles across the continent are reduced to almost a local route. And I think that's a pretty remarkable achievement. And we can't say too much for the men who made it possible.
And while we're in the boosting mood, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say something about another national institution, Lux Soap. It's a grand complexion care and one that I use every day when I'm at the studio and at home. There's nothing finer, in my opinion, for a fresh, smooth complexion. I've enjoyed being here tonight tremendously. And to you, Mr. DeMille, and all of our listeners, my thanks and good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night, Loretta. Good night. We steer our course next Monday night toward the rising sun, to Singapore, that distant island lying off the tip of the Malay Peninsula. Against this exotic background, in a land of steaming jungle and riotous color, our play is set. Backed by a distinguished record on stage and screen, its title is The Letter. Its author, W. Somerset Maugham. And starring in The Letter, making her first appearance since her return from England, you'll hear that beautiful and brilliant actress, Merle Oberon. And co-starred Walter Brennan, Ralph Forbes, and Nigel Bruce. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon, Walter Houston, Ralph Forbes, and Nigel Bruce in The Letter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new Jane Withers film, Rascals. Heard during tonight's performance was Hi Ho from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon with Donald Crisp and Lynn Carver. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play gave the language a new word for an old dream. The word is Shangri-La, the name of the beautiful far country in James Hilton's novel, Lost Horizon. And the dream is man's eternal vision of a land completely civilized, peaceful, and free. High in the rugged mountains of Tibet lies Shangri-La, a world apart from war and rumors of war. Whole centuries ahead of its time. But even the best of all possible worlds must have people, and people will always be human. That's what makes Mr. Hilton's magnificent adventure tale a fine human drama, and the story of a very human love, too. If you saw Lost Horizon on the screen, you wouldn't picture anyone else but Ronald Colman in the starring role, and neither could we. I still have the many fine letters you wrote about his performance here last year in Libel. And I believe this play will inspire you even more. With Ronald Colman, you'll hear Donald Crisp and Lynn Carver as two of the people that are part of the strange story of Shangri-La. And Lux Soap, by the way, will be perfectly at home with Mr. Hilton's globe-trotting play tonight. Right next to the distant mountains where our story takes place is Turkestan, a wild, forbidding, sparsely inhabited country. Just the other night, Mrs. DeMille and I were reading a book written by an adventurous gentleman who'd traveled straight across Turkestan on horseback. Far up in the Himalaya mountains, his party stopped for the night at a native home. And following the custom of the country, he gave a present to the 3 ladies of the household. He gave them each 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Much to his astonishment, each of the women put the soap in a small bag and hung it around her neck. In that lost horizon of the hills, Lux toilet soap was much too precious to be used. It was to be treasured like some work of art. Remember that the next time you get a new cake down from the shelf. And I know you'll remember Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman as Conway, with Donald Crisp as the High Lama, Lynn Carver as Lo Tsen, and Dennis Green as Mallinson. The curtain rises on the first act. Far out on the Pacific, the steamship moves slowly through the midnight fog. Shrouded in mist, her huge hulk glides ghost-like over a glassy sea. In the lounge, almost deserted and heavy with shadows, a man is seated at the piano. His face is thin and pale. He plays very softly, absently, his eyes fixed far ahead, as if seeing into the future or trying to remember the past.
Long day ahead of us tomorrow. Don't you think you'd better turn in, old man? It's rather late. Conway, don't you hear me? Conway.
Anything you say.
Please don't stop playing, please. That last selection was quite beautiful. May I inquire the name of it?
Well, what was it, Conway? The name of that selection?
I don't know. It's something something...
There, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Rudolph Siefkin.
Siefkin, the pianist?
You know me?
I've heard you play many times. My name is Rutherford. This gentleman is Mr. Conway.
How do you do? Oh, no, don't stop. Go on, please. Thank you. Yes, superb, but I can't quite place it.
I remember now. It's by Chopin.
Chopin? No, not Chopin. Very much in his style, but definitely not Chopin.
I know it's by Chopin.
Really? But I flatter myself that I know everything of Chopin's. Everything that was ever published.
Well, this wasn't published.
So? Then how do you happen to know it?
It was taught to me a few months ago by one of Chopin's pupils.
Mr. Conway chooses to have a joke with me.
Not only a pupil, but a friend.
Mr. Conway, may I remind you of one thing? This friend of Chopin's. Do you realize that to be alive today, he would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 130 years of age?
Yes, he was with Chopin the night he died, in 1849. Rutherford, I believe I'll take a walk around the deck. Good night.
Perhaps Mr. Conway resented my intrusion.
You'll have to forgive my friend, sir. He's been quite ill.
Oh?
Yes, I'm taking him home to England. You see, he's had a very severe case of amnesia.
Oh, I am sorry.
I'd better go along with him. Excuse me, please. Conway, is that you? Well, I'm afraid you've insulted the eminent Mr. Seaking. He was quite peeved.
I suppose it sounded very absurd.
Well, a man 130 years old. It was rather hard to believe.
Yes, the more so because it's true. You don't believe me either, hmm?
I'm a writer, Conway. I'm capable of believing almost anything.
Rutherford, how did you happen to find me?
Oh, purely by accident. I was traveling from Hankow to Chungking by train. I made the acquaintance of a very charming lady, Mother Superior of some French Sisters of Charity. She told me of a case they had in the hospital at Chungking, a fever patient who'd been brought in some weeks ago. She said he seemed to be English, but spoke excellent Chinese. Naturally, I was interested. When I went to the hospital with her, I recognized you at once.
And I didn't recognize you? Hmm?
The doctor said you'd been under considerable strain.
Yes, but I do recognize you now.
You mean your memory is coming back?
For the past 2 days, I've been remembering little things. Tonight, it all came back to me. That is, all except a few days when... Rutherford, when you went to the hospital, did they mention how I had come there?
Yes. You were picked up on the road about 60 miles from Chungking.
Alone?
No, there was someone with you. A woman.
A Chinese woman?
Yes.
And what happened to her?
Why, they brought her in too, of course. But she was pretty far gone. She died that night.
Died?
Conway, I'm glad your memory has returned. But I'm sorry if already you wish it hadn't.
I don't know what I wish. I only know that... Rutherford, you said you were capable of believing almost anything. Could you believe the impossible?
Do you believe it?
It happened to me.
Go on.
I don't know just where to begin. How long is it since I've seen you?
About 1921. As I remember it, you were at Oxford.
Yes, that's right. I'd gone back there after the war. I was making a study of Oriental languages. Well, soon after that, I went into the consular service.
So I heard. You were sent to India, weren't you?
Yes, to Baskul. I was the consul there up until last May. Then there was a revolt of sorts in Baskul, and we thought it safer to evacuate the civilians to Peshawar on the northwest frontier. We had some planes for the purpose, and I myself left Baskul with 4 passengers and a pilot. With me was my vice-consul, a young fellow named Mallinson, a missionary woman, Miss Brinklow, and Henry Barnard, an American businessman. We took off from Baskul at about 3 in the afternoon and should have landed in Peshawar at about 5:30. We never arrived at our destination.
Conway? I say, Conway, you asleep?
Oh. What's the matter, Mallinson? Anything wrong?
Well, I'm not sure, but didn't you tell me that Fenner was piloting us?
Yes, isn't he?
No, the chap turned his head just now, and I'll swear it wasn't Fenner.
Well, they must have changed their minds and given us someone else.
Yes, but who is he?
My dear boy, how should I know? When we arrive in Peshawar, you can ask him all about himself.
At this rate, we won't get to Peshawar at all. The man's off his course, and we're an hour overdue at least.
What?
You've been asleep. It's after 6:30. And look down there, nothing but mountains as far as you can see.
No, I don't recognize this part of the world at all. I'd say you were right, Mallinson. The man's lost his way.
What's that, Conway? You say we were lost?
Lost? Oh, good heavens.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Brinklow. There's nothing to be upset about, I'm sure.
I'm not so sure. Flying over the mountains of India with night coming on isn't exactly my idea of a pleasant time. Where would you say we were?
I don't know, Mr. Barnard.
Well, we might ask the pilot, you know.
But if we're lost, he won't know either, will he?
Oh, I'm not yet certain that we are lost.
Still, there's nothing like finding out, is there?
All right, I'll ask him. Hey, you there, pilot, open the panel. Open up, will you? I want to speak to you.
I advise you ask no questions, please.
Oh, certainly.
Look here, we want to know where we are.
I advise that you be seated.
I will not be seated. I want to know...
Mallinson, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but there's the barrel of a revolver pointing directly at my chest. Under the circumstances, I think you'd better do as the gentleman suggests.
Thank you. It would be pity if I had to resort to force.
I don't suppose you'd care to answer, but might I ask just where we're going?
You will know that tomorrow when we arrive.
What the devil did he mean?
Do you suppose you're being kidnapped?
As good an explanation as any.
He wouldn't have dared to shoot. It was probably just bluff.
Quite, but I'd rather leave it to you to make sure.
Well, I do feel that we ought to put up some sort of a fight. We can't just give in like this.
Putting up a fight without a decent chance of winning is a poor game, and I'm not that sort of a hero.
Good for you, sir. When a man's got you by the short hairs, you may as well give in pleasantly and admit it.
But what are we going to do?
Well, since we're going to be flying all night, and since there seems to be nothing we can do at the moment, I suggest we try and get some sleep. For hours we sat in the darkness of the plain, each of us pretending to sleep. From all I could make out, we were flying northeast over a range of mountains, the Karakorams. In the moonlight, I fancied I could pick out the crest of K2, the second highest mountain in the world. Beyond lay Tibet. Then I must have fallen asleep. For how long, I don't know. Suddenly the plane lurched sharply. There was a loud rushing sound in my ears, and I realized that we were coming down. But fast, much too fast. We stumbled from the plane, the four of us, badly shaken but uninjured. We found ourselves on a snow-covered plateau surrounded by towering cliffs, and I knew we must be somewhere in Tibet, a vast, uninhabited and unexplored region, a land of frozen wastes and bitter cold. Then a strange thing happened. The wind died suddenly, and the moon swung over the edge of a precipice high above. And there, soaring into the heavens, appeared the loveliest mountain on earth. It was an almost perfect cone of snow, so radiant, so serenely poised that I wondered for a moment if it were real at all.
Conway, come here. There's something the matter with this pilot fellow. I think he's ill or something. I can't get a word out of him.
The pilot? Well, now we are in a fix.
Loosen his helmet. Ah, he's still breathing anyhow. Got a match, Barnard?
Not very many. Here we are.
I'll keep lighting them.
His pulse is pretty weak. I can hardly feel it.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Oh, possibly a heart attack brought on by the altitude. There's not very much we can do for him out here. Barnard, another match. Mallinson, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter? Well, look at us, a lot of fools striking matches over a corpse.
There was little we could do for the man. We watched his breathing grow more and more labored. Eventually, he opened his eyes and began to speak convulsively, a kind of Chinese that I didn't understand very well. Toward the end, he half lifted himself and looked toward that shiny precipice towering above us. With a great effort, he raised his hand and pointed.
Shangri-La. Shangri-La.
Then, as the early rays of the sun caught the summit of the mountain, the man died.
But what did he say? He must have told you something.
Very little, I'm afraid. Merely that we are in Tibet, which is obvious. But he did say something about a lamasery near here, along the valley. Shangri-La, he called it. He was most emphatic that we should go there.
There doesn't seem to me any reason at all why we should. What if it's a trap? Have we got any guarantee that we won't be murdered?
None at all.
Conway?
Well?
I've just been looking at that mountain. Am I seeing things, or are those men coming towards us?
They were men, a party of a dozen or more, crawling like ants across the white face of the mountain. As they drew near, we saw they carried among them a hooded chair, and in it a robed figure. An elderly, Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven. Slowly they came toward us. The Chinese gave an order.
I am from the lamasery of Shangri-La. My name is Chang. You, sir, would you be good enough to present me to your friends?
Of course. This is Miss Brinklow, Mr. Barnard, and Mr. Mallinson. My name is Conway.
How do you do? We observed from the mountain that you have had a severe accident. Your ship is beyond repair?
Yes, I'm afraid so. And anyway, our pilot is dead.
So?
As a matter of fact, we were just setting out to find your lamasery. If you could give us directions for the journey...
There is no need for that. I shall be delighted to act as your guide.
Oh, but you must have just come from there. And if it isn't very far, we could
It
easily...
is not far, but it is not easy either. I shall esteem it an honor to accompany you and your friend.
Oh, but really...
I must insist.
Well, thank you.
Our stay won't be long, and we'll pay for anything we have. And we'd like to hire some of your porters to help us on the journey back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
Are you so certain you are away from it? Bon hoy, Shangri-La. You are contemplating the mountain, Mr. Conway.
Yes. Yes, it's a beautiful sight. It has a name, I suppose.
It is called Caracal.
I don't think I ever heard of it. Is it very high?
Over 28,000 feet.
Do we have to climb it to get to your lamasery?
There is a pass at 20,000.
Can't be much further than this, can it? We've been climbing for hours.
Well, it's quite certain we can never have found the way ourselves.
Well, would we be missing much? What sort of a Hell's Kitchen are we making for? And what's our plan of action when we get there? What do we do?
Mallinson, there are times in life when the most comfortable thing is to do nothing at all. Things happen to you, and so you just let them happen.
That's a bit too philosophic for me. I'm suspicious about all this. They're getting us into a corner.
Have you anything else to suggest?
No.
Try and make the best of it.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's the matter with me. The whole world seems to have gone completely mad.
No, they don't miss it.
We seem to be at the top.
We shall rest here a moment before we descend into the valley.
Are we almost there?
The dangers of our journey are quite over. If you will look below toward the head of the valley, you can see the lamasery of Shangri-La.
Shangri-La. It was a strange and incredible sight. A group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside, like flower petals impaled upon a crag. It was superb and exquisite. The eye was carried upward from the milk-blue roofs to the gray rock looming tremendously overhead. Beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, soared Caracal. It was the most beautiful and the most terrifying mountainscape in the world. I don't remember how we arrived at the lamasery. The thin air had a dream-like texture, and with every breath, I took in a deep and aesthetizing tranquility. But I do remember a strange sensation, half mystical, half visual, of having reached at last some place that was an end, a finality.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver, will bring us Act Two of Lost Horizon.
What a beautiful bride.
Lucky man, getting a girl like that.
And how I'm lucky, marrying anyone as lovely as you. Darling, I
always want to look lovely for you, dear.
Ah, there's a bride who can count on happiness ahead. A clever young bride, typical of women everywhere who win romance and keep it by caring for their own natural loveliness. They know that complexion beauty must be cherished if skin is to stay appealingly soft and smooth. That's why they take a tip from the world's most beautiful women, Hollywood's famous stars. Know how they care for their million-dollar complexions? Hollywood's beauty care? Why, daily active lather facials with gentle white Lux toilet soap. Screen stars say this beauty facial is as simple as 1, 2, 3. They just smooth the creamy, rich Lux soap lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat gently to dry with a soft towel. That's all. But you'll find that Lux soap's active lather has removed every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics, has left skin feeling smooth, looking flower fresh. Don't let another day go by without trying this gentle beauty care. See how the rich lather of this smooth white soap caresses your skin, how beautifully fresh it makes you look and feel. Here's a tip for brides, for women everywhere who want their beauty care really to work. Begin now to use gentle Lux toilet soap regularly. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman as Conway, with Donald Crisp as the High Lama and Lynn Carver as Lo Tsen. At the rail of the ocean liner, Conway continues his story. The strange tale of a journey to a strange place, the lamasery of Shangri-La.
From the stormy cliffs of Caracal to the serene peace and quiet of Shangri-La was like a descent into another world. How long we would have to stay, we didn't know. But I can't pretend that I was worried or even annoyed. For here in this lovely place, I enjoyed a strange sensation, a pleasant mingling of physical ease and mental alertness. It seemed to me, of all sensations, the most truly civilized. At dinner, our first night there, I noticed that the food was cooked and served in Chinese fashion.
You will excuse me if I do not have my dinner with you. My diet is very restricted. I'm obliged to take care of myself.
Not at all. Of course.
If there is anything you wish, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm sure we can supply it.
You seem to be a fortunate community here, and very hospitable to strangers. I don't imagine, though, that you receive them often.
Seldom indeed. It is not a traveled part of the world.
Yes, to put it mildly. As we came up, I thought it the most isolated spot I had ever set eyes on. And yet...
Yes?
And yet you run this place as though it were a first-rate European hotel. Isn't that what you mean, Conway?
Or an American hotel, for that matter. You even have bathtubs.
Yes. We are less barbarian than you expected.
Will you tell us about the monastery, please?
It will give me the greatest pleasure, madam, so far as I am able. What exactly do you wish to know?
First of all, how many are there of you here, and what nationality do you belong to?
Those of us in full lamahood number 50. As for our racial origins, there are representatives of a great many nations, though it is perhaps natural that Tibetans and Chinese make up the majority.
I see. It's really a native monastery, then. Is your head lama a Tibetan?
No.
A Chinese?
No, madam.
Well, I'm sure he can't be English. Oh, do you have any English here?
Several.
Dear me, that seems very remarkable. And now, tell me what you all believe in.
That's rather a big question, Miss Brinklow.
Of course, I believe in the true religion. But I'm broad-minded enough to admit that other people, foreigners, I mean, are quite often sincere in their views.
If I were to put it into very few words, I should say that our prevalent belief is in moderation. We believe in the virtue of avoiding excess of all kinds. In the valley below, there are several thousand inhabitants living under the control of our order. We rule with moderate strictness, and in return we are satisfied with moderate obedience. And I think I can claim that our people are moderately sober, moderately faithful, and moderately honest.
Well, were those the valley people who arrived with you this morning?
Yes.
Well, they all seem to be excellent guides. Why can't they take us back tomorrow? We'll make it worth their while, of course.
I am sorry, but that is beyond my province. I cannot help you, sir.
You mean you won't?
Malins.
If you refuse to help us, we'll help ourselves. You have maps, I suppose?
Yes, we have many.
Well, then we'll borrow some of them, if you don't mind. How far away is the nearest telegraph line?
I do not know.
Well, where do you send to when you want anything? Anything civilized, I mean. When you had all these modern baths installed, how did they get here? Oh, you won't tell me then. It's part of the mystery, like everything else, I suppose. Conway, I must say, I think you're devilish slack. Why don't you get at the truth? I'm all in for the time being, but tomorrow, mind you, we must get away tomorrow. It's essential.
Mallinson!
Lend me a hand here. Easy, man.
Are you all right, Mallinson?
I don't know.
Tomorrow he will be much better. The air here is difficult for the stranger at first, but one soon becomes acclimatized.
Yes, I expect we're all feeling it somewhat. Barnard, look after Mallinson, will you? And I'm sure you're in need of some rest, too, Miss Brinklow.
Yes, I am. Good night.
Good night, madam.
Come on, Mallinson. Just lean your weight on me. That's the boy.
Shall I call for someone to help you?
We'll manage.
Are you retiring also, Mr. Conway?
I'd like a word with you first, if I may.
Yes?
I want to know, this morning when you found us, were you setting out on a journey?
No.
Then it was not a chance meeting. You came there deliberately to intercept us. That suggests that you must have known of our arrival beforehand. The interesting question is, how?
You are very clever, but not entirely correct. Therefore, I should counsel you not to worry your friends with these abstract discussions.
Oh, they want something more concrete. They want to know exactly how long you're going to keep us here.
There will be certain unavoidable delays.
How long?
The difficulties of the trip, securing the necessary porters.
How long, please?
You may tell your friends a few months.
But you don't guarantee it. Is that what you mean? Very well. For myself, I can't say I shall mind a great deal. It's a new and interesting experience.
In time to come, you may find it even more interesting. Good night.
Good night.
The view from here is quite delightful. Notice how the moonlight shines on Caracal.
It's beautiful. I'd been thinking it was white or silver, but it isn't. It's blue.
Caracal, in the language of our people, means blue moon.
In the days that followed at Shangri-La, I gave myself over to a rich and growing enchantment. In the petal-colored buildings which dotted the mountain, I recognized treasures of art that museums and millionaires alike would have bargained for. Paintings and sketches, exquisite ceramics, and tinted ink drawings preserved for more than 1,000 years. And then I discovered the library, lofty and spacious, with a quiet atmosphere more of wisdom than of learning. Here was housed all the great literature of the present and of centuries past, and all the scientific knowledge of the world. One morning, I stood beside a lotus pool in an open pavilion of the Lamasery. Presently, I became conscious of the music that seemed to come from an archway behind me. It was a harpsichord, and it had begun so softly that I wasn't even aware of listening. A girl was playing, a girl in Chinese dress. She had the high cheekbones and the eggshell pallor of the Manchu. Her jet black hair was drawn tightly back and braided. Her mouth was small and pink. She was like a delicately painted miniature. That was very lovely.
You are pleased, sir?
More than pleased.
Chang said it would be so.
Oh, did Chang send you here?
To play for you.
Well, that is very nice of him. My name is Hugh Conway.
They call me Lo Tsen.
Lo Tsen. Do you live below in the valley?
No, I live here.
At the Lamasery?
Yes, but as yet I have not attained the full lamahood.
You mean you are a lama?
Yes.
I'm a bit confused. I didn't realize. I thought that only men could be lamas.
They will tell you when you have been here longer that in the lamahood there are no distinctions between a man and a woman.
But you're hardly more than a child.
Shall I play for you again?
Oh, please.
Good morning.
Oh. Chang.
You are pleased with Lo Tsen?
She plays magnificently.
One of our greatest students of music. She has studied for a great many years.
But she couldn't. She's only... Chang, how old is Lo Tsen?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you.
Whole weeks, not a word yet about when we're to leave. Has Chang spoken to you, Conway?
Chang has been rather vague on the subject.
Vagueness seems to be his principal stock in trade. But I imagine he'll break down a bit before long.
Well, the prospect of being marooned here doesn't seem to worry you a great deal, Barnard.
Well, frankly, it doesn't. The outside world has certain attractions, of course, but it also has some definite disadvantages.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that from you. From Conway, I might have expected. You seem positively intrigued by the place, Conway. Or are you intrigued mainly by the little Chinese girl?
I've always been a lover of music. I enjoy her company.
Hardly an excuse, is it?
Oh, I don't know. You don't care for music, do you?
No.
And yet, if you'll forgive my saying so, you seem to enjoy her company, too.
I suppose you think that's rather clever.
No, I merely think she's rather beautiful. And I know that you're only 24.
Well, you're not very old yourself, you know.
It's true.
Speaking of age, I've been sort of puzzled about this fellow Chang. How old would you say he was, Conway?
Chang? Well, that's rather difficult. At a rough guess, I'd say, anywhere from 49 to 149.
Conway, are you awake? Conway.
What is it?
I've got to see you.
Come in.
Listen, I just found out why our friend Barnard is so willing to stay on here. He dropped his pocketbook tonight and a lot of newspaper clippings fell out.
Well?
The clippings say that he's wanted back in America for embezzlement and fraud.
When Mallinson had gone, I walked out on the terrace and stood looking across the valley of the Blue Moon. Suddenly, I became aware of a figure standing in the bright square of the pavilion.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, is that you, Chang?
I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I bring you important news.
Well?
I congratulate you, sir. And I am happy to think that I am, in some measure, responsible for the High Lama's decision.
Decision? High Lama?
It is extraordinary and unprecedented. A fortnight ago, you had not arrived. Tonight, you are to be received by him. You will follow me, please?
As I followed Chang through the Lamasery that night, I knew I was on the threshold of some great discovery. Pattering in front of me, he mounted a great spiral staircase to a door which opened noiselessly before us. Inside, the atmosphere was dry and tingling warm. The airlessness increased as we passed through the dim halls. And then at last we stopped.
The High Lama will see you alone.
Chang left me silently, and I stood breathing an atmosphere that was sultry and full of dusk. As I became accustomed to the gloom, I saw sitting before me a small and wrinkled man. He was motionless, a fading antique portrait in Chinese dress, his face thin and drawn tight over the frame of his skull. And his eyes, I felt dizzy beneath the gaze of those ancient eyes.
You are Mr. Conway?
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me and have no fear. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
I feel it a great honor to be received by you.
Thank you. I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival?
Extremely so.
I am glad. Chang tells me you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
Oh, yes, I am very much interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation.
There's nothing I would rather hear.
The history of Shangri-La begins rightly in the city of Pekin in the year 1719. For it was then that 4 friars set out on a long and perilous journey into the hinterland. They traveled southwest for many months by Lanzhou and Nokono, facing many hardships. 3 died on the way, and the 4th was not far from death when by accident he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to our Valley of the Blue Moon. There, to his joy and surprise, he found a friendly population who made haste to display what I have always regarded as our oldest tradition, that of hospitality to strangers. Quickly he recovered his health and began to preach his mission. His name was Father Perrault, and he was by birth a Luxembourger. He was something of a scholar, but he was also physically sturdy. For more than half a century he labored with his hands like any other man, tilling his own garden and learning from the inhabitants as well as teaching them. Then in the year 1789, news descended to the valley that Father Perrault was dying at last. He lay in this room, where he could see from the window the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Caracal. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. But the end was not yet. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement, and then he began to recover. He was then 108.
The ancient lama paused, his eyes closed as if the discourse had tired him. What he had told me was not beyond belief, but as he went on, I was held speechless with wonder. Father Perrault's recovery, he told me, was not in any sense temporary. No, he plunged immediately into a rigorous self-discipline which would have killed another man of that age. It was in 1803 that a wanderer found his way to the Valley of the Blue Moon, an Austrian named Henschel. The great friendship sprang up between the two, and Henschel stayed on. It was then that they had a wild and fantastic dream to preserve for all time the transient and perishable beauties of the world, to store them at Shangri-La, and keep them safe against the brutalities and ravages of war, a heritage to cherish and bequeath. Then, when the strong had devoured each other, the Christian ethic might at last be fulfilled, and the meek might inherit the earth. So, with the valley's gold, they purchased art treasures from Europe and Asia. They filled the library with the great literature of all the ages. Then, later on, it was decided to admit travelers and strangers who had lost their way.
Strangers who had lost their way. Strangers might come as freely as they wished, but with one important proviso.
And what was that?
In the years that followed, strangers did come. More than one party of explorers lost in these hills encountered messengers bearing a cordial invitation, and one that was rarely declined. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of Father Perrault and Henschel, the lamasery had begun to acquire many of its present characteristics. It was almost completed when Henschel died.
He died?
Yes. It was very sudden. He was killed in the year 1910.
1910?
Just before his death, a Chinese artist had sketched him. There is his picture on the wall behind you.
But this is the portrait of a young man. If he died in the year you said...
He did.
And he came here in 1803?
Yes.
He was killed, you said?
Yes. A traveler shot him.
What was the cause of it?
There had been a quarrel about some porters. Henschel had just told him of the important proviso that governs our reception of guests. Perhaps you are wondering, my dear Conway, what that proviso may be.
I think I can already guess. We are to stay here all of our lives.
And can you guess anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible, and yet, impossible as it may be, I know it's the truth.
What is, my son?
That you are still alive, Father Perrault.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver, will bring us Act 3 of Lost Horizon. And now here's Sally, all dressed up and looking like $1 million in a very dashing new fall hat. Well, Sally, you certainly are a good picker.
Mr. Ruick, do you really like this hat? I do, but then,
Why,
of course...
Sally, it's a honey.
Well, thank you. I bought it in such a hurry today, but I was sure it was the hat for me the moment I saw it. Well, I guess I'm just one of those people with whom first impressions count most.
Well, I think most women are like that, Sally.
Well, first impressions have always counted most with me. You know, Mr. Ruick, I still remember the first time I tried Lux toilet soap. Oh, years and years ago. That neat sort of quaint American sampler wrapper made a hit with me right away. It was so different and so nice looking. And then when I unwrapped the cake and saw how very pure white and satiny smooth it was, I just knew some way that Lux must be a real beauty soap. The kind of soap a girl wants for her skin.
You were right about that, Sally.
Of course. And then I remember what an impression it made on me when I started to use that beautiful cake of Lux toilet soap. Why, it felt as if I were actually smoothing beauty in. The lather was so creamy, so caressing. Believe me, I was absolutely reveling in luxury.
Yes, Sally, so many women speak of Lux toilet soap as a luxury soap. And yet Lux toilet soap really isn't a luxury as far as price is concerned. It costs only a few cents a cake. And for those few cents, you get a personal toilet soap that's as fine as money can buy. You know, Lux toilet soap is made of only the highest quality ingredients. That's why it's so pure and mild, gentle to precious complexions. Which is why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap for their priceless complexions. If you haven't tried it, why not get 3 cakes of this fragrant white soap tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Lost Horizon. Once again, as his friend Rutherford listens intently, Conway takes up the thread of his narrative. Dawn is breaking over the calm Pacific. Conway's voice is low, keyed to the tune of another world, the peaceful world of Shangri-La.
I learned one of the secrets of Shangri-La that night, the secret of prolonged human life. For the High Lama who sat beside me had been born in 1683. He had lived for nearly 2.5 centuries. He confirmed my suspicion that our coming was no accident. There had been no travelers to Shangri-La for 20 years. Many lamas had died. And our pilot had been sent out into the world to bring new life to the lamasery.
Yes, my son, there is death at Shangri-La. There are many of us who live no more than 100 years.
And those who do live more, when do they begin to grow old in appearance?
Cases differ. Some retain their youth for a century or more, but they must never leave the Valley of the Blue Moon.
And if one of your lamas were to leave the valley?
He would die. His years would fall on his shoulders like a great burden, and he would die very soon, an old, old man.
Lotsen.
You have seen the High Lama?
Lotsen, you must help me. When I spoke with him, I understood everything. And now...
And now, you are not sure again. That will pass.
Will it?
You will be happy, as all of us have been.
Lotsen, how did you come here? How long ago?
I was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan. We were traveling to Kashgar to meet him when my carriers lost their way in the mountains.
When did this happen?
In 1864. I was 18.
18? Well, then now you...
The missionaries of Shangri-La found us. They brought us here.
Yes, it must have been very difficult for you, your wedding journey.
I had never seen a man I was to marry. It was the custom of our land.
Then, in all these years, you have never known the meaning of love? Lotsen, is there no love at Shangri-La? Is there no room for love at Shangri-La, Lord Sen? She did not answer, but I thought I saw a faint flush rising in her ivory cheek, and my heart seemed to leap inside me. And then I was aware that someone had entered the pavilion and was standing watching us. It was Mallinson. In the next few weeks, I was summoned often by the High Lama. I learned to expect his call, and I seemed to sense when it would come. One night, I heard the valley people chanting far below. I thought it strange, for I had not heard it since we arrived. It was midnight when I stood in the presence of the High Lama.
Tell me, my son, have you been happy at Shangri-La?
Quite happy, Father Perrault.
What have you been doing?
Something very unusual. I have been learning new pieces by Chopin.
Ah, then you have met Alphonse Briac.
Oh, yes.
He was a great friend of Chopin. He was with him the night he died, in 1849.
And so he told me. It was fascinating.
My son, I know that you are content here, but I worry about your friends. Will they learn to be content also?
I'm sure that two of them will. Miss Brinklow is going to convert you.
Or we her. Does it matter? What of Mr. Barnard?
Oh, he's found a project, too. He wants to mine your gold.
For himself?
No, for you. He's discovered that you use it to bring supplies from outside.
And he wishes to help us. Splendid. And now, Mallinson.
Ah, he's going to be a problem.
Yes. I'm afraid he's going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Because, my son, I am going to die.
You are going to? Father Perrault.
Yes. We are all mortal, even here in the Valley of the Blue Moon. But I must feel at rest before I die. That is why I sent for you tonight.
You do me a great honor, Father.
I have in mind to do much more than that. I have waited for you, my son, for, a long time. My colleagues have grown old and wise, but you who are still young in years are as wise already. My son, there is a great storm gathering in the world, a black fury which will not spend itself for many years. There will be no safety in arms, no answer in science. It may rage till every flower of culture is trampled, and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. Such was my vision when Napoleon was still a name unknown. And I see it now, more clearly with each hour. Do you say I am mistaken?
No, a crash such as that came once before, and then there were the Dark Ages lasting 500 years.
The Dark Ages that will come will cover the earth like a pall. But I believe that you will live through the storm. Beyond that, my vision weakens. But I see at great distance a new world stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, hidden behind the mountains in the Valley of the Blue Moon. And you will be here to give them to the hopeful world. My son, I place in your hands the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
The High Lama stopped speaking. The glow in his eyes faded. Presently it came to me as in a dream. The High Lama was dead.
Conway! I've been waiting for you. I've got some news. I say, what's the matter, Conway? Are you ill?
Ill? No, I don't think so. Just tired.
Well, where were you all the while?
I was visiting the Highland.
Oh, him. Well, that's for the last time, anyhow.
Yes, the last time.
Pull yourself together, man. The porters are waiting for us.
Porters?
Yes, it's all arranged. We've got to start immediately.
We can't.
Oh, don't be a fool. They've even been paid. They're going to take us back to Peshawar. Miss Brinklow and Barnard are staying, so it's just you and I and...
Who's been making all these plans? Who?
Lotsen. She's with the porters now. She's waiting.
Waiting?
Yes, she's coming with us.
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
You must take my word for it. Lotsen must never leave here.
Because you want to stay. Because you're in love with her. That's it, isn't it? That's it.
Listen to
I
me.
won't. You're in love with her.
What if I am? That's why I tell you she must stay.
You've no right to say that. Oh, Conway, listen. There isn't much time. You've got to come with us. I want to go back to get away from this place. And Lotsen, too. She's young. Doesn't that count?
Lotsen is not young.
Not young? Not young.
Lotsen came to Shangri-La in 1864.
You're raving, man.
It's the truth. Her beauty is a fragile thing. It can only live where fragile things are loved. Take her away from this valley and she will fade away like an echo.
Conway, I'm not going to waste any more time. Are you coming with us or not?
Mallinson, listen to me. I tried then to tell him about the secret of Shangri-La. He looked at me as though I were mad. And as I read the disbelief in his eyes, I began to doubt myself. When he left me, I wanted to cry out to him, to wait, that I had been mad. That the thing was too incredible even for me to believe. I waited in torture all night. And then, toward dawn, Mallinson returned.
I couldn't do it. I didn't have the nerve.
Mallinson.
Well, that place where we were roped together on the cliff, do you remember? I got as far as that and I couldn't manage it. I was afraid.
Stop
afraid.
It. Stop.
Conway, you've got to go. I can't do it without you. I've depended on you. I've depended on your help in everything. You've got to help me to get out of this place.
Tell me something. Are you in love with Lotsen?
Yes. And she's in love with me.
Where is she?
Lotsen.
I'm here.
Lotsen, do you wish to leave Shangri-La?
We have tried to go. We tried to leave tonight.
You know, you understand the risk.
I love him. If he is not with me, I would die. Here.
Conway, you see, don't you?
Do you think you could manage that tricky bit with the rope if I were with you?
You mean you'll come?
Yes.
Lotsen, did you hear? He's coming. He's coming with us.
We made the descent that morning. Mallinson, the girl, and I. For weeks, we traveled toward the east. And then our porters began to desert. One by one, they disappeared. Until there were just the three of us, creeping like snails across a desert wilderness. Then, for a long while, we were only two. Mallinson had died.
Go on. There must be more, Conway. What's the rest of the story?
I don't know the rest of it. Perhaps you can help me, Rutherford.
Aye?
You found me in the hospital at Chungking. A woman had come with me.
Yes?
Did you ask? Did they tell you? Was she a young woman?
No. They said she was old. The oldest woman they had ever seen.
Ashore! Gangplank is down! Going ashore!
Conway, are you in there? The boat's docked, Conway. Conway, answer me.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you Mr. Rutherford?
Yes?
Mr. Conway asked me to deliver this note to you.
Well, where is he?
We arrived quite early, sir. He went ashore in the tender.
My dear Rutherford, when this letter reaches you, I will be gone. Thank you for everything that you have done for me.
When this letter reaches you, I will be gone. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I can never repay you. Tomorrow, I hope to find passage back to Shanghai. Somewhere beyond Lhasa, near the foothills of the Himalayas, I seem to picture in my mind a long plateau running north. It seems to me that from the end of this plateau, I can see a mountain far away rising white against the sky. I hope to find it again, for this, I think, is Karakal, and beyond is Shangri-La. and the Valley of the Blue Moon.
Curtain falls, and downstage to the footlights come Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver. Ronnie, we salute you, and the company at large for a splendid performance.
Thank you, CB, and I wish James Hilton were here so that we could thank him for giving us a story like Lost Horizon.
The most amazing thing to me is that he's made Shangri-La just as believable as Hollywood.
In some ways, a little more so.
So real that I believe some people have actually gone in search of it. The rumors of such a place keep coming from Tibet every once in a while.
I hope we haven't started anything like that tonight.
After working a year on Reap the Wild Wind, I'd like to go hunting for it myself.
Sounds like an exciting trip over Mr. Hilton's mountains by mule.
CB, I'll give you 10 minutes in Shangri-La before you start looking for camera angles.
I might surprise you, Ronnie.
And now, before we go, Mr. DeMille, I want to thank you for making my first visit to the Lux Radio Theater so pleasant. I didn't really feel like a stranger at all because I've heard the program so much, and also because I've used Lux soap for so long a time. I'd like to tell the women in the audience that it's a complexion care that's really kind to your skin. When you try Lux soap once, you know it's what you've been looking for.
Lux soap came, was seen, and it conquered, Lynn. If Julius Caesar's listening, my apologies.
He won't mind, CB, if only you tell us what next week's play is.
It's this week's hit in the screen world, Ronnie. A picture that's just been released. It's called Lydia, adapted from Alexander Korda's fine film production. The star is the same lovely actress you've seen, or surely will want to see in this picture, Merle Oberon. And with her, we'll present Alan Marshall, Edna May Oliver, and George Reeves from the screencast. Lydia is the story of a beautiful woman and the 4 men who loved her. The story's climaxed by the dramatic scene many years later when they all meet again. The picture's been hailed as an acting triumph, and we have the same stars here next Monday night.
I'm anxious to hear it, CB, because I've heard so much about the picture. Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. And may we all find Shangri-La. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Retailers for Defense Week. May I suggest that when you go shopping, you take your change in United States defense stamps. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon in Lydia with Alan Marshall, Edna May Oliver, and George Reeves. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ronald Colman is currently seen on the screen in My Life with Caroline. Donald Crisp appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Heard in tonight's play were Dennis Green as Mallinson, Cy Kendall as Chang, Dennis Hoy as Rutherford, and Jill Esmond, Dick Elliott, Charlie Lung, and Peter Leeds. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Lost Horizon has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care that 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use to help keep their complexions beautifully clear and smooth, flawless, as every woman wants her skin to be. Your announcer is Melville Ruick, and this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotten in Notorious. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With the collapse of Nazi Germany after World War II, it was commonly believed that many of Hitler's more fanatic followers escaped to the Western Hemisphere to pursue their relentless plotting for world domination. Our play tonight, while purely fictional, is a sample of how these isolated groups may operate and how they may be brought to justice. It's Alfred Hitchcock's thrilling hit, Notorious, produced by RKO, and stars its original leading lady, Ingrid Bergman, and Joseph Cotten, two of Hollywood's leading performers. Notorious might take place in any city, but actually we find ourselves in teeming and exotic Rio de Janeiro, one of the most exciting cities of the New World. I have an airmail letter from a friend of ours who made a flying visit to Rio and reports, while shopping in the fashionable Copacabana section, I purchased several exquisite examples of Brazilian lace. Imagine my surprise when I examined them to discover each piece labeled, "Wash only in Lux." Fortunately, Lux Flakes are available at almost every store in Rio. So, were we to stay here longer, I'd have little trouble following such sensible advice. Well, for that message from Rio de Janeiro, all our thanks, as we take you shortly to that colorful metropolis with Act One of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia Huberman and Joseph Cotten in the role of Devlin. It's the height of the tourist season in Miami, Florida, and the passengers of a plane from New York have hastened to their hotels, all save one, a Mr. Devlin, who has gone directly to a building owned by the United States government. There, in an obscure and private office...
And last Thursday, John Huberman, traitor, was sentenced to 20 years in the federal penitentiary.
So I heard, Prescott. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Devlin, but I didn't drag you down here to pat me on the back. Huberman has a daughter here in Miami.
Oh?
Well, she was in no way involved with her father or with any of the other Nazi agents who worked against us during the war. I believe she can be of great help to us now. That's what I want you to find out.
You've approached her?
Not yet, but we know a great deal about her. Oh, here's her photograph.
Alicia Huberman. Attractive.
Very. And something of a problem. Miss Huberman is not what our mothers would have called a nice girl. Out every night, drinks a lot, gets arrested once a week for reckless driving.
Oh.
But whatever she may be, we think she's still a good American. I've made arrangements for you to meet her tomorrow night.
Well, that should be pleasant.
Yes. Tomorrow night, Alicia Huberman is throwing a party. If it's her customary party, it'll be loud, long, and alcoholic. On Sunday, she plans to leave on a cruise with friends. I want you to find out if she'll go to work for us instead. In South America.
South America?
Yes, Rio de Janeiro. Well, here's the whole file on Miss Huberman. Look it over and then start asking questions.
You do this often, Miss Huberman? Leave your party, go for rides at 2 in the morning?
Oh, I thought you invited me to take a ride.
Didn't think you'd accept.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
don't you think I'd better drive?
No, I thought that was understood. Or do you think I'm drunk?
Oh,
huh?
no.
You know something, Mr.
Devlin.
Devlin. How'd you get to my party?
The Hopkins, remember?
No, I don't remember.
Anyway, you were saying...
Anyway, I like you. You're quite a boy, aren't you?
Oh,
huh?
terrific.
How am I doing?
80 miles an
Oh,
hour.
you can stop grinning. I don't like gentlemen who grin at me.
I was really grinning at the man in the mirror.
What mirror? What man?
A man on a motorcycle. We're being pursued.
Cops. Oh, they make me sick.
Well, I'm glad you're stopping. I think this cop wants to talk to you.
Oh, am I drunk? If I am, I go to jail. Oh, my whole family in jail. Who cares?
Having a time for yourself, aren't you?
Oh, people like you ought to be in bed.
Been drinking, huh?
Just a minute, officer.
No arguments, mister.
Here.
What do I want your license for? She was at the wheel.
This isn't a driver's license.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sure you can handle it?
I think so.
Well, you ought to know. Good night.
Night.
Oh, wait. Oh, that cop. He saluted you.
Did he?
Why, you double-crossing. You're a cop yourself.
We'll argue about that later. Right now, I'm taking you home.
Get out of my car.
Now, look.
You're not taking me anyway.
Over. I'll
get
drive.
Get your hands off me crashing
Here.
in my party. You are a federal cop, aren't you?
I
Aren't
said
you?
move over.
Get out. Leave me alone. You're trying to get something on me.
You gotta calm down.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Huberman. First time this week I've socked a lady. Morning, Alicia. Feel any better?
Oh, what do you care how I feel? You cop.
It's 8 o'clock.
Oh.
Your other guest left about 3 hours ago. Want a refill for that ice bag?
Say, what's all this about? What's your angle?
What angle?
Why did you crash my party?
Wanted to meet you.
Oh, so you could frame me?
No, got a job for you.
Don't tell me. There's only one job that you coppers would want me for, but I'm not a stool pigeon, Mr. Devlin.
My department has authorized me to offer you a job in Brazil.
Oh, go away.
Some of the German gentry whom your father once worked for are in Rio now, busy as little bees.
I'm not interested.
We're working with the Brazilian government to smoke them out. My chief thinks that the daughter of a...
Of a traitor.
Well, he thinks you could be valuable to us, and you could make up a little of your daddy's peculiarities.
Why should I?
Patriotism.
Patriotism. Waving the flag in one hand and picking pockets with the other? That's your patriotism, and you can have it.
What'll you have?
My own life. Go away and leave me alone.
Your own life? What's that?
Good times and laughs with people I like. No underhanded cops who want to set me up in a shooting gallery. People of my own kind who treat me right and like me and understand me.
Like Mr. Hopkins.
What about Mr. Hopkins?
Just phoned. Said to remind you his yacht sails at noon. They're all calling for you at 11.
Oh, then why don't you get out of here?
The plane to Rio leaves tomorrow morning.
Then you must drop me a postcard, Mr. Devlin. Rio must be beautiful this time of year.
We're coming into Rio, Miss Huberman.
Well?
Well, what?
When are you going to ask me why I changed my mind? Why I took a plane instead of a yacht?
Well, you're here, aren't you? As soon as we land, we'll look up Mr. Prescott.
Who's Mr. Prescott?
Our boss. Miss Huberman. Just now, when I was talking to the pilot...
I told you we were coming into Rio.
Told me something else. A message came in over the radio. Your father.
What about my father?
He committed suicide this morning in his cell.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know why I should care, but I do. When I found out about my father a few years ago, who he was, what he was doing, everything went to pot. I didn't care what happened to me, but now I suddenly remember how nice he once was. How nice we both once were.
Anything I can do?
No. It's a very curious feeling. As if something had happened to me and not to him. You see, I don't have to hate my father anymore. Or myself. Well, Dave, how do you like the apartment Mr. Prescott found for me?
It's very attractive.
Will I be staying here?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know.
When will you know?
Soon, I think.
Huh?
Prescott's meeting now with the Brazilian intelligence. Oh, so you fixed dinner, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Have time for another drink?
Oh, thanks, I've had enough. Oh. Well, aren't you impressed? I'm practically on the wagon.
Oh, it's a phase.
You don't think a woman can change?
Sure. Change is fun, for a while.
For a while.
You've been sober for 10 days now, and as far as I know, you've made no new conquests.
Well, that's something, isn't it?
10 days. Practically whitewashed.
What a rat you are. I'm very happy, Dev. Why won't you let me be happy?
Nobody's stopping you.
Why don't you give that copper's brain of yours a rest? Every time you look at me, it tells you, no, stay away from her, it says. She's no good. She never will be.
Hey, Alicia.
Go on, Dev. Go on. You can take my hand. I won't blackmail you for it afterwards.
Thanks.
You are afraid, huh? Afraid you're falling in love with me?
That wouldn't be hard to do.
Oh, no. Careful, Devlin, careful.
You enjoy making fun of me, don't you?
No. I'm making fun of myself. I'm pretending I'm a very nice, unspoiled child whose heart is full of daisies and buttercups.
Nice daydream. Then what?
I think I will have another drink.
Yeah. Thought you'd get around to it.
Why won't you believe in me, Deb? Just a little. Why won't you?
How do you know I don't?
I know because you're sore. You've fallen for me and you don't like it, no. People will laugh at you. Poor Dad, in love with a no-good gal, huh? It must be awful.
Come here.
Don't say anything, Dad. Just kiss me. Don't say anything.
Matter with you, Devlin? Something wrong?
Wrong? No. Nothing's wrong, Prescott.
I'm sorry I had to send for you. I'm sorry I interrupted your date with Miss Huberman.
Yeah.
Well, here's the setup. Okayed by Brazil intelligence. The leader of the German agents here in Rio is a man named Alex Sebastian.
Well, if we know who he is, why can't we pick him up?
Oh, sure we could pick him up. And the next day, someone else takes his place, and whatever it is they're working on continues. Now, their headquarters is Sebastian's home. We need somebody to get inside that house. Somebody in Sebastian's confidence.
In other words, Alicia Huberman.
Right. You said you were having dinner with her when I called. I'll go back to her apartment then and tell her. She's good at making friends with gentlemen, so...
If that's meant to be funny,
The devil's eating you.
I don't know if she'll do it.
You haven't even discussed it.
No, but I don't think she's that type of woman. She's never been trained for that kind of work. They'll see through her.
Miss Huberman was chosen for 2 reasons. 1, her father was a Nazi agent. 2, Sebastian once knew her in Washington.
Sebastian knew her?
Yes, he was in love with her.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, you know it now. We've got to get Miss Huberman inside his house and find out what's going on there.
How does she meet him?
Well, I think the riding club would be best. Sebastian rides every morning. The rest is up to you and Miss Huberman.
You've hardly said a word, Deb. My cooking isn't that bad. A little well done, maybe, but still.
I'm sorry I was so late getting back. Prescott, really...
What's the matter, Deb? Trouble?
In a way.
All this secrecy is going to ruin my little dinner. Come on, handsome. What is darkening your brow?
Later.
No, now. Look, I'll make it easy for you. The time has come when you must tell me that you have a wife and 2 adorable children, and this madness between us can go on no longer.
I bet you've heard that line often enough.
Oh, that wasn't fair, Deb.
Then skip it. You remember a man named Sebastian?
Alex Sebastian?
Yes.
He was one of my father's friends.
Had quite a crush on you.
Oh, I wasn't very responsive.
Well, he's in town. He's part of the combine that built up the German war machine. He hopes to keep on going.
Something big?
All the earmarks. We'll have to contact him.
Go on. Let's have all of it.
We're meeting him tomorrow morning, and you're going to go to work on him.
Mata Hari. She makes love for the secret papers? Prescott's orders?
Yes.
Did you say anything? Well, I mean that maybe I wasn't the right girl for such shenanigans.
No. I figured that was up to you if you cared to back out.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you told him that Alicia Huberman will have this Sebastian eating out of her hand in a couple of weeks. She's so good at that. Always
I
was.
didn't say anything.
Not a word? For the little lovesick lady who cooked dinner for you?
I told you that's the assignment.
Don't get cross, Deb. I'm only fishing for a little bird call from my dream man. One little remark such as, how dare you suggest that Alicia Huberman, the new Miss Huberman, be submitted to so ugly a fate?
That's not funny either.
Oh, darling. What you didn't tell Prescott, tell me. That you believe I'm nice. And that I love you and that I'll never change back.
I'm waiting for your answer.
What a little pal you are. Never believing me, not a word of faith. Just down the drain with Alicia. That's where she belongs. Oh, Daphne. Pour me a drink and tell me what I do for Uncle Sam.
We'll meet Sebastian on the bridle path. When he questions you about me, I'm with Pan American Airways, Public Relations.
Anything else?
Happen to meet you on the plane from Miami. The less the tale, the better. That's all.
That's all. My beautiful dinner. Cold. Cold as ice.
I can't get over it, Alicia. Meeting you this morning, of all places a bridle path in Rio de Janeiro.
Oh, how do you know I wasn't looking for you, Alex?
Oh, if I could only believe that.
You should. Didn't I prevail upon you to take me to dinner?
Ah, prevail.
You look very well, Alex.
After 4 years here, Dullness and disintegration.
You look younger than you did in Washington.
Entirely due to your presence, Alicia. You always affected me like a tonic. Who are you looking at, my dear?
That man who just came in.
Do you know him?
I don't think I do.
His name is Prescott. Espionage.
Oh.
The American embassy is loaded with them.
Really?
They bothered you since you came here?
No, not yet. That's one reason I left Miami, to get away from their snooping.
I wondered why you left your father.
He insisted, Alex. He was so unselfish. He kept begging me to leave. I had no idea he was going to die.
Many have died, Alicia. We mustn't let our spirit die with them. Perhaps I can help you forget.
Oh, Alex.
There's someone else, of course.
Is there?
Who, Alicia? That Mr. Devlin who was with you this morning?
Mr. Devlin doesn't interest me in the least. I've just been so lonely. I could have gone riding this morning with Peter Rabbit.
You will let me help your loneliness?
Oh, you're very sweet to forget what a brat I was once.
Well, then I'll test your repentance immediately. Will you have dinner with me again tomorrow night? My mother's giving a little party at home.
Oh, Alex, how nice. Are you sure she won't mind an extra guest?
Oh, an old friend is never an extra guest.
Thank you, Alex.
You look very beautiful, Miss Huberman. Don't you agree, Evelyn?
Sebastian is sending his car for Miss Huberman. I suggest we get out of her apartment.
Oh, there's time. Now, part of your job tonight, Miss Huberman, will be to get the names of all the men you see in Sebastian's house.
You mean the Germans? That won't be difficult.
Don't underestimate them. They're a very keen and desperate bunch.
Anything else?
No, nothing. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, unless you have something urgent to report, we'd better avoid each other for the next few days, just in case Sebastian's crowd wants to check on you after tonight.
Very well.
And don't meet here when you do. What about the racetrack, Devlin?
The racetrack's fine. We can arrange a date by phone. Night, Alicia. Miss Huberman, well, good afternoon.
Mr. Devlin, how nice seeing you again.
Picking any winners?
You alone?
No, Alex and his mother.
Where?
A box in the clubhouse. I'm sure they can't see us.
I'll play it safe and keep smiling. Yes. Well?
I've seen Alex twice since the dinner at his house.
Who was there?
His mother, her servant named Joseph, and 4 other men. William Rossner, Eric Matisse, Emil Hupke, and Professor Anderson.
Go on.
Have you ever heard of Anderson?
No.
He's some kind of scientist. Medium height, gentle face, 60 years old. Gray hair, deep crease on his forehead. You writing this down?
Oh, I'm just trying to check these horses on my program. Look happy, will you?
What about Emil Hupke? Heard of him?
No.
He made quite a scene at the dinner about a bottle of wine.
Bottle of wine?
Yes, it was on the buffet. Hupke became quite excited. He said it should be removed at once.
Oh, what happened?
They just ignored him and kept this conversation going. Hupke seemed quite flustered, apologetic. I couldn't figure it out.
Did they serve the wine?
No, not that particular bottle. Do you think it had any significance?
I don't know. What brand was it?
All I saw of the label was vintage 1939, 1934.
Has Hupke pulled anything since?
I haven't seen him since.
Well, what else?
Just a minor item you may want for the record.
Well?
You can add Sebastian's name to my list of playmates.
Pretty fast work.
That's what you wanted, wasn't it? His mother suspects me.
What?
Oh, don't worry. She believes I'm after her son's money. You betting on this race, Mr. Devlin? They're about to start.
No.
Alex says number 10 is sure to win.
I can't help recalling some of your remarks about being a new woman. Daisies and buttercups, wasn't it?
What are you angry about? You knew very well what I was doing.
Did I?
You could have stopped me with one word, but no, you threw me at him.
I threw at you, nobody. Now keep your eyes on the race. Use your binoculars.
Didn't you tell me to go ahead?
A man doesn't tell a woman what to do. A woman tells herself. You almost had me believing in that little hokey-pokey miracle of yours that a woman like you could change her spot. That's why I didn't try to stop you. The answer had to come from you.
I see some kind of love test.
That's right.
But you never believed in me anyway, so what's the difference?
That goes you number 10. What if I had believed in you? What if I had figured she could never go through with it? She's been made over by love.
You only once had said that you loved me.
Oh, listen. You've chalked up another boyfriend. That's all. No harm done.
I hate you.
No occasion to. You're doing fine work. I'll see that they're told.
Who?
We're having a meeting tomorrow with Barbosa, Brazilian intelligence. In case you're interested, number 10 is winning the race. Yes, Sebastian knows how to pick them.
That's all you've got to say.
Oh, dry your eyes, baby. It's out of character, and be quick about it. Here comes Dreamboat.
Oh, no.
Mr. Devlin. Sebastian.
Oh, Alex. What a wonderful race.
Alicia tells me you had a bet on that number 10. Sorry I didn't meet you early, Alicia. Well, I'll see you soon, I hope.
Yes. What's the matter, Alex? You're not at all excited about the race?
I didn't see the race. I was watching you and Mr. Devlin. You had an appointment to meet him here?
Oh, don't be absurd. I just happened to bump into him.
You didn't appear anxious to get away. I watched you. I thought maybe you're in love with him.
Alex, really, I detest him.
Well, I'd like to be convinced. Would you maybe care to convince me, Alicia?
Of course, you know Mr. Devlin, Senor Barbosa.
Mr. Devlin.
And this is Mr. Beardsley, also of our office.
How do you do?
Senor Barbosa, Brazilian intelligence.
Sit down, gentlemen. Well?
Our little theatrical plan is working, senor.
Good.
Thanks to Miss Huberman, we know that Otto Renzler is working here in Rio.
He was one of Hitler's scientific wizards, now known as Professor Anderson.
Anderson?
And that body found in the surf 2 days ago.
Yes, identified.
His description fits Emil Hupke, one of the boys who must have said the right thing at the wrong time.
I'd still like to know about that wine bottle.
Excuse me, senor.
Yes.
Miss Huberman to see Mr. Prescott or Mr. Devlin.
Here?
Yes, sir.
Show her in. I don't like this, her coming here.
She's had me worried for some time. A woman of that sort.
What sort is that, Mr. Beardsley?
Oh, I don't think any of us have any illusions about Miss Huberman, have we, Devlin?
Not the slightest. Miss Huberman is first, last, and always not a lady. She may be risking her life, but when it comes to being a lady, she doesn't hold a candle to your wife, sir, sitting in Washington playing bridge with 3 other ladies of great and impeachable honor.
Take it easy, Dev.
Sorry.
I think those remarks about my wife are uncalled for.
John, I apologize.
Oh, come in, Miss Huberman. Mr. Beardsley, Senor Barbosa.
How do you do?
Senorita, you have the esteem of my government.
But we're worried about your visiting this office.
I promised not to break the rules again, but I need advice. I couldn't find Mr.
Something
Devlin.
happened?
Yes. Mr. Sebastian has asked me to marry him.
Well.
I'm to give him my answer at lunch. I didn't know what the department might think about such a move.
You're willing to go that far for us, Miss Huberman?
Yes. If you wish.
Devlin?
May I ask what inspired Sebastian to go this far?
He's in love with me.
And he thinks you're in love with him.
Yes, that's what he thinks.
Gentlemen, it is the cream of the jest.
Then it is all right?
Oh, it's an ideal marriage for us.
Yes, everything seems to be arranged perfectly. I don't think you need me here any longer, Prescott.
Oh, no, but we...
All excuse me then. Congratulations, Alicia.
Thank you, Dev. I knew you'd be impressed.
In a moment, we will return with Act 2 of Notorious. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. I looked for you last Monday evening, Libby, at the Metro Golden Mare premiere of Cast Timberland.
Oh, I was there, Mr. Keeley, but I don't wonder you didn't see me in those crowds.
It certainly was an exciting opening. It looked as if practically every star in Hollywood turned out to see the screen version of Sinclair Lewis's powerful novel.
You know, it seemed just as dramatic the second time, even though I'd seen a preview at the studio. Spencer Tracy is marvelous in the title role.
With Lana Turner for romantic interest, well, it just couldn't miss. The triangular love story is always a great theme.
Especially when Zachary Scott is the rival for Lana Turner's love.
A perfect cast and a gripping play like that is every producer's dream.
And every feminine moviegoer will envy Lana Turner when, as Ginny in Cast Timberlane, she goes on a shopping spree in New York. She buys herself an expensive glamour wardrobe, including some wonderfully wispy nylon stockings. I said to myself, if John Kennedy here had been technical advisor, he would have included a shot of her buying Lux Flakes to take care of them.
Well, Libby, it's highly probable that Sinclair Lewis heroine did. Because smart women everywhere know that Lux makes stockings last long.
Well, as a matter of fact, I know that the studio kept those stockings lovely as new for retakes by washing them with Lux Flakes after every wearing.
A wise procedure for women everywhere. Because tests show that stockings actually last twice as long when they're washed with Lux. It was really surprising how quickly identical stockings, washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap, went into runs. The Lux ones kept going twice as long, and the colors looked so much fresher, too.
That extra wear is just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair. That's why Lux Flakes are America's favorite stocking care.
We return you now to William Keeley
Continuing with Act Two of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia and Joseph Cotten as Devlin. A few hours have passed. Elated by Alicia's consent to marry him, Alex Sebastian has just brought the news to his mother.
Marry her. What are you, a moonstruck boy? Of course she is beautiful, but...
But what?
But many things. Her sympathies, for instance. Where do they lie?
I've told you a dozen times, Mother. Alicia does not concern herself with politics.
At her father's trial, why did she not testify on his behalf?
Because her father insisted she be kept clear of it.
So she says.
Mother, are you accusing Alicia of lying?
I accuse only you. Thinking of marriage at a time like this. Risking everything we have worked for, suffered for.
Oh, Alicia knows nothing. She will know nothing.
But I know.
Know what?
That she came here for one purpose. To capture the rich Alex Sebastian for a husband.
Ah.
And she has succeeded.
Oh, you're being absurd.
We will discuss it more fully tonight.
We will not discuss it tonight. You're jealous, just as you've always been jealous of any woman I've been interested in. Now, Alicia and I shall be married next week. Be private. We shall both be pleased to have you present, if you wish.
Come in, Joseph. Did you want something?
Only to tell you how happy I am that you and Mr. Sebastian are home again. The house needs you, madame.
Thank you.
You had a pleasant wedding trip?
Very. Oh, as long as you're here, Joseph, my clothes. I'd like all my dresses put out on the bed, please.
I have aired all the closets, madame.
But there isn't enough closet space in this bedroom. Isn't there a storeroom down the hall?
Yes, madame. But the door, it is locked.
Then bring me the key, please.
Mr. Sebastian's mother, madame, she has all the house keys.
Oh. Do you know where Mr. Sebastian is?
I believe he is having a business meeting in his study.
Business meeting?
Professor Anderson, madame.
Yes.
And the other gentleman.
What were you saying, Professor?
That I have news for you, my friends. My work is done.
Ah, you've been successful.
Yes, Alex, yes.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, Alicia, my dear. Come in.
Oh, I didn't know you were busy, Alex. Some of the closets seem to have been locked. Could you give me the keys?
The keys? You mean my mother hasn't given... Yes, I'll get them for you at once. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Shall I go with you, Alex?
No, if you'll just wait in your room, Alicia. Mother, where are you?
Are you sure this is all right, Deb? Meeting you like this in a public park?
Oh, stop worrying. You're talking about keys.
Yes.
His mother keeps them.
Yes, all but one. The key to the wine cellar. Alex keeps that one himself. Joseph told me.
Then get it from him.
Get it? How?
Don't you live near him?
What do I look for in the wine cellar?
Look for a bottle of wine like that one that unnerved the late Mr. Hupke. Vintage 1934.
All wine bottles look alike to me. I'm no mastermind.
You're doing all right.
It's no fun, Dev.
It's too late for that now, isn't it? Look, why don't you persuade your husband to throw a large shindig and introduce his bride to Rio society next week, say?
Why?
Invite me and I'll try to find out about that wine cellar.
I don't think my husband is interested in entertaining.
Don't underestimate your charms, Mrs. Sebastian. You can promote a party.
It won't be easy getting you there. He thinks you're in love with me.
Then, tell him that you think if you invited me and I could see how happily married you are, the horrid passion I have for you might diminish.
I'll try.
Good. And get the key.
I'll be looking forward to seeing you, Mr. Devlin.
It's always a pleasure meeting you, madame. Good day.
Still shaving, Alex? Oh, do hurry, dear. Our guests will be arriving soon.
Oh, don't tell me you're dressed.
Of course.
Oh, let me look at you.
Well...
Oh, Alicia. Like a dream. A dream.
Now, please hurry, dear.
Oh, don't go. Stay there and talk.
Oh, what about? Oh, your dressing table.
What's wrong with my dressing table?
Do you mean to say you carry all these things around in your pockets?
Oh, what thing?
Oh, talk about a woman's purse. Look at this litter. Papers and letters, 2 wallets, cigarette case, cigarette holder, keys. Keys.
You know, You know, my dear, I'm really surprised that Mr. Devlin's coming tonight.
The key to the wine cellar.
Alicia,
Yes, dear.
you're suddenly silent. Don't worry. I don't blame anyone for falling in love with you. Oh, it's not that I don't trust you, darling, but when you're in love at my age... Alicia, is anything wrong?
Wrong?
Oh, my word, you look so serious. Oh, I'm a fool. I should never have mentioned Devlin. Forgive me, darling.
Of course.
Well?
What do you want?
Hold your hand, dear. Mayn't I kiss your hand? Oh, Alicia, not that clenched up little fist. Are you hiding something
Alex,
in your hand?
Alex, doesn't it occur to you that I might like to kiss you, too?
Oh, Alicia. Alicia.
Good evening, Mr. Sebastian.
Mr. Devlin, I'm glad to see you.
It's kind of your bride to invite me.
Well, we both invited you, Mr. Devlin. Excuse me, Alicia. I must introduce Madame Estrid.
The key?
Here, in my hand.
Good. Now, this won't be easy. He's quite sensitive about you. He's going to be watching us like a hawk. How's the liquor supply up here?
What do you mean?
I mean, if it should run out, he'd go down to the cellar for more, wouldn't he?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
That's quite a point.
Then you must work fast.
I can't. I'm supposed to be a guest here. I'll slip away later on. You better go to your friends. I'll find you.
It's a nice party, isn't it, Alicia?
It's a wonderful party.
You handled things perfectly. I'm very proud.
Thank you, Alex.
What happened to Mr. Devlin? I haven't seen him for an hour.
Oh, he's around, I imagine, trying to drown his sorrows.
Oh.
Excuse me, dear. I think I'll ask the orchestra to play something livelier. We've had nothing but waltzes all evening.
This is the pantry, huh?
Yes.
Anyone see you come in here?
No, I don't think so.
And, is this the door to the wine cellar?
Yes, for heaven's sake, Deb, hurry.
Oh, lots of time.
I'll be out in the garden. There's a door from the wine cellar that leads to the garden. When you get downstairs, open it.
You'll be there?
Yes, I'll be there in case anything happens. Now, hurry.
Vintage of 1934. 34. Oh.
What happened?
Butterfingers.
That bottle. What was in it?
Look. Sand. It was filled with sand.
It couldn't be sand.
Probably some kind of metal ore. I've got to try to clean this up. I'll push the glass onto the bottom shelf.
What about the sand?
I'm taking some of it for a sample. It's a little weird, isn't it?
Here, I'll put this bottle in place of the one you broke. It has the same label.
Stop shaking.
Well, I have a feeling we're so slow. Shh. Someone's coming.
No, relax.
Look, there is. Listen.
Yeah, get out of here. No, not upstairs. The door to the garden.
But he's coming that way.
Keep quiet.
It's Alex. He sees us.
Keep looking at me.
No.
I'm going to kiss you.
No, he'll only think that...
That's what I want him to think.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
It's almost as if we meant it, wasn't it? Now, push me away.
I'm sorry to intrude on this tender scene.
Alex, I couldn't help it. He's been drinking.
Why are you out here? Or did he carry you off?
Oh, Alex.
You love him.
Oh, no, I don't. Please go, Dad, please.
For what it's worth as an apology, Mr. Sebastian, your wife is telling the truth. I knew her before you, loved her before you, but wasn't as lucky as you. Sorry, Alicia.
He kissed you.
Oh, Alex, don't I came out here because he threatened to make a scene unless I'd see him alone.
Kissed you.
I couldn't stop him. I tried.
All right. We'll talk about it later. We have guests inside.
You're not coming with me?
I came to get more wine. No, I'd better go back with you. People may wonder. Alicia, darling, it's late. I thought you went upstairs long ago.
I've been helping Joseph clean up. Besides, you said you wanted to see me.
Oh, Devlin.
Yes.
Oh, I acted like a stupid schoolboy. Once again, I'm ashamed of myself.
You do believe me?
Oh, Alicia, of course.
Thank you. Aren't you coming up there?
No, not for a while. Professor Anderson's still in the study. Sleep well, Alicia.
Good night, Alex. Thanks for being so nice.
in. Why are you up so early?
I need your help.
Something is wrong.
It's a great deal. Alicia.
I have expected it. I knew it. I knew. Who is it, Mr. Devlin?
No, it's much more serious than that. I am married to an American agent.
Alicia.
Late last night, after she went to bed, Joseph came to me. There were some bottles to be returned to the cellar. He asked me for the key. This key. It was gone.
Gone? Where was it?
10 minutes ago, when I woke up, it was back on my keychain. She'd been down there, the wine cellar.
It is easy to see now. I knew long ago, but I did not see. They picked her up because of her father.
I must have been insane to behave like an idiot, to believe in her.
Stop wallowing in your memories.
I'm done, Mother. I'm finished. They'll find out. Anderson, Eric, Matisse, Rossner. Well, look what they did to Hupka. He did next to nothing, and I betrayed them. I'd do the same thing myself, kill the fool who betrayed them.
There is no need for them to find out.
Oh, they're too clever.
Who would imagine that you are married to an American agent? No. For a while at least, the enormity of your stupidity is your protection.
But Alicia, I'll take care of her myself.
No, not that way.
I stood looking at her just now. She lay sleeping in there. Be so easy.
You are almost as impetuous as you were before your wedding. You barred me from that episode. Let me arrange this one. No one else must know what she is. There must be no suspicion. She must be allowed to move about freely. But she will be on a leash. Then in time it will happen. But it must happen slowly. She will become ill. Remain ill for a time. Until one day...
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our stars will return with Act 3 of Notorious in a moment. Our guest tonight is that rarity in movie town, a native Californian, blonde, blue-eyed Jacqueline White. I understand you've been interested in a movie career since childhood, Jacqueline.
That's right, Mr. Keeley.
And now you've seen your dream come true with many successful picture roles.
Well, I was especially happy with my part in RKO's new picture, Night Song.
You gave a very fine performance, Jacqueline, as Merle Oberon's best friend.
She was wonderful in her role, Mr. Keeley. It's an inspiring performance.
And Dana Andrews at his best in those tender, sensitive love scenes with Merle.
Dana told me he really enjoyed playing the part of a composer because he loves music so.
There's plenty of that in Night Song, and for every taste.
I loved every minute we were working. But I did have a twinge of envy when I saw those gorgeous clothes designed for Merle Oberon. One negligee in particular. It was very simply made, but the softest, most beautiful satin imaginable. Merle told me she was going to have it copied for her own wardrobe. And John Kennedy might be interested in something else she said about it.
Something about Lux?
Oh, yes. Because she didn't think it would wash until the studio luxed it, and it came out lovely. Was she impressed?
RKO, just like other leading Hollywood studios, insists on Lux care for all nice washables. So what could be safer for a star's own lovely things? Or for any girls? And here's another interesting point. Did you know that with Lux Care, you can have 3 times as many pretty underthings?
Well, that's for me, Mr. Kennedy. But how do you figure it?
Well, underthings washed the Lux way stay lovely 3 times as long. Tests proved that. Identical slips and nighties washed the wrong way soon look faded and drab. So, instead of replacing slips often because they're old-looking, you can buy extra new ones. Have 3 times as many. And as you say, Jacqueline, that's something any girl would like. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss White. Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Be sure to join us after our final curtain for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here's the third act of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia and Joseph Cotten as Devlin. The passing days have brought to Alicia not the slightest inkling that her husband and his mother are well aware of her real purpose in the Sebastian residence. Now, in response to a phone call from Prescott, Alicia meets Devlin in a quiet corner of a public park.
I'm sorry I couldn't make it on time, Dev.
Gets a bit lonely squatting on a park bench all day.
I was ill. Oh, don't let it alarm you. I'm all right now. Prescott said you'd have a message for me.
I want you to know you can be proud of yourself. That sample of sand I got shows uranium ore. Your job from now on is to help us find out where the ore is coming from.
Anything else?
Putting some new men on the case, you may soon have a new contact.
You're leaving?
Possibly. Paris may be more interesting.
Yes. Yes, there really isn't very much for a brainy fellow like you to do here anymore.
That's right. Going stay, all right. Say, you don't look so hot.
Well, this fresh air will help me.
Getting too much sun?
No, don't be so charitable, Dev. It could be a hangover, you know.
Back to the bottle again, huh?
That lightens my chores.
Big party?
Oh, just a family circle.
Must have been quite an evening. Well, go on, have fun. There's no reason why you shouldn't.
No. Well, goodbye, Dev.
What do you mean, goodbye?
Just goodbye. Goodbye. Fresh air isn't as good for a hangover as I thought.
Sit down. You're still tight.
No, I don't want to.
Where are you going?
Home, back home. Alex is coming home early. I'd better be there.
Alex, the drug. You were able to get some more.
Yes, I've got it. Mother, you're sure? You're sure she doesn't suspect?
She knows she is ill, that is all. She is going to feel a little worse after dinner. As a matter of fact, right after she drinks her coffee. Well, we might all go into the living room. Joseph will bring our coffee in there.
Alicia.
Yes, Professor.
My dear, you don't look at all well. Alex, what's wrong with her?
We just don't know.
It's those highballs I sneak on the side.
Was I?
Oh, darling, don't joke about it. Why, she hasn't had so much as a sherry all week.
Well, hadn't you better see the doctor, Alicia?
I never go near doctors. They always want to cart you off to a hospital.
Perhaps you belong in a hospital. When did all this start?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe after the party.
I still think a sea trip would be much better for you, darling, than doctors and hospitals.
Oh, no. I'll be all right.
What about the mountains? Altitude, fresh air. I'm going next week.
Oh, you're leaving us, Professor? I'm sorry. I'll miss you.
Well, you could come with me. The Amores Mountains are beautiful, covered with flowers.
What Alicia needs is rest, not mountain climbing.
I've heard about the Amores and those little native towns. Are you going to Leopoldina?
No. I am going to Santa Maria.
Well, here's our coffee.
Just leave it, Joseph. I'll serve.
Yes, madame. I will not allow you to wait on me, madame. I can serve myself.
No, that is not your cup.
My cup?
No, that's Alicia's cup.
Well, but
it's not quite full, you'll notice. Oh, you're giving our little secret away, Professor.
Oh.
Yes, we have a confession. You know how Alicia loves coffee, Professor. Alex and I think she has been taking too much. We cheat a little. Here you are, dear.
Thank you.
Is it hot enough?
It's fine, Alex.
Perhaps Alex is right, Alicia. About rest. When you are young, rest is the best doctor.
Excuse me, Alicia. I want to go to bed, I think.
Oh, the pain again, darling?
I'm sorry to complain all the time.
May I take you to your room?
Oh, please forgive me. I'll be all right.
Alex, I'm worried about her.
We wanted to call a doctor yesterday, but she simply...
Mr. Sebastian! Mr. Sebastian!
Yes?
What is it, Joseph?
Mrs. Sebastian! She collapsed.
No, go away. No.
It's all right, Alicia. It's all right. You'll feel better soon. You're here in your own bed.
I don't want...
Please let me call the hospital.
Professor, you're already late for your meeting with Eric Matisse.
Oh, yes, I must go, I suppose. Good night.
I'll go to the door.
Joseph.
Yes, madame?
She must have absolute quiet. Disconnect the telephone.
No.
Take it out of the room, Joseph.
No.
5 days now, Prescott. Alicia hasn't been near the park for 5 days.
She was to check with one of us at least every other day.
Yeah.
That must be quite a binge she's on.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you were the one who said she was drinking.
I've had time to think it over. I don't believe it now.
Why should she lie about it?
I don't know. I don't know, but it wasn't a hangover. She was sick. She looked like the Ragged Ed of nowhere.
Yeah, well, it still sounds like a hangover to me.
Well, I'm I'm going to pay a call.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't worry, I won't mess anything up. Just a social call. I'm a friend of the family.
Call me when you get back.
I'll do that.
For a man about to be leaving for Paris,
I want to talk to you later about that. I'd like to see that transfer held up for a while.
I am very sorry, Mr. Devlin. Mr. Sebastian asked me not to disturb him.
Company?
He's in the study with some business associates, sir.
How long will he be tied up?
I do not know.
Mrs. Sebastian at home?
Yes, sir, but she is very ill.
Oh. How long has she been ill?
A week, sir.
Has she had a doctor?
I believe so, sir. I really do not know. We are very concerned about her. If you will wait here, Mr. Devlin, I will tell Mr. Sebastian.
Yes, go on, Professor. This sounds serious to me.
Yes. What happened Monday?
The same thing, Eric. When I left the bank, a man was following me. And this morning when I went to the ticket office, he was there again.
Yes?
I'm very sorry, sir, but Mr. Devlin is calling.
Oh, tell him I'll be with him in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Now, the ticket office. What man, Professor? What did he look like?
Oh, obviously not a Brazilian. It's hard to describe
Alex,
him.
Mr. Devlin, he's waiting.
Well, let him wait, Eric. This is terrible news, Professor. This is terrible.
Alicia.
Deb. How did you get up here?
I'm supposed to be downstairs waiting for your husband.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
I couldn't stand it anymore, waiting and wondering. Alicia, what is it?
I'm sick. They're poisoning me. I couldn't get away, Deb. I tried when I was too weak.
How long?
Ever since the party. Alex and his mother, they found out.
Come on. Try to sit up.
Yes.
Here. Let me help you. I've got to get you out of here.
I thought you'd left Rio.
Oh, I had to see you once more and speak my piece. I was getting out because I love you. I couldn't bear seeing you and him together.
You love me. But why didn't you tell me before?
Oh, I just couldn't see straight, think straight.
You love me.
Long ago, all the time since the beginning. Here, darling, your robe.
I can't have it. I'm afraid they gave me pills to sleep.
Yeah, you've got to keep awake. Keep talking. Keep talking. Here, my coat. Put it over your robe.
Alex and his mother, they don't want the others to know about me.
Don't stop talking. What happened?
Alex found out.
Not the others.
No, they'd kill Alex if they knew. Matisse would kill him. He killed Evelyn.
Here, put your arm around me. You've got to stand up.
Oh, Deb, say it again. It helps.
I love you. Alicia, please, stand up. Come on, talk.
Professor Henderson.
Yes?
The sand comes from Imores Mountain.
We'll find it.
A town called Santa Massa.
Good. We'll take care of that later. Now you're on your feet, Alicia. Yes. Now move them. Walk. Start walking.
They're all down there in his study. We can't make it.
You've made the doorway. The stairs aren't far. I've got hold of you, darling.
Yes.
But you've got to walk yourself. If you don't keep moving,
Oh, don't ever leave me.
You'll never get rid of me again.
I never tried to, Deb.
Brace up.
Yes.
Here he comes.
What is this?
Oh.
What are you doing, Alicia? What is this, Mr. Devlin?
Taking her to the hospital to get the poison out of her.
Poison?
How would you like your friends down there to know?
I'm taking Alicia back to her room.
No, Deb,
I've got a gun, Sebastian.
No.
It'll raise quite a rumpus if you try.
Alex.
Be quiet, Mother.
Alex, he knows.
Yes.
What is happening, Alex?
Alicia.
Is she at work?
Yes.
Now stay right where you are, Sebastian.
Deb, go on. Go.
We're going there. We're going downstairs. You haven't forgotten what they did to Emil Hupka, have you, Sebastian?
Help him, Alex.
Yeah, I'm glad you have a head on you, madame.
I'm not afraid to die.
You've got your chance to die right here and now. Just call your friends to come out in the hall and tell them who Alicia really is.
You need any help, Alex?
No, we can handle her.
Now, where are you taking her?
You answer that one, Sebastian.
To the hospital. Alex, talk to them.
I'm glad she's going, Alex. You should have waited not this long.
Well, what do I do, Sebastian? Start shooting? Hold on, darling. Hold on. Only 20 yards to go out the front door and then into my car.
Alex, what are you doing?
Who's that one?
Matisse, Eric, Matisse.
Alex!
We're taking Alicia to the hospital, Eric. She had another attack. Mr. Devlin heard her scream as he was waiting for me. Come, Alicia, come.
I phoned the hospital as soon as I saw how she was, Mr. Matthews.
Why didn't you send for an ambulance?
Here, Alex. Your coat.
You are not going with them, madame?
No. Alex will call me. I'll wait here.
Oh, the poor child. Here, I'll open the door.
A few more steps, Alicia. How do you feel?
Oh, the air, dizzy.
Take some deep breaths.
I'll open the car door.
Oh, you made it. You made it, Alicia. Sit down, darling.
Yes.
Easy.
Yes.
Easy now.
Hurry, please, hurry. They're in the doorway. They're watching me.
Close the door, Sebastian.
Oh, just a minute. I must go with her.
No room, Sebastian.
You must take me. I can't go back to them.
That's your headache.
Please, please. Please.
Alex, come here.
Alicia.
I have just been up to her room. There is no telephone in her room, Alex. How could he have called the hospital?
Alex, will you come in, please? We wish to talk to you.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, Libby Collins and I have some really big news for the ladies. A brand new, easy-to-enter contest.
Tell about the wonderful prizes first, John.
They're just about the most sensational prizes you ever heard of. $100,000 in gorgeous furs and cash. Imagine, first prize every week for 5 weeks is a $3,000 mink coat.
And if there's a girl in this country who wouldn't like a mink coat, I haven't heard of her.
And there are other superb prizes, too. 3 fur coats worth $1,000 each. 5 fur jackets worth $500 apiece. 20 fur scarves, each valued at $200. 50 scarves worth $100 apiece.
And that's not all.
There are 250 additional prizes every week. Each one a crisp $10 bill.
And here's a really unusual feature. We don't select the fur for you. No, ma'am. You choose it yourself. The kind of fur, the style you want, at any furrier you want.
Or you can take your prize in cash if you prefer.
There's a contest every single week for 5 weeks. So if you don't win the first time, try again.
This is just about the easiest contest to enter you ever heard of. Here's all you do. On entry blank, available at your dealer, or on any piece of paper, write 25 words or less telling why you like any one of 6 famous Lever products. Lux Flakes, Lux Toilet Soap, Lifebuoy, Rinso, Swan, or Spry. Yes, any one of these products, and you can send in as many entries as you wish every week. Just be sure to include with each entry a wrapper or box top from any one of these 6 Lever products. Print your name and address on your letter, together with the name and address of the dealer from whom you buy your Lever products. Mail your entry to Lever, L-E-V-E-R, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
The first contest closes in just about 2 weeks, February 8th. So get your entry in tonight or tomorrow, sure.
Entries received after this date will be entered in the next week's contest. Winners of the big prizes will be announced on this program. Incidentally, you have to live in the continental United States, Alaska, or Hawaii to enter. The contests are subject to all federal, state, and local regulations, and to the complete rules printed on entry blanks you can get from your dealer.
Now, I'll repeat. Just write 25 words about why you like any Lever product. Lux Flakes, Lux Toilet Soap, Lifebuoy, Rinso, Swan, or Spry. Be sincere. Give us your own experience. Print your name and address on your letter. Print your dealer's name and address, too, because if he helps you to win, he, too, will get a prize. Enclose a wrapper or box top from one of these 6 products.
Address your letter to Lever, L-E-V-E-R, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
I'll repeat that. Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
There are 5 weekly contests. You can enter as often as you wish. So get busy, and a beautiful fur coat may soon be yours. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
It's time for that tradition of the theater, a curtain call for our stars. And here they are at the footlights, Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotten. We enjoyed you both immensely in tonight's play. And incidentally, Ingrid, one could say that word notorious applies to the kind of character you play in your next Enterprise production.
I guess you could say that of Joan Madoubil, whom I play with Charles Boyer in Archer Prime.
Very different kind of Joan, then, from the one you're currently so famous for.
Nothing alike but the names, Joe.
I understand, Ingrid, you've become quite a winter sports enthusiast these days.
Well, my husband and I just returned from 4 weeks of skiing, Bill.
Oh, there's nothing like skiing.
Oh, the way I do it, there's nothing like it.
I didn't know you were a skiing enthusiast, Joe.
Oh, yes. Down south where I come from, I used to get quite a kick out of it.
Oh, no. They have snow down south?
Not much, but they have those newsreel theaters where you can sit watch the experts whizzing down frozen mountainsides while you sit comfortable and warm. That's really getting pleasure out of skiing.
While Joe does his armchair exercise next Monday night, Bill, what will you be presenting in this theater?
Next week from 20th Century Fox, a rollicking romance of the theater. The backstage adventure of a lovable, laughable couple in their climb to success. It's that musical screen hit, Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. And in this warm, nostalgic story, Betty and Dan present those popular songs that made the original screenplay such a smash success.
Yes. Mother Wore Tights was a great hit, Bill.
And it ought to make a great hit with your audience next Monday, Bill. Good night.
Night.
Good night, and thanks for Notorious. Most of us are happy insofar as we look forward to the future, to security and continuing to have those simple luxuries and pleasures we deserve through work and careful, conscientious saving. And there is no form of saving that is at once so easy and so safe and at the same time so helpful to your economic welfare as United States savings bonds. They offer you a cash reserve plus profit. For United States savings bonds, return $4 for every $3 that you invest. Buy them where you work through the payroll savings plan, or if you're self-employed, through the bond-a-month plan at your bank. Make United States savings bonds the basis for your future happiness. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Dan Daly in Mother Wore Tights. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Joseph Cotten appeared by arrangement with David O. Selznick, producer of Alfred Hitchcock's The Paradine Case. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Alex Sebastian, Gerald Moore as Prescott, and Janet Scott as Madame Sebastian. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Fred MacMurray in Double Indemnity. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A few years ago, I began a serial in a weekly magazine called Double Indemnity. And believe me, thereafter, I eagerly awaited each new installment. It was one of the most thrilling of James M. Cain's novels, and when Paramount Pictures brought it to the screen, I found the film even more exciting. My renewed enthusiasm was due to our stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred MacMurray, who created two of the most electrifying characterizations of their careers. Double Indemnity is a drama of intense emotion between two people whose infatuation leads them to murder and revenge. And as a study in suspense, I'm sure you'll find it entirely satisfying. Just as the ladies of our listening audience find our product, Lux Toilet Soap, entirely satisfying for beauty care, especially these fall days. For throughout all the changes of weather, Lux Soap remains a favorite complexion care. Here's Double Indemnity, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Phyllis and Fred MacMurray as Walter. Downtown Los Angeles. The night watchman of an insurance company has just opened the door for one of the employees.
Working pretty late, aren't you, Mr. Neff?
Yeah, this can't wait till morning.
Nothing wrong, is there, Mr. Neff? You look kind of funny.
No, I'm fine. Thanks for letting me in.
That's okay, Mr. Neff.
Walter Neff walks unsteadily to his office. He wets a towel at the water cooler, presses it inside his coat to staunch a bullet wound, and slumps at his desk. His hand reaches to a dictaphone transcribing machine and turns on the switch.
Memorandum to Barton Keyes, claims manager. Pacific All Risk Insurance Company. Dear Keyes, I suppose you'll call this a confession. I just want to set you right about the Dietrichson case. You said it wasn't an accident. Check. You said it wasn't suicide. Check. You said it was murder. Check. But you made one mistake, Keyes. Just one little mistake. You want to know who killed Dietrichson? Hold tight to that cheap cigar of yours, Keyes. I killed Dietrichson. Yes, I killed him. I killed him for money and a woman. And I didn't get the money, and I didn't get the woman. Pretty, isn't it? Let me light a cigarette. It all began last May. Around the end of May it was. I had a call to make. A renewal on an automobile policy.
Who's at the door, Nettie? What is it? It's an insurance man. He wants Mr. Dietrichson.
How do you do? I'm Walter Neff, the Pacific All Risk Insurance Company.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Neff? I'm Mrs. Dietrichson.
Ah. How do you do, Mrs. Dietrichson?
That's all, Nettie.
Yes, ma'am.
It's about the renewal of automobiles. I can't seem to contact your husband at his office. And...
Well, suppose we sit down and you tell me about it. My husband never tells me anything. I guess he's been too busy down at the Long Beach oil fields.
Well, maybe I could catch him at home some evening. Wouldn't take him to clear up. We've got a new kind of 50% retention feature in the collision coverage. And...
You're a pretty smart insurance man, aren't you?
Think so.
Doing pretty well?
That's a living.
Do you handle just automobile insurance or all kinds?
Well, just name it and I'll write it, Mrs. Dietrichson.
Accident insurance?
Accident insurance? I should say so. That's a honey of an anklet you're wearing, Mrs.
I'm
Dietrichson.
glad you like it.
There's something engraved on it, huh?
Just my name. Phyllis.
Phyllis, huh? I think I like that.
But you're not sure.
Yeah, I'd have to drive it around the block a couple of times.
We're getting away from insurance, aren't we, Mr. Neff? Now, why don't you drop around tomorrow night about 8:30? He'll be home then.
Who?
My husband. You were anxious to talk to him, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, but I'm sort of getting over the idea, if you know what I mean.
There's a speed limit in this state, Mr. Neff, 45 miles an hour.
How fast was I going?
I'd say around 90.
Now, tomorrow night at 8:30 then, huh? Will you be here, too?
I usually am.
Same chair, same perfume, same anklet?
I wonder if I know what you mean.
I wonder if you wonder. Good afternoon, Mrs. Dietrichson. I can still remember the smell of honeysuckle all along the street. How could I have known that murder can sometimes smell like honeysuckle? Maybe you would have known, Keys, the minute she mentioned accident insurance. Well, I went back to the office. They said you'd been yelling for me all afternoon.
Oh, come on in, Walter. Come on in. What you'd like to know about that Phillips case?
Phillips?
Yeah, you wrote a policy on his truck. His truck burned up.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, claim waiver, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Phillips suddenly decides to withdraw his claim.
Mm-hmm. You knew all along it was a phony, huh?
My little man knew. My little man inside of me here. Every time one of those phonies comes along, he tries to knock my stomach. What kind of amateurs are we?
Well, now, wait a minute, Keys. Sure, I wrote that policy, but I said to have him thoroughly checked first.
Oh, who's blaming you, sweetheart? I'm sick and tired of trying to pick up after you fast-talking salesman.
You worry too much, Keys. You're too suspicious.
No?
Well, you wouldn't even say today's Tuesday unless you looked at the calendar, and then you check to see if it was this year's calendar, and then just to make sure, you'd get a copy of the almanac.
Get out of here before I throw my desk at you.
I love you, too.
Yeah? Just thought you'd like to know we nailed another phony.
Back in my office was a message from Mrs. Dietrichson. My appointment had been canceled. She wanted me to stop by on Thursday afternoon instead. Phyllis Dietrichson. I was there, all right.
Oh, come in, Mr. Neff. I hope you didn't mind changing the appointment. Last night was inconvenient.
No, I was working on my stamp collection anyway.
I was just fixing some iced tea. Would you like a glass?
Well, unless you got a bottle of beer that's not working.
Well, there might be some. Nettie! Oh, about those renewals, Mr. Neff, I talked to my husband.
Oh, good.
He'll renew all right. As a matter of fact, I thought he'd be here this afternoon.
No, but he's not.
No.
It's terrible.
Nettie, can't you hear... Oh, I forgot. It's Thursday. It's her day off.
Well, iced tea will be fine.
Lemon? Sugar?
Yeah, fix it your way. As long as it's the maid's day off, maybe there's something I can do for you. Like running the vacuum cleaner.
Fresh.
You know, I used to peddle vacuum cleaners. Not much money, but you learn a lot about life.
I didn't think you learned it from a correspondence course, Mr. Neff.
Make it Walter, huh?
All right. Walter. Tell me, how much commission do you make on this insurance?
20%. Why?
Oh, I thought perhaps I could throw a little more business your way. My husband, I worry a lot about him in those oil fields. It can be very dangerous.
Dangerous? For an executive?
Oh, you don't know him. He's right down there with the drilling crews. It's got me worried sick.
Well, you mean some dark night a derrick might fall?
Oh, talk of that.
But that's the idea.
Well, accidents happen all the time. Don't you think he should be insured?
Oh, sure.
Well, what kind could he have?
Well, enough to cover doctor and hospital bills. Say $125 a week cash benefit, and he'd rate about $50,000 capital sum.
Capital sum? What does that mean?
Well, in case the accident is fatal. No, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, I suppose you have to think of everything in your business.
Why don't I talk to him about it?
Well, you could try, but he's pretty tough going.
They're all tough at first.
He has a lot on his mind. He doesn't seem to want to listen to anything except maybe a baseball game on the radio. Sometimes we sit here all evening and never say a word to each other.
Oh, sounds pretty dull.
Walter, I want to ask you something. Could I get an accident policy without bothering him at all?
How's that?
Well, it would make it easier for you, too. You wouldn't even have to talk to him. I could pay for it, and he needn't know anything about it.
Why shouldn't he know?
Well, because he doesn't want accident insurance. He's superstitious about it.
A lot of people are. It's funny, isn't it?
If there were a way to get it like that, all the worry would be over. See what I mean, Walter?
I think it's lovely. And then if some dark, wet night the derrick did fall on him...
What derrick? I don't know what you're talking about.
Or maybe a car backing over him, or he could fall out of the upstairs window.
Are you crazy?
Not that crazy, Mrs. Dietrichson.
What's the matter?
Look, baby, you can't get away with it. You want him to die, don't you?
That's a horrible thing to say.
What do you take me for? A guy that walks into a good-looking dame's front parlor and says, "Good afternoon, I sell accident insurance on husbands"? Have you got one that's been around too long? Just give me a smile and I'll help you collect.
I think you're rotten.
I think you're swell. As long as I'm not your husband.
Get out of here.
You bet I'll get out of here. I'll get out of here, but quick, baby. I'd let her have it, Keys, straight between the eyes. I got hold of a red-hot poker, and the time to drop it was now before it burned my hands. But all the time I knew that I hadn't walked out on anything, that this wasn't the end. I knew that sooner or later my doorbell would ring and I'd know who it was without even having to think.
Hello. You forgot your hat this afternoon.
Did I? How'd you know where I lived?
The telephone book. It's raining.
Yeah. Sit down. Your husband go out tonight?
The oil fields. He phoned he'd be late. Oh, Walter, I must have said something that gave you a terribly wrong impression. You must never think anything like that about me.
Okay.
No, it's not okay. Not if you don't believe me.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I want you to be nice to me. Like you were at first.
Something's happened.
I know it has. It's happened to us. I feel as if you were watching me. Oh, not that he cares, but he keeps me on a leash so tight I can't breathe.
Well, he's in Long Beach, isn't he? Relax.
You have a nice place here. Who takes care of it?
Cleaning woman comes in now and then.
You cook your own breakfast?
I squeeze a grapefruit once in a while.
You're alone, huh? Oh, that sounds wonderful. You don't have to sit across the table and smile at him and that daughter of his every morning of your life.
Daughter?
That's right. You didn't meet Lola, did you? He thinks a lot more of her than he does of me.
Ever think about a divorce?
Oh, he'd never give me one.
Well, why'd you marry him?
I wanted a home. Why not? Is that so wrong? But that's not the only reason. His first wife was sick a long time. I was her nurse. When she died, he was terribly broken up. I pitied him so.
But now you hate him?
Yes. Yes, he's just awful to me. Every time I buy a dress or a pair of shoes, he yells his head off. He's always been mean to me.
So you lie awake in the dark and listen to him snore and get ideas.
Walter, I don't want to kill him. I never did, not even when he gets drunk and slaps my face.
Only sometimes you wish he were dead.
Perhaps I do.
And you wish it was an accident and you had that policy for $50,000. Is that it?
Perhaps that, too. The other night we drove home from a party. He was drunk again. When we drove into the garage, he sat with head on a steering wheel and the motor still running. And I thought what it would be like if I didn't turn it off. Just closed the door and left him there.
I'll tell you what it'd be like. We've got a guy in our office named Keyes. In 3 minutes, he'd know it wasn't an accident. In 10 minutes, you'd be sitting under hot lights. In 30 minutes, you'd be signing your name to a confession.
Walter, I didn't do it. I'm not going to do it.
Not if there's an insurance company in the picture. They know more tricks than a carload of monkeys. And if there's a death mixed in it, you haven't got a prayer. They'll hang you just as sure as 10 dimes will buy $1, baby. And I don't want you to hang, baby. So stop thinking about it, will you?
Oh, why did I come here?
So we just sat there, Keyes. And she started crying, softly, like the rain on the window. Maybe she'd stop thinking about it, but not me. I couldn't. It was all tied up with something I'd been thinking about for years. You know how it is, Keyes. In this business, you can't sleep for trying to figure out all the angles they could pull on you. And then one night you get to thinking how you could crook the house yourself and do it smart, because you know every trick in the book. And then suddenly the doorbell rings and the whole setup is right there in the room with you.
Walter, I better leave. Will you phone me? Oh, I hate him. I loathe going back to him. You believe me, don't you?
Sure I believe
I can't stand it anymore. What if they did hang me?
They're not going to hang you.
It's better than going on this way.
They're not going to hang you because I'm going to help you do it.
Do you know what you're saying?
Come here. I'm saying we're going to do it, and we're going to do it right. And I'm the guy that knows how.
Walter, you're hurting.
There's not going to be any slip-up. Nothing sloppy, nothing weak. It's got to be perfect.
Yes.
Now call me tomorrow, but not from your house. And watch your step every minute. This has got to be perfect, you understand? Straight down the line, baby.
Straight down the line. Good night, Walter.
That was it, Keyes. The machinery had started to move. Nothing could stop it now. The first thing to do was fix Dietrichson up with that accident policy. Oh, I knew he wouldn't buy, but all I wanted was his signature on an application. That meant I'd have to get him to sign without his knowing what he was signing. And I wanted another witness besides Phyllis to hear me giving him a sales talk. A couple of nights later, I went to the house. Everything looked fine, except I didn't like the witness Phyllis had brought in. Dietrichson's daughter, Lola.
you hear me, Neff? I just told you I don't want any accident.
Now, look, Mr. Dietrichson, the only way you can protect yourself
Yeah. Next thing you'll tell me is I need earthquake insurance or lightning
That's
insurance.
right, honey. Why, if we bought all the insurance they tell us we need, we'd be broke all the time.
Look, what keeps us broke is you're going out and buying 5 hats at a crack.
But, Mr. Dietrichson, dollar for dollar, accident insurance is the cheapest coverage you can buy.
All I want's a renewal on that automobile insurance.
Well, just as you say.
Phyllis, do you mind if I go out?
Got something better to do, Lola?
Yes, I have. Father, is it all right if I run along? I'm going skating with Anne.
Anne, huh? Or is it really that Nino Zacchetti again?
Oh, Father, please.
Better not be. If I ever catch you with that Zacchetti guy,
It's Anne Matthews, Father. We're going ice skating. And if you don't mind, I'd rather not keep her waiting.
Okay, go on.
Good night, Father. Good night, Phyllis.
Good night, Miss Dietrichson. Glad I've met you.
Thank you.
A great little fighter for a weight.
Well, now, if you'll just sign these papers, Mr. Dietrichson, you'll be covered till the new policies are issued.
Just so I'm protected when I drive up north.
He was a Stanford man, Mr. Neff. He still goes to his class reunion at Palo Alto.
What's wrong with that? Can't I have a little fun even once a year? What do I sign?
The bottom line. But both copies, please.
How much you taking me for?
Well, I'll figure it up later. I can pick up your check at the office.
I think that's enough insurance for one evening, Neff.
Yeah. I'm going upstairs, fellas. Bring me a drink when you come up.
Now, good night, Mr. Dietrichson, and thank you.
All right, Walter.
It's fine.
He signed, didn't he?
Sure he signed. Have a trip to Palo Alto. When?
The end of the month.
He drives, huh?
He always drives.
Well, not this time. You're going to make him take the train.
Why?
Because it's all worked out for a train. Now, listen, baby. There's a clause in every accident policy, a little thing called double indemnity. That means they'll pay double on certain accidents, the kind that almost never happen. Like, for instance, if a guy is killed on a train, they'll pay $100,000 instead of $50,000.
I see.
We're hitting it for the limit, baby. That's why it's got to be the train.
It'll be a train, Walter, just the way you want it. Straight down the line.
In a few moments, we'll bring you the second act of Double Indemnity. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Double Indemnity, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Phyllis and Fred MacMurray as Walter. Earlier tonight, Walter Neff, insurance salesman, was shot and wounded. He was able to reach his office. There, at his desk, he continues to talk into the office recorder. A message for a man named Keyes.
Well, Keyes, the first step was over. Phyllis and I had Dietrichson's signature on that application for accident insurance. I went out to my car. Waiting for me was Dietrichson's daughter, Lola.
I thought you might give me a lift, Mr. Neff.
Oh, sure. You like ice skating, huh?
I can take it or leave it.
Only tonight you're leaving it?
Yes. Yes, I am. Could you take me as far as Franklin in Vermont?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Who's waiting on the corner there?
His name is Nino Zacchetti.
Now, that the fellow your father doesn't want you to meet?
Nino's not what my father thinks at all. If Nino just weren't so darn hot-headed, if he'd only... I don't know why I'm telling you all this. Please, you won't say anything.
I haven't heard a word, Mrs. Dietrichson. Miss Dietrichson.
Thanks, Mr. Neff. You're nice.
I saw her run up to her boyfriend. I found myself hoping he was right for her. She'd be needing somebody now because her father was a dead pigeon. Only a question of time, and not much time at that. Phyllis and I had to pick a place where we could meet, a safe place. We decided on that supermarket on Los Feliz Boulevard. She was to be there every morning around 11 o'clock, shopping. And I could run into her there, sort of accidentally on purpose.
I've wanted to talk to you ever since yesterday,
Not
Walter.
so loud. Move over to the shelves. Well, it's all set. The policy came through.
Give it to me. Nobody's watching us.
Can you get it in his safe deposit box?
Yes, we both have keys.
Turn your head. Take something off of the shelf. Put it in the cart.
You're nervous, Walter. I'm very calm.
Remember, you never saw that policy. You never even touched it.
Oh, I'm not a fool, Walter.
Now, when is he leaving? You talked him into taking the train.
You mean I can say something now? I've been trying to tell you the trip to Palo Alto is off. He isn't going.
What happened?
He had an accident at the oil field. His leg is broken. It's in a cast.
He broke his leg?
What do we do now, Walter?
Nothing. Nothing. We just wait. Walk around, will you? We're supposed to be shot.
But we can't wait. I can't go on like this. What do you suppose would happen if he found out about the policy?
Nothing as bad as sitting in that death house.
Don't ever talk like that.
Well, don't let's start losing our heads, that's
It's
all.
not our heads, it's our nerve we're losing. Oh, it's so awful without you, Walter. It's like a wall between us.
I'm thinking of you every minute, baby.
Don't ever stop, Walter. Don't ever.
I let a full week go by, Keys, and I didn't even try to see Phyllis again. I kept telling myself that maybe those fates they say watch over you had broken his leg to give me a way out. And then it was the 15th of June. You may remember the date, Keys. You were in my office.
I'll get it, Walter. Probably Norton looking for me. Hello. Yeah, just a minute. It's for you, Dame.
Oh. Hello.
Is this Mr. Neff?
Yes.
Walter, I had to call you. It's urgent.
Well, I'm busy, Margie. I'll have to call you back.
You can't. I've only got a minute. Walter, he's going away tonight on the train. He's on crutches. The doctor says he can go if he's careful. Oh, it's wonderful, Walter, just the way you wanted it. On a train. Only with crutches, it makes it much better, doesn't it?
Yeah. Keys, suppose I join you in your office, huh?
Oh, that's okay. I'll wait. Only tell the dame not to take all day, huh?
Go ahead, Margie. Make it snappy.
It's the 10:15 from Glendale. I'm driving him there. It's still the same dark street, isn't it? And the signal is 3 honks on the horn. Anything else?
What color did you pick?
Blue, navy blue. And the cast is on his left leg.
Yeah, that suits me fine.
This is it, Walter. I'm shaking like a leaf, but it's straight down the line for both of us. I love you, Walter.
I'll take care of everything. Goodbye, Margie.
The dame's chasing you again? Or is it none of my business?
Well, if I told you she was a customer...
Margie, huh? Customer? I bet she drinks from the bottle. I better see what Norton wants.
There you were, Keys, right there when Phyllis called me. And those fates I was talking about had only been stalling. Now they'd thrown the switch and the time for thinking had all run out. I wanted my movements accounted for up to the last possible second. Foolproof alibis. I drove my car into the garage in the basement of my apartment.
Wash job, Mr. Neff? Sure. Only have a couple of other cars ahead of you.
Well, that's okay, Charlie. I'm not going out. I won't be needing it till morning.
Okay, Mr. Neff. That'll give me time to do a good job on it.
Then I called Mr. Norton, asked him some phony questions about liability rates. He lives in Westwood, Keys, a toll call. That meant there'd be a record of it. I changed into a blue suit, the same color Dietrichson would be wearing, and waited for Norton to call me back with the figures. Then I stuffed a hand towel and a roll of adhesive in my pocket so I could fake something that looked like a cast on a broken leg. Next, I stuck a card inside the telephone box. If somebody called me, the card would fall down when the bell rang. That way I'd know if anyone tried to get me while I was away. I did the same thing with the doorbell. I left my apartment by the service stairs and walked all the way to the Dietrichson house. It was easy getting into the garage. I got in the back of the car and lay there on the floor and waited. Finally, they came out. The car started. For a long time, they didn't say a word.
You're pretty quiet. Leg bothering you?
No more than usual.
Remember what the doctor said. If you get careless, you might wind up with a shorter leg.
So what?
Makes you feel pretty good to get away from me, doesn't it?
For 3 days? Hey, how come you're taking this street?
What's wrong with it?
You shouldn't have turned. This is the wrong street. What'd you turn here for? Why are you blowing that horn? Answer me. I said, why are you...
Dietrichson was dead. That part was over. She kept driving around till I told her to head for the station.
Everything all right, Walter? Did you cover him with a rope?
Yeah, we can get out.
Yeah, the crutches. I'll take care of the red cap and the conductor. I'll tell him to let you alone, that you don't like to be helped. Ready?
Yeah.
Don't worry, Walter. I'll go as soon as the train leaves, straight down the highway as far as that refinery. Then I turn left onto the dirt road to the railroad tracks.
You've got plenty of time, but watch your driving. You don't want any cops stopping you with him in the back.
Oh, Walter, we've been through this so many times.
I'll drop off the train as close to the spot as I can.
There's a red cap coming. Car 9, section 11. Just my husband is going. Oh, no, thank you. He doesn't like to be helped.
Yes, ma'am. This way, please.
train was a few minutes out of Glendale. I hobbled back to the observation platform. I didn't have much time. Only I found that I wasn't alone.
Can I help you, mister? Oh, broken leg, huh?
Yeah, I just thought I'd like to see what it's like out here. No, thanks. I can manage fine.
Going far?
Palo Alto.
I'm going all the way to Medford, Oregon. My name's Jackson.
How do you do?
You looking for something, Mr.?
Dietrichson. It's just my cigar case. I guess I left it in my coat back in the car. Maybe I can find a porter.
Oh, you just stay where you are, Mr. Dietrichson.
Oh, thanks.
I'll be glad to get him for you. What car?
It's car 9, section 11. A dark gray topcoat.
Be right back, Mr. Dietrichson.
I had stayed in the shadows. Jackson never did get a good look at my face. But there was no time to think about him. I climbed over the railing and dropped off.
Walter, you're all right? You're not hurt?
No, not a scratch.
Can you see the carts down there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Can you manage him alone?
Yes.
What do you want to do?
Nothing.
I'll walk down the road a little, just in case. I'll wait for you.
I carried the body to the tracks. As we drove back, we went over once more what she was to do at the inquest and about the insurance when that came up.
Yes, Walter, yes. I know just what to do. Did you think I'd go all to pieces now that it's over? I said I'd help you, Walter. Maybe now you'll believe.
Not a nerve, Keys. Not even a tear. Not even a blink of the eyes. She dropped me off a block away from my apartment house.
We'd better not see each other for a while, darling. Oh, it's going to be awful.
We can meet in the market, say on Thursday.
Walter.
Well?
You're going to leave me, just like that? Aren't you going to kiss me? It's straight down the line, isn't it? I love you, Walter.
That's all there was to it, Keys. Perfect. Every detail. And yet, as I walked down the street, suddenly it came over me that everything would go wrong. It sounds crazy, Keys, but it was true, so help me. I couldn't hear my own footsteps. It was the walk of a dead man. The next day it was worse when the story broke in the newspapers, and the day after that, when I knew you'd start digging into it. Then Norton, the supervisor, said he wanted to see me.
Sit down, Walter. About that Dietrichson case.
Yes, Mr. Norton? Anything wrong?
We had him insured, Walter. It's going to cost us a lot of money. That's always wrong.
Uh-huh. What about the inquest?
His wife and daughter made the identification. Verdict, accidental death.
What do the police figure?
He got tangled up in his crutches and fell off the train. They're satisfied. It's not their money.
Can I come in?
Well, did you find him, Keys, that Jackson fellow?
Yeah, I just talked to him in Medford. Oh, hello, Walter.
Who's Jackson?
The last man who saw Dietrichson alive.
There's not much he can tell us, either.
Well, that's fine, isn't it? And a great piece of salesmanship when we sold Dietrichson that policy.
Oh, no, there's no use pushing Walter around. Is he supposed to know when a guy's going to fall off a train?
Fall off? Are you sure Dietrichson fell off?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Not even one of those interesting little hunches of yours? I'm surprised, Keys, because I formed a very definite opinion. I know that it wasn't an accident.
Not an accident?
Well, you seem surprised, Walter. But what about you?
Me? Well, you've got the ball, Mr. Norton. Let's say you run with it.
All right. Watch.
Yes, Mr. Norton?
You can send her in now. There's a widespread feeling that just because a man has a big office, he's an idiot. I'm having a visitor. I want you both to stay and watch me handle this.
Mr. Norton, this is Mrs. Dietrichson.
This was it.
How do you do, Mrs. Dietrichson?
This was the finish.
Won't you be seated, please?
My hand shook, so I had to put them in my pockets.
This is Mr. Keys.
Who'd give it away first? Phyllis?
How do you do?
Or I?
And,
He knew.
Mr. Neff.
How do you do?
Norton said he knew.
You know why we asked you to come here, Mrs. Dietrichson?
All I know is that your secretary made it sound very urgent. Something about accident.
Yes, Mrs. Dietrichson. Your husband was insured. You'll probably find the policy among his personal papers.
His safe deposit box hasn't been opened yet.
Meanwhile, I'm afraid we're not at all satisfied with the report of the inquest.
I don't know what you mean.
Frankly, we suspect suicide. Now, you said at the inquest that your husband had no worries of any kind.
Yes, I said that.
Yet only a short time ago he takes out an accident policy and tells you nothing about it. Why? Because he doesn't want his family to suspect what he intends to do.
Do what, Mr. Norton?
Commit suicide. In which case, Mrs. Dietrichson, this company is not liable. Now, we could go to court, you know.
No, I don't know anything. I don't even know why I came here.
I didn't say we want to go to court. What I suggest is a settlement of some sort.
Don't bother, Mr. Norton. When I came in here, I had no idea your company owed me money. You told me you did, and then you told me you didn't. Now you tell me you want to pay a part of it, whatever it is. You want to bargain with me at a time like this. I don't like your insinuations about my husband, and I don't like your methods. In fact, I don't like you, Mr. Norton. Goodbye.
Yes, sir, you sure carried the ball, Mr. Norton.
Let her go to court. We'll prove it was suicide.
We will? The first thing that struck me was that suicide angle, only I dumped it in a wastepaper basket 3 seconds later. You ought to take a look at the statistics on suicide sometime. You might learn a little something about the insurance business.
Mr. Keyes, I was raised in the insurance business.
Then it's time you realize this company's got to pay Mrs. Dietrichson $100,000. Come on, Walter, let's get back to work.
I could have hugged you right then and there, Keyes. You were the only one we were really scared of. And instead you were almost playing on our team. That night I could feel the floor under my feet again. That $100,000 was as safe for Phyllis and me as if we had it in the bank. Hello?
I was paying you a home, darling.
Hello, baby.
Everything all right?
Sure, it's fine. You were wonderful in Norton's
I
office.
felt so funny. I wanted to look at you all the time.
How do you think I felt? Where are you now?
At the drugstore. Can I come up?
Okay, but be careful. Don't let anybody see you.
Hello, Walter.
Keyes.
What's the matter? Oh, I know you weren't expecting me.
No, I wasn't. What's on your mind?
What are you so nervous about?
Who says I'm nervous?
Oh, forget it. It's me, I guess. I got the jumps. That Dietrichson case. You know, Walter, there's something fishy about that.
Like what?
I don't know. But right now, I'll swear that it wasn't suicide and it wasn't an accident either. Well, what else is left?
You mean somebody... What are you trying to tell me, Keyes?
Go to the door. You got company.
What about Dietrichson? If it wasn't an accident...
What are you yelling for? You want me to go to the door?
Keyes, wait. Wait, I'll get it. Keyes!
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Double Indemnity. The curtain rises on Act 3 of Double Indemnity, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Phyllis and Fred MacMurray as Walter. Late at night, alone in his office, Walter Neff struggles against the pain of his wound as he tries desperately to finish relating a sordid procession of facts into the office recorder. A memorandum to Mr. Keyes.
You went to the door, didn't you, Keyes? You opened it. And I stood there a few feet behind you on the edge of a cliff. You were pushing me over.
That's funny. Nobody here.
Nobody's...
Well, look for yourself. Must have come to the wrong door, I guess.
Yeah. Now, what were you trying to tell me about Dietrichson?
Huh? Oh. Well, Dietrichson had accident insurance, right? Now, he broke his leg. Now, why didn't he put in a claim? Why?
Well, maybe he just didn't have time to...
Or maybe he just didn't know he was insured. No. That couldn't be. You delivered the policy to him, didn't you?
Sure. Down at the oil field.
Guy takes out an accident policy. It's worth $100,000. 2 weeks later, he's killed by falling off an observation platform. Do you know what the mathematical chances are of that happening? About 1 in a billion. I'm telling you, Walter, something has been worked on us.
Murder? All right, who?
That wide-eyed dame who just doesn't know anything about anything, Mrs. Dietrichson.
Oh, you're crazy, Key. She wasn't even on the train.
Oh, I don't claim to know how it was worked or who worked it. Well, you're no help to me, are you?
Give me some time to think it over.
Yeah. I'm sorry I bothered you, Walter. I don't make much sense, do I?
You just don't seem to have anything to go on, Key.
No, nothing at all. Well, I'll see you in the morning, Walter.
5 minutes later, Phyllis Dietrichson was in my apartment. It was Phyllis, all right, who'd come to the door while you were there. But she'd heard us talking. She ducked back in the elevator before you opened the door. Luck and brains, Keys. A pretty tough combination to beat.
I mustn't stay long, Walter. How do we know he won't decide to come back? Just tell me how much he knows.
Nothing, just a hunch.
But he can't prove a thing, can he?
Not if we're careful. Not if we don't see each other for a while.
How long a while?
Until this dies down. You afraid, baby?
Yes, I'm afraid, but not of Keys. I'm afraid of us. We're not the same anymore. We did it so we could be together. Instead of that, it's pulling us apart, isn't it, Walter? And you don't really care whether we see each other or not.
Shut up, baby. Shut up and come here. You still think I don't care?
Oh, darling. Darling.
The next day at the office, I had a visitor, Keys. Remember Dietrichson's daughter? Well, here she was again with something big on her mind.
You think I'm crazy, Mr. Neff, but I'm not. Honestly, it's the same awful feeling I had once before when my mother died.
When your mother died?
We were at Lake Arrowhead 6 years ago last winter. My mother was very sick with pneumonia. One night I found her delirious with fever. All the blankets were on the floor and the windows were wide open. Then the nurse came into the room. She didn't say a word, but there was a look in her eyes I'll never forget. 2 days later, my mother was dead. Do you know who that nurse was?
Who?
Phyllis. I tried to tell my father, but he wouldn't listen to me. 5 months later, she married him. I tried to forget about it. But now it's all back again. Now that something's happened to my father, too.
Oh, you're not talking sense, Lola. Your father fell off a train.
And 2 days before, Phyllis was in a room in front of a mirror, planning a black-veiled her hat as if she couldn't wait to see how she'd look in mourning.
You've had a pretty bad shock. Aren't you imagining things?
She did it. She did it for the money. Only she's not going to get away with it because I'm going to tell everything I know.
Lola, who else have you told this to?
No one.
Phyllis?
Of course not. I've moved out of the house. I've taken a little apartment.
You haven't told that boyfriend?
Nino? No, I'm not seeing him anymore. We had a fight.
So you just sit in that little apartment of yours and look at the four walls, huh?
Yes, Mr. Neff. But I do a lot of thinking. About Phyllis.
I took Lola out for dinner. I'd have to cheer her up. I'd have to make sure she wouldn't drop that dynamite about Phyllis to anyone else. I had no chance to talk to Phyllis. You were watching her like a hawk, Keys. The next day you sent for me.
I've got it, Walter. I've got it. All wrapped up in tissue paper. Dietrichson was murdered, and I can tell you how.
Go ahead, Keys. I'm listening.
First of all, Dietrichson was never on the train. He was killed somewhere else and then put near the tracks by the wife and somebody else. Then the somebody else took the crutches and went aboard the train posing as Dietrichson.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. How can you be sure?
Now, let's see what we've got in the way of proof. The only one who really got a good look at this supposed Dietrichson is that Jackson guy from Oregon. Open the door, Walter, and tell Jackson to come in, will you?
Jackson's here?
Yeah, come on. Tell him to come in, will you?
Mr. Jackson, would you come in, please?
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, please. Take a chair. Take a chair. Now, Mr. Jackson, did you study those photographs of Dietrichson?
Not the same man, Mr. Keyes. No, sirree. The man in these photographs is not the same man I saw on that train.
There you are, Walter. There's your proof. Oh, this is Mr. Neff, one of our salesmen, Mr. Jackson.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Neff.
Now, I'd like you to describe the man you saw on the train.
Oh, 10 or 15 years younger than the man in these photos.
Uh-huh.
Of course, it was pretty dark, and he kind of kept turning his back to me, but just the same, I'm positive.
Well, thank you. Now, we may need you again if the case comes to court, you understand?
Expenses paid again, of course?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll sign a voucher now. It'll only take a moment.
You ever been up in Oregon, Mr. Neff?
What? No, I never have.
That's funny. I keep looking at you like I met you somewhere.
Yeah, this ought to cover everything for you.
Oh, well, that's mighty what of you, Mr. Keyes, and anytime you need me, You know.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Goodbye. Well, there it is, Walter. And pretty soon we'll know who the somebody else is.
Will we?
Oh, they've got to meet. They've committed a murder. They're stuck with each other. They're on a trolley ride. Only it's a one-way trip, Walter, and the last stop's the cemetery. Yeah, you see this policy?
Diedrichson's?
Yeah, the wife just put in a claim. Well, I'm going to throw it right back at her.
I left the office and phoned Phyllis from a public booth. We met in the market an hour later.
Why did you call, Walter? What's the matter?
Everything. Keyes is rejecting your claim. He's sitting back with his mouth watering, waiting for you to sue. But you're not going to.
What's he got to stop me?
Plenty. He's got it all figured out.
But if he rejects the claim, I'll have to sue.
Then you'll be in court and a lot of other things are going to come up. Such as you and the first Mrs. Diedrichson.
What about me and the first Mrs. Diedrichson?
The way she died. And about that mourning veil you were trying on 2 days before you needed it.
You've seen Lola.
Sure, I've seen her. Trying to make sure she won't yell her head off about what she knows.
She's putting on an act for you, crying all over your shoulder, that lying
Keep it out of this, Phyllis. Remember, you're not going to sue.
Because you don't want the money anymore, even if you could have it. Because Lola's made you feel like a heel all of a sudden.
It isn't the money now, it's our necks.
Oh, you're not fooling me, Walter. It's because of Lola, what you did to her father. You're afraid she might find out someday, and you can't take it,
I
can
said
you?
Leave her out of this.
It's me I'm talking about. I don't want to be left out of it.
It's just we can't go through with it, that's
We
all.
have gone through with it. The tough part is all behind us. We just have to hold on now and not go soft. Stick close together the way we started out.
But the police may be watching us
Then
right
let
now.
them get an eyeful. I loved you, Walter, and I hated him. But I wasn't going to do anything about it, not until I met you. You planned the whole thing. I only wanted him dead.
And I'm the one who was dead. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that nobody is pulling out. We went into it together, and we're coming out together. It's straight down the line for both of us. Remember?
Yes, I remembered. Just like I remembered what you'd told me, Keyes. The last stop's the cemetery. I guess that was the first time I ever thought of Phyllis that way. Dead, I mean. And how it would be if she were dead. I saw Lola a lot that week. One night we drove down to the beach, and all of a sudden she started to cry.
It's Nino, Walter. Nino.
I thought you weren't seeing him.
I wouldn't tell anyone else but you. They killed my father together. Nino and Phyllis. He helped her do it. I know he did.
What makes you so sure?
I've been following him. He's been to the house to see her night after night. Maybe he was just going with me as the blind on the night of the murder.
You promised me you weren't going to talk like this anymore.
Oh, maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe it's all in my mind.
Sure, it's all in your mind.
I still love him, Walter. I do love him, I do.
Zacchetti. Phyllis and Zacchetti. This was one I couldn't figure out. I couldn't come close to it. But the real brain twister came today. You sprung it on me, Keyes, after hours when you caught me in the lobby of the building.
Well, hold on to your hat, Walter.
Yeah, what for?
The Diedrichson case just busted wide open. The guy showed up, the guy who helped her do it.
So you were right all along, huh?
Yeah. She just filed suit against us to collect $100,000. Well, that's okay by me. When we get her into that courtroom, I'm going to tear her to pieces. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
I'd sure like one, Keyes, but I've got a date.
Huh? Somebody better looking than me?
Yeah.
That Marcy dame, huh? Yeah, well, I'll bet she still drinks from the bottle.
I went back to the office. I was scared stiff. Maybe you were playing cat and mouse with me. Maybe you knew all along that I was the somebody else. I had to find out. And I knew where to look. Your desk. The cylinder from the office recorder. The confidential message you dictated to the boss all ready for the girl to type out in the morning. I put the cylinder on the machine and listened.
Dear Mr. Norton, with regard to your proposal to place Walter Neff under surveillance, I disagree absolutely. I've known Neff intimately for 11 years and personally vouched for him without reservation. The man we want is Nino Zacchetti. We've definitely established a connection between Zacchetti and Phyllis Diedrichson as indicated in detail in the attached file. I strongly urge that this whole matter be turned over to the district attorney.
I telephoned Phyllis. I told her I'd have to see her that night. It was a hard sale. She was scared of you, Keyes.
How do you know nobody's watching the house?
I know, that's all. I'll tell you when I see you. 11 o'clock?
11 o'clock. The lights will all be out. I'll leave the front door unlocked.
Okay.
Goodbye, Walter.
And then, for the first time, I saw a way to get clear of the whole mess I was in. And of Phyllis, too. What I didn't know was that she had plans of her own.
In here, Walter. Can you see?
Yeah. Hello, baby. Anybody else in the house?
No, nobody.
We're all alone, huh? I just came to say goodbye.
Goodbye. Where are you going?
You're the one that's going.
Suppose you stop being funny. Let's have it, whatever it is.
A friend of mine's got a theory. He says when two people commit a murder, they have to go on riding together to the end of the line. And the last stop is the cemetery.
Maybe he's got something there, Walter.
Only I've got another guy to finish my ride for me. Nino Zacchetti.
Really?
It's been you and that Zacchetti guy all along.
No, that's not so.
Well, it doesn't matter now. The point is, Keyes believes Zacchetti's the one he's been looking for. He'll have a gas chamber before he knows what's happening.
And me, Walter? What's happening to me all this time?
Don't be silly, baby. You helped him do the murder. That's what Keyes thinks, and what Keyes thinks is good enough for me.
Maybe it's not good enough for me, Walter. Maybe I don't go for the idea. Maybe I've had Zacchetti here so they won't get a chance to trip me up, so we can get the money and be together.
That's cute, baby. Say it again.
He came here first to ask where Lola was. I made him come back. I was working on him. I kept hammering into him that she was going out with another man so he'd go into one of his jealous rages, and then I'd tell him where she was. And you know what he would have done to her.
Yes. I believe you. It's just rotten enough.
We're both rotten. Is what you've got cooked up for tonight any better?
The window's open. Do you mind if I close it?
Why don't you? Yes, Walter. It's you or me, isn't it? What else can I do?
So you had a gun all the time. You'd better try it again.
No, take it. Take the gun.
I think I will. Why didn't you shoot me again? Don't tell me it's because you've been in love with me all this time.
No. No, I never loved you, Walter. Not you or anybody else. I used you just as you said. That's all you ever meant to me. Until now, when I couldn't fire that second shot. I never thought that could happen to me.
Sorry, baby. I'm not buying.
I'm not asking you to buy. Just hold me close like this, Walter. Hold me close.
Goodbye, baby.
Walter, no.
I killed her, Keyes. I killed Phyllis. But maybe her aim hadn't been so bad after all. I felt funny. Lightheaded and blurry. But I made it, Keyes, all the way here to the office. It's almost 4:30 now. It's cold. And Keyes, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to be the one to tell Lola. Kind of gently, before it breaks wide open. I want you to take care of her and that guy's a kitty. So he doesn't get pushed around too much. As for me,
You're what, Walter?
Hello, Keyes. Up pretty early, aren't you? What are you doing here?
The night watchman phoned me, Walter. Seems you left a trail. Blood.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. How long have you been standing over there?
Long enough.
Well, now I suppose I get the big speech. Go ahead, Keyes. Let's have it.
You're all washed up, Walter.
Thanks. That was short, anyway.
I'm going to call a doctor.
What for? So I can walk all the way to the gas chamber under my own power?
Something like that, Walter.
Look, Keyes. Keyes, I've got a different idea.
Yeah?
Suppose you went back to bed and didn't find out anything until about morning. Would you do that for me, Keyes?
Give me one good reason.
Because I need 4 hours to get where I'm going.
You're not going anywhere, Walter.
You want to bet? I'm going across the border. How's this, Keys? I'm up on my own 2 feet.
Walter, you haven't got a chance.
You watch me.
You'll never even make it to the elevator.
So long, Keys. I'm much obliged.
Hello. Send an ambulance to the Pacific Building on Olive Street. Yeah, it's a police job. How you doing, Walter?
Going fine. Only somebody moved the elevator a couple of miles away.
They'll be here soon.
You know why you couldn't figure this one, Keys? Because the guy you were looking for was too close to you. He was right across the desk from you.
Closer than that, Walter.
Yeah. I love you, too.
The curtain falls on Double Indemnity, and as usual, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred MacMurray contributed splendid performances. Barbara, as I recall, you were a blonde in the picture Double Indemnity.
Yes, Bill. I always wondered how I would look as a blonde, and I found out. Then I decided to let nature take its course again.
Oh, but not with your complexion, I hope.
No, I'm very careful with my complexion. I always use Lux toilet soap.
Doesn't anybody care what I do?
Oh, yes, indeed, Fred. What have you been doing?
Well, I've been making a picture at RKO, Skeely. Never a Dull Moment with Irene Dunn. That's the title, Never a Dull Moment. And believe me, it's...
Well, I've been at MGM making To Please the Lady with Clark Gable, and, brother, that wasn't dull either. For instance,
Oh, look, Barbara, tomorrow night's Halloween, and if you don't let me say something, I'll set fire to your broom.
Now, wait a minute. Isn't anybody going to let me say something? Barbara, didn't you just return from the premiere of your new picture?
Yes, it was held in Indianapolis, and I certainly had a wonderful time. It's all about automobile racing, you know.
Imagine going all the way to Indianapolis every year just to see those speed races.
Yeah, that is hard to understand with Wilshire Boulevard just around the corner.
What's just around the corner for next week, Bill? More excitement?
Yes, Barbara, we think it's one of the most eventful nights of our season. First, the play is a powerful love story. David O. Selznick's immortal screen version of Rebecca. And our stars, 2 of the most famous, making their first appearance together on our stage. England's brilliant actor-director and his lovely lady. Need I say more? Laurence Olivier and Vivian Lee.
Oh! Good night.
Good night, and come back again soon, both of you.
Who is this Hollywood star?
One of Hollywood's smallest actresses. She looks even younger than her 21 years. She tips the scale at 95 pounds, keeps her waistline a sensational 20 inches.
Such a tiny package must be Wanda Hendricks.
That's right, John. Because of her small size, Wanda has even her lingerie made to order. Loves being able to choose unusual shades for slips and nighties. She's very definite about their care. Insists on Lux Flakes for her personal things. She won't tolerate ordinary washing methods that might fade colors. As Hollywood stars know, gentle Lux care keeps pretty slips and nighties colorful as new 3 times as long. Take Wanda Hendricks' tip. Give all your lingerie that lovely Lux look. Get a big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh in Rebecca. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
We are all aware of the vital importance of religion in American family life. Religious education stabilizes the family and makes for better citizens. We urge you and your family to attend and actively support your church. Take your problems to church this week. Millions leave them there. Heard in our cast tonight were Bill Conrad as Keyes, Rhoda Williams as Lola, Bill Johnstone as Norton, and Robert Griffin, Howard McNear, Norman Field, Eddie Marr, and Virginia Agnello. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Brent, Olivia de Haviland, and John Payne in Wings of the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Brave men going down to the sea in ships have written a glorious history for the United States Navy. Over the years, they've brought new honor to the great names of John Paul Jones, Stephen Decatur, Oliver H. Perry, and Admiral George Dewey. In ships of wood and ships of iron, under sail and steam, they've served notice to the world that this land must be respected. Today, that tradition lives on in ships of steel that guard the ramparts of the sea, and in ships of silver that guard the ramparts of the sky, our first line of defense. This new frontier of the air provides the background for tonight's exciting drama, Wings of the Navy. And we have the original stars of the Warner Brothers picture, George Brent, Olivia de Haviland, and John Payne. It's a saga of those men of destiny who do their daily work at 200, 300, 400 miles an hour. We throw the spotlight on two of these men, two brothers, played tonight by George Brent and John Payne. They're both daredevils, and they're both in love with the same girl, which won't be hard to understand because the girl is played by Olivia de Haviland. I think it's fitting that a story like this should be brought to you by a national theater. And we're grateful to the millions of you who have made this a national theater by your loyalty to the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. We look to your letters for guidance in producing these plays. Your comments make pleasant reading for us, not only in what you say about our plays, but what you tell us about Lux Toilet Soap. Now there's adventure in the air and a thrill in every cloud as the curtain goes up on Act One of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Haviland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Arlington Cemetery, where great men of America lie at rest, is a national shrine dedicated to those whose lives were given in service to their country. On a bright spring morning, a crowd has gathered to pay tribute to the memory of another hero, William Harrington, Admiral, United States Navy. Uniformed officers stand stiffly at attention, their eyes on the speaker's platform. Among them are Jerry and Cass Harrington, sons of the man to be honored. Far overhead, a fleet of airplanes soars in battle formation, a jagged spearhead against the fleecy clouds.
And today we dedicate this monument to the memory of Admiral William Harrington. It is a small thing compared to the monument Admiral Harrington created for himself in the hearts of those who served with him. Along the coast of America and far at sea steam a majestic array of fighting craft. Mammoth battleships, destroyers, silent, deadly submarines that prowl the ocean depths. This is the battle fleet of the United States Navy. And in the skies soars an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, defying the blackness of night, breathing challenge to the fury of storm and lightning. These are the wings of the Navy. Death often rode the wings of the fleet in earlier days, but from the beginning, through sheer determination, through sacrifice of life and limb, the Navy has progressed to the point where today it can fill the heavens with the most powerful fighting force in the world. Admiral Harrington and others of his day paved the way for its existence by giving all they had to the service they loved. And today, men are giving their lives to maintain and improve our greatest safeguard against war, a great and powerful Navy. It is not only to Admiral Harrington, but to the men of the United States Naval Aviation, to those who fly today and to those who will ride the Navy wings of tomorrow, that we dedicate this monument.
Well, Jerry, I guess we can feel pretty proud.
Yeah, but it's too bad a fellow has to be gone 10 years before they start praising him.
He's not gone. He had a peculiar belief in immortality, Jerry. He believed that so long as there was a Harrington in the Navy, he'd be part of it. I guess that leaves it up to us.
Well, Lieutenant Harrington, just a moment, will you please?
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the Daily News, Lieutenant. Can we get a picture of you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Okay, Herb, over here. Oh, say, young fella, you.
Who, me?
Yes, would you mind stepping aside, young fella? We just want Lieutenant Harrington in this.
His name is Harrington, too. He's my brother.
Yeah, but he ain't news. What's he do?
He's in the submarine service.
Oh, the Hawk's got a turtle for a kid brother, eh? Lieutenant, I understand that you have designed a new fighting plane. Can you tell us about it?
Oh, it's not that far along yet.
Okay. All right, Herb, shoot it. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You design a new submarine, young fella, and you'll get your picture in the paper, too. Come on, Herb, there's an admiral over here.
Well, I guess he put me in my place, all right.
And see that you stay there. Well, I've got to get over to the field. Walking that way?
Sure. You flying back to Pensacola, Cass?
Yeah, I got to get there tonight.
Some guys have all the luck, don't they?
Hey, Cass, wait up.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya. You ready to leave?
Yeah. Jerry, this is Harry White. He's an instructor with me at Pensacola.
Hiya. Glad to know you. Say, Cass, how do you go about getting a transfer from submarine to aviation?
What? You don't?
But it can be done, can't it?
You haven't got that flying bug again, have you?
It bites me every time I see you in the air. I want to trade this sub insignia for wings.
Well, forget it.
Why?
Because I said so. You aren't the type.
What kind of a guy is the type? Does he have to have feathers?
Look, forget it. You're not going to transfer.
All right, Pop, all right. But did it ever occur to you that I might grow up someday?
No.
You might be surprised. So long. I'll see you at the field.
So long.
And that's the first time I ever heard you try to unsell anyone on flying. What's the angle, Cass?
Oh, Jerry doesn't like being a kid brother, I guess. The difference in our ages gave me a head start, so he's always trying to find a shortcut to top me. When we were kids, he nearly broke his neck trying to outclimb me, and he nearly drowned trying to outswim me.
And if he goes to Pensacola, you're afraid he'll break his neck trying to outfly you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he might be good, Cass.
He is good. But when he's competing with me, something happens to him, and he's a bust. That's why I want him to stay in the submarine service. He won't be under my influence, and he'll wind up with a record that'll make mine look like something scratched on the side of a barn.
In other words, he isn't entirely hopeless.
Ah, he's a great kid. I'd give him a right arm for him. While I was doing it, I'd hang my left on his chin at the same time.
Well, I'll see you at the field, Cass.
All set?
Yeah. I wish that brother of yours would show up. We're late.
He'll be here. Tell me some more about those big ships, Harry.
What for? You heard Papa. You're going to stick to submarines. Oh, there he is. Cass, come on.
Hey, that can't be Cass. He's got a girl with him.
Hurry up, will you?
All ready, Harry. Goodbye, darling. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Cass.
Oh, Jerry, this is Irene Dale. Irene, this is my kid brother.
Cass!
Coming. So long, darling. So long, Jerry.
Yeah. See you in Pensacola.
No, you won't.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Cass.
Hello.
Hello.
Say, did I see my brother kissing you just now?
Well, I don't know. Were you watching?
Yeah, I thought it was an optical illusion. I can't imagine Cass taking time enough off from flying to fall in love with anyone.
Oh, he managed. You see, we have a schedule. He flies 6 days out of the week, and we meet every other Sunday from 3 to 5, and that allows plenty of time for aviation and romance.
Oh, I see. Here, let me look at you. I can understand, all right. You know, I just met you, but if you had a twin sister and there was a moon, I'd be asking her to share my entire fortune, consisting of 3 uniforms, a gunnery medal, and a sword.
My twin sister would be flattered if I had one.
Yeah, but I was talking about me. With Cass, it's different. He isn't human, you know.
Really?
Nope. He's just a built-in accessory to an airplane. He's got a carburetor for a heart, and it pumps blue and gold gasoline. Why, the only thing he's been in love with in the last 10 years is an air-cooled rotary engine.
Oh, yes, I heard about that affair. But it's all over now. We have an understanding.
Who? You and the engine?
Yes, we're going to divide him. Is that Cass coming? He's awfully low, isn't he?
Hey, look out! Well, how do you like that? My own brother tries to murder me.
What was that he threw out?
Here it is. It's a note.
For me?
Probably.
Let's see. If you come to Pensacola, I'll break your neck. Does he mean you or me?
He means me.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Well, what do we got here?
Cadets, sir, just off the train.
Are they all checked in?
Yes, sir, 21 of them.
My report says 22. Well, must have gotten lost. Welcome to Pensacola, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I take it for granted you are all anxious and eager to become part of the United States Navy. Let it be understood, please, that the desire to serve is highly commendable, but not necessarily an indication that you're fit for this service. You'll all be given a thorough physical examination, followed by an intelligence test. If the results are satisfactory, you'll be assigned to barracks and your training will begin. For a certain period, you'll be schooled in the mechanics of aviation. You'll fly first to observe, then with an instructor, handling the controls yourself. When you're ready, you'll be given a solo flight, to be followed in time by an examination in instrument flying. All of these are in the nature of tests. Pass them, and you'll be with us for some time. Fail them once too often, and you're on your way out. You'll each receive a rule book. You'll be required to observe every one of these rules. You must understand that they're formulated for your own good and the good of the Navy. Their purpose is to turn out the finest flying personnel in the world. Is there anything else I can explain?
Yes, sir. When do we fly?
Oh, eventually.
Not until then.
That'll be all for now, gentlemen. Lieutenant Harrington.
Yes, sir.
You might try to round up that lost sheep.
Yes, sir. I'll take a look around the field. Hey, Mac. See a cadet around here?
Not today.
Hiya, Cass.
Hi, Harry. Have a good trip?
Smooth as glass all the way from San Diego. Hey, give me a hand, will you? I've got a passenger.
Passenger? Where?
He's on the floor.
Oh, where's sick, huh?
He's been dying ever since we took off. All right, come on, kid.
Yeah, up you go. Stand out on the wing, kid.
Oh, hello.
Jerry.
Hiya, Cass.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm going to be an aviator, and
Jerry!
He's out cold.
Yeah, come on. Let's get him over to the barracks. All right, now drink this. Here.
What is it?
It's medicine for air sickness. Air sickness. They're still laughing at you over at the officers' club. Well, that'll knock your block off.
It's a fine welcome I get to Pensacola, and from my own flesh and blood,
Quit
too.
trying to be funny. I don't know how you wangled yourself into getting ordered here, but you're going back to your pig boats.
Now you're trying to be funny.
Why don't you quit before you disgrace the name of Harrington?
Look, Cass, I know what I'm doing.
Sure. So does a kid playing with a machine gun.
Whether you like it or not, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to learn to fly, and when I do, I'm going to fly the pants off of you.
Mm-hmm. I figured that was it. You don't want to be a good Navy flyer. All you're interested in is flying my pants off, and that's where you're going to be a flop.
If I do, that'll be my business, won't it?
All right. From now on, you're on your own. I'm going to pretend you're not here. And if you get into a jam, you'll get out of it yourself. I'm going to leave you strictly alone.
Is that a promise?
Yes, that's a promise. Now, come on, take your medicine.
Back on that stick to start the takeoff. You've got to get her up on the step or she won't move. I'll let you in on the secret. Hitting the water is bad for the prop.
This is what we call a gosport. It's a speaking tube that allows the instructor to talk to the student, but the student can't talk back, which is the whole idea.
heaven and angels when I do this, kid. I mean your right wing's too low. Now bring it up.
Relax, kid. You're stiff as a rail.
This is what's known as a loop.
Your snap roll's ragged, kid.
Never freeze the stick.
You lose flying speed, you spin.
Turn her nose up. Up.
And just remember this. Any landing you walk away from is a good one.
Hi, Cass.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, just admiring myself in your mirror. Somehow I don't find this outfit quite dashing enough for a Navy flyer. You know, Congress ought to do something about it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will see you when you're flying but your instructor.
Yeah, but suppose you make a forced landing in a bean patch and the farmer's rosy-cheeked daughter comes out with apple pie for the wounded heroes.
If you ever land on a bean patch with one of those primary seaplanes, you won't be interested in the farmer's daughter.
Those primary seaplanes are a headache. Say, Cass, is it hard to get assigned to the big boats?
What's that got to do with you?
Well, I want to command a big boat and take a mass flight to Midway or Alaska. That's the branch of the service with a future in it. I don't want to be a dizzy fighting pilot all my life.
That's marvelous. That's marvelous. You don't know the first thing about flying and already you're commanding big boats.
Well, you can't stop a fella from hoping, can you?
And you can't stop him from being a dope either.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing all right. I take my solo this afternoon.
Solo? Well, you're not ready, Jerry.
Don't be silly.
Now, listen. There's lots of things I've been wanting to say to you. I've been watching your flying. You're terrible. You've been fooling...
Wait a minute. You were going to pretend I'm not here. You weren't going to give me any help or advice. That was a promise, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, okay, Jerry, you're on your own. But try to keep your neck in one piece, will you?
What's the matter? You worried about me?
No, I'm thinking about myself. Irene's coming down here next week, and I don't want anything to spoil it.
Okay. Say, how did she ever go for a guy like you?
I don't know. I can't figure it. When do you solo?
3 o'clock. Gonna watch me?
Thanks. I've got more important things on my mind. Harry, is that Jerry up there?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
I don't know. He's been twice around the bay. Coming in too fast.
Well, give him the signal.
I did. Here he comes again.
Easy. Easy now, kid. Relax. Forward on the stick. Easy. Your left wing's too low. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Look at him. He's heading for the seawall.
Up!
Gun it, you!
Jerry, are you hurt? Jerry!
Sir, I wish to report a crash.
Jerry, are you hurt?
No, sir.
Oh, well, it's too bad you aren't. You deserve to break your neck.
Did anyone ever tell you that you dance divinely, Mr. Harrington?
Sure. That's the only thing I can do better than Cass.
Oh.
You know, Irene, it was swell of you folks to drag me along tonight. Not that I blame you.
What do you mean?
Well, does Cass always draw airplane designs on your tablecloth?
Oh, yes, always.
Here she is, Cass. I think I ought to tell you. She says I dance divinely.
Wait a second now.
Shh, don't disturb him. He's drawing designs. Who is he, do you know?
Dokes is the name, I think, lady.
Dokes, oh, of course. Joseph P. Dokes, the mad inventor. Naturally, I know him.
Oh, hello. I know you. You're going to be Mrs. Dokes, remember?
Mrs. Dokes. That sounds perfectly horrible. Next time a man asks me to marry him, I'm going to find out his name before I say yes.
Look, I found out what's the matter with the wing surface of my fighter.
See, Irene? That's what your life's going to be like. Instead of moonlight and roses, it'll be wing surfaces and empennage designs.
Oh, that's an old story already. You know, when we dance, Cass isn't keeping time to the music. He's counting RPMs. And to think I had to come all the way to Pensacola to play second fiddle to an overpowered flying machine.
That's all right, sweetheart. After this, it'll be worse.
Could it be? I hardly see you as it is.
You won't see me at all for a week or so. I've beefed up the center sections, and I'm taking my designs to Washington. The Navy has asked for them, and believe me, this time the plane will be accepted.
Oh, darn that plane.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't know when you're well off, Irene. Cass and his plane will be gone, but you'll still have me.
Will I?
Yeah, and I'll make up for all the good times Cass has been cheating you out of. We'll dance every night.
No matinees?
We'll play tennis and ride horseback.
Uh-huh. Will you have any time for flying?
Don't mind him, and we'll swim.
Oh, you're going to make a marvelous brother-in-law, Mr. Cass. Can you make it a month, darling?
Nope. 1 week probation is all you get. After that, you're going to be an old man's darling again. In the meantime, let's dance.
Had enough?
I could swim to Key West.
Well, I couldn't. Come on, get up on the raft.
Give me a hand.
Up you go.
Bet my hair's soaked. What's the matter? What are you staring at, Jerry?
You? I'm going to have to put you back in the hothouse. This outdoor life is giving you freckles.
Really? Me without a mirror? Are there many?
Did you ever see a turkey egg?
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, don't worry. I like girls with freckles.
That covers a lot of territory.
I'll narrow down the field a little bit. I'll include you and your twin sister.
Told you I haven't got a twin sister.
Oh, that's right. But think how swell it would be if there was another one like you. I could really go for your sister. Do you think she'd like me?
I think she might like you a lot.
I hope so, because, well, you see, she'd be my idea of something perfect.
She wouldn't be as perfect as you think. She'd be selfish, for one thing. She'd want so terribly to be happy that she'd make mistakes. And then she wouldn't have the courage to do anything about them. Sometimes she'd be pretty disgusted with herself.
Ah, she wouldn't be that way at all. She'd have a lot of courage. She'd be generous and kind. Why, just being near her and helping to make her happy would be the greatest break a fellow could ever expect to have.
Having you feel that way would give her more happiness than she deserved, Jerry.
Look, Irene...
Yes?
Well, I was just thinking... Cass will be back sometime today, and...
I know.
He's a great guy, that brother of mine.
Yes. A great guy. Jerry, let's go back, shall we?
Sure. He might be in by now.
Hey, Irene.
There he is.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Cass. You look happy. You must have good news.
Good news. I'm loaded with it. The Navy Department is going ahead with my plane.
Oh, Cass, that's wonderful.
But wait a minute. I'm also promoted to the noble estate of Lieutenant Commander.
Oh, congratulations, Cass.
And as for you, Jerry, you're liable to be Lieutenant Junior grade pretty soon if you keep your nose clean. You've been selected, too.
Yeah, that's swell.
Swell. Is that all you can say?
Well, I'm tickled to death.
Well, then why don't you act like it? What's the matter, flat hat? You in trouble or something?
No, I'm all right.
I know what it is. The first promotion always does that to you. Drive me to headquarters, will you, darling? I want to say something to you that isn't any of Jerry's business. We'll let him walk. Maybe it'll help pull him out of his tailspin.
All right. Goodbye, Jerry.
So long.
Jerry, where are you?
Here. What do you want?
I've been looking for you. Why aren't you out flying?
I don't feel so good.
No? Well, I talked to the doctor, and he says there's nothing wrong with you.
Did he?
Yes. Looks to me as if you're just moping. Why don't you snap out of it?
Well, I'm sick of flying.
You're what?
I'm sick of flying.
Oh, you're not sick of flying. You're sick in the head. Now, all right, what is it? What's it all about this time?
I told you, I'm sick of flying.
Now, you ought to know you can't kid me. You've got something important on your mind. Now, what is it?
Look, Cass, there are some things in my life that don't concern you.
Ooh, romance is wonderful, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I recognize the symptoms. Every time you get a case of love, you go Shakespeare on me. You're Romeo, and she's Juliet, and you always wind up under a balcony. Who's the girl this time?
None of your... There isn't any girl.
Now, let's see now. It couldn't be that redhead. She's not your type. And the Spencer girl married that Marine. Now, let me see. I've been gone a week. Oh, there's only one you've seen.
Why don't you shut up? Get out of here and let me alone, will you?
Oh. I guess maybe it's serious this time, huh? Sorry, Jerry.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille presents George Brent, Olivia de Haviland, and John Payne in the second act of Wings of the Navy. Over on Morton Street, a cheerful postman is hurrying up the steps of the Douglas home.
Oh, here you are. Miss Joan Douglas. This little box is for you. Looks like you're getting a present.
Oh, thanks. I've been waiting for it. Gosh, I can't wait to unwrap it. Oh, it's gorgeous. Mother, come here quick. Look what I've got.
Oh, your brooch came, dear. That is handsome. Let me see it closer. Why, it's so rich looking.
It'll be perfect with that green silk jersey dress. Hooray for Lux toilet soap. Dum, da, da, dum. Dum, da, da, dum.
That's the Lux toilet soap theme Joan was humming. Did you recognize it? Lux toilet soap.
And that's the answer to how you can get one of these stunning simulated cameo brooches. A brooch designed after the one worn by lovely Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. Now, here's what you do. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper, send it with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. When your Scarlett O'Hara brooch comes, you'll be just as keen about it as Joan was. The pure white head on a glistening ebony background is encircled with a delicate Grecian border design. The setting is gold finished, and there's a fine safety clasp. It's a real jewelry piece you'll be proud to wear. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how you can get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. A ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same beautiful design as the brooch, and all at amazing bargains. Remember the address, Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And remember, too, that gentle Lux Toilet Soap has active lather. Active lather that 9 out of 10 screen stars use for their priceless complexions. Remember, on your shopping list for tomorrow, 3 cakes of gentle white Lux Toilet Soap. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Haviland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Pensacola, proving ground of Navy airmen, where fledglings try their wings. Many of them thunder valiantly into the clouds, keeping their courses straight and true to their goal, while others falter and slip, fluttering in gloriously to the ground. One of these fledglings is just coming in, his ship bouncing crazily, sliding to a stop.
All right, kid, cut your motor. It wasn't so good, Ormsby.
Oh, I know it, sir. I'm sure that... Well, I know I can do better, sir.
We don't gamble on promises, kid. Take my chute over to the office. I'll see you there in 10 minutes.
Does that mean I'm busted out?
Did you hear me? I said I'd see you in 10 minutes. Now, go on.
Yes.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Cass.
I was watching you upstairs there. Kid flopped on you, huh?
Yeah, bad.
Gee, it's a shame. He was a good kid.
I know it. That's why I hate to see him busted out.
Want me to give him another check?
I don't know. Might be a good idea at that. Maybe I've got the Indian sign on him.
Okay, I'll do it this afternoon. Meanwhile, I'll go and have a talk with him.
Thanks, Cass.
Oh, don't thank me. You yanked Jerry out of his slump. And if I can save a student for you, why, we still won't be even.
Wait a minute. Look, Cass, watch your step. This Ormsby kid has a tendency to freeze the stick.
Yeah?
I had to slug him once I let go.
I'll watch him.
Hey, isn't that your lady friend?
Yeah, that reminds me. I did have a date. See you this afternoon, Harry.
Right.
Cass, are you ready?
Oh, hello, darling.
I thought I'd come down and pick you up.
Well, look, Irene, I can't make it. I've got to give a cadet a special check flight. I'm trying to save him from being busted out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be through about 4 o'clock. Why don't you dig Jerry up?
No, I think I'll just wait for you.
On second thought, maybe that's a good idea.
Why?
Well, Jerry's undergoing a case of growing pains known as puppy love. You better not see him till he gets over it.
What have I got to do with it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think you're the one he's in love with.
Did he say that?
No, I'm just psychic.
Cass, listen.
No, don't let it worry you. I know Jerry. He'll get over it in a week. He always does. So just forget it, will you?
All right, Cass.
Irene. Hello. Say, you weren't going to pass me up, were you?
I'm sorry I didn't see you, Jerry.
What are you doing down here? I thought you had a date with Cass this afternoon.
I did. He's busy. I'm going to wait.
Oh. Shall we sit down? You haven't been seeing much of Cass, have you?
Not very much.
Well, he's had a lot to do, I guess.
Maybe it's just as well.
Why? What's the matter, Irene? Is something wrong?
No, except that not seeing Cass has given me time to think things over. And I know now that I almost made a mistake that would have hurt him as well as me. Jerry, I'm going to tell Cass I can't marry him.
Have you two been quarreling?
No, he's been as sweet to me as ever. That's why it's going to be so difficult to tell him.
Then don't. I mean, not right away. Think it over, huh?
I have been thinking it over. Cass was gone a week, and he's been back 3 days. During that time, I've come to realize that I'm not in love with him.
That's pretty serious, isn't it? He's crazy about you, Irene.
Would it be fair to marry him feeling the way I do?
I don't know. All I do know is that he's the finest brother in the world. He's square, and he's honest, and
He's all of that, Jerry. That's what attracted me to him. But I was wrong when I thought that it was love. I can't marry him. You can't marry a person when you're in love with someone else.
Look, Irene...
Don't say it, Jerry, please.
It's funny, isn't it? You know how I feel, and I think I know how you feel. And we can't even talk about it.
Neither of us wanted it this way. We've both been fighting against it. Sometimes things happen to people that they can't help. But they don't want to happen. It's happened to us.
What about Cass? Does it solve anything to make him unhappy, too?
I'd make him more unhappy if I married him. Oh, Jerry, I know how you hate to hurt Cass, and I love you for it. But it can't change things between Cass and me. You figure things out for yourself. No matter what you decide, I'm going to try to live up to whatever code of ethics I have. Hello, Mac. Is Cass around?
No, afternoon, Miss Dale. Cass is up there with Ormsby, see him?
Oh, do you suppose he'll be long?
Well, he's been up almost an hour right now. If anybody can take the kinks out of that kid, Cass is the man. Holy
Mac, what was that supposed to be?
Snap roll, but it didn't come off. I'd like to see a little more altitude right now.
What do you mean, Mac?
That kid freezes the... Pull her out, Cass! Pull her out!
Mac, what's the matter?
He's going into a spin! Pull out! Pull out!
Cass! Oh, Cass!
All right now. Take it easy, kid. Shove her nose down and give her the gun, and then start pulling back.
I can't. It won't move.
Come on, relax. Better let me have that stick. Let go, kid. Come on, loosen up.
I can't move it.
Let go, do you hear? Let go of that stick.
I can't.
Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
That stick. Give it to me. Give me that stick.
Doctor, can I go in now?
I think so.
How's he going to be, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say. That left leg is very bad. There's a chance he may never walk again. Don't stay too long.
I won't. Thanks, Doc. Hiya, Cass.
Hello, Jerry. Come in and see the cripple.
Yeah, that was nice flying, mister. Aren't you the guy who was going to give me some pointers? Of course, I realize it wasn't all your fault.
When I get up out of here, I'll break your neck. If I ever do get up.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, the doc had 4 specialists in here this morning. They all voted the same ticket. I'm grounded for good.
Ah, the woods are full of specialists. They make mistakes, same as anybody else. You'll be as good as new. You'll be in better shape than Ormsby, and he's walking around already.
Now, you're not a fortune teller, and you're not a doctor, so why don't you keep quiet?
You're not giving up, are you, Cass?
I'm just looking facts in the face, and I'm not asking for sympathy.
I'm sorry, fella.
I'm sorry, too.
Sure.
Well, looks like you'll be carrying the ball from now on, Jerry.
Well, that won't be so bad. You and Dad ran up a pretty good score. All I have to do is follow the interference.
Yes, but you got to show them the way. You've got to be the best fighting pilot in the Navy.
I'm going in for big boats.
Oh, yeah, big boats. I forgot. An aerial truck driver on an ice wagon. That's what you'll be.
Yeah, well, it takes a darn sight better man to fly a big boat than it does to herd a fighting hornet.
Oh, if you weren't young and stupid, I'd argue with you.
And if you weren't old and flip-dippy, I'd argue back.
A big boat's got a crew like a submarine. When you're in a fighting plane, you're on your own. You're as near as you'll ever come to having wings. You've got the wind in your face, and you're part of the ship, and it's part of you. And the motor's a living thing, and it obeys you. There's nothing over your head but the sky, and you can reach up and touch it. And when you feel happy, you can play like a kid on a blue lawn. You loop and dive and zoom, and you chase clouds like a cat after a ball of yarn, and you... Oh, why should I waste my breath? You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do, Cass. I've felt it, too.
Sure. Get out, will you? I'm tired.
Okay. I'll be in to see you tonight.
Jerry. How is he, Jerry?
They say he may never walk again.
Oh.
He'll have to quit the Navy. You know what the service means to him.
Yes.
Irene, he's lost all that now. All he's got to hang on to is... Well, all he's got left now is...
I know, Jerry. Don't worry about it. He's not going to lose me.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, George Brent, Olivia de Haviland, and John Payne, will bring you Act 3 of Wings of the Navy. And now, let's listen in on a little conversational bridge game played by 4 charming ladies.
Your deal, Mary. Before I pick up this hand, though, I'm going to ask you a question I've been dying to ask all afternoon. Where did you get that stunning cameo brooch you're wearing?
Looks like an antique to me. Is it a family heirloom?
Well, girls, if I didn't know you so well, I'd just let you keep on thinking that. But I can't help telling you what a bargain I got. This is designed after a brooch worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind. And how much do you think it cost me? Just 15 cents. And wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
When you see this handsome brooch, you'll say it's simply stunning. It's a simulated stone cameo, a pure white head on a jet background, encircled with a handsome Grecian border in black and gold. It's the kind of expensive-looking jewelry piece that looks equally well with a frilly blouse or a simple tailored dress. You'll get plenty of compliments on your style and good taste when you wear it, because there's nothing cheap or flimsy-looking about this pin. It's made, as expensive jewelry is, with a solid back and a fine safety clasp. Its simplicity and good taste will be applauded by the most smartly dressed women. So don't miss your chance to get this wonderful bargain. Here's how you do it. Get an order blank from your grocer tomorrow, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it, together with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And in a few days, you'll receive your pin. Think of it. Only 15 cents and the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap, the gentle white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces for your Scarlett O'Hara set. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. Act quickly. This is the last time this offer will be made on this program. Send in your order today. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Wings of the Navy. Several months have passed, and Jerry Harrington's training period at Pensacola is finished. The fledgling has become a hawk, serving now at the Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego. On the beach, a giant patrol bomber spreads its silver wings across the sand. Beneath these wings stands Jerry, gazing upward, lost in admiration for the power and beauty of the monster ship. He doesn't notice the man who comes to stand behind him, a man who moves slowly, leaning heavily on a cane.
If the cavalry ever got in a jam, that thing would carry a good load of hay.
Is that so? Well, Cass, when did you get here?
How are you, Jerry? About an hour or so ago. How's the boy?
I couldn't be better. How are you, Cass?
Oh, fine. I'm allowed to limp around all by myself now.
No, I'm not kidding. Is that leg coming along all right?
It'll do. So you're flying that big boat now, eh?
Yeah. Isn't she a beauty?
Not bad. Wait until my plane's accepted. We'll fly the wings off of that thing.
Don't call that thing a thing. I'm going to fly it to Honolulu.
When?
Mass flight next month. There are 3 commands vacant, and I've got mine all picked out.
Oh, still the modest boy, huh? Well, good luck.
Thanks. How about coming along, Cass? I'll bet I could swing it.
Save yourself the trouble. They don't want one-legged men in the Navy. I found that out when I went before the examining board. I'm grounded for good.
Oh, well, there are other things beside the Navy. How's Irene?
Oh, she's fine. Hadn't been for her, they'd have sewn me up in canvas long ago.
Where is she?
She's here, staying with relatives until they test my ship. When I get that off my mind, we're going to be married. I know she's anxious to see you. Come on up and say hello to her.
Oh, no, not right now, Cass. I got a few things to do here. Some other time, huh?
How's it look, fella?
It's in great shape, Cass. And that ship of yours will pass any test they want to put it to.
Swell. Keep it good and hot. We're almost ready.
Right.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, this is Captain March of the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Glad to know you, Captain.
I hope your plane comes through, Lieutenant. The Navy can use a ship like that.
Well, it's passed everything but the terminal velocity test.
If it passes that today, the Navy will owe you a vote of thanks.
Having the Navy accept it will be thanks enough. Excuse me, sir. There's the test pilot. Steve, over here.
Hiya, Cass.
All set, Steve?
All set.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Well, she's in perfect shape. Take her up to 15,000 feet. Dive her at least 10 before you pull her out. Try to push the needle off the dial.
I'll try.
Give her the works. Tear the wings off if you can. I don't think you can, but try anyway.
Okay.
And if you see she won't take it, don't forget to bail out in time.
Listen, Cass, my wife's giving a birthday party tonight for the kids. I'll bring your crate down in one piece.
Thanks, Steve, but give it all it'll take. Okay, Mac, we're ready.
Looks like he's got enough altitude. Why doesn't he turn it down?
I told him 15,000 feet. He'll be coming any minute now.
Good luck, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, hi, Irene. Come down to see the test?
Yes, and to see you. Why have you been avoiding me, Jerry?
Well, I've been pretty busy, and...
Don't you realize you're creating exactly the impression you don't want to create? Cass wonders why you've been finding excuses not to go out with us.
What can I do, Irene? I've tried.
We made a bargain, Jerry. What else is there to do but make the best of it? Let's be grown up. Let's behave as if nothing had happened. We'll meet and we'll be friends. And we'll be happy because Cass will be happy.
Okay.
You better watch this. It's a big moment for Cass. How far is he taking it, Lieutenant?
I told him to bring it down to 5,000.
Coming awfully fast.
He'll be all right.
Those wings hang on at that speed, we've really got a plane.
They'll hang on.
I'd say it was less than 5,000 right now.
Well, he'll turn it up in a second. Come on, Steve. There he goes.
He's in a spin.
Pull out, Steve. Pull it out.
Turn it up. What's the matter with him? He's going to crash if he doesn't.
Jump, Steve. Jump, fella. Don't take a chance. Bail out. Bail out.
Cass, darling, please don't take it so hard. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, snap out of it, Cass. Come on. You've got another ship ready for testing?
Sure. And somewhere, I suppose, there's another test pilot like Steve, ready to die in a coffin designed by Cass Harrington, huh?
Well, how do you know it was the plane that failed? Maybe it was Steve. It ought to be a breeze to take it through that test. I could do it myself.
Oh, you could. Do you know what a pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive?
Well, I have an idea.
No, you haven't. You've got to take a cranky, unknown experimental plane up to 15,000 feet. Open your throttle and shoot yourself at the earth like a cannonball. You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives that rip and tear at your wings. You're going 300 or 400 miles an hour straight down. Then you pull back in the stick, and when you do, believe me, you pray. And the air's turned into a brick wall. And if the seat isn't stretched for 2,000 pounds, you bust right through it. And all of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. What's inside of you keeps on falling. Your blood drains. Everything goes black. You can't see, you can't breathe, and you're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. And then you might find that you're in a death trap. You try to jump, and it's too late. Something like that happened to Steve today. Does that sound like a job for a kid like you?
No, I suppose not. But even a guy like me can have faith in what his brother's trying to do. Am I out of place, Cass?
No, you aren't out of place. And I'm not giving up. Not yet, anyway. Well, there must be a test pilot willing to take the job. Keep on trying. Offer more money. But do something before Captain March goes back to Washington and scratches my plane off the list.
I'm sorry, Cass. I know what that plane means to you and how valuable it'd be to the Navy. But there are only 6 or 7 test pilots capable of giving your ship the beating the Navy will demand before the design is accepted. I've communicated with all of them. They feel that the plane that killed Steve Connor can't be any good. Those men will risk their lives, but they won't commit suicide.
Then there isn't anything to be done?
No. I'm sorry, Cass.
Who is it?
Hello, Irene. Where's Cass? Is he here?
No, I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, well, maybe he's heard the news and he's avoiding me.
What news?
In me, Irene, you observe a man of consequence, a person of vast importance. In other words, a Navy hotshot.
Suppose you tell me what it's all about.
Honolulu, I've been given command of a big boat, and I'm going to take it on the mass flight from here to there.
Oh, congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah, and wait till Cass hears about it. Will he be mortified? After I rub it in for a while, we'll go out and celebrate, huh? What's wrong, Irene?
Nothing. Only I wouldn't plan on rubbing it in, Jerry. I wouldn't plan on a celebration either.
You don't think I meant it, do you?
Why, no, you're just kidding. Cass has changed. He's abnormally sensitive. He's always brooding. And when I try to cheer him up, he just gets irritable.
It's that plane of his, huh?
Looks as if it's going to be abandoned. And if it is, he'll lose everything he wants out of life.
It's not that important, Irene. He'll get over it, and he'll have a lot left to live for, too. He'll have you, won't he?
That isn't enough. Can you understand that?
No.
I didn't at first. I made a bargain. I accepted a job. And I believed that by merely accepting it, I had accomplished it. Jerry, I did everything I could to make Cass happy. And I failed. I'm not important to him.
That's not true, Irene. Cass loves you.
I think he does. But he's never reconciled himself to being out of the Navy. He feels that he's only half a man. That he's a failure. That plane is a symbol to him. If he puts the Navy's colors on its wings, then he'll be in the service again. He won't mind being crippled. He'll be happy. And if the plane's a failure, he'll die slowly inside. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now. You know, Irene, a long time ago, I gave up something I wanted very much. And since then, I've been so busy feeling sorry for myself that I never considered that there were 2 sides to the bargain. I can't come close to matching what you've done, but the least I can do is try. If there's any way in the world of putting Navy colors on Cass's plane, I'll do it.
Hello, Cass. This is Brown. Listen, we've got a man to test the plane. You better get down here right away. He'll be at the field in an hour.
You ready, Jerry?
In a minute, as soon as the doc gets finished here.
I'll be out at the ship. Make it snappy.
What do you say, Doc? How am I doing?
Oh, we'll be through in a minute. Stand still. I got to tape up your waist.
What for?
Keep your insides in place. Hold that pad right there. And draw on your stomach. You'll want this good and tight.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Better than having your insides fall out. Now put on your shirt. Put this belt over your flying suit. It'll help. It'll be a good idea to yell as hard as you can before you pull out of the dive.
Yell? Why?
Well, that'll tighten your throat and stomach muscles still more and keep your arteries from puffing up. Here, take this scarf. Keep it around your neck. When the time comes, tighten that as much as you can. It'll stop the blood from draining out of your head.
There sure is a lot to remember in this racket, isn't there?
You better remember all of it, or you'll never pull out of that dive. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Doc.
What are we waiting for, Mac? Where's the test pilot?
Now, take it easy, Cass. He'll be here in a minute.
Who is he? Is he any good?
I think he's great.
Sure. So do I.
Hello, Jerry. Say, listen, Hey, what's the idea of that outfit?
Well, test pilots have got to dress like this. It's a union rule.
You mean you're going to take that ship up?
Of course I am. I'm your pilot, mister.
Well, you can't. It's against regulation for Navy men to test planes. You'll be thrown out of the service.
I'm not in the Navy anymore.
What?
I resigned my commission.
You resigned? You mean you quit the Navy just so that... Well, I won't let you do it.
It's already done, Cass.
What about the Honolulu flight?
That was just a joyride. This'll be a lot more fun.
Don't be a fool, Jerry. You don't know what you're up against. You haven't the experience. You'll be...
Yeah, I know, Papa. Now, will you run along and mind your own business?
Will you go and take that junk off? That plane's not going up today.
Listen, Cass, for a long time I've been trying to convince you that I'm a better flyer than you were in your best day. Today I'm going to prove it, and in your ship.
Kill that motor, Mac.
No, look, Cass. I'm taking that crate up even if I have to knock you cold to do it. Wait a minute.
Come here.
Mac, take care of this guy, will you?
Cass.
Take your hands off. Will you take your hands off? Let me alone.
Gotta do it, Cass, and I don't want to, but I gotta. Hurry up, Jerry, will you?
On my way. So long, Cass.
Jerry!
Look at that ship climb.
Cass, I just heard about Jerry. Cass, you can't let him do it.
Well, he's doing it now. That's him up there.
Cass, if anything should happen to him, if anything should happen to Jerry...
When I tried to stop him, I couldn't.
He may be killed. He may be... Oh, Cass.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now except to hope.
Just about ready.
There he goes.
You know what a test pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive? Open your throttle and shoot yourself in the earth like a cannonball.
This is to keep your insides in place.
You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives to rip and tear at your wings. You're going 400 miles an hour, straight down.
Put this bell on.
Straight down.
Better have your insides fall out.
400 miles an hour, straight down. The air's turned into a brick wall.
Yell as hard as you can before you pull out.
All of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward.
Yell as hard as you can.
Blood drains. You can't see. You can't breathe. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. If you're lucky, you come to. If you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky.
Level off. You're out of it. You're out of it.
A great ship. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Irene, he did it. Jerry, he did it. He gave my ship to the Navy.
He's safe. Oh, Cass, he's safe.
If only you'd try to understand, Captain. The kid loves the service as much as any man ever did.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, but this Honolulu flight, sir, is the most important thing in his life. He gave it all up for me. Please hold up that resignation, sir. If not for my sake, for the sake of the old man. If he were alive, it would be awfully important to have one Harrington left in the Navy. I'm washed up, and Jerry's the only one to carry on. Please, sir.
The Honolulu flight leaves tomorrow. I'll see that your brother has his command.
Thank you.
Cass, I don't see Jerry. Do you suppose they've decided not to let him go?
Wait a minute. Oh, there he is. Jerry! Jerry!
Hiya, Cass. Hello, Irene.
Are they taking you, kid?
That's my boat right over there.
Great. You know, I hate to admit this, but I'm kind of proud of you, Jerry.
Well, thanks. I've been waiting to hear you say that for a long time.
Well, I've said it, so don't make me change my mind. And remember, only one Irishman got away with flying backward, so don't wind up in Cuba.
Well, I've checked my compass. It'll be Honolulu or nothing.
It better be. And remember, the water is soft unless you hit it hard, so don't get wet.
I'll try not to. Well, I guess I better get going.
So long, kid. Good luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, Irene.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Lots of happiness to both of you. So long.
It's gone, Cass. I hope he's happy.
He will be. Tomorrow a clipper ship takes off for Honolulu. You'll be on it.
I'll be.
Yes, you. Now that I'm cured, I'm firing the nurse. That's gratitude for you, isn't it?
Cass.
No, let's not have any arguments. I'm sending you to Honolulu so I won't have to support you for the rest of my life.
Oh, Cass. You know, don't you?
Sure. Something I should have had sense enough to see long ago. Oh, please don't think that I'm hurt or angry or that I feel cheated. Having known you for a little while gave me more happiness than I'll ever deserve.
Oh, Cass. Oh, Cass.
And in the skies an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, wings of the Navy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back for their curtain calls. In the meantime, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap have asked me to make this special announcement to the members of our Lux Radio Theater audience. They urge all of you who have not already done so to send in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch at once. This is the last time we will make this offer on the Lux Radio Theater. Now, surely you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to own the lovely Scarlett O'Hara brooch. We know you'll be delighted with this stunning jewelry piece when you see it. So note these instructions carefully. If you haven't already sent in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch, buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer. Ask him for an order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it in an envelope with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. Address to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars back to the microphone.
The curtain has fallen on Wings of the Navy. And if I had my way, George Brent, Olivia de Haviland, and John Payne would get a 21-gun salute for their performance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little doubtful about that many guns.
Yes, I'm afraid that salute is reserved for the Commander-in-Chief, CB.
All right, George, we'll make it 17. That's only an admiral's, but I still think you deserve 21.
You know, when we made this picture, Mr. DeMille, we were practically in the Navy for a couple of months, and we really saw what makes the flying service tick.
Yeah, the fellas that run one of those big flying boats don't spend much time in saluting. It takes both hands to handle that job.
One look at the instrument panel of a big boat completely confused me. It looked like 50 clocks, all with a different time.
That's one of the reasons it takes so much training to make a Navy pilot.
Training and a smart pupil. Mr. DeMille, we've all had a grand time coming back to the Lux Radio Theater this week, and I'd like to say one thing more. Lux soap is the complexion care I use every day, and I wouldn't be without it. And from my own experience, I know it's a soap that's really gentle.
Those words ought to be sufficient for the wise, Olivia, because Lux soap never had a lovelier recommendation. And right now, I'd like to recommend our play for next Monday night.
What is the bill, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, John, is one of the most distinguished weeks in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. A great star makes her first appearance at this microphone, Miss Shirley Temple. Our play is one that many of you have asked for time after time, with Shirley in the leading role. It's The Littlest Rebel, a story of a little girl who taught 2 armies the meaning of gallantry. With Shirley in The Littlest Rebel, we present 2 fine actors, Claude Rains and Preston Foster. And we think that makes next Monday night a night to write home about.
Well, you can't beat a combination like Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel, CB.
We'll be right at the radio listening, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night. And happy landing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Tristram Coffin as Harry White, Lou Merrill as Mac, Gail Gordon as Speaker, Stuart Buchanan as Dr. Harper, Earl Ross as Captain Brown, Stanley Farrar as Captain March, Wally Mayer as reporter, Frank Richards as Steve, and James Eagles as Ormsby. Here's an important announcement. Uncle Jim's Question Bee, which so many of you enjoy, will now be on the air Tuesday nights beginning October 8th instead of Wednesday. See your local newspaper or radio magazine for details. George Brent and Olivia de Haviland appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Mr. Brent will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Honeymoon for Three, and Mr. Haviland's forthcoming picture is Santa Fe Trail at the same studio. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently appearing on the screen in their production of Maryland. The Scarlet O'Hara brooch offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap is designed after one worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, proudly presenting Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award screenplay, Columbia Pictures' The Jolson Story, starring Al Jolson and Evelyn Keyes, with William Demarest and Ludwig Donat. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we present the screenplay you've all wanted so much to hear, that you, in fact, chose for this occasion. It's that great musical hit, The Jolson Story, selected by theater-goers as their favorite picture during 1947 in a nationwide poll by Dr. George Gallup's Audience Research Incorporated for Photoplay Magazine. Our stars are Al Jolson himself, for years billed as the world's greatest entertainer, and Evelyn Keyes, with William Demarest and Ludwig Donat. After tonight's performance, they, as well as the producer and director of the Jolson Story, will receive Photoplay Magazine's coveted Gold Medal Award for their work in bringing the picture to the screen. We're particularly happy to present the Jolson Story, not only because of the award it's won, but because of your many friendly letters asking for it. And we're grateful, too, that so many of these letters spoke enthusiastically of Lux Soap. I'm sure from reading them that if we took a poll of lovely women everywhere, Lux Soap would win their personal citation as America's favorite beauty soap. On now to the first act of the Jolson Story, starring Al Jolson as himself and Evelyn Keyes as Julie, with William Demarest as Steve and Ludwig Donat as Cantor Jolson.
Remember me? Steve Martin's the name. Used to have an act in vaudeville. Not good, maybe, but not bad. That summer, I was playing in Washington, D.C., and one matinee... You like that joke, huh? That was pretty good, huh? All right, now how about some music now? Tell you what I'll do. You name a tune, and I'll play it on my cello.
The Banks of the Wabash!
Banks of the Wabash. All right, now wait a minute. I'll play it if you folks will sing it. Okay? Here we go, Banks of the Wabash. So you won't sing, huh? Am I asking you to do me a favor? I'm doing you a favor. Now, come on, we'll try it again.
From the fields there comes a breath of new morning.
That's it, kid. You show him how to sing. Give that boy a spotlight. Come on, you're doing great.
Lights are gleaming on the banks of the Wabash, far away.
What's your name, Sonny?
Asa Jolson.
Where'd you learn to sing like that?
Well, I sing in my father's choir. He's the cantor at the synagogue.
Where?
At the synagogue. Holy smoke, I'm supposed to be there.
After the show, I keep thinking about that kid. Then I get an idea. I could use him in my act. He'd be great. So before dinner, I stop over to Cantor Jolson's house. Sure, the cantor will let him sing all right, but...
But where his people have always sung. In the synagogue, Mr. Martin.
Well, if you're worried about my taking good care of him, why...
Mr. Martin, I think I know what is best for my son.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Asa. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Martin.
So, singing in the theater. Asa, you will never go to that place again. You promise me?
I can't promise, Papa. I can't.
Go to your room.
A few weeks later, I'm back in Cantor Jolson's home. Asa, it seems, had run away looking for me. They found him, but the kid said he'd only run away again. It was an awful tough decision for his folks to make. But they told Asa he could go with me on the stage. A year later, the kid's performing like a veteran. But something happens. In the middle of the song, his voice breaks. He finishes the number whistling. But right after, in our dressing room...
What's the use of talking, Steve? I can't sing anymore. I'm quitting.
Ah, don't be silly, will you? Your voice is changing, that's all. And I like that whistling. And do you know something? I'm going to give you billing.
Steve.
Yeah. Yes, sir, Steve Martin and Asa Jolson. Steve Martin and Asa Jolson. That don't sound so good, does it?
Well, I'll change it, Steve. I'll think up a new name.
Well, you go buy a box of birdseed, will you? If you're going to whistle, you're going to whistle good.
Don't stop, Mama. What else does Asa write?
Asa says, now I whistle in the act. Everybody seems to like it. Your loving son. Papa.
What's the matter?
Asa isn't Asa anymore. Look how he signs the letter.
Al Jolson, Mama.
Yeah, our act is now Martin and Jolson. But Asa has changed in more ways than his name. A lot of time has gone by, and that kid in knee pants is growing up. We're playing in Louisville during Derby week. We're in our dressing room when Tom Barron walks in. Tom does a singing routine in blackface. Only tonight, he's had about 6 mint juleps too many.
Hiya, boys. Guess what I did this afternoon? I picked the winner of the Kentucky Derby.
Tom, you got to get yourself together. You're on in a little while.
Oh, don't worry about me, no. I never missed a show yet.
Steve, get him some black coffee. I'll see if I can straighten this guy out.
It was no use. Barron was out cold. So what does Al do? He puts on Barron's costume, smears on blackface, and takes his place on the stage.
Rosie, you are my posy. You are my heart's bouquet. Come out here in the moonlight. There's something sweet, love, I want to say. Your honey boy, I'm waiting. Those ruby lips to greet. Don't be so aggravating, my blushing roses, my posy sweet. There's a little bunch of sweetness that I long to call my bride. And believe me, I'm not happy unless my baby's by my side. Her baptismal name is Rosie, but she puts the rose to shame. And most every night you'll hear me call her name. Professor, I'm going to sing about my baby. Rosie, you are my posy. You are my heart's bouquet. Come out here in the moonlight. There's something sweet, love, I'm singing for my baby. Your honey, your boy I'm waiting. Those rubies, those lips to greet. Don't be so aggravating. My blushing rosy, my posy sweet.
Hal knows Baron's routine by heart, and he kills the people. As soon as the curtain comes down, we rush to Baron's dressing room to see how he's making out. Then we hear that knocking on the door.
Steve, it's the stage manager. He'll murder me for taking Baron's place.
Open up, Mr. Baron. Mr. Lou Dockstader is here to see you.
Lou Dockstader, the king of the minstrels.
You can go right in, Mr. Dockstader.
Well, isn't anyone going to open the door?
Sure, Mr. Dockstader. Steve Martin's the name, Mr. Dockstader. This is my partner, Al Jolson.
How do you do? Now, about Tom Barron. Well, what's the matter with him?
He just collapsed, Mr. Dockstader. Poor fella. He should never have gone on tonight.
Who's kidding who around here? I think we can drop the pretense.
Huh?
I know that wasn't Barron who sang. I've heard Barron before. You accustomed to singing in blackface, Jolson?
Him? No, never, Mr. Dockstader.
Well, if you have no objections to blackface, you can join Dockstader's Minstrels next week in St. Louis.
You don't mean it. No, you couldn't.
I like your voice, Jolson. As for Barron, don't worry. I can keep a secret.
Dockstader's minstrel, Steve. Did you hear that? You and me. Big time.
I have a place for one man only.
Well, what did you think, Al? What would I be doing in a minstrel show?
Yeah, me too. Besides, you want to sing, Mr. Dockstader. Me, I'd rather whistle. Steve here, he keeps wanting me to sing, but at heart, I'm just a whistler. You see that? Only thing keeps me happy, Mr. Dockstader. Whistling, yes, the only thing keeps me happy.
Hey, when are you leaving town, Mr. Dockstader?
Tomorrow night.
Thanks. I got an idea.
Oh, hello, Jolson.
Mr. Dockstader, I thought you were going to St. Louis.
I am, so are you.
But this train doesn't go there.
Oh, yes, it does.
Where's Steve? He was here a minute ago.
He's not coming, Al.
Then I'm on the wrong train.
No, Al, you're on the right train. Train Steve wants you to be on.
No. Steve, where are you? Steve!
After that, I lost track of Al for a couple of years. Later, I heard he left Dockstader. Al got all steamed up over a new type of music called jazz. He and Dockstader disagreed, and Al asked for his release. Then, one day in Washington...
Asa! Papa, look, he's back.
Mama, oh, you look wonderful. Oh, you got younger, darling.
Asa!
Papa, oh, gosh,
Asa, how are you? Look at him, Papa. A man.
Well, why are you so excited? What is that to be excited about?
Oh, such a beautiful boy, and now look, skin and bones. Did you have dinner, Asa?
Dinner? What's that?
But sit down, Asa. Come on, darling. Make him sit down, Papa.
Tell me, Papa, how's everything been, huh?
The same, Asa, the same. And you?
Oh, me? I've been fine, Papa.
Working?
Yeah, in a way, and I've been pretty busy, too. I've been playing around with a new kind of music, Papa. It's great. It's different. At least I think it is, but...
But what, Asa?
I don't know, Papa. I've talked to people about it, and they think I'm crazy. You see, this music, well, I happened to run across it down south. I've been trying to make songs out of it. It's the only kind of music I want to sing.
This music is so peculiar?
No, you sing it all the time, Papa.
You want to sing prayers on the stage?
Oh, no, Pop. Just the feeling in prayers. It's in the music even when it's fast and happy. But, like I told you before, they think your son is a little crazy.
Yes, I'll answer it, Papa. Hello? Yes? New York? Who? Al? Oh, Asa. You hold the wire, please. Asa, Mr. Tom Barron.
Tom Barron. Thanks, Mama. Hello?
Al, how are you?
Fine, Tom. How'd you know I was here?
I got your address from a booking agency. Al, you know what I'm doing now?
No.
Manager of the new Winter Garden Theater.
Manager of the Winter Garden. Tom, that's swell.
We're opening a new show in 4 weeks. There's a spot for you, Al, if you're interested.
Interested, he says. How soon would you want me?
Well, right away.
I'll get a train tonight.
See you tomorrow, then,
The minute
Al.
I get there. Gee, thanks, Tom.
Asa, You just came home.
I'll be back, Papa. Oh, what a break this is, New York. Broadway, Winter Garden, here I come.
They gave Al a 5-minute spot in the last act. You'd think they had given him the world. He was that excited about it. Well, opening night comes, and on stage they're doing the big ballet number. But it's midnight and the show's running way too slow. The audience is getting restless, and so are the critics. So the boss backstage decides to make a cut.
I know. Sorry, Jolson, but we're cutting your number. Mike, tell the stagehands to set the scenery for the finale. Look, please, I gotta go on. And tell the orchestra leader, tell Oscar we're cutting the Jolson song.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. You're not gonna do this to me. I'm going on. That's what you think. Finale, everybody. Take your places for the finale. Hey, you, Jolson, come back here.
Look, he's going on the stage.
I'll teach him who's running this show. Curtain, close that curtain on him. Well, here I am, folks. No. There's nothing wrong. I always jump through the curtain like this. Oh, you lucky people, you. Now, what are you so surprised about, Oscar? Look at him, folks. That's Oscar, our leader. Oscar, look. Don't just stare at me. I know I'm beautiful. But we got a song to do.
Hey, Hal, get off the stage. Your number's been cut.
Tell the boys, Oscar, we'll take this number nice and slow. Now, just settle back, folks. Yes, now settle back, because you ain't heard nothing yet. Mammy, the sun shines east, the sun shines west. I know where the sun shines best. Mammy, my little mammy, my heartstrings are tangled around Alabama. I'm a-coming. Sorry that I made you wait. I'm a-coming. Hope and trust that I'm not late. Mammy, my little mammy, I'd walk 1,000,000 miles for one of your smiles, my mammy. Oh, mammy, my little mammy. The sun shines east, the sun shines west. I know where the sun shines best. It's on my mammy I'm talking about. Nobody else's. My little mammy, my heartstrings are tangled around Alabama. Mammy, I'm coming. Oh, I hope I didn't make you wait. Mammy, I'm coming. Oh, Lord, I hope I'm not late. Mammy, look at me. Don't you know me? I'm your little baby. I'd walk 1,000,000 miles for one of your smiles. My me.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of the Jolson story. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
I heard the other day you like mystery thrillers, Mr. Keeley. Well, I have just the picture for you.
I suspect then, Libby, that it's the new Metro Goldwyn Mayer picture, High Wall.
Mm-hmm.
That is a thriller.
And isn't Robert Taylor wonderful?
He is indeed.
In the role of a suspected killer, he proves what a versatile actor he is.
With Audrey Totter as the feminine lead, I'm sure Bob found the romantic angle of the story most interesting, too.
And Herbert Marshall is the sinister character who holds the key to the mystery.
I always enjoy his work. But coming back to Audrey Totter...
One of your favorites, Mr. Keeley?
Well, I certainly thought she was splendid in this, her most important role to date.
Yes, indeed. She proves herself a fine dramatic actress in MGM's High Wall. What animation and charm she has.
I think John Kennedy will agree that Audrey Totter is delightful to look at, too.
I'll say she is, with her red gold hair and that wonderful Lux complexion.
You can say that again, Mr. Kennedy. Audrey's skin is just as fresh as a baby's, and she finds Lux toilet soap a wonderful help in keeping it that way.
Lux soap is made to protect million-dollar complexions, Libby. Screen stars find this fragrant white soap really makes skin lovelier.
And skin specialists have proved it. In recent tests, 3 out of 4 complexions became softer, smoother in a short time.
If you haven't tried it, why not begin your beauty facials with Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 2 of the Jolson story, winner of Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award, starring Al Jolson in the title role and Evelyn Keyes as Julie, with William Demarest as Steve Martin and Ludwig Donath as Cantor Jolson.
Tootsie, goodbye. Tootsie, don't cry.
Overnight, Al Jolson became the sensation of Broadway. Behind that personality, that way of singing a song, was Al's overwhelming desire to entertain people. Give him an audience and he'd sing as long as the people remained in the theater.
For the mail, I'll never fail. If you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootsie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye.
By now, Al had sent for me. He said he needed a manager. I've always wondered if he needed a manager half as much as I needed a job. Al's next show in the Winter Garden was Honeymoon Express. Opening night, like most musicals, it's running way too long. Al's on stage in blackface, playing a comedy dramatic scene with the ingenue.
What's the matter, Miss Sally? Things just can't be as bad as all that.
Oh, don't you see, Uncle Gus? Henry will never believe I love him and not Lester.
Well, why don't you just explain it to Henry? Explain it to him.
He won't listen to me.
Well, honey, look. Henry better listen pretty soon or this show is going to run till 1 o'clock. You know, a lot of these folks live in Brooklyn. Well, it's like this, folks. Sally here, well, Henry really loves Sally, and she loves him. And it all works out fine. Believe me, folks, you can go home, you got nothing to worry about. So here's where we stand. You see, it's after 12 o'clock. Like I told you how the show ends. So why don't you all get out of here? That's it. Get right out. All right. If you want to stay, I feel pretty good tonight, and I got another dozen songs in me, and I'm raring to go. All right, I'll sing. But if I'm going to sing, I want to see you. Turn up the heart slide, Joe. Yes, sir. That's it. All right, Professor. You made me love you. And if that ain't a music cue, I never heard one. You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. You made me want to. And all the time you knew it. I guess you always knew it. You made me happy sometime. You made me sad. But there were times, baby. You dog. Oh, you made me cry for. I didn't want to tell you. I want some love. That's true. You know I do. Deed I do. Yes, I do. Gimme what I cry for. You know you got the kind of kisses that I'd die for. You know you made me love you.
After Honeymoon Express came Robinson Crusoe. 14 months later, we were still selling out at every performance.
Look, Mama. See what variety says. Jolson's still Sacco biz in Winter Garden.
Sacco biz, Papa?
Mama, when will you learn about show business?
Oh, is something good, Sacco biz?
Sacco biz is better than terrific. And Saccaroo.
Yes?
That's double Sacco, Mama.
Oh.
Sacco biz and double Sacco. That wasn't enough for Al.
That's right, Steve. I'm going to do a show every Sunday night. So actors and people in show business will have a chance to come.
Al, you're doing 8 performances a week as it is. Oh, I know you'd rather sing than eat. But how about having some other kind of fun, like, like a family?
I've got a family, Steve. I see Mom and Papa every few weeks.
I'm talking about a girl. I hate to disillusion you, but there are fellas even in show business who like girls just as much as applause.
Okay, Steve. Find me a girl and I'll take her out sometime. Now do me a favor. Call up that Mr. Glenn, Steve. You know, the moving picture guy. Tell him I'll be glad to see him tomorrow.
But, Al, moving pictures, what do you want with those
Now, wait a
things?
minute. This is different. These are moving pictures that talk.
People don't talk enough as it is, huh? Okay, I'll call him.
We've been experimenting with talking pictures for years, Mr. Jolson. We know it'll work. But we want a star in our first sound picture.
Yeah, but suppose this picture flops.
With Jolson, we don't think it will.
How many people do you figure see a good movie, Mr. Glenn?
50 million in this country alone.
Never was an audience like that in history, Steve.
Al, will you listen to me?
Tell you what, Mr. Glenn, I'll give you my answer tomorrow.
On our last Sunday in New York, Al, as usual, gave a special performance for show people. That was the first announcement he made of the first talking picture, The Jazz Singer.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you, folks. And just like I told you, I'm going to Hollywood. I don't know what's going to happen to me out there, but I may want to come back. And when I do, you'll let me, won't you? Thanks. I'll remember that. Well, I see a rival producer sitting down front. The famous Mr. Flo Ziegfeld. Not too much applause, folks. Hey, Ziggy, who's that pretty gal with you?
This is Julie Benson, star of my next production, Showgirl.
Mr. Ziegfeld, you will please not advertise on my time. Glad to know you, Miss Benson. Look, I'm giving a little farewell party at my place tonight, and well, as a rule, I don't do this sort of thing, you know. But honestly, I wish you'd drop over. No, you don't have to come alone if you don't want to. You can bring Mrs. Ziegfeld with you. Well, look, think about it anyway, won't you? Well, folks, what would you like to have me sing? Come on, tell me. Come on, tell me. What would you like? Well, April showers, eh? April showers. Isn't that what you said, Miss Benson, you'd like to hear?
That's what I'd like to hear.
April showers. Well, Professor, don't keep the lady waiting. Union, come on, play. Though April showers, just for you, baby, just for you, they come your way. They bring the flowers that bloom in May. So if it's raining, have no regrets, because it isn't raining rain, you know. It's raining violets. And where you see clouds up on the hill, you soon will see crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for a bluebird and listening for its song whenever April showers come along. Though April showers may come your way, they bring the flowers that bloom in May. And if it's raining, have no regrets, because, look, it isn't raining rain, you know. It's raining violets. And when you see clouds on the hills, look, they're not clouds, no, they're crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for a bluebird and listening for its song. Whenever April shower come along.
That was a big party Al gave that night, but as soon as he could, Al slipped out to the terrace. He had finally found Julie Benson alone.
You know, Miss Benson, you get prettier every time I see you.
Well, the first time was just a few hours ago.
Yeah. Well, then, you got prettier since then.
Thank you.
Look, will you do me a big favor?
What?
Will you marry me, Miss Benson?
I'll do you a bigger favor, Mr. Jolson. I won't marry you.
I didn't suppose you would. Of course, I shouldn't be rushing like this. Well, you think I'm kidding. But tonight when I looked across the footlights and I saw you, well, look, I got a great idea. Suppose you and me get married and go to California together, huh?
Well, of course, I'm opening in a new show in 2 weeks.
Yeah. If it wasn't just for that, huh?
And a few other things.
Tell me. I want to know.
Well, for example, that street down there.
Oh, Broadway. You know something, baby? If you want it, I'll give it to you.
No, I don't think it could ever be mine. And I'm not so sure I even want it.
What is it you want? Come on, I gotta know.
Well, in the first place, a real home. A place so far out in the country that by the time you got there and closed the door, you'd have forgotten all about show business.
I know just a spot. It's up in a...
Mr. Jolson, it's getting pretty late. You have guests in there.
But, baby, wait a minute. We're just getting places. And look, why don't you just call me by my southern name, Honey? You know the trouble, Julie? You just don't believe me.
Oh, well, I do believe you, honey. But I always thought I'd like to fall in love with the man I was going to marry.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And I'm not going to rush you. In fact, we won't even get married until I get back from California. How's that?
Al, you're crazy.
Sure, baby. People in love always are.
Anyway, we went to California and started work on the jazz singer. But every day, Al had telephoned Julie Benson in New York.
Julie's worried, Steve. She's scared to death. Her show opens tomorrow night, and she's afraid she won't make good.
But, Al, what can you do about it?
Tonight I can be there. Steve, go ahead. Get me a special plane.
But, Al, you're making a picture.
Well, I just want to be there, Steve. Go on. Get me that plane.
So we go to New York and we rush to Julie's theater. This is Julie's big chance, all right. But when she makes her entrance, even I can see how scared she is. I had told Al there was nothing he could do. Well, I was wrong. As soon as he catches Julie's hesitation, her nervousness, he jumps up, right among that first-night audience, and picks up the tune of Julie's dance.
Liza, Liza, skies are gray, but when you smile on me, all the clouds roll away. Liza, Liza, don't delay, come keep me company, and the clouds roll away. See the honeymoon is shining down. I just made a date with Parson Brown. Liza, Liza, name of the day. When you belong to me, all the clouds will roll away.
The next day, Al Jolson and Julie Benson were married. No time for a real honeymoon, just a dash to Washington to see Al's mother and father.
Asa, I don't understand. You must run away to California and Julie to New York.
Oh, it'll take me a couple of months to finish his picture, Mama, and then I'll be home.
And that's where he's going to stay.
Julie, there's only one thing the matter with Asa. He's got to sing. It's a wonderful thing. But a home with love in it is even more wonderful.
Julie agrees with you, Papa. So we're going to build a real home and settle down way out in the country with the crickets.
Asa, you mean this?
Oh, even Julie doesn't know it yet. But I got an architect at work right now.
Al.
I told him Build a house for Julie. The sky's the limit.
Oh, that I approve of. And I also approve of Julie.
Oh, thank you, Papa. Oh, Al, I'm so happy.
A few months later, we're all together again in New York. The premiere of The Jazz Singer. Al didn't come with us, but nobody went to bed that night. We all stayed up waiting for the reviews in the early morning papers. It was about dawn when Al came in.
Hello, everybody.
Al.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
Asa, did you see these newspapers? Sensational.
Yeah, they're really something. Julie, I wanted to celebrate tonight, but, well, we got to talking things over.
I know. They want you to make another picture.
How'd you know?
That wasn't so hard to figure out. Well, I think they're right.
But, Julie, we'd be separated again. You can't leave the show in the middle of a run.
No. So that home in the country will just have to wait a little while longer.
Julie, baby, I know it's another bad break, but it won't be for long. Then you'll get everything you want. While I'm gone, you go right ahead with the house, see? Start building it. Start teaching those crickets and frogs how to sing Mammy.
Sure, Al. And it's all right, darling. I can wait.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of the Jolson story. When a girl's picture appears on the cover of one national magazine after another, the talent scouts take notice. They spotted ability as well as rare good looks in the case of Miss Terry Moore, young Columbia starlet. How is your latest picture assignment going, Terry?
Fine. Picture making is hard work, Mr. Keeley, but there's a thrill in it, especially when I can watch a star like Susan Peters before the camera. She's really inspiring.
It's an inspiration to all of us to see Susan Peters return to the screen after her serious accident.
I think her fine performance in Columbia's new picture, The Sign of the Ram, will make movie history, Mr. Keeley.
A very dramatic picture. Alexander Knox is excellent as the co-star. Did you get a chance to meet Susan Peters, Terry?
Oh, indeed, yes, Mr. Keeley. Isn't she lovely to look at, though?
One of the most beautiful girls in Hollywood, with a complexion that, I let our friend John Kennedy here describe.
Why, everyone knows Susan Peters' exquisite complexion is a Lux complexion.
Well, even the makeup man at the studio commented on her lovely skin, Mr. Kennedy. It has a wonderful luminous look. You'll notice it when you see her close-ups in The Sign of the Ram.
Susan Peters is one of the 9 out of 10 famous stars who know how effectively gentle Lux toilet soap cares for delicate skin.
She depends on her daily Lux Soap Beauty facials, Mr. Kennedy. She told me so herself.
The finest proof you could have that fragrant white Lux toilet soap is a complexion care that works.
Any girl who uses Lux toilet soap faithfully should find it does wonders for the skin. I know I wouldn't skip my Lux soap facials a single day.
Thanks, Miss Terry Moore, for that very practical beauty tip. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of Photoplay Magazine's Gold Medal Award screenplay, The Jolson Story, starring Al Jolson in the title role and Evelyn Keyes as Julie, with William Demarest as Steve Martin and Ludwig Donath as Cantor Jolson.
Al went back to California, and Julie stayed in New York. But it wasn't long before Al persuaded her to leave her show and come to the coast. Al had made great plans for Julie.
Where's the contract, Steve?
Here it is, Al.
Whoa, wait a minute.
See, Julie, the same studio I work for. I've been working on this deal for weeks, honey.
Now, Al, maybe she doesn't want to make a picture.
What's he talking about, honey?
Haven't the faintest idea. But, Al, please, just one picture.
You're the boss, honey. One picture, just one picture.
Al wanted Julie to make a picture, so Julie made a picture. And then the second one.
But you gotta do it, baby. You were so wonderful in the first one. Now prove to him that it wasn't a fluke.
And after the second picture came a third.
But this is different, Julie. They want us to make this one together. You and me, honey. That's something I always wanted more than anything else.
Oh, it's no use, Steve. I'm never going to be able to get off this merry-go-round. When I finish a picture, Al's in the middle of one, and vice versa. Oh, well, I don't mind.
Look, Julie, it's just a matter of putting your foot down once.
He'll know the right time to quit, Steve. He's happy. So am I. But thanks for thinking of me, my friend.
Well, they previewed the picture that Al and Julie made together. And Al, as usual, he invited a big crowd to come over to the house afterwards.
I don't get it, Julie. Where is everybody? Steve?
Who cares? They forgot to show up.
I told the butler to send them away, Al, to tell everybody we went straight to Santa Barbara after the preview.
You know something? I'm glad.
Well, you see, Al, tonight's our big night. We're free. Not a contract in the world.
You know, honey, you sound like a gal with a proposition.
Yes, we're going east, Al, a vacation. And after that, well, there's that little matter of building our house.
Sounds wonderful, baby.
Right, we'll leave for New York on Sunday.
Wait a minute. What's the rush? A week or so will wrap up everything fine for me.
Oh, what's there to wrap up?
Oh, just an idea, baby. Just an idea, that's all, about putting a company together and making our own pictures.
Darling, please, I know this is silly, but, well, it's gotten to be sort of a principle with me. Once we do say we're going to quit for a while...
Well, wait a minute. Who said we weren't?
Oh, Al, I've waited so
long.
long.
Well, all I'm talking about is a couple of days, Julia.
But when you want to spend it that way, Al, that's where the principle is. If you can't see that, I wouldn't know how to... Oh, holy smokes. This is a kid's done, isn't it?
It's the first time I ever saw Julie cry. Something wrong with me, I guess, huh?
Yeah, has been for a long time.
Can I come in, Julie?
Of course. I'm sorry, Al. Crying. That's not fair, is it?
Julie.
Al, I'm like somebody with one desperate plan left. I couldn't go on this way if I wanted to. And the way we feel about each other, rather than let that die a slow, painful death, I think we ought to have the courage to quit now.
That's one thing that can't happen, Julie.
Be honest, Al.
I was never more honest in my life. Just the thought of losing you, Julie. Oh, no, baby, no. I don't want any part of any contracts or shows or anything.
Al, you can't make me a gift of your whole life. I just couldn't take it.
Well, I gotta quit, Julie. Just tapering off will never work, honey. I know myself. I'd just make more promises and break them and keep breaking them. Only, you gotta help me, Julie. If I start yelling, hit me over the head, tie me down. Because when you go, baby, I ain't got nothing left.
Oh, Al. Al.
Julie had won and they went east. And when they returned to California, they built that house in the country and retired. Al was through, finished, and he meant it.
What's that you're reading, Steve? Writing?
Yeah. Oh, say, it says your last picture is now playing in New Zealand.
Funny. Still hearing from places like that for all this time. Say, did Julie mention where she was going?
In the town, I guess.
Why didn't she tell me? I could have gone along for the ride.
Say, Al, your folks' wedding anniversary's tomorrow. You'll call them, huh?
Yeah, but we should have brought them out here. Would have been nice, you know.
Al, that manuscript of Tom Barron's new show, do you want to change your mind and read it?
I've told him 50 times I'm not interested in doing any shows.
All he wanted was your opinion of it.
I haven't got the patience lately. I don't know what's the matter with me. There she is.
Surprise.
Surprise!
Mama, Papa.
Yes, sir. High five.
Oh, what a surprise. Who thought of this?
Steve.
Julie. Mama.
Papa.
Well, look, he's going to cry.
Oh, go away.
Oh, a big boy like him.
This is the life, Mama. Mm-hmm. California. You know, if I tried, I could get used to this.
Well, you go right ahead and try, Papa.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Jolson. Mr. Barron is at the door.
Hey, where is everybody?
Tom.
Hello, Julie. And Steve.
Where'd you drop from, Tom?
New York. Hello, Al.
How are you, Tom? You know my mother and father.
Why, I should say so. Hello, Mr. Jolson. Canada. How are you? Say, I had no idea I'd find the whole family here.
You lost no time in finding me. You shouldn't have come, Tom. You've wasted a trip.
Al.
I'm not interested in your show. And busting out here like this will get you nothing.
Al, what's the matter with you?
I came to Hollywood to sign up some actors. I couldn't imagine coming here, Al, and not saying hello to you.
Tom, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me. Look, how long are you staying, pal?
I'm flying back late tomorrow night.
Well, then, till tomorrow night, you're staying here with us.
And tomorrow you'll attend the wedding anniversary dinner of Cantor and Mrs. Jolson.
Well, that I wouldn't miss for anything.
And look, son, I'm going to read that little show of yours right away. Yes, sir. Henry, we're ready for lunch. No pork chops today.
Such a beautiful dinner table, Julie. Papa, imagine dinner outdoors.
And even a full moon, Mama. Oh, leave it to Asa.
Asa, and where is Asa, Julie?
He and Tom, they're still in the study working over that script. Papa, do you think these past couple of years have been good for Al? I mean, does he seem happy to you?
Well, of course.
Just like he used to be?
Well, a little more settled, maybe.
Dinner is ready, Mrs. Jolson.
Yes. Excuse me, I'll get Al and Tom.
Tell me, Mr. Barron, is this new show of yours, it will be Socceroo, yes?
Well, I sure hope so, Mrs. Jolson.
You know, if I ever had any idea of going back to that old grind, that's the kind of a show I'd want. Not that I have any such ideas.
Good.
No, I couldn't stand it.
What do you mean, Al?
Well, I mean, I've been laying off too long. No, I'm all through with all that. Here's a toast to you, Tom. Good luck with your new show.
Yes.
Well, thank you, everybody. Now, I have a toast. To Cantor and Mrs. Jolson. 100 more years of happiness. Speed. Come on, Cantor, speed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was very kind. In fact, oh, that wine, Mama. That was very good wine, Mama. I remember Mama and I on the night of our wedding. Oh, how we danced that wedding night. Asa, you should have seen us. Oh, I remember. You couldn't be there. No. Anyhow, I thank you all. I thank you.
That was good, Papa. Very good, very good.
Remember that, Asa?
I heard you sing it, Papa, 1,000 times.
That was the waltz at our wedding. Come on, Asa, sing with me.
No, you go ahead, Papa.
Look at... Mama, tell me the truth. Who was always a better singer, me or Asa?
You, of course, Papa.
You hear that? Come on, Asa, come on. Please, sing with me.
Oh, how we danced on the night we were wed. We vowed our true love, though a word wasn't said. The world was in bloom. There were stars in the skies, except for the few.
Mama, come, let's dance.
In your eyes, dear, as I held you close in my arms, angel was singing a hymn to your charms, to hearts gently beating, murmuring low, my darling, I love you so. The night seemed to fade into blossoming dawn. The sun shone anew, but the dance lingered on. Could we but relive that sweet moment sublime, we'd find that our love is unaltered by time. Well, that's that.
Thank you, Asa.
Look, suppose we drive into town and you all be my guests at a nightclub. What do you say?
Nightclub now?
Oh, sure. I can still make my plane.
Couldn't we just stay here, Tom? You see, we haven't been in a nightclub for years. Julie and I, we're just plain country folks. Anyway, Mama and Papa, well, they wouldn't be much interested in nightclub, would you, Mama?
Yes, oh,
Well,
yes.
Of course we would.
All right, come on, folks. Let's go.
Papa, such a place. In all your years in show business, you didn't see anything like it.
No, Mama.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to interrupt the show to make an announcement. We have a celebrity with us, a man you enjoyed and admired for many years. He's been away from show business a long time, and we've missed him a lot. But he's still the greatest entertainer of them all.
I wonder who he means.
The one and only Al Jolson.
Ace, don't turn away. Look up, please.
And folks, there's a chance in 1,000 if we ask him hard enough, just for old time's sake, Mr. Jolson might give us a song.
Oh, this guy's crazy. No, I can't.
What do you say, Al?
I'm sorry. No.
The crowd won't take no, Al. Go ahead.
Julie,
Of course, darling.
I'd get out of it if I could, baby. I'm sorry.
Here he comes, folks. Al Jolson.
Thanks, Charlie, and thank you, folks. It's nice to be remembered. But, about singing for you, see, I'm a little rusty. But, well, Charlie, what do the boys play that I can sing?
Anything, Al.
Well, how about Swanee, folks, okay? I've been away from you a long time. I never thought I'd miss you so. Somehow I feel your love is real. Near you I want to be. The birds are singing, it is song time. The banjo strumming soft and low. I know that you yearn for me too. Swanee, you're calling me. Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. I'd give the world to be among the folks in EIX. I even know my mammy's waiting for me, praying for me down by the Swanee. The folks up north won't see me no more when I get to that Swanee shore. I love the old folks at home. Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. The folks up north won't see me no more when I get to that Swanee shore. All right. Just one more. But on one condition, folks. Tell everybody in the floor show to come out and sit down. That's it, kids. Come on out, all of you. You worked hard tonight. You must be tired, so sit down, and I'll take over.
Just one number, huh?
Yes, sir. Just gather around and make yourself comfortable. Folks, you ain't heard nothing yet.
You see, Papa? What Al didn't have at home was an audience. Live faces. Isn't that it, Steve?
Julie, no.
Al was so sure he didn't want to sing anymore. He wanted to be with me.
All right.
I let him make the wrong decision.
You heard him. All right. They want April showers.
April showers, boys.
Though April showers may come your way, they bring the flowers that bloom in May.
Julie, wait. Where are you going?
I'm going home, Steve. I'll be gone by the time he gets back.
Oh, don't do it, Julie.
He tried awfully hard, Steve. But you and I know Al just can't quit.
Julie.
See that he's on that plane tonight with Tom. They'll do a great show.
This'll kill him, Julie.
No, Steve. Look at him. When did you last see him as happy as that? And Steve, when he gets home nights after the show, don't let him sing too long.
So keep on looking for a bluebird and listening for its song. a shower. Come along.
All our thanks to Al Jolson, Evelyn Keyes, William Demarest, and Ludwig Donath, who returned to the footlights in response to your applause. And after tonight's performance, it's easy for all of us to understand why the Jolson story was voted America's favorite photoplay for 1947.
Well, thanks, Bill. And believe me, we're mighty grateful to the moviegoers of America for their selection.
You know, Bill, while you're passing around compliments, don't forget Harry Cohn, the head of Columbia Pictures, or Little Sid Scalzi, who produced the Jolson story, and Sidney Buckman, who was such a great help on it.
Yes, they certainly deserve those medals.
What are the names of the winning stars on the Gallops poll, Bill?
Well, the individual stars are too many to mention here. But of course, you'll find them in Photoplay magazine's March issue on the stands now. And every one of them will receive a gold medal award at tonight's dinner at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
And, Bill, I'm going to give my medal to a boy who couldn't be here today, and he certainly deserves it. I'm going to give that medal to Larry Parks. I'll break his arm if he takes it. Listen, no, but I'm really going to give it to him. I understand, Bill, that Jack Bent is going to be master of ceremonies at dinner, huh?
That's right. Jack and his magic violin.
Say, just a minute. Shouldn't Lux Soap get some sort of an award, Bill, for bringing the Jolson story to the air?
Well, I'd rather it got an award for, let's say, Evelyn's lovely complexion.
I would too, Bill. Lux Soap is a wonderful complexion care. It certainly deserves some sort of medal.
What's coming up on Lux next Monday night, Bill?
Next Monday, we present a screenplay hailed by the reviewers as dynamic, smashing entertainment. It's Eagle Lyon's current screen hit, T-Men, starring in his original screen role, Dennis O'Keefe. Co-starred with Dennis is the lovely Gail Patrick in a thrilling, real-life drama of Treasury agents tracking down one of the most dangerous counterfeiting rings in history.
Bill, I'm going to sit up till 7 o'clock. I'm not going to bed till 8 that night. An exciting picture, Bill, if I ever heard of one. Your audience really ought to love it. And may I say good night for everybody?
Good night. And congratulations on tonight's award.
You aren't missing your chance to win one of the grand prizes in Lever Brothers' $100,000 fur contest. Only 3 more weeks to enter.
The third contest closes next Sunday night, February 22nd.
$20,000 worth of furs and cash given away every week.
The first prize is a gorgeous mink coat worth $3,000.
There are 3 second prizes, luxurious fur coats worth $1,000 each.
And fur jackets, fur scarves, 250 cash prizes, 329 prizes in all, every week. You select your own fur in any style you wish, or you can take your prize in cash.
Now, ladies, here's all you do. On entry blank available at your dealer, or on any piece of paper, write 25 words or less telling why you like any one of the 6 famous Lever products. Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Lifebuoy, Rinso, Swan, or Spry. Send as many entries as you wish each week, but be sure to include a wrapper or box top from one of these Lever products for every entry you make. Print your name and address and the name and address of the dealer from whom you buy your Lever products. Mail your letter, together with box top or wrapper, to Lever, L-E-V-E-R, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
If your entry comes in later than February 22nd, it will be entered in the following week's contest.
To enter, you must live in the continental United States, Hawaii, or Alaska. These contests are subject to all federal, state, and local regulations and to contest rules printed on official entry blanks. Your dealer will give you these entry blanks. Winners of the 4 top prizes for the first week's contest will be announced on this program next week. Al Jolson can be heard on his own program for the Kraft Cheese Company. Evelyn Keyes will next appear in the Columbia picture The Mating of Millie, co-starring Glenn Ford. William Demarest will soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Sainted Sister. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Join us again next Monday night to hear T-Men with Dennis O'Keefe and Gail Patrick.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of T-Men with Dennis O'Keefe and Gail Patrick. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Fred MacMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra in The Miracle of the Bells. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's not often that you can see the film version of a book on the screen that's still on the bestseller list throughout the country. And it's not often that we can broadcast the screenplay of a story that's still being read in thousands, if not millions, of homes. But such is our good fortune tonight with Lasky McEwen's current film production of Russell Janney's book, The Miracle of the Bells. And we bring it to you now with three great stars, Fred MacMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra playing their original screen roles. Many of the scenes in The Miracle of the Bells were filmed on actual location in a typical Pennsylvania mining village. And from such a place, close to the setting of tonight's play, as a matter of fact, comes a letter from a good friend of this theater. She writes, "In a town where soot and smoke are almost unavoidable, it's always a problem taking care of your complexion. But with Lux Soap, I've never had trouble keeping my skin looking fresh and lovely. We appreciate Lux Soap as much as we enjoy your Monday evening broadcasts, and that's saying a great deal. Well, as one way of saying thanks to this kind listener, we raise our curtain on Act One of RKO's current hit release, The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred MacMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. A few moments ago, an eastbound train paused momentarily in a small Pennsylvania town. One passenger got off, while from the baggage car, a coffin was quickly unloaded and placed in an awaiting hearse.
You Mr. Dunnigan?
Yes.
I'm the undertaker, Mr. Dunnigan. Nick Orloff. Might as well ride with me back to Coaltown.
Thank you.
You the husband of the deceased?
No, I'm just a friend.
Quite surprised when I got your telegram. Never had a client from Hollywood before. The name of the deceased, Mr. Dunnigan, Olga Treskovna.
That was her professional name. She was an actress.
But she come from Coaltown, huh? What was her real name?
Olga Trocky.
Trocky? Stan Trocky's kid?
That's right.
3 years ago, I gave Stan Trocky a first-class $100 funeral. You think she paid me? Not a penny, not 1 cent.
What are you stopping here for?
I ain't burying any more deadbeats until they pay up.
You mean now?
Right now.
All right, Mr. Orloff. But it was a $90 funeral, not $100. She paid you 10, she told me. Here, give me $20 change.
Oh, no. What about the extras? Flowers and 6 pallbearers at $2 apiece. I'm a respectable businessman. I never cheated nobody. When I say $100, it's $100.
My mistake, Mr. Orloff, not noticing your fine qualities. Now get us to Coaltown. It's all right, Olga. You'll be home soon. But why anyone should want to come back to this flea-bitten end of the world, I don't know. But that's what you wanted. And it's all I can do for you, kid. Ride with you and tell you that I love you.
That's what's driving me crazy. That I waited till now to tell you. I love you, Olga. I guess I loved you the first time I saw your face. I'll never forget how I happened to meet you. I'd heard Tommy Elmore was rehearsing a new revue. And as long as I was in the neighborhood...
No, wait a minute. Hold it. What are you dames trying to do to me? You, what's your name?
Olga Drisco.
Well, look, Olga, I'm sorry, but I haven't time for beginners. Come back when you've learned something.
Mr. Elmore, please.
No, I'm sorry, but this show's got to go on in 4 days.
Let me try again. Please, give me another chance.
Go on, Tommy. Give the kid a break.
Huh? Who's that? Bill Dunnigan.
How are you, Tommy? Just thought I'd drop in and say hello. Hey, can you get out of here? I'll buy you a drink.
Girls, meet the world's greatest press agent. Bill, meet the world's worst chorus.
Hiya, girls.
Okay, ladies, take half an hour. If you've been watching them, Bill, you know I could use a drink.
Hey, Tommy, do me a favor,
Huh? Yeah, shoot, pal.
Let the piano player work with that kid. He'll have her dancing like Pavlov in no time.
You know her?
No, I just like her face. And she looks like she needs the job. Come on, Tommy, give her a break.
Okay. Freddie, see what you can do with Olga. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, never mind the thanks. Just learn that routine.
Oh, I will.
That's where it began, Olga. And this is where it ends. In Orloff's funeral parlor. You're back in Coal Town, baby.
Now, if you'll just sit down, Mr. Dunnigan. Well, sir, we can give her a fine funeral for $150. Of course, pallbearers will be extra.
Get them.
$2 apiece. Now, about the church. First thing for me to do is fix it up with Father Spinsky. So just make yourself comfortable, Mr. Dunnigan. Be back soon as I see you.
What a sap I was, baby. Walking out of that theater with Tommy Elmore and not seeing you again for a whole year. And then only by accident. That tank town in Iowa, Christmas Eve. And me wondering how to kill time till my train left. I walked down Main Street, and there was your picture in the lobby with the rest of the cast. The show was over, but I took a chance you'd still be in your dressing room.
Mr. Dunnigan.
You've got a good memory.
Oh, come in. Oh, I've wanted so to see you. This is the most exciting thing that could have happened. I wanted to see you to thank you. I've never forgotten how kind you were.
Then you finally learned that dance routine, huh?
I became so good in the chorus that now I'm a great dramatic actress.
Oh?
It's not a good play, and I don't have a good part, but I love it, and I'm so grateful to you. But what are you doing in Iowa?
I'm advance man for a road show. Well, I see you're ready to leave. You got a date, huh? I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
Oh, I don't have any date, Mr. Dunnigan.
You're not going anywhere?
Just to the hotel. I suppose you're with friends. I won't keep you, Mr. Dunnigan.
The name is Bill, and you are going somewhere with me. Are you hungry?
Yes.
Wonderful. There must be some restaurant in town that's still open. Come on, let's find it. Walking with you in the snow, I felt as though I were drunk and didn't know what it was. I didn't know that I'd feel the same everywhere, every time I was with you. We finally found a Chinese restaurant. It was deserted. But old Ming Gao seemed to think we were very special customers.
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Minga. But how delicious everything was.
After all, it is Christmas. And you say you are strangers here.
Who met purely by accident.
No. No accident. I believe these things are all written.
And we just follow the script, huh?
Yes, we follow. Maybe you will tell me something, young lady. Your name.
Olga Trocky, alias Olga Triskovna.
Trocky, huh? Olga, when did you first decide to be an actress?
When I was a little girl, I think. In a place called Coal Town, Little Poland.
Oh, near Wilkes-Barre.
Yes. Coal Town killed my mother. My father, too. My father was very sweet and kind. He played the accordion and sang. And he used to say to me when he had a hangover, which was most of the time, "Go away someplace, Olga, and sing and dance and act and be happy."
So you followed his advice?
Except I'm nobody. But I'll be ready when my chance comes. I think maybe in Hollywood.
Hey, not so fast, baby. What you need is a couple of years in stock. You've got a lot to learn.
I haven't time for all that, Bill. I want to get there quickly. And when I am a big star and the interviewers ask me, "How did this great success come to you, Olga Triskovna?" I'll tell them it came from Bill Dunnigan, who once said, "Give the kid a break."
Well, I think we'd better go, Bill. It's late.
Yeah. Let's have the check, Ming.
No check.
Oh, no check. Come on. We ate the whole restaurant.
Please, let this humble meal be my gift to the two guests from far away.
Well, thanks, Ming. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. This is for you, Mingao. It's nothing, just a little religious medal. St. Michael, the Archangel. Will you take it, please?
I am very grateful.
St. Michael, huh? What's his specialty?
Fighting for God. He is a very gallant saint, Bill.
I will carry it and hope for your great success, Miss.
Good night, Mingao.
Well, it stopped snowing.
Yes. And look up there. Bill, look. Look up there.
Are the stars?
Yes. Do you see over there where that V-shaped cluster is? Now, just to the right of it.
Oh, yeah.
See that bright one?
Yeah?
It's mine. My star.
Yours, huh?
My father told me that star appeared for the first time the night I was born.
Well, could be.
It's there every night to remind me of where I'm going. Oh, I'm being very silly. I won't see you again for a long time, maybe. Will you accept a Christmas present from a strange lady? My star up there. I'll give you half. Yes, Bill. Half is for you.
Why didn't I say something to you then? But no, not a word. Not even where can I write you, where'll you be? Oh, no. Old Clammouth just walking along with his heart jumping and never a word. And now I'm in Nick Orloff's funeral parlor, and you in a box in the corner of the room. But it can't end like this, baby. It can't end with Dunnigan the dummy just staring at a box.
You see? That didn't take long, did it? Me and Father Spinsky got everything worked out fine. And I got hold of a singer, too. Now, let's see. I figure a blanket of roses for the coffin, and maybe a nice wreath as a sort of personal tribute from you. Oh, yeah, and the sexton of the church. I almost forgot that.
Oh, that's bad. You wouldn't want to forget any charges.
Huh? And a donation for Father Spinsky's church. Let's figure on a total of $350.
$350? Well, that's a lot more than
That ain't much for a service at St. Leo's.
At St. Leo's?
Yes, sir. Biggest church in town.
But that's the wrong church. I wanted St. Michael's. I just took for granted.
That old broken-down barn? Oh, no. You don't want your friend buried from St. Michael's.
Look, Mr. Orloff, where is St. Michael's?
Go on. Take a look at it. I ain't worried. Down the street to your left, across from the hotel. Just remember, Father Paul ain't got anything to offer. You'll be back.
So that's why I'm here, Father Paul. She wanted to be buried from your church. Now, how much do you charge? I better tell you first, she wanted a few extras.
I'm very proud that this girl wanted to be buried from St. Michael's, Mr. Dunnigan. Please put your money away.
I'm sorry, Father. I came in here like a sorehead. It's just that, well, it's a pleasure to run into a human being again. You ever hear of poverty, Father?
Oh, yes. Poverty is an old friend of St. Michael's.
Well, I'm down to my last $300. I just thought I'd better warn you. And I've got a favor to ask. Could we have her brought here? I hate the thought of Olga being left in Orloff's place.
Of course, she belongs here. Let me phone Orloff, and then you must tell me about Olga. I can see you must have loved her very much. Oh, Nick Orloff's a stupid and greedy man. But she'll be here.
Thank you, Father.
Now, about Olga.
Well, I'd met her only twice before I took a job in Hollywood as personal drum beater for the great Marcus Harris.
Marcus Harris?
Marcus Harris is one of the greatest motion picture producers in America. And at the moment, he was given birth to a $3 million epic called Joan of Arc. The star of the picture was a girl named Anna Klovna. But Miss Klovna proved quite a problem. She was trouble from the minute she walked into the studio. Then one morning in Harris's office...
I refuse to perform. I will not put my foot on that set again. I'm leaving, Mr. Harris.
Miss Klovna, please.
That imbecile. He's a director. He's an idiot. He wants me to be here before I am awake. He says I must rehearse. I have played Joan in Europe. Shaw's Joan, Schiller's Joan. What have I to learn from him? From any of you?
Oh, come on, Anna. Don't act like this. You're a great artist.
Well, then I want to be treated like a great artist.
Let's go to your dressing room. Let's see if we can't talk this over, huh?
So, now you give the order, too. What do you know about art? A pushcart peddler is what you were, and what you still are. No ignorant peasant can give orders to Anna Klovna.
Now, wait a minute. We don't talk like that in America.
No. All you talk in America is money, money, money. Oh, but I am finished. I quit.
You can quit. I'm sorry you don't like me, Miss Klovna. That's all right. I'm sorry you don't like America, but that isn't all right. It's too bad you couldn't see something nice in such a wonderful place.
Wonderful. For fools, maybe. For money grabbers. For peddlers. I am an artist.
She'll calm down, Marcus. She'll be back.
I don't want her back. I like this country. I won't work with anyone who doesn't like it.
Well, you can get somebody else to play the part then.
There's no one else available who can play Joan of Arc. It's too bad. Klovna has a great talent. Well, let's walk over to the set and give him the bad news. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're forced to give up the picture. I'm sorry this has happened. Maybe we'll have better luck next time.
That's it, boys. Wrap it up.
Mr. Donegan. Bill.
Holy Ike, am I dreaming?
Hello, Bill.
Olga, don't tell me you're in pictures.
I was. I just lost my job. I was stand-in for Anna Klovna. You're working here, too?
Yeah. Look, let's get out of here where we can talk. So you're a stand-in, huh?
Not much of a job for a foolish young lady who dreamed of being a star.
You know, it makes me happy just to look at you. Say, where can I meet you tonight?
Let me cook dinner for you. I've got a sort of apartment, and I've been dying to have a guest.
No guest?
No.
I'm glad. What's the address?
1461 Curzon Avenue. It's over a garage.
1461. Will it be all right if I get there about 7 o'clock?
7 is fine. Oh, Bill, how good to see you again. More coffee, Bill?
Oh, no, thanks. Just tell me the rest of it, baby.
Oh, there isn't any rest of it. I kept making the rounds of the studios, and sometimes they said, come back, and sometimes they said, don't come back. But whatever they said, it always ended the same way. No job for a new young movie star. Bill, you're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, baby. I'm listening to a lot of things. Olga, can you act?
But you know I can act.
How do I know?
Because I told you.
Oh, that's right, so you did.
And I'm much better now. I spend all my spare time reading plays, learning parts, and...
Yeah, you're better looking than she is, too.
Who?
Anna Klovna. You're younger, you're prettier.
Bill, what are you talking
Take
about?
it easy, baby. I'm incubating.
Bill, you don't mean Joan of Arc.
Never mind what I mean. Olga, do you know any scenes from the script?
Oh, Bill, I know the whole script.
Look, I don't want the whole script. I want one scene, one big scene.
No?
Yes, now. We've got to work fast. It's one of those things.
Yes, Bill?
Okay, you're on. The camera's rolling. Action.
It's a scene where Joan comes into the courtroom. They brought her up from the dungeon. She sees all the great English aristocrats, all the great doctors of theology. They're here to make her confess that she has lied and blasphemed. Then the bishop asks her if she considers herself in a state of grace. And she replies, if I'm not, I hope God will put me there. And if I am, I hope he'll keep me there. They want the truth, they tell her. And they ask, when did Satan first command you to slay the English? And Joan answers, the voices of my saints commanded me to fight for France. So I went into battle, and I led the battles. And what were the English doing on the soil of France? Why didn't they keep their blood at home where French swords could not spill it? No, whatever you do to me, I will not say what is not the truth. And the truth is, I'm a peasant girl, and I love my mother and father and my brothers, and I would have stayed at home. But God spoke to me through his angel Michael, and he told me to go out into the world and help my people. I went, and I fought, And if I should escape from here, I will continue to fight for them. And if I do not escape and you will burn me for what I've done, I will kneel in the fire and give God my thanks for his kindness to me and my people.
Okay, baby. Where's the phone?
Was it all right?
Yeah, it was all right. Hello. Mr. Harris, please. This is Bill Dunnigan calling. Yeah, will you please?
Bill, I don't know if you should.
Hello, Marcus. This is Bill Dunnigan. Marcus, hang on to your hat. What? All right. Hang on to your pajamas, then. Look, Marcus, you don't have to shelve the picture. I found another Anna Klovna plus. She's young. She's beautiful. Can she act? Can Heibitz fiddle? Can Joe Louis fight? Can Bob Feller pitch? I'm telling you, Marcus, she's great. You've got to give her a screen test first thing in the morning. Just give me your okay, and I'll set everything up. Yeah. Sure, I've got her tied up. I give you my solemn word of honor. Yeah. Fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bill.
Relax, baby.
I'm going to explode.
You're going to bed.
It's like the time you came into the theater. I couldn't see you at first. Just a voice that said, give the kid a break. I don't know why I deserve anybody like you.
Yeah. I've got to get hold of Dolan and talk him into directing the test. We don't want a shot by some stooge. I'll go and see him now. And you're going to get some sleep.
How can I ever repay you, Bill?
By knocking him dead, baby. Tomorrow's the big day.
Not as big as now. Oh, Bill, thanks.
Good night, Olga.
Good night.
Now, don't worry about anything. I'll see you on the barricades at dawn, baby.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of The Miracle of the Bells. Meanwhile, greetings to Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
Fresh from the green grass of Wyoming, Mr. Keeley.
You mean, of course, the picture of that name, Libby.
Mm-hmm. 20th Century Fox's New Western. And wasn't I surprised to see little Peggy Cummins in the role of a hard-riding outdoor girl. She's so dainty and feminine.
Green grass of Wyoming is certainly full of action. Those harness races had me on the edge of my chair.
Especially the one with Charles Coburn at the reins.
You can always count on Charles to give a rare performance. And I think the studio has a find in young Bob Arthur.
Oh, he's most appealing as Peggy Cummins' sweetheart.
I understand Peggy made a great hit when the company was on location.
Mm-hmm. She was entertained by the governor and interviewed by all the papers. She's very lovely with her blonde hair and fresh, fair skin. How about that, John Kennedy?
Yes, she's one of Hollywood's prettiest. No wonder everyone fell in love with her. Besides, Libby, Lux girls always make a hit.
Yes, Peggy Cummins is an ardent Lux girl. She told me that during the war days in England, she used to cherish every sliver of Lux soap. Those Lux soap facials are wonderful for the skin, she said. I didn't want to neglect my complexion care a single day.
Screen stars just can't take chances with complexion beauty.
And neither should any woman. Lux facials are so easy and quick, and they really work.
Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became lovelier in a short time.
Lux soap agrees with delicate skin. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. Fastidious women love the Lux soap perfume, too. It's such a delicate fragrance.
Another reason why fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
2 of The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred MacMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. In the shabby old rectory of St. Michael's Church, the mild little priest, Father Paul, listens attentively as Bill Dunnigan, press agent, continues the story of Olga Traskovna.
Well, Father, the screen test was great. Olga was wonderful. And when we started shooting, she was even better. Everyone was raving about her. No gags either, real raves. I tell you, Father, you've never seen a dream come true like this one.
It sounds wonderful. Oh, that should be Mr. Orloff. Come in.
Where do you want the box?
Would you carry it into the church, please?
I got it uncrated for you.
Yes, you may keep the lumber, Mr. Orloff.
That don't pay me. There's an extra charge. $5.
Here. It's $5. Now beat it.
You're going to hear from Father Spinsky. Yes, sir.
I'm always happy to hear from Father Spinsky. Mr. Dunnigan, it's time for evening devotions. Would you care to come with me?
In church? Oh, I don't know, Father.
Well, please come and see her there.
Well, for a minute.
And you haven't finished telling me about her?
Tomorrow, maybe.
Good. And if you'd like, I'll show you the cemetery. This way, Mr. Dunnigan. You know, some people object to our cemetery being way up here in the hills, Mr. Dunnigan. But at least this is one place where the coal dust doesn't blow and where the flowers are always clean. I asked a friend if she had ever heard of Olga Cheskovna, the movie actress. She said she hadn't. I told her she was very famous.
No, Father. They wouldn't let her become famous.
But why not? What happened?
Well, after 2 weeks of shooting, Marcus Harris tripled her salary. That's how good she was. But she never changed. It's quite a thing, you know, Father, to jump from nowhere into stardom. And all the time she was getting thinner and more tired. I figured she was just working too hard. Until one day in her dressing room...
Oh, what a day. I've never worked so hard in all my life. Dolan's a regular slave driver, but I love him for it. Oh, I feel as light as air.
Clara, does she have a fever?
She's awfully hot, Mr. Dunnigan.
Oh, you would be too under those lights all day. Let's have a wonderful party, Bill, when the picture's over.
Yeah, we'll do that, baby.
Poor, serious Bill. He doesn't know how gay life can be. How
Mr. Dunnigan, that bottle, please, her medicine. Here, dear, take this. Here.
What medicine is that?
Just something Dr. Jennings gave me.
Dr. Jennings?
I've been using my voice so much lately. All those long speeches. But just think, Bill. Only 3 more days and the picture will be finished.
Yeah. Well, I've got to go and see Harris. Be careful, baby. You look so tired, you frighten me. She doesn't know I've come here, Dr. Jennings. Tell me, how sick is she?
She's very sick. She's developed tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis? I see.
She needs what we call surgical rest. Should have had it long ago.
Well, if we could send her to a sanatorium now...
I've tried desperately to persuade her, but she's determined to finish this picture even if it kills her.
Yeah, I know. But she will get well.
There's always a chance, Mr. Dunnigan.
No more than that, huh? Thanks for telling me, Doctor.
And in spite of her illness, Mr. Dunnigan, she finished the picture?
Yes, Father Paul, she finished it. I was in her dressing room just before they shot the final scene. I did my best to persuade her to postpone it.
But it's just one more shot, Bill. Then it's finished. But the whole picture.
You're not well, Olga. I've talked to Marcus. He said we can shoot it tomorrow or the next day or next week.
Please, Bill. This is so important to me. Please.
We're ready, Mr. Skovner.
Coming. Come along, Bill. I want you to be there.
Sure, baby. Sure. Yes, this was the last shot, Father Paul. With Olga as Joan chained to the stake, the fire leaping up around her, and the mob hooting and jeering until Joan spoke her last words.
Oh, you who are here, I pardon you for what you do. I'm young and I do not know much of life. But I know that this little place in which I stand is not the world. There are places I've never seen where men and women are full of sweetness and hope. I speak to them out of the pain that comes. Dream on. Dream on of God and goodness. Believe in truth and justice, for the world is yours. I will not die. I will not die. When the fire burns me, my soul will remain to sing the glory of God. I will remain as a light for those in the dark. Hi, Jesus. Mercy.
The following day, Olga was dead. A few hours later in Harris's office.
So I've decided not to release the picture, gentlemen. Sometime, maybe we can remake it when we can find the proper person to play the part again.
Marcus, you can't do that.
I'm not going to release a picture with a dead girl in it, and that's final.
But Olga died to make it. She gave up her life to act in it. Where's your heart, Marcus? Do it for her.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. If Olga had been a girl whom the public had known and loved, I might be willing to take a chance. But this way, no. We gambled and lost. That's all, gentlemen. Bill, I'm sorry. She was a fine girl.
I'm going to take her home, Marcus. Back to Pennsylvania. That's what she wanted. I won't be coming back.
You'll be back. It's tough, but it'll pass. Everything does.
I don't think so. It can't end like this. Not for her. But that's the way it did end, Father Paul. The picture shelved, Olga's talent and beauty stuck away in a vault, buried like we're going to bury her. Those bells, Father. Church bells?
Yes, they ring every day at noon all over the world. The Angelus.
I guess I never listened. Bells? I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Olga wanted your bells rung at her funeral. I almost forgot her last request.
I'll tell the sexton.
Father, how many churches are there in Coal Town?
Why, we have 5 churches.
Do they all have bells?
Well, yes, fine bells. Mr. Dunnigan, you're not thinking
I'm thinking of a lot of things. 5 churches. Okay, I want all the bells to start ringing at 8 o'clock tonight and keep on ringing for 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights.
But why?
A brain cell moved, finally. I've been letting Olga down. I've been sitting around moaning like a beggar on a rainy day.
Mr. Dunnigan, it's going to cost money, a lot of money.
Oh, that'll be taken care of, Father.
But you told me that you
Look, Father, you've heard of St. Michael, haven't you? He was a scrapper, wasn't he?
Oh, indeed he was. He was the first warrior of heaven.
Well, then what are we worried about? He's on our side, isn't he? Come on, Father, let's get back to town.
You want this telegram to go to Hollywood, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can read it.
Look, just get it off, will you, please?
Mister, if I can't read it, I can't send it. Marcus Harris, Excelsior Studios, have terrific stunt to save Joan of Arc. Wire $10,000 immediately, Miners Bank and Trust Company. That's just a block down the street.
Yes, I know where it is. Just go on, all right?
You know. Must have it by noon. It will pay back $10 million gross for picture. Dunnigan in great form.
That's Dunnigan.
Oh, Dunnigan. Dunnigan in great form. Dunnigan is still world's greatest press agent. Regards, Dunnigan. Who's Dunnigan?
I am.
You don't say.
Here's $5. Now keep the change.
Oh, thanks.
And phone me at this number in Coal Town as soon as the answer comes through.
$10,000. I'll sure like to see that return message.
Yes, and so will I. But just the 2 of us, do you understand? That's why I didn't phone it in from Coal Town. There you...
Say, what's that? Them bells. Church bells. Sounds like they're coming from Coal Town.
Yeah, right on the dot, 8 o'clock.
Huh?
Sound beautiful, don't they?
Sounds like all the churches in Coal Town. Something must have happened.
That's right, partner. Something must have happened. Boys, I'm sorry I was so long getting back to the hotel, but I've been over in Nanticoke.
I'm Todd Jones, Associated Press.
Oh, yeah.
Tanner, Nanticoke Journal.
And I'm Briggs, Wilkes-Barre's son. Now, would you mind telling us what this is all about? These bells?
Yeah, this whole town is standing on its ear, and nobody seems to know why they're ringing.
Well, I'm a little surprised, gentlemen. I didn't think anyone outside of Coal Town would be interested.
This Olga Treskovna, who is she?
She's an actress. A great actress, gentlemen. She died 10 days ago in Hollywood.
Well, Hollywood star, huh? What pictures?
Well, as a matter of fact, she just finished Joan of Arc.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought I recognized you. You're Bill Dunnigan, aren't you?
That's right.
Bill Dunnigan, super-duper press agent. Bells, huh? This isn't a news story. It's a publicity stunt.
Now, wait a minute.
Did Marcus Harris ever hear of paid advertising?
Okay, boys. I'll admit I was trying to pull a fast one, but not for the reasons you're thinking. Hey, Al, how about a bottle of scotch and some glasses?
Sure, right away, Mr. Dunnigan.
Everything I've told you is true, as far as it went. How about listening to the whole story? At least until the bottle runs out.
The AP doesn't print publicity stories, Dunnigan.
What I want to know is who's paying for 3 days and nights of bell ringing?
I am, with the aid of 4 bad checks which I have sinfully given the trusting clergy of Coaltown, including Father Spinsky of St. Leo's. I've wired Marcus Harris for $10,000. If he sends it, fine. If he doesn't, our next session will be in the Coaltown jail.
Oh, why wouldn't he send it? A gag like this?
Because when Olga died, Harris decided not to release the picture. I'm doing all this on my own. I figured that ringing the bells would be news. That with any luck, it'd cause so much talk that Harris would have to release the picture.
And what's your interest in the picture, Dunnigan?
Mine? I knew Olga. I don't want to see her talent buried. She died for it. You want to hear why she felt it was worth dying for?
Go ahead. I can't get a train for an hour.
Well, the day she finished the picture, Olga collapsed. The next morning at daybreak, the hospital sent for me.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, baby.
Bill, will you promise me something?
Sure, anything.
I want to be buried in Coaltown from St. Michael's Church.
Olga, please don't talk like that.
And I want them to ring the bell for me. They didn't ring it for my father. Don't forget, St. Michael's. Bill, the picture, is it really good?
It's wonderful. You're great in it, Olga.
I hope it's true. Because I didn't play Joan alone. A lot of people played her. People you've never seen or heard. My father and all the other poor, sad people of Coaltown.
You'd better not talk, baby.
But I want you to know and remember why I did it. Why I kept on till this happened. It's because all those poor people, the people I came from, have hopes and dreams that never get a chance. They just work and die, and all the nice things inside of them never come out. And Bill, I came out of them. When they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. Oh, Bill, I'm so happy. I did my job.
Olga.
Chicago Times by Associated Press. Dead movie star honored by unique ceremony in Pennsylvania town.
Wilkes-Barre Sun. Bells ring tribute to Pennsylvania movie star.
Bells.
Dying wish of Hollywood star fulfilled.
Do you like them, Olga? They're ringing your name, baby. Throughout the town, throughout the state, throughout the nation. Hello?
This is the desk clerk, Mr. Dunnigan. Father Spinsky is here in the lobby, sir.
Father Spinsky, huh? Has the telegraph office called me yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, tell him I'll be right down.
And I don't think you realize, Mr. Dunnigan, what a stir all this has created.
Oh, I think I have an idea, Father Spinsky.
Why, they tell me the entire nation has heard about the bells, the newspapers, radio. Anyway, as far as Coaltown is concerned, it seems everyone wants to attend services for Miss Truskovna.
That's fine, Father.
And it's obvious St. Michael's Church couldn't possibly accommodate them all.
Bill.
Oh, good morning, Father Paul.
Bill, the most unusual thing has happened. I mean, just a little while ago, over 100 people. They came to view the coffin, and they stayed for Mass. All of them in my church.
Exactly, Father Paul. I was just telling Mr. Dunnigan, your little church will be greatly overtaxed. Why, the sightseers are flooding the town already. Mr. Dunnigan, I'm sure you'll agree it would be far wiser to move Olga Truskovna to St. Leo's Church and let us conduct the service.
Perhaps it would be better, Bill.
No, Father Paul. Olga's going to be buried from St. Michael's.
I had hoped not to be forced into this position, Mr. Dunnigan. I came here to be of service, however. At Mr. Orloff's suggestion, I wired your bank regarding the check you gave me for ringing the bells of St. Leo's. They tell me the check is worthless.
Well, if you'll just give me a little time, it'll be covered, Father.
I shall phone your bank at noon. If the money is not in your account, our bells will stop ringing.
and I shall inform my fellow pastors of your swindle. Good day, Mr. Dunnigan.
Till noon, he said. 3 hours.
You know, Bill, St. Leo's is a very fine church, and Father Spinsky is really a very good man.
You mean run out in St. Michael's? No, Father. Father, how much is the fare to Nanticoke?
Why, it's 10 cents.
Well, a dollar ought to cover it then, huh?
But I don't understand, Bill.
Look, Father, don't make it too difficult, will you? I'm putting the bite on you for $1.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Well, will that be enough?
Well, not quite. I need about 4,000 more, but I may be able to pick it up in Nanticoke. I'll see you later.
She's coming in now, Mr. Dunnigan. Yep. It's from Hollywood.
Well, what does it say? What does it say?
Have sent $5,000 as requested. Huh. Cut you down, didn't he?
I expected it. What else does it say?
Money is settlement in full for your unexpired contract. Never mind about saving picture. My decision still stands. Signed, Harris.
Oh, thanks. Oh, if there should be any other wires, you can phone me at the Coal Town Hotel.
Yes, sir. Going there now, are you?
Yeah, right from the bank. I've got a little session coming up with some newspaper reporters.
Yeah, that's okay. So Harris came through with the money, huh?
Yeah, but he's still not sold on releasing the picture. I need something big, boys. I've got to get him boiling over. If we could only get some new angle to hand your papers.
Well, the bells are still ringing.
Yeah, but that's no longer news breaks. We've got to cook up some fresh headlines.
Boys, you can all calm down. The party's over.
What's the matter, Tanner?
I've just seen Watson.
Who's Watson?
President of the coal mines, that's all. Biggest man in town and the maddest. The miners aren't working. They're all steamed up over the bells.
Well, Watson can't stop the bells, can he?
No, I think he can, Bill.
Well, there must be somebody more important than Watson.
Well, the governor, maybe. And there's always the president.
The governor, that's it. Any of you boys know him?
Well, I don't know the governor, Dunnigan, but I know his secretary. It's my wife's cousin.
Grab a phone, then put a call in for him. If the governor should issue a proclamation, even Watson would have to shut up.
I thought you'd like to see the newspapers, Mr. Harris. Take a look at this. Headlines, too.
Pennsylvania governor issues proclamation. All denominations to observe Star's funeral.
Now, here's the Globe. Nationwide mourning accorded Olga. And you know what the Journal says?
Never mind. I've never seen a campaign like this in all my born days. Too bad it's all for nothing.
For nothing?
I just this minute hung up the phone. Genevieve James is available. She wants to do Joan of Arc.
Well, that is news, isn't it?
You know, Dolan, I was almost hoping we could go ahead as Dunnigan wanted. But naturally, this changes everything. We'll remake the picture with Genevieve James. I'll get a telegram off to Dunnigan right away.
And what's that telegram, Bill? From Hollywood, isn't it?
Yeah, it's from Hollywood.
Marcus Harris?
No, it's another studio. They want to hire me. They think I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. Coming up?
No, I think I'll go for a walk. Good night, boys. And thanks for a swell fight.
Good night. Anytime.
Well, baby, the bells are still ringing. And your star up there is still shining. But I didn't do so good, baby. They're going to remake the picture. So you can quit shining. It's no dice. I've let you down. Way down.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Miracle of the Bells. Our guest tonight, Paramount starlet Jean Ruth, is just 20 years old and already an accomplished actress and dancer. I understand, Jean, you've spent almost as many years in the theater as you have birthdays.
Yes, Mr. Keeley. Both of my parents have been in show business nearly all their lives, so I was literally raised in the theater.
And now you're well on your way to a movie career. Does the picture business come up to your expectations?
It's even more fascinating than I'd hoped for. Take last Wednesday night's premiere of The Emperor Waltz. It was such fun seeing all those famous stars. And the picture. I got a special thrill out of that because I saw so much of the actual filming.
And besides, Bing Crosby has one of his most romantic roles in The Emperor Waltz.
Wasn't he terrific? I loved those scenes where he sang to Joan Fontaine.
Well, evidently Joan loved them, too, because every time Bing sang to her, she literally wilted into his arms.
I saw you, Mr. Kennedy, at the premiere. You were applauding like mad.
Oh, I had a wonderful time, all right. Remember that scene where Bing and Joan are in the canoe?
Oh, that was beautiful. And in Technicolor, Joan looked simply dazzling.
That brilliant sunlight was a test for any star's complexion. Try this fine white soap. You'll enjoy its rich, creamy lather, its delicate flower-like perfume. Here's your producer, Mr. Keeley.
Our curtain rises on the third act of The Miracle of the Bell, starring Fred MacMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valet as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. Marcus Harris, the producer, has decided to remake Joan of Arc, and Bill Dunnigan's frantic efforts to bring Olga before the world have failed. But in Coal Town, the bells still ring out, and in the humble little church of St. Michael, the funeral service is about to begin. Never before has the church been so crowded, and outside, great throngs struggle to get in. Then, suddenly, within the church, a strange sound is heard, a rumble almost like a distant earthquake. Transfixed, the people stare before them, for the holy statues around the altar are moving. The statue of St. Michael, the statue of Mary are turning, until now they face the coffin of Olga Treskovna.
They're moving. The statues, look at them, they're moving.
The statues are turning. They're turning toward her.
They're looking at her coffin. It's a miracle. A miracle. They're looking at her coffin. They're looking at her.
Excuse me. Excuse me, please. You're the sexton, aren't you? Where is he? Where's Father Paul?
He went down there, Mr. Dunnigan. Down to the basement.
Father Paul. Father Paul.
I'm here, Bill.
Father Paul, I saw it. I was in the back of the church when it happened. I saw the statues turn.
Yes, I know, Bill. That's why I came down here.
Look, Father Paul, I started this thing. I started the bells ringing as a gag to get them to release Olga's picture. But I didn't do that upstairs, so help me, I had nothing to do with it.
I know, Bill, I know.
The statues turned by themselves. They turned and looked at Olga.
Look, Bill, look at this post. You see, the ground is broken around this post.
What?
The ground, Bill. It's broken, and all the way across to the base of the other post. The statues are directly above these posts, and the posts support the statues, Bill.
Are you trying to knock out the miracle?
There wasn't any miracle. You see, there are a lot of old mine shafts under here, and the earth isn't too solid. The movement of the two posts made the statues turn, Bill.
That's it, huh?
Yes. I rushed down here because I was worried about the flooring of the church. All those people up there, why, our floor isn't used to such crowds.
What are you going to do, Father Paul?
Why, I'm going to tell them the truth.
You know the truth?
Yes, Bill.
Father, wait.
I must tell them, Bill. It's my duty.
It's your duty to take the light out of their faces, is it, Father? I saw them when it happened. I saw those poor, bitter faces shining as if someone had turned a light on inside them. And I heard them praying and giving thanks. And now you're going up and tell them it was nothing but a couple of basement pillars and a piece of broken ground.
Bill, you don't seem to understand.
Look, Father, I'm not thinking of putting over a movie now. Whoever turned those statues wasn't trying to sell a picture for Marcus Harris. I tell you, Father, God was trying to say, life's all right. It's not as bad as it seems. And I'm up here watching and trying to help. And even if he didn't say it, Father, can't you see it's in their hearts now? It'll go out all over the world. And if God doesn't speak like that out of heaven, he'll be speaking out of people's hearts. And what's the difference where he speaks from? Your job isn't to hide his word, is it?
No, Bill, it isn't to hide his word.
The saints came to Joan of Arc because she wanted to help someone. The people of France. Olga wanted to help someone just as much. The people of Coal Town. Give her the chance, Father Paul.
Come with me, Bill. We'll go up now. My dear friends, something strange and wonderful has happened. The faces of the Blessed Virgin and St. Michael have turned to look on one who lies among us in a coffin. I will not speak of what has made the statues turn. Others will tell you the answer to that later. I speak to you of no other miracle than the miracle of the Olga Trakis of the world, of those who live and dream only to bring heaven into our lives, even if it is no more than a smile of fellowship or a moment of beauty. Olga died for this, for the beauty and the tired and lonely hearts of her people. Let us pray for her. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, in Joiber altare Dei.
On you, Mr. Harris, but something tremendous has happened. There's a mob of newspaper reporters out there, and they want you to...
What's happened? What are you talking about?
The miracle, Mr. Harris.
What miracle?
In Coal Town. A miracle has happened to Olga Treskovna.
I won't hear such bunk. It's sacrilegious. And if Dunnigan thinks
It isn't Dunnigan. Two huge statues at the altar turned to look at Olga in her coffin.
What do you mean it isn't Dunnigan? Do you think for one moment the Almighty is interested in selling my movies? And you believe it?
The whole country believes it, Mr. Harris.
This time Dunnigan's gone a little too far. When a press agent starts fooling the people about religion, I'm through with him.
But the statues turned, Marcus. Hundreds of people saw them turn.
Then he paid somebody to have them turned.
Don't you believe in miracles, Marcus? You just made a picture about one. Joan of Arc.
Yes, I believe in miracles. I was brought up to believe in God and in miracles. But I won't stand for press agent miracles. Reporters, huh? Fine. I'll tell them Bill Dunnigan's the biggest faker in America.
I've turned on your radio, Mr. Harris. Can you listen in for just a moment? They're talking about it on the radio.
Turn it up, Eddie. All right, Marcus. Listen.
Here will be that of the distinguished correspondent Lawrence Hunter here in Coal Town to report on this amazing happening.
The whole country is asking, did a miracle happen in Coal Town? But here, nobody asked that question. Every man, woman, and child believes that the grace of God has touched them. To them, a miracle has happened. Something so wondrous that it has torn the bitterness and the doubts from the hearts of the people and brought them back to God. Whether this is a miracle or not is up to the church authorities to decide. But I do know this. When Olga Treskovna was brought home, a wonderful thing happened. And everyone here is convinced that somehow divine providence is blessing Coal Town and the people in it.
What a day this has been, Bill. What a wonderful day. Look at those telegrams on my desk. How am I ever going to answer them all? And tomorrow there'll be more.
You don't answer them, Father Paul. You get a secretary. She answers them.
Oh, no. They were written to me. Look, we are being given a new organ by Mr. Watson. Others are giving us a new roof, stained glass windows. And look, Bill, all this money for the poor. And the world has come to St. Michael's to pray. I must thank you, Bill.
Thank me? Isn't that a little funny coming from you?
You mean you still believe in the miracle?
I've been standing in the church most of the day, Father. I haven't tried to plant one line of newspaper copy. Do you remember when I told you how I couldn't tell Olga what I felt? Well, this is the second time in my life that I've been dumb. I can't tell the world about it. That's why I know it's real. Because I'm no good at selling anything that's real. Well, I guess I'm through here.
Through? Oh, no, Bill.
No, Bill, you're just beginning.
Marcus.
Bill, I'm happy to see you.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Dolan. Father, this is Mr. Harris and Mr. Dolan, straight from Hollywood.
By special plane.
I'm very glad to know you.
Father, Bill, I'm a man who knows when he's licked. You win. You, Bill, and Father Paul, St. Michael, Olga, and a couple of statues. I've decided to release the picture as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Marcus.
We're going to put Olga Treskovna in pictures in every city in the country. And I'll tell you what she's going to do. Olga's going to build a hospital for Coal Town, the best that money can buy. A clinic for her people, for the study of this disease from which she died, so that someday there will be no such disease, and people won't be dying from it, because Olga Treskovna died for them, worked and died for them.
This is a great thing you're doing, Mr. Harris. It's beyond anything any of us has dreamed.
Maybe. I I don't know how all this started, but in my religion, when something happens that makes the world a little better than it was before, we know that God has had something to do with it. And we don't ask questions.
In my religion, too, Mr. Harris.
And Bill, when they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. I'm so happy, Bill. I did my job.
I can't imagine a better Memorial Day tribute to our audience than The Miracle of the Bells. And our thanks go now to the stars who made tonight's play such an unforgettable event. Fred MacMurray, Valet, and Frank Sinatra. Fred, you just got back in time from the Chicago premiere of the picture.
That's right, Bill. Frank and I both were there.
And I understand it was a sellout.
Yes, Mr. Keeley, which was mighty gratifying since the proceeds went to the National Cancer Drive.
And where were you, Valet, during all this?
Working at the studio? But I wish I could have been there.
Well, at least we had you for the radio premiere. And it's a great pleasure having you back so soon again on Lux.
Well, it's a pleasure for me, Mr. Keeley. I love radio.
And I'd say radio loves you, and so do I.
Tell us, Lita, you've been in this country such a short time. How did you learn to speak English so well?
Oh, I have a good voice coach. And I go to movies a lot.
Go to movies, huh? I wish I could have studied English that way.
Say, if you don't watch out, Alita, you're going to have a lot of English students playing hooky.
Well, I'm sure, Valet, many actresses could learn a lot by seeing your excellent performance in the role of Mrs. Paradine in David O. Selznick's production, The Paradine Case.
Yeah, that was really a thrilling picture you made with Gregory Peck, Lita.
Yes, and I like those typical Alfred Hitchcock touches. You all ought to be proud of it, you all.
And I'm not surprised, Valet, at the success of your American pictures after your many, many screen hits in Italy. But tell me, do the screen stars of Italy depend on Lux soap as they do in this country?
Well, every actress knows how important a good soap is to her complexion, Mr. Keeley.
Mr. Keeley, what's Lux presenting next week?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience a spine-thrilling story of the West with Columbia Pictures' current hit, Relentless. And our stars are Robert Young in his original exciting screen role and the lovely Claire Trevor for romantic interest.
A mighty exciting picture, Bill.
Yes, and as its title implies, an action-packed story of the chase in which an innocent man relentlessly pursues the murderer of whose crime he's accused.
That ought to keep the audience in plenty of suspense, Bill. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thanks for brightening our holiday. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Young and Claire Trevor in Relentless. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Today, thousands of alert young women who are high school or college graduates are choosing the career of nursing. The student nurse receives invaluable education that can qualify her for a score of useful, profitable jobs. If you can qualify for the career of student nurse, go to your nearest hospital tomorrow for full information. Fred MacMurray will soon be seen in the Nasser production, Innocent Affair. Frank Sinatra appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Irving Berlin's Technicolor musical, Easter Parade, starring Judy Garland and Fred Astaire. Heard in our cast tonight were William Johnstone as Marcus Harris, Herbert Butterfield as Orloff, and Veronica Pataki as Klopna. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Relentless with Robert Young and Claire Trevor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Hollywood. The Armed Forces Radio and Television Service brings you the Hollywood Radio Theater, starring James Mason and Pamela Collino in Five Fingers. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you another of our 20 greats, Five Fingers, a thrilling drama of a clever spy who sold his services to the highest bidder. And recreating his original role of the infamous traitor in this 20th Century Fox picture will be James Mason. And as his co-star, his charming wife, Pamela Collino. Now, Act One of Five Fingers, starring James Mason as the Yellow and Pamela Collino as Countess Stavisky.
This account begins in 1944. The war was at its height. But some nations still were neutral. Among them, Turkey. One evening late in March, an attaché of the German embassy at Ankara, a man named Moisic, was about to enter his quarters when a stranger appeared from out of the shadows.
Whatever you do, don't raise your voice.
Who are you? What do you want?
Take me to your office.
Either you tell me who you are...
Don't be a fool. I've brought you the opportunity of a lifetime. I can make you the envy of the entire German Foreign Service. Now, open the door.
The stranger was in his middle 30s, well-dressed, and as Moisic soon found out, exceedingly sure of himself.
Let me warn you, Moisic. Not one word of this must reach anyone except your ambassador. My life will depend on your discretion.
A responsibility I do not choose to accept.
I'm afraid you have no choice. Your life will depend upon it, too. You see, certain British documents classed as most secret have come into my possession. The price is £20,000. English pounds sterling.
20,000? Who are you?
I am a spy, obviously. I'm also a businessman.
And you consider it sound business to pay £20,000 to an unidentified amateur for a set of so-called secret documents?
Not so-called, not secret. I said most secret. You will inform Herr von Papen of my offer. Naturally, he'll have to check with Berlin. I'll telephone you on Friday for his answer.
I must have more information.
If you accept, I'll return at 7 o'clock on Friday evening with 2 rolls of film containing photographs of the document. And I will receive from you the sum of £20,000 in English banknotes. For each subsequent roll of film, the price will be £15,000. Is this clear?
It's not clear at all. What documents? Containing what?
For one thing, the English have been discussing with the Turks their possible participation in the war.
A matter of pure supposition.
I have the minutes of their secret talks. Your ambassador, Herr von Papen, would be enlightened by them and perhaps a little frightened.
What else?
The latest Allied plans for the shuttle bombing of certain Balkan targets. When and by whom and how many?
Go on.
Don't be greedy, Moisic. What do you expect for £20,000?
How did you obtain such information?
That is no concern of yours, nor is my identity, and please do not have me followed. You Germans have no talent for it. You keep wanting to get ahead of the people you follow. Yes, destiny extends its hand to you. Take it and hold on. Good night, Moisic.
The men left. Moisic did not have him followed. But had he done so, he'd have discovered that his visitor was in the employ of the British embassy, the ambassador's valet. And like any proper valet, he was at his post when the ambassador returned shortly before midnight from a reception.
A pleasant reception, sir?
Diplomatic receptions are never pleasant, Yellow. The faces may be, but never the motives.
Your coat, sir. Allow me.
Speaking of pleasant faces, Diello, at one time, weren't you in the service of the Countess Stavisky?
I was valet to her late husband, sir, at the court of St. James.
She was at the reception.
Is she well, sir?
As charming and lovely as ever, but not so well off. The Nazis in Poland have confiscated everything she owns.
I'm sorry to hear it, sir. She was a lady of great wealth.
And she used it well. More than anyone I've ever known, Countess Stavisky symbolized the world in which she lived. A world of beauty and luxury. Gone forever, I'm afraid.
Let us hope not, sir. I put the survey of Turkish manganese beside your bed together with your journal.
Oh, yes. Thank you. That will be all, Diallo.
One moment, sir. Your capsule.
Diallo, have you ever considered the possibility that you might, just for once, forget something?
Often, sir.
I don't think you'd ever get over it.
Nor do I. Good night, Your Excellency.
3 days later, the German ambassador, Franz von Papen, sent for his aide, Moisich. He had just received a dispatch from Berlin.
Well, it's here, Moisich. Read it. Transaction approved. Take every precaution. Essential you determine identity of agent. Expect immediate report. It was sent by Kaltenbrunner. Well, here's the money. 20,000 pounds, eh? There's no need to count it, Moisich. I have not taken any of it. Sir, but I had no such intention. Believe me, I was just... Are you sure you can handle this alone? Oh, yes, sir. And I can develop the film myself. Good. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Particularly if this fellow makes fools of us. What was your impression, Moisich? Arrogant, spoiled, cynical. A British aristocrat if I ever saw one, sir. Fantastic. Oh, by the way, a code name has been assigned to him. He is to be referred to as Cicero. The name is the personal choice of Herr Ribbentrop. Has it any significance, sir? None that I know of, except the surprising fact that Herr Ribbentrop had ever even heard of Cicero. Oh, he'll be here tonight? He said 7 o'clock, sir. Now, keep your wits sharp. A great deal depends on you. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Moisich. Yes, Excellent. The money. Here. You forgot it. Excellent.
Promptly at 7 o'clock, Diallo arrived at Moisich's office. On the desk lay the pile of banknotes.
Ah, you have the money, I see. Thank you, Moisich.
The film?
Here, 2 rolls. Oh, fetch me a drink while I count it, will you? Scotch whiskey, please. I'm sure you must have some.
We have the best of everything.
One of the pleasures of duty in a neutral country. You Germans can drink fine Scotch whiskey, and your enemies can fill up on fine German beer.
Well, you can count the money later. It goes into the safe now until I've developed the film.
Are you going to develop the film yourself?
Yeah, there's a dark room down the hall.
And perhaps you'd better drink this. You're trembling like a butterfly.
You'll remain here until I come back.
I'll lock the door. I won't open it to anyone but you. Now, hurry.
Moisich was stunned by the contents of the film, as well he might have been. Back in his office, he did his best to hide his excitement.
Interesting snapshots, aren't they?
The documents seem to be genuine.
Don't be pompous, Moisich.
My government has authorized me to make further arrangements with you.
Splendid. £15,000 for each additional roll of film. Oh, and about my present fee, I've counted the money. It was all there.
Well, that money is in the safe.
It was.
You opened the safe. It's open.
You see, I said to myself, if I were an ambitious attaché like Moisich, what would be the combination of my safe?
How dare you?
And the answer was 1:30:33, the day Hitler came to power. I imagined that would open half the safes in Germany. What an unimaginative lot you are. Well, don't be upset, Moisich. There was nothing else worth taking.
My government is prepared to pay £10,000 per roll, no more.
We won't haggle. I risk my life to get these photographs. My price is quite reasonable. You'll pay it.
Not until we know who you are and how you obtain such information.
That is my business. I will tell you this. I work at the British Embassy. Sooner or later, you'll find that out anyway.
You have been assigned a code name, Cicero.
Cicero. A man of nobility, eloquence, and dissatisfaction. I like that name.
When will you bring more film?
A week from tonight. Have some money ready. Oh, and change the number of the combination. May I suggest one? Try 6/18/15. That's the date of the Battle of Waterloo. Good night, Herr Moisich.
Diallo left. Then he took a walk, which led him to a rather shabby section of town and to a rooming house, the quarters of Countess Anna Stavisky.
Oh, it's you, Diallo. Well, come in.
Do I disturb you, madam?
Not at all. Fortunately, I have a dinner engagement, but he's an undersecretary, and he's used to waiting.
Any particular undersecretary, madam?
Undersecretaries are never particular, Diallo. Perhaps that's why they take me to dinner.
It is far more likely that in madam's presence they feel like ambassadors.
Of all the diplomats I've ever known, you're still the best.
It is my good fortune that you have known so few valets.
Diallo, please. I've spoken to you before about this. You're the valet to the British ambassador, not to me. Now sit down and tell me the gossip.
I'll begin with the British ambassador, madam. He finds you the most radiant, the most sought-after lady in Ankara. To him, you're a symbol of everything worth having and wanting.
A symbol of the good old days. That's me. You see this, Diallo? An emerald. The last of the lot. I want you to take this to the pawn shop tomorrow. I couldn't face another trip.
Would it not be pleasant to make just one more trip, madam? This time to redeem your jewels?
Redeem?
With English pounds. Here.
Where did you get that money?
It's yours, 5,000 pounds.
But it can't be real.
There's nothing as real as money.
But I may never be able to pay this back.
I don't want it back.
I can't permit you. It must be the savings of a lifetime.
Not savings, madam. I'm not a saving man. A business venture of mine has paid off handsomely.
But what has it to do with me?
I propose to advance you 5,000 pounds in return for certain favors. I have here another 15,000. I couldn't possibly keep such sums at the embassy, nor do I want to draw attention to myself by depositing it in a bank. But you, madam, could keep it for me.
Go on, Diallo.
You could leave this grubby room, rent an attractive villa, live as you please.
But how would all that be a favor to you?
From time to time, I shall want to transact my business in privacy. You would set aside certain quarters for me.
I see.
If all goes well, I shall have some 200,000 pounds within 12 weeks. That's the amount I've set as my goal.
And then?
South America. A new life, a new name. That, of course, will require a passport, visas, letters of credit. You could be of great help in obtaining them for me.
How?
I'll explain that when the time comes.
Is there anything else?
Nothing. Except all I've told you must remain extremely confidential.
Seems little enough to ask for 5,000 pounds. Are you going to tell me what your business is?
Sometime, perhaps. Not now.
This is quite a trust you put in me. You seem very sure of yourself.
I'm sure of you, madam.
Oh?
For 3 years, I was valet to your late husband. It is said that no man is a hero to his valet. It is also true that no woman is a mystery to her husband's valet.
You know me that well?
Well enough. The source of your money has never concerned you any more than the source of your electric lights. They became worrisome only when they were shut off.
Quite true, but there is pride. I have pride.
A great deal I depend upon your pride. You'll find it intolerable to have it known that your wealth was the gift of a servant. So, you will keep your mouth shut tight.
Get me a brandy. There, on the table.
Of course.
No, Diallo. Not 2 glasses. I shall drink only out of 1, thank you. Do you know why I discharged you after my husband died?
I think I do, madam.
Because you made me uneasy. I felt you had an evil genius for something. Little did I know it was for making money.
That's a lie. That wasn't why I made you uneasy.
No?
No. You were attracted to me. It was upsetting to feel that way about a valet and to feel that the valet knew it all the time. Have I offended you?
You'll soon be very rich.
Everything worth having and wanting. The ambassador didn't say that about you. I did. That's how I've always thought about you.
And now you want me to go with you to South America?
Yes.
Away from the war, the intrigues, the fears.
And the poverty.
And it would be right for us now. Because now at last we are equal.
Yes.
Equals. Who's lying now, Diallo? Where are you going?
Madam has a dinner engagement, and we seem suddenly to have run out of gossip.
You made me a business proposition. I agree to that part of it. As for the rest, it's not an impossibility. It's merely an improbability. And above all, an impertinence.
Because I address you as an equal?
No. Because you address me as a servant. Because in the manner of an inferior, you tried to buy something you didn't think you merited on your own. Now, let's get down to the details of business.
As madam wishes.
My name is Anna.
Yes, Anna. Thank you.
It was inevitable, of course, that the British Embassy would discover that many of their carefully guarded secrets were now known to the Nazis. When this disturbing news reached London, a counter-espionage agent named Travers was sent to the ambassador at Ankara.
We've made all sorts of preliminary checks, Mr. Travers. So far, we've failed. I haven't the slightest idea how the German embassy is getting this information.
And if I were to assume that the source is someone here at the embassy, sir?
But all our personnel and permanent employees have had security clearance from London.
Now, forgive me, but I've never known a self-respecting spy without security clearance. And where do you store your state papers, sir?
Right here in my study, and that's safe.
What about the code room?
McFadden can answer that.
The code room is under constant guard, night and day.
Sir Frederick, don't you think that this lamentable lapse in security could be due to a slip of the lip at some party or reception?
My lips are not in the habit of slipping, Mr. Travers.
Well, nor do I imply that they are, sir, but our secret information does pass through other hands. It might pass through other lips. Now, McFadden's been telling me about an unattached lady, a certain Countess Stavisky. It is possible, is it not, that...
I beg your pardon, Your Excellency.
What is it, Yellow?
It's time for your capsule, sir.
Oh, thank you, Yellow. Just set it down.
Yes, sir.
You were saying, Travers?
Are you a valet?
Yes. He's been with me for years.
Well, about the Countess. According to McFadden, her circumstances have taken a startling change for the better. And does anyone know the source of her sudden good fortune?
I'm not able to answer that. However, she has many friends on either side, Allied and Axis.
Oh, by the way, you'll be interested to know I'm not the only newcomer to Ankara. Colonel von Richter was also on the train from Istanbul.
Von Richter? The Gestapo?
Traveling under a Swiss passport. He calls himself Rudolf Hodler, a tobacco buyer from Bern.
He went directly to the German embassy, sir.
No doubt he's reporting to von Papen as I'm reporting to you.
If we only knew what they're saying.
Yes, Sir Frederick. If we only knew.
Von Papen's reception of von Richter was anything but cordial. Von Papen had good reason to be aroused.
So you come here seeking confirmation of the documents we bought from Cicero. You had your confirmation on the 5th of April. We sent you the British plans to bomb the Ploesti oil fields. Well, were they bombed or weren't they? Thousands of dead. Millions of gallons of precious oil destroyed. Well, what is the need for further confirmation, Herr von Richter?
Regarding Cicero, it remains the opinion of General Kaltenbrunner and myself that all this still could be a British trap. Now, you seem very certain about a connection between the Countess Stavisky and Cicero. May I ask why?
Because it is obvious. Why else would he choose her new home for his next meeting with Moisish?
What a strange and sudden and perfect relationship. Too strange, too sudden, too perfect. The unknown Cicero and the well-known Countess, well known for her anti-German sentiments.
Yet only a month ago she pleaded with me for an opportunity to work in our interests.
For love, Herr von Papen, or for money?
For money, of course. Alone until the time when we return her property we've confiscated in Poland.
I want to talk to Cicero myself. Moisish, when do you meet with him next?
Thursday evening, Herr Colonel.
Then you will arrange for Monsieur Hodler, the Swiss businessman, to be present.
On Thursday night, the Countess Stavisky was again entertaining. Among her guests was the tobacco buyer from Switzerland. During the evening, she led him through the house to a secluded wing, where someone was waiting for him.
You will find your man in that room, Monsieur Hodler. I shall see that you are not disturbed.
Thank you, madame.
Are you too a diplomat, monsieur, like Herr Moisich?
I suppose you could call me a middleman.
There are so many sweet middlemen. It seems to be a national occupation.
And what could be more natural? After all, we Swiss have been in the middle for hundreds of years.
Just knock on the door, monsieur.
Colonel von Richter, sit down, please. Moisich tells me that you're to be the new intermediary.
That is correct. Moisich is too well known here. It'll be safer for me to deal with you.
I'm happy to hear it. I share your concern.
The Countess, have you told her who I am?
Of course not.
Does she know the nature of your business?
No.
Then just what is her relation?
My dear Colonel, I did not invite you here to discuss my personal affairs. We have some business to transact. Did you bring the money?
You will be paid after we have developed the film.
During the past weeks, I have sold Moisich 50 photographs, all of genuine secret documents. That's proof enough of my good faith. Henceforth, you will pay on delivery. No? Well, possibly you're no longer interested in the strategic plans of the Allies for the entire Mediterranean area.
A second front?
I do not know the number of the front. I do know that in these documents, Mr. Churchill keeps referring to the soft underbelly of Europe. Of course, I could take the films to von Papen and ask that he himself query the German High Command as to their interests.
Very well. Here. £15,000.
Why, you had it with you all the time.
Who are you, anyway?
If I told you I was the valet to the British ambassador, would you believe me?
Certainly not.
You see.
At least tell me why you are selling us this information.
I thought it was self-evident. For money.
Oh, but you must have some other motive. Perhaps you share our disgust with British decadence.
If I have a disgust for everything, it is simply for poverty.
You sell us information which will help us win the war. Yet you insist upon being paid in money with a very dubious future. British pounds.
What makes you think I think Germany will win the war?
Apart from the money we pay you, you attach little importance to these documents. Why?
In the first place, I cannot sell you the intelligence to make the proper use of them. In the second place, by informing a man about to be hanged of the exact size, location, and strength of the rope, you do not remove either the hangman or the certainty of his being hanged. And now I'm sure you will want to rejoin your party. 1 week from tonight, I shall have some more film for you. Good night, Colonel.
I trust your meeting was a happy one, Monsieur Hodler?
Quite satisfactory, thank you.
And you will honor us soon again?
The honor will be mine. Good night, madame.
Ah, how charmingly you Swiss click your heels. Good night, monsieur.
We'll continue with Act 2 of Five Fingers in a moment. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Five Fingers, starring James Mason as Diallo and Pamela Colino as Countess Stavisky.
2 weeks went by. The man known to the British as Diallo the valet and to the Nazis as Cicero the spy continued his audacious operations. How did he get his information? Months before, he had learned the combination of the safe in the ambassador's study. Removing the documents, he would place them under a lamp. But the ordinary electric light bulb was not bright enough. So he would substitute a much more powerful one. And then with a tiny pocket camera, quickly photograph each new document. In a matter of moments, the papers would be back in the safe and the original bulb restored to the lamp. Simple and incredibly bold. And bound, sooner or later, to be discovered. But not yet. No, not yet.
Come in, Diallo. Another profitable evening?
Profitable enough to bring the total to £75,000.
Why don't you stop now? Why go on playing with fire?
What makes you think I am?
Oh, don't treat me like an idiot child. Your friend Hodler, he isn't Swiss. I know a Prussian when I see one.
Does it matter to you?
Your safety matters to me. My security depends upon yours.
Oh, forgive me. I keep thinking of myself as a man. I keep forgetting that I'm a valet who pays dividends.
I can't see why a man as rich as you should go on pressing the trousers of the British ambassador.
That's where I get my money. I steal the loose change from his pockets.
Before you go, get me a drink, will you? Tell me, where do you plan to settle when you go to South America?
Rio. There's no city like it in the world.
When did you decide to go there?
Many years ago. I was a cabin boy on a dirty tramp steamer. I can remember looking up at a villa high on a mountainside above the harbor. I could see a man on a balcony. He was wearing a white dinner jacket. He seemed close enough to touch, and yet he was beyond the reach of anyone. I swore then that someday I would be that man.
My drink, please. Do you have a nationality, Diallo? You are not a native Englishman, are you?
Albanian, English by adoption. In England, it seemed profitable to become a gentleman, so I went into service. As you have pointed out, I am not yet a gentleman, but I am the best of the gentleman's gentlemen. Which reminds me, the ambassador will be wondering what has kept me.
Diallo?
Yes, Anna?
I think I shall find Rio very much to my liking. You've waited a long time to kiss me. You don't have to wait any longer.
Anna.
Yes, Diallo.
Get me a drink.
During the following weeks, Diallo's fortune grew to £155,000. And yet, despite the unerring accuracy of the information which he sold to the Germans, they stubbornly and amazingly refused to act upon it, still afraid that Diallo was really a British agent. At the British Embassy, Travers, the counter-espionage officer, continued on the merry-go-round which had led him exactly nowhere. But one morning he asked the ambassador to send for Diallo.
We feel you can help us, Diallo. After all, you were valet to the husband of Countess de Visky for some time.
I'm sure you learn more about both of them than we could in a lifetime of investigation.
Infinitely more, Mr. Travers.
Tell me, did you ever hear the Countess express sympathy for the Nazis?
To my knowledge, the Countess never spoke of countries or of political parties, sir. The world to her was made up of individual people whom she either liked or disliked.
Well, would you consider her to have been pro-German?
The Countess was capable of being pro-anything, sir, if it made for a congenial dinner party.
Then would you consider it possible for her to have become a German agent?
Only for money, sir.
Of which she has suddenly acquired a most generous supply.
I know nothing about spies, of course, but I can remember that the Countess had a remarkable talent for receiving confidences from important people. The late Count always relied upon her for acquiring information.
Thank you, Diallo. That's all.
Oh, I'll be dining at the American Embassy. You may take the evening off.
Thank you, sir.
Clever chap.
He told us nothing. The fact remains that von Papen still anticipates every move I make. Well, Travers, no argument?
No, Your Excellency. No argument.
That same evening, Colonel von Richter was once again at Countess de Visky's home, meeting with Diallo.
You're very nervous tonight, Colonel. Is something troubling you?
This house is far too dangerous a meeting place for us. I wouldn't be surprised if the British were watching it.
Not yet, but they will. They suspect the Countess is a German agent.
Are you serious?
And all the while you suspected she was a British agent. Amusing, isn't it?
We should never have met here.
From now on, we won't. Do you know the Aslan Hane Mosque in the Old Quarter? Moisich will find it for you. We'll meet there a week from tonight.
A week is too long. It must be sooner.
Really? Why?
Because there is something about which we must secure information as quickly as possible. A certain code word has appeared in several of the documents you brought us last week. The word is Overlord. We are convinced that Overlord is the name for their so-called second front. What we must know is the place and date, the where and the when.
I can understand your curiosity.
I will pay you well for it, £40,000.
Generous of you. But is information of that nature likely to turn up at the British Embassy in Ankara?
Don't you read the documents you sell us?
I photograph everything that's stamped secret, most secret, and top secret. I'm not particularly interested in what they contain.
You photographed the dispatch last week stating that the ambassador would receive a copy of the revised strategic plan for Overlord within 10 days.
£40,000, you said.
For the where and the when.
We'll meet at the Aslan Hane Mosque on Thursday night. Bring the money with you.
In the morning, Mr. Travers, for the first time, had some good news for the ambassador. The British had succeeded in breaking the diplomatic code of the Nazi ambassador, von Papen.
And now, for a change, sir, you can eavesdrop on von Papen. All right, McFadden, read the message.
This is from von Papen, sir, to the Reich Foreign Minister in Berlin. In reply to your query concerning the authenticity of documents obtained from Cicero, I am firmly convinced the material is genuine. Cicero lives within the British Embassy. Obviously, he has access to top-secret information.
Lives here?
Kaltenbrunner's failure to evaluate the documents and von Richter's refusal to make them available to me is a tragic blunder. I strongly urge you to bring this matter to the personal attention of the Fuhrer. Without delay, signed, von Papen.
Cicero.
The code name for their informant, sir. Now, with your permission, I'll order a house search at once.
But an open search will put him right on his guard.
Well, that can't be helped. If we can't catch him, we've got to frighten him. Enough to make him stop for a while.
As you know, I'm expected in Cairo tomorrow evening. Until I return, take any security measure you think necessary.
Well, for one thing, I suggest the combination on your safe be changed and safety devices installed. A dozen members of the staff here have access to most of your secret documents. And there's also McFadden, and you, and I.
Cicero could be any one of us.
Yes, sir, any one of us. Well, McFadden, better start changing that combination.
How long will it take?
Oh, a few days, sir. But I can install an alarm bell in a matter of hours.
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir. About your trip to Cairo, shall I pack your uniforms?
I won't be needing them, thank you, Diallo.
Very well, sir. I'll close your bags.
By the way, Diallo, don't be upset if these gentlemen ransack my quarters while I'm gone.
Oh, there'll be no need for that, I'm sure, sir.
On Thursday night, Moisich and von Richter appeared as scheduled at the entrance of the Aslan Hane Mosque.
But the man they were looking for
was not there.
It's never been late before, sir. Never. Could it be possible, sir, that the British have found him out?
It is more possible that the British have known about him all the time. It's very curious how easily Cicero acquired the documents he wanted to sell. And when only once we named the information we want to buy, how mysteriously he failed to deliver it.
What does the colonel propose to do now, sir?
Precisely nothing. All spies in time outlive their usefulness. I'm afraid, Moisich, that your friend Cicero has just about outlived his. Now, drive me back to the embassy.
No, Diallo did not appear that night at the mosque. He went instead to call on the Countess Stavisky.
So you can be very proud of me, Diallo. You have everything you asked for. Your passport, your visas, and your tickets. Your name is now Roberto Antonini.
Well done, Signora Antonini.
It was nothing. One of my many pleasant wifely duties.
How much do they cost?
£5,000. Another 1,000 for birth and marriage certificates.
And the tickets?
2 first-class compartments, separate cars on the Istanbul Express leaving tomorrow evening.
And the ship?
An Argentine passenger freighter sailing from Istanbul directly to Rio, day after tomorrow at sundown.
Now, remember, you're to take no notice of me whatsoever on the train. When we reach Istanbul, we'll go aboard the ship at once. How did it go at the bank?
The bank manager seemed extremely curious. But the papers will be ready tomorrow morning.
How much?
Another 1,000. And all my powers of persuasion this side of respectability.
That leaves roughly 130,000 pounds. In dollars, about 600,000. In Brazilian cruzeros, about 11.5 million.
Plus the 40,000 you got tonight.
No, I withdrew from that transaction. The market's getting shaky. I've decided to retire. You have before you an Argentine gentleman of leisure, about to take up residence in Brazil.
I'm glad. We have more than enough anyway.
We? We have more than enough? My dear Signora Antonini, where I came from, a man's money is his own. And if his wife is a good wife, he gives her some from time to time.
Whatever you say, Roberto.
Will you miss being a countess?
Not for a moment, darling. Not for a moment.
In the morning, Mr. Travers, for the first time, had reason to specifically question the ambassador's valet.
Diallo, may I ask what you're doing with those letters?
These, sir? Mr. Morrison gave them to me. The ambassador's personal mail, sir.
Oh, I see.
Perhaps you better take charge of it, sir, until he returns from Cairo.
Yes, I think we'd better put it in the safe. How many letters are there?
5, sir.
Oh, this one seems quite personal. A lady's handwriting. You were looking at it, weren't you?
It's perfumed, sir. It struck me as such a pity that so few ladies use perfumed letter paper these days.
By the way, Diallo, weren't you away from the embassy last night between 9 and 10?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind accounting for your movements?
Not at all, sir. I walked for a while on the boulevard, stopped for a drink at the Yüksel Palace, then back to the embassy.
Well, one other question about the Countess. Do you remember any particularly close friends she may have had in Switzerland? Did she go there often?
Oh, very often, sir. She was extremely fond of Switzerland.
Ah, then that explains it. Countess Stavisky left by plane for Switzerland this morning.
I hope she can enjoy it in the style to which she is accustomed.
Now, that shouldn't be any problem. She took with her £130,000. I wonder where she got it.
Yes. I wonder, sir.
In a moment, Act 3 of Five Fingers. We pause now for station identification.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Five Fingers, starring James Mason as Diallo and Pamela Colino as Countess Stavisky.
To Diallo, the news was unthinkable. Anna Stavisky had stolen his money and gone to Switzerland. He hurried away from the embassy, went to a cafe, and telephoned Moisich.
Listen carefully, Moisich. Tell Colonel von Richter I have decided to get the information about Overlord. I need the money. But I'm being watched. I'll arrange a meeting place in Istanbul. I'll call you there tomorrow at the German consulate.
That's about it, Travers. After the phone call, Diallo came directly back here to the embassy.
Did he speak to anyone at the bar?
No one. I think you're on the wrong track sniffing after Diallo. After all, he didn't bat an eye when you told him about the Countess.
But why go to a cafe to make a telephone call? And why did he... Oh, maybe you're right. Where is he now?
Upstairs. If he should leave again, he'll be followed, of course.
Yes, Diallo was upstairs, staring at the ambassador's safe and the newly installed wiring that led up to the hall to an electric alarm bell. In the safe was a secret worth £40,000. But one turn of the dial and the entire British embassy would descend upon him. But then he smiled. How simple it would be. Diallo walked down the hall to a broom closet. In it was a fuse box. He removed the fuse that served the ambassador's study and thus broke the current to the alarm bell. 2 minutes later, he was taking photographs of half a dozen papers containing the word Overlord. And then there was no time to return the documents to the safe. No time for anything but to find out who was at the door.
What do you want?
I am the porter, sir. I clean the office now.
No, not now. His Excellency won't be back until tomorrow.
But it is necessary.
Not now, I said. Come back later.
But the porter was not one to quickly surrender. If he could not tidy up the study, at least he could vacuum the carpets in the corridor. But when he turned on the vacuum cleaner, there was no electricity. So he went to the broom closet, observed that a fuse was missing, and promptly replaced it.
That man, where did he go? Did you see him?
What man? Who?
The man. He'll get away.
Where's Diallo, MacMurray?
They just ran out, backstairs. He's chasing someone.
Johnson?
Yes, sir.
You and Kimball follow him. Find him and stick with him.
Right out.
Morrison, get a dispatch off to London. I want all available information on Diallo sent here at once. All right, MacFadden, let's take a look at the safe. Well, the papers are all here. Now, what about the letters? That batch of mail that came for the ambassador.
Yeah, there were 5 letters. One letter's missing. The one with the delicate perfume.
One letter gone, but none of the papers. I wonder why he'd... What's that light in the bedroom?
Huh? The lamp's on.
An unusually bright lamp, isn't it? Come here.
Photographic bulb. Why, he photographed...
All right. Have Burroughs and Murray watch the German embassy. We've got to keep him from delivering that film.
Grab him in public? Our Turkish friends might not like it.
If we can't kidnap him, MacFadden, we'll have to kill him. There's a little matter called Overlord we've got to consider. I'll send a man out to the airport. After Jolson gets back, you and I will get out to the railroad station. If he doesn't show up at their embassy, you can be sure he's leaving town.
At the German embassy, Colonel von Richter was also making plans, based on Diallo's phone call from the cafe to Moisich.
He said he would arrange a meeting in Istanbul. Very well. See what you and Sturgeon take the train, Moisish, and I will go by plane. Cicero is bound to be on one or the other.
Shall we go armed, Colonel?
Naturally. You are to protect Cicero from the British at all costs until we get that film.
And after that, sir?
And after that, Moisish, it will be up to Cicero to protect himself from the British and from us.
At the crowded railroad station, 4 men kept their tense watch for Diallo. 2 British, 2 Nazis. But there was no sign of Diallo. Not until the train started to move from the platform. And then from his hiding place, Diallo dashed through the crowd and onto the train.
I've gone through the last 3 cars. There's no sign of him. He's in the car just ahead. Second compartment. The door's closed. Well, there's nothing to do between here and Istanbul but make sure that none of them get off.
Them?
Down there. The old familiar faces.
Oh, the same 2 we saw in the station. But what if he's given them the film?
Well, they wouldn't be playing watchdog for him if he did. So, put your gun away, McFadden, and light up your pipe. It's a long ride to Istanbul.
In his compartment, Diallo was reading a letter. A letter with the delicate scent addressed to the British ambassador.
And so, by the time you receive this letter, I shall be far from Ankara, far from uncertainty and hunger and humiliation. I shall be settled, I hope, in a new life of security and self-respect. You have spoken to me so often, my dear ambassador of Diallo, the perfect valet. Surely I can offer no greater proof of my devotion to the allied cause than to inform you that your trusted Diallo is a German spy. I know both you and your government.
Early the following morning, Diallo left his compartment and entered another.
Good morning, gentlemen. You sleep well. I slept extremely well. Guards to the right of me, guards to the left of me. You are my bodyguards, aren't you? Or are you my assassins?
We are here to see that no harm comes to you from the British. We will stay at your side till you reach the German consulate.
Don't be whimsical. I'm here only to give you a message from Moisich. Tell him to meet me at Hakim's restaurant at 6 o'clock this evening.
We would prefer the consulate.
No, thank you. So many more people go into German consulate than come out of it.
We must have some guarantee that your film is genuine.
Here is a little strip of film. Have Moisich develop it, and you will see a piece of the document that Colonel von Richter wants to buy. I'll deliver the rest of it when Moisich pays me £100,000.
100,000?
I forgot to tell you I've just raised my price.
At 6 o'clock in Istanbul, in a restaurant called Hakim's, Moisich kept his appointment with Diallo. Some moments later, they were followed there by Travers and McFadden.
Good evening, gentlemen. You wish a table?
I'm looking for a friend. He'll be in a private room. There is a private room over there.
It is occupied.
Good. Then he's here.
I am sorry. He does not wish to be disturbed.
No, but he's expecting us.
I am sorry. If you care to wait, please to be seated here.
Well, he's here, McFadden, and Moisich is in there with him.
You know, there's a time for using your wits and a time for blasting away. Let's get it over with.
Well, we've no monopoly on blasting away in this place.
Oh? Our Nazi friends again?
And those dim-witted supermen would drop us before we got clear of the table.
But he may be handing over the film this minute.
As of this minute, we don't want the film. Plans can be changed, you know. We want Diallo. We've got to know just how much the Nazis have found out. I'm going to send him a note. Just a word or two to let him know we're protecting him.
Oh, you're balmy.
Now he'll jump at it. Oh, you. If you don't mind.
Yes, sir?
My friend may not know we're waiting for him. Would you give him this note, please?
That note you just got. Who is it from? What does it say?
You're troubled, Moisich. Because you know that I haven't much longer to live?
The 2 Gestapo men are here to protect you from the British.
What 2 men? Really, Moisich, you and your guilty conscience and your big mouth. Well, the money is all in order, and here is the film.
Good.
Has it occurred to you that our roles are now reversed? That the British may try to kill you? Well, Moisich, shall we go?
Here he comes.
heading towards us, Travers. Your note worked.
Mr. Travers, I'm touched by your solicitude. Imagine me, of all men, with a British sword and a British shield. Personally, I'd rather slit your throat. Impractical. In that case, I'd be unable to tell you the things you want to know. You've no idea how confused the Nazis are to see you protecting me. They still half suspect I've been a British plant all along.
Now, we have a car outside. We'll see you safely to the British consulate.
No, thank you. We'll walk away together and then say goodbye.
We'll get the Turkish police to arrest you.
Is that a gun in your pocket, Mr. McFadden? It's against the law here to carry a weapon, didn't you know?
Come along.
Of course. You disapprove of me, don't you, Mr. Travers?
You're the most cold-blooded traitor I've seen in a lifetime of looking at human trash.
What a pity. I rather hoped I looked like a gentleman.
They left the restaurant. Behind them came the two Gestapo men, Siebert and Steuben. But Diallo had known exactly what he was doing when he picked Hakim's as the meeting place, for the narrow street was jammed with people and traffic. They walked not more than 50 feet when he suddenly darted away and was lost in the crowd. Meanwhile, Moisich had rushed to the German consulate with a roll of film that had cost £100,000.
The film is developed, Herr Colonel. I have exactly the information you wanted.
Or have you? It took you long enough?
Yes, I was so nervous I spoiled the first print. But here it is, sir. D-Day for Operation Overlord is tentatively set for early June along the coast of Normandy and the Cherbourg Peninsula. Colonel, did you hear me?
Now you hear this. An urgent dispatch from von Papen.
Von Papen?
Have just received personal letter from Countess Anna Stavisky naming Cicero as British agent. Am unable to confirm accusation because Countess is now in Switzerland. But in view of past efforts to ingratiate herself with us, am compelled to believe her charge is true.
I cannot believe it.
I have always believed it from the first.
But the documents were genuine. Events, proofs I'm genuine.
Of course, they had to be. So that we would swallow that big lie, that one in your hand. I knew it. All along, I knew it. Lies, lies, lies.
Yes, Diallo had won. And as Roberto Antonini, he sailed away to Rio. He bought a magnificent home high on a hill overlooking the harbor. And he wore a beautiful white dinner jacket every night. But one evening as his valet was serving dinner out on the balcony, two gentlemen came to call on him.
This is an unexpected pleasure, Senor da Costa.
And may I present my friend, Senor Santos?
I am honored, Senor. Are you two associated with the bank?
No, senor. With the Brazilian Department of Investigation.
And you have discovered some irregularity in my papers?
Your papers are all perfectly in order. There is an irregularity, however. Your account at the bank, senor.
I'm overdrawn? As of yesterday, I had approximately 7 million cruzeros in my account.
I was referring to the 25,000 pounds in cash with which you purchased this villa. The money has been returned.
What on earth for?
It is counterfeit.
You have a distorted sense of humor, senor.
And so is the money which you exchanged for Brazilian currency. It is all counterfeit. The most skillful I have ever seen. Senor Antonini, I implore you to cooperate. Those counterfeit notes were printed in Germany. The British have just established that beyond a doubt. And so far they have turned up in 3 places. Here, in Brazil, in Turkey, and in Switzerland.
Switzerland?
Over 100,000 counterfeit British pounds confiscated there 2 days ago. In the possession of a political refugee, a lady, Countess. Now, it will be to your interest, senor, to tell us where and how you got this money.
Switzerland.
Now, believe me, senor, this is no laughing matter. It is my unhappy duty to inform you are under arrest.
Anna!
I beg your pardon.
Anna, poor little Anna.
In a moment, our stars will return. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. G.J. Watamool, a naturalized United States citizen, has done much to bring the fruits of democracy to his native country, India. As one of Hawaii's most successful merchants, Watamool, with his American wife, established the Watamool Foundation over 15 years ago to bring Indian students to America. The first year, they offered 14 fellowships, paid for the students' passage to the United States and their tuition at a university of the candidate's choice, and gave them $150 a month for 2 years' living expenses. Since the foundation was begun, industries all over America have offered their services to the Watamools in helping Indians learn modern techniques in pediatrics, the control of epidemics, food canning, and the building of machinery. Through the years, the Watamools have expanded their program to sponsor and exchange goodwill ambassadors between the United States and India. We should be especially proud of G.J. Watamool, who, as an American citizen, has proven to peoples of two nations that by helping others, you help your country. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are, James Mason and Pamela Colino.
Now, Irving, what about next week?
It's just out of this world, Pamela. In fact, that's where we're going for the story, because it's Paramount Pictures' shocking story of the War of the Worlds. And as our star of this science fiction thriller, we'll have Dana Andrews and Pat Crowley.
That should be quite exciting, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. I'll be seeing you Thursday night.
Part of our cast tonight were William Conrad as the narrator, Hans Conried as Moisich, Herb Butterfield as Sir Frederick, John Dodsworth as Travers, Edgar Barrier as von Papen, Farley Bear as von Richter, Leo Brett as McFadden, and Vic Perrin, Lou Krugman, Lawrence Dobkin, and Eddie Marr. Hollywood Radio Theater is produced by Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the Hollywood Radio Theater, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring James Mason, Bobby Driscoll, and Nigel Bruce in Treasure Island. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If there is anyone in our audience who has not already read Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, then I envy you tonight's experience of hearing this exciting adventure story for the first time. You'll make the acquaintance of one of the most famous characters in literature, that fascinating pirate, Long John Silver, and meet young Jim Hawkins, who lived an adventure such as all boys dream about. Treasure Island is also the first picture Walt Disney has produced without his cartoon characters. As the stars of this RKO release, we have James Mason, who I'm sure will now add Long John Silver to his list of fine characterizations. Bobby Driscoll, one of the top young artists of the screen, playing his original role. And that excellent British actor, Nigel Bruce. They all combine to bring Treasure Island vividly to life. And I'm sure all housewives will treasure the new Lux Flakes. You know, it's hard to believe that Lux could be improved in any way. But new Lux with color freshener is more than ever the favorite wardrobe care of Hollywood screen stars. The curtain rises on Treasure Island, starring James Mason as Long John Silver, Bobby Driscoll as Jim Hawkins, and Nigel Bruce as Squire Trelawney.
I am leaving for London in the morning. They have convinced me, the Squire and Dr. Livesey, that my education is in sad need of repair, that it is time I thought of becoming a gentleman. I am not reluctant to go. It will be a new world, and I will learn a great deal. But there is much I have already learned, and the thought that I may forget the past, the high adventure of my boyhood, has urged me in the writing of this journal. On the one hand, it was a needless labor, for how shall I ever forget Long John Silver and the voyage of the Hispaniola? On the other hand, time has a way of clouding the past, and it is a comfort to know that the whole story will always be here between the covers of this journal. The year was 1765, and then, as now, the Admiral Benbow Inn belonged to my mother. The wind still blows, the seas still crash, just as they did that late afternoon when the door opened and I saw a stranger on the threshold.
Rum, boy. Glass double rum.
Yes, sir. Rum, sir.
Well, this is a quiet cove for certain. Much company, mate?
No, sir. Not much, sir.
Now, who'd be the owner here?
My mother. She's gone into town, sir.
Oh, you're all alone, eh? What's your name?
Jim Hawkins, sir.
And tell me, Jim, ever notice a seafaring man in this here grog shop? Name of Bones, mate. Captain William Bones.
Bones, sir?
No matter, boy, no matter. Just fill up the glass.
He drank, threw me a coin, and left the inn. When I was sure he was gone, I dashed up the stairs.
And then he asked for you, Captain. By name, sir. Captain William Bones.
What sort of man, Jim? A one-legged man?
No, sir, but he had a terrible scar. A scar on his face.
Black dog. When you sees black dog, boy, you can be sure the men with the one leg ain't far off. Rum, Jim. Fetch me rum.
But I can't, sir. I promised Dr. Livesey.
Come on, boy. I said rum.
But you know what he told you. He said it would kill you.
Rum for the blood, boy. I got to get me strength again.
I dared not leave the inn, and yet I couldn't stand there watching the old captain die before my eyes. I'd have to go for Dr. Livesey. I ran to the door, but as I flung it open, a man loomed up before me. Before I could move, his fingers, like iron, closed on my wrist.
Now then, boy, take me to Captain Billy Bones, or I'll break your arm.
The man was blind. In his free hand, he carried a knobby stick, lifted now as if ready to strike. I led him across the room, but Captain Bones scarcely raised his eyes. He just sat there as in a trance.
This is Captain Bones, sir.
It's a friend come a-calling, Bill. It's Pew. Pew with a gift from your old shipmates.
Blind Pew.
He dropped a piece of paper on the table. Then he grinned and with no further word found his way alone out of the door. On the scrap of paper was a black spot and 2 words.
Until dark, it says, Jim. The black spot. Until dark.
But I don't know what you mean.
They won't get it out of me. What's right for mine is mine. Give me a hand, mate. We'll do that one-legged man yet. Help me, Jim. Back to my room. Help me.
Shaking and gasping, he opened an old sea chest. Then with a knife he slit the lining of the cover. From it he took a map. He staggered back for the stairs, but he never reached them.
Captain!
I'm done in, Jim. Bring help, boy.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Wait. Take the map. Keep the map. They may be back for it before you are, but not a word about it here.
Yes, sir.
Good boy. No mention of the map, and I'll go shares with you. Skip now, matey, and fast.
It was dark when I returned to the inn with Squire Trelawney and Dr. Livesey. The place had been ransacked. We found Captain Bones on the stairs. He was dead.
Well, is he? What's your verdict?
He wasn't killed, Squire. He died of shock or rum.
I wonder now what those rascals wanted of him.
I think I can tell you, sir. Now that he's dead. It was this, sir.
Bless old Jim, it's a map. Odds my life. Look what it says, Doctor. Flint's map.
Flint? Flint the pirate?
How'd you come by it, lad?
He gave it to me, sir. He said we'd share.
Share what, Jim?
Pirate treasure lives here. Flint's gold.
Oh, come now,
Why,
Squire.
everybody knows of the ships that he plundered, but our departed friend seems to be the only one who knew where the treasure's been hid. So that's what the scoundrels wanted. The map of Flint's treasure island. Oh, you're a trump, young Hawkins. Mark my words, you will share.
Listen to this, Jim. Spyglass Hill, it says, bearing south-southeast to Finger Trunk Tree, thence 2 cables south.
Go on, man, go on.
There to larboard, due northeast to foot of White Crag, 10 paces east, just of 700,000 pounds.
Bless my soul. Why, with favourable winds and a clue like this, we'll have Flint's gold within the year. And the two of you are coming with me. I'll fit out a ship,
Oh, you speak for yourself, Squire. I have a practice.
Hang your practice. Do you think I'd go to sea without a ship's doctor?
Furthermore, you assume this map is authentic.
Assume, do I? Then why were those ruffians here? And why is Captain Bones dead? Tell the truth, Livesey. You're frightened. Scared as a rabbit.
There's only one man I'm afraid of.
Name the dog. Name him.
You can't hold your tongue.
Blast you. I'll be as silent as the grave. And I'm off to Bristol in the morning.
You know, Jim, I believe he means it.
I'll find a ship in Bristol, and then you and Jim can join me. You'll make a famous cabin boy, Jim. I'll see to that.
His mother may have something to say about that.
She'd listen to you, sir, if she knew you were going.
To be sure he's going. I'll wager my wig on it.
Squire Trelawney kept his wig. I was still in a delirium of joy when I found myself many days later on the wharves of Bristol. At my side was Dr. Livesey, and standing before us with all the brass of the Lord Admiral himself, Squire Trelawney.
Well, we're here, Squire. Fools that we are.
Look out there in the bay. There she rides, gentlemen.
A ship. You've got a ship.
3 masts, square-rigged, with the name Hispaniola.
Hispaniola.
Oh, she'll bring back all the pirate gold that we can put aboard her.
No talk of treasure, I beg you, not in a public
place.
No.
Be sure to. Mum's a word.
Well, now, when do we go aboard?
Well, you better ask Captain Smollett. 5 days he's been selecting a crew. 5 days.
Cautious,
Outrageous, eh? When I threatened to step in, he told me to hire a sea cook. So, by Jove, I did.
A chef from Paris, I presume.
Oh, none of your little jokes, Livesey. Fellow by the name of Long John Silver. I didn't waste good time poring over his credentials either. All I needed was the taste of his ham and his buttered eggs. That's his own tavern there over yonder.
The Spyglass Inn.
Follow us, Livesey, and judge for yourself.
It was then I had my first sight of Long John Silver, a great bulk of a man, brown and leathery from years at sea, but he did not walk as sailors walk, and I soon saw why. His right leg was gone. He walked in a peg with a crutch, and suddenly I heard the voice of Captain Bones again.
What sort of man, Jim? Was it a one-legged man?
But if my fears were immediate, they were as quickly dispelled in the cheery greeting and the friendly manner of Long John Silver.
Top of the morning, gentlemen. Sit ye down, if you kindly will. For you, Squire, kidney pie, piping hot. And this be for Dr. Livesey.
You know my name.
Squire's told me that much about you two of you, it comes naturally to. And this'll be young Master Hawkins.
Yes, sir.
Hawkins. Proper seafaring name it is.
You run your house well, my man. It isn't often I see fruit in a tavern.
It's a rule of health, which same I learned while sailing under the immortal Stanley. God rest his soul.
Do you hear that? Under Admiral Stanley.
Aye, Your Honour. Quiver Bay. You favour the Admiral yourself, Squire, if I may say so. Why, you and him could make up your mind like that.
Oh, do I now?
I've noticed it afore, too. Wouldn't surprise me none to hear you say, heave up the anchor, lads. We sails on the hour.
Yes, but you can't sail without a crew, Mr. Silver, eh? You'd think there wasn't an honest seaman to be found in all Bristol.
I begs to differ, sir, if I may make so bold. Why, there's a full cargo of my old shipmates becalmed right here in town. Sound men inside, Your Honour, If some was scarred in the services of England, and them with no pin pensions neither.
Could they be had at short notice, say, 20 of them?
Aye, sir. But they not be pretty enough for the modern taste, sir.
And just what does that mean?
It means, sir, that the beauty of their youth is faded in the giving of themselves to their king and country.
Appearances be hanged. Bring in a crew come sundown, and I, for one, will be greatly obliged.
Well, sir, I will say this, sir. I knows every seaman in these here parts like the palm of this hand.
Excuse me, Mr. Silver.
Aye, Master Hawkins.
Did you ever know Captain Billy Bones?
Bones? Billy Bones? What ship did he sail on, matey?
He was a pirate, I think.
Lord love ye, lad. Them as sailed with the Admiral had no speaking acquaintance with pirates. Aye, look at the lad, Squire, and Doctor, sir. The spitting image of myself when I was his age. Head full of pirates. But he'll find that the sea be mostly hard work, and the biggest satisfaction a man gets is doing his duty. And now, begging your pardon, sirs, I suggest you fill up while the victuals is still hot.
There was no doubt about it. Long John Silver was the finest cook who ever sailed the seas. When the meal was over, the squire was all for taking us aboard the Hispaniola. But Mr. Silver had a different thought.
I've been thinking, Squire, could you spare me the services of Master Hawkins, just for today, I mean?
Oh, but what on earth do you...
I've more on my hands. Putting the inn ship-shape for the new owner, sir. And there's the crew you've asked me to run.
To be sure. Stay here, Jim, and lend him a hand.
But, sir...
This way, Dr. Livesey. Don't worry, Jim. We'll be back for you before night.
Now then, lad, suppose you comes with me into the galley. We can talk free there, each to the other.
Why, that's a parrot in there.
And an evil-minded bird she be. Belay, you old bumboats, belay! I said belay! Swearing blue fire in front of a gentleman.
Is she yours?
Aye, lad. Captain Flint, I calls her, after the famous buccaneer. 'Twas the pirates who taught her how to swear. If you want to know about pirates, Jim, ask Captain Flint. Only I'll wager as how you can't make her talk. Go on, lad, try.
Pirates, Captain Flint. Pirates.
You did it! You made her talk, strike me, boy. Smart as paint you be.
Mr. Silver, look, they're out the window.
Aye, lad?
That man, they're on the quay.
Be someone you know?
Black Dog. He's a pirate. I know he is.
Pirate? Tell me, matey. I'll call all hands and run him down.
Hurry, please, don't let him get away.
There be a pirate, the lad says. Do your duty, men.
The men left the tap room. Through the window, I saw them hail Black Dog. He turned quickly and ran, the others after him. But I could not help thinking that they were letting him escape.
He got away, lad. Too quick he was. A pirate, eh? What was he doing here, I'd like to know?
I don't know.
Black Dog, eh? Black Dog, I'll black dog him.
That's a pistol.
Aye, and all loaded, matey. Here, feel the balance.
Gee, it's a fine pistol, Mr. Silver.
Mind the trigger guard. Solid silver. Special made for Admiral Stanley, who gave it to me, rest him, for loyal and conspicuous service. You think you could shoot it?
Oh, yes, sir.
I might have known. Smart as paint, just like I said. Put the pistol in your pocket, boy. And if you clamps your lights on that there Black Dog, repel boarders.
Yes, sir.
You see, I knows a lad I can trust whilst I'm out doing my duty by the squire.
You're leaving?
And when I comes back, I'll have a crew, and you'll have a sidearm.
You mean to keep?
That's my meaning, matey. Now, be we shipmates?
Shipmates.
It's a fine, bold shake of the hand you've got, Master Hawkins. Clear sailing, matey.
He could move amazingly fast, wooden leg and all. And as I watched him striding down the street, I wondered if in all England there was another boy half so fortunate. Out in the harbour rode the good ship Hispaniola. Our voyage, buried treasure, and Long John Silver was my friend. That afternoon, Dr. Livesey took me out to the ship, and then at sundown, Long John Silver came aboard. He had kept his word and brought a crew.
And like I said, Squire, they ain't pretty, but they knows the sea. Line up, chums, so his honour can look you over.
Oh, they were an ugly lot, all right. Captain Smollett wanted no part of them. But the squire insisted, and every man of them was signed aboard. And then the captain asked the squire and Dr. Livesey to step into his cabin.
I'll speak plain, gentlemen. I don't like this cruise, and I don't like the men.
Possibly, sir, you don't like your employer either.
We need trustworthy crew, not one recruited out of the muck by a ship's cook.
The ship's cook was acting under my orders.
And is the cook responsible for the ship's safety?
Well, I must say...
Captain Smollett, we are all concerned with the ship's safety now. Now, what do you propose?
The whereabouts of any treasure map to be kept strictly secret, even from myself and my mate, Mr. Arrow. The firearms... removed from the forward hold and stored aft here.
But surely you don't anticipate mutiny?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't put out to sea at all.
Ah. Well, Trelawney?
Anything that'll get us out to sea.
Agreed, then. You'll find, gentlemen, that I'll do my duty. I can vouch also for Mr. Arrow, my mate, and the 5 men of the crew I had previously signed.
And when can we sail?
We should be ready by midnight.
Oh, very well. Come along, Livesey. Hang it all, man. Why did you take the fellow's part?
Because I think our captain's a very conscientious man.
Well, I find his conduct un-English. Downright un-English.
That night, in the full of the moon, the sails of the Hispaniola bellied out to the wind. Our voyage had begun. I stood watching the lights of Bristol disappear, and then I was aware that someone stood behind me, and a hand clamped down on my shoulder.
Look hard, Jim Hawkins. It's many a day afore you see Bristol Harbour again. And you'll see other sides, matey. Things you'll never forget so long as you be alive.
In just a few moments, our stars will return with Act 2 of Treasure Island. But first, listen. Listen to what Hollywood is saying.
Marvelous, sensational. It's perfect. Nothing like it.
Joan Caulfield says...
I could hardly believe my eyes.
Claudette Colbert says...
It's simply wonderful.
Alexis Smith says...
It's better than ever.
It's sensational. It's new Lux.
A better than ever Lux.
New Lux with color freshener.
The most thrilling improvement since Lux was invented. New Lux with color freshener is a real beauty bath for fabrics. It gives new life to all colors every time they're luxed.
Hollywood screen stars, women everywhere, are saying it's a washing miracle.
Smart prints are brighter and gayer, look glowingly alive.
Wait till you see what it does for white things. They stay frosty white, dazzling white, whiter than you'd ever dream possible.
All colors sparkle with new life and beauty every time you wash them.
No other way of washing makes all your nice things look so fresh, so bright, so truly new. And this wonderful New Lux is mild and safe as ever.
Now, more than ever, New Lux with color freshener is the favorite wardrobe care of Hollywood screen stars.
The Lux in your neighborhood store right now is New Lux with color freshener. Get a big box tomorrow. Give all your nice washables that nice as new Lux look. Here's our producer, Mr. Keeley.
Act 2 of Treasure Island, starring James Mason as Long John Silver, Bobby Driscoll as Jim Hawkins, and Nigel Bruce as Squire Trelawney.
We'd been at sea for almost a month without incident until one afternoon Captain Smollett had reason to call all hands on deck. Mr. Arrow, the mate, had found a pistol in one of the seamen.
Since this is the first offense, I shall let it go unpunished. But let it happen again, and the penalty will be 15 lashes. Crew dismiss, Miss Arrow.
If one man was guilty, I was no less so. But I had a friend to turn to, Long John Silver.
So I'll have to turn in my pistol, too, won't I?
You know, yeah. It'd go hard with Long John if you was to turn it in now.
But why?
Well, here's a captain with a suspicious turn of mind, and here I am, handing out firearms to an able-bodied seaman like yourself.
But I do no harm with it.
Would you keep it out of sight?
Oh, yes, always.
And you ain't given to no rum drinking neither, are you?
Oh, no, sir.
No quarrelsome neither. So's my advice, Jim Hawkins, is keep the pistol and no heart to nobody.
Whatever you say, I'll do.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
15 lashes, just 'cause I wants to protect myself.
Avast! It's time you learned, George Merry, just who is captain and who gives the orders.
A captain it was. A captain wouldn't have that mite around sticking his nose into forecastle business.
You'll lay your finger on Mr. Arrow and you'll answer to me, George. Personal. Mr. Arrow be a friend of Long John Silver, and I plans to take care of him. Be that clear to you, mates?
They'll obey you, John. Even before Mr. Arrow, I guess.
Was you and me worth our salt, matey? We'd think out of a way to sweeten Mr. Arrow's disposition. Like something special for his supper. A plum pudding, maybe, for a cold, stormy night.
Stormy night?
She's clouding up, Jim. We'll rock proper come evening. Only plum duff ain't no better than bilge water without rum.
Can't you get rum for cooking?
And have Captain suspect me of sneaking double grog?
Then why don't I ask Squire for some?
Without Captain knowing?
I'm sure I could.
Blow me down, you're a good un, Jim. I seen that from the start. Get the rum, boy. Bring it below.
We ran into weather that night just as Long John said we would. The crew and the forecastle were slow to change watch. Mr. Arrow came below to rouse them out.
Starboard watch on deck! Lively now! Starboard watch on deck!
Mr. Arrow, could you spare me a moment, sir?
Well?
If you'll step in the galley, sir. Plum duff. Made special for you, sir.
I'm obliged, Mr. Silver.
Then have your fill, sir. And this here bottle is what gives it its flavour. How full it is, so sweeten it, sir, to suit your taste. Aye, sir, to suit your taste.
The bottle of rum was empty when Mr. Arrow went up on deck. By morning, the storm was over. It was Squire Trelawney who told me the news.
A tragedy, Jim. A tragedy, a great tragedy.
Squire, what happened?
Mr. Arrow, last night in the storm, apparently he was washed overboard.
The Hispaniola sailed on, and even I began to wonder if this long voyage would ever end. It was a sailor named Gray, one of the 6 recruited by Captain Smollett, who gave me hope.
Don't fret, boy. We'll sight land soon. The signs have come.
What signs, Mr. Gray?
For one thing, the crew's turned quarrelsome. Then the beer's all gone, and water kegs crawling. Sure signs, boy, of a landfall.
But there's still some apples left in the barrel.
Well, when the last one's ate, we'll sight land for sure.
Then I'm going below and eat them all.
I went below to the apple barrel. It was a huge barrel, and being almost empty, I found I had to climb in to get at the few that were left. A moment later, I heard voices, the crew, and among them, Long John Silver.
Hey, this is something to tell us, Mr. Merry. Well, what be your evil thoughts?
We can take this ship right now. What are we waiting for?
Aye, since me and Anne's joined you, the only ones on the captain's side is Gray and Joyce and Hunter.
And I say cut their throats.
And I say there'll be no killing till I gives the word.
You're growing soft, John. When we was with Flint, you was all cut and ripped.
You thick-headed swab. Who got rid of Arrow so quiet no one even suspected? Not even young Hawkins, who brought me the rum for the job. And who'll get you the firearms the same way when the time comes?
All we want to know is what we're waiting for.
We're waiting while a first-class navigator like Captain Smollett saves this here bumboat to our destination. We can steer a course, but who's to set one? Such being the case, you waits till I give the signal.
Eating forecastle grub while them in cabins has meat and wine and rum.
When a thirst be upon you, George Merry, bite into an apple real savage. I've a mind to chew one now, myself.
There be the bear, old John, but you got to reach for him now.
You just drop a knife on one, Mr. Hands, and plucks it out.
I heard his knife slip out of the sheath. I saw the blade poised over me, but it never descended. On deck, Mr. Gray had sighted land. I climbed, shaking, from the barrel and ran to Captain Smollett's cabin. To him, the squire, and Dr. Livesey, I told what I'd overheard.
Long John Silver, I just can't believe it. I never questioned his loyalty. Captain Smollett, sir, I'm a fool.
No more than I, Squire. Well, it appears there are precious few of us now. I make it 8 of us against 20 of them.
But you forget Jim Hawkins, sir?
9 of us, then.
Well, we have all the firearms. Can't we surprise them?
That's my plan, once we get them all ashore. As I see it, they'll not make their move until we've found the treasure. Meanwhile, give them no cause for alarm. Jim, you've brought us this warning. I wonder, can you do it a second time?
Could you keep your ears open, lad? Stay friends with Silver?
Stay friends with him, sir?
Well, can you, boy?
Yes, sir. I'll stay friends with him.
Good lad. Well, I'd best call all hands and see about an anchorage. Now then, have any of you ever seen that island before?
Yes, sir. I was cook once on a trader as watered here.
Do you remember the anchorage, Mr. Silver?
Yonder, sir. There in that inlet. You give me a strong pull with the longboat, and I'll guide this ship in like a lamb.
Good. Stand by to drop anchor in low on the boat. Any questions?
If you please, sir, could I go along with Mr. Silver?
Well, Mr. Silver?
I'd be that happy to take him, sir. Young Hawkins could try his hand on a tiller.
Permission granted. You did well, Jim.
What did he mean about guiding the ship?
The longboat will tow us into anchorage. Silver will need most of the crew to man the oars. Those that remain aboard ship will be our prisoners.
Yes, but what if they rush us first?
That, Squire, is the chance we'll have to take. Find Silver, Jim. Stay close to him, boy. And good luck.
Yes, sir.
An hour later, the longboat was in the water, pulling the Hispaniola closer and closer to the shore. Whenever I could, I looked behind, trying to catch a glimpse of what was going on board.
The man at the tiller, Master Hawkins, keeps his eye on the shore.
Yes, sir.
Send by the head, John. Lift your oars. Drop your anchor, Captain, sir. This here's your spot.
I heard the splash of the anchor behind us, followed almost at once by shouts of warning from Captain Smollett.
On your guard, men! Let go of knives!
What's he yelling about?
That fool George Merry. Didn't wait for my signal. We're in for it now, boys. Pull for the shore.
Turn about and come alongside. Turn about and I'll shoot.
With young Master Hawkins at my side. Fire that musket and I'll catch his throat. Merry! You blundering squid, can you hear me?
I hears you. Them shots was just the war.
Then lie low till the treaty be made. And this time follow orders.
You dare to harm that boy, and I'll
Begging your pardon, sir, I ain't finished with what I got to say. I'll give you 1 hour to send a boat ashore with Flint's map and give yourself up to Mr. Murray. So be it if you want to see young Hawkins alive.
Do what he says, Jim. We'll save you.
Don't take it so hard, matey. Why, it's lucky you come along with old John here, or he'd have had nothing to bargain with.
Let go of me.
Why, even puts my knife away. There now, see? Come back here, you! After him, you swabs!
I had jumped into the shallow water and struggled for shore. It was heavily wooded beyond the beach, but how long I could elude them, I didn't know. I could hear them crashing through the brush after me. But gradually the sound of my pursuers grew distant. They'd gone inland, and later a wisp of far-off smoke revealed they were making camp. As I turned for the shore, something sprang at me from the bushes. It was the vigor out of a nightmare. I drew the pistol Silver had given me and...
No! Don't shoot! Don't! I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am. You wouldn't harm poor Ben Gunn.
Out of my terror, I saw a human being, scrawny, long-haired and bearded, his bones covered with pieces of tattered canvas. He was on his knees now, imploring me.
It's just me, poor old Ben Gunn, what hasn't spoke to a Christian these 5 years now.
5 years? Were you shipwrecked?
Nay, mate, marooned. Tell me, that ship, would that be Flint's ship?
No, Flint's dead.
But I seen his men. I seen them come ashore.
Some of them are Flint's men, but they got aboard by trickery.
Aye. And is there among them a man with 1 leg?
Long John Silver. And I hate him.
Oh, he's come back. I'm as good as dead. It was him as marooned me. What be your tack now, young master?
Well, if you could help me row a longboat.
Boat, says you. Ben Gunn's your man, says I.
What might you call yourself, mate?
Jim.
Well, now, Jim, you just follow Ben Gunn.
Not a sign of anyone on the beach, Squire. Not that I can see.
Oh, pray God the boy's still alive.
What about the stockade at the end of the cove?
It appears empty. Without arms, I'm sure those cutthroats went inland.
Well, behind that stockade, we'd stand a chance of rescuing young Hawkins.
Precisely. We'll leave 2 men aboard. There's no way our prisoners can reach the deck. 2 men will suffice. We'll load the jolly boat with supplies and come back and forth to relieve the guard.
Good. Then let's be at it.
Stand by, Mr. Gray, to stock the jolly boat.
Ben Gunn had led me to a cluster of rocks. Carefully hidden among them was a tiny boat.
Made her with me old hands, I did. Bamboo, Jim, and goat skins. But first, says I, we'll see if the ghosts be cleared of Flint's men.
It was then we saw the jolly boat heading for shore. They were coming for me. I'd be saved.
Coming ashore, says you. But what might that be, says I? There on the ship, look you, Jim. Men crawling out of the portholes, climbing up to the deck.
It was all too true. The prisoners trapped in the forecastle were escaping through portholes. There were a few shots and silence. Then from the mainmast I saw the skull and bones catching the breeze. Silver's men had taken over our ship. By now, our friends in the jolly boat had reached shore and rushed for the safety of the stockade. Meanwhile, Silver had led the men on shore, back to the beach, back to the longboat, out of range of the stockade. Unmolested, they were making their way to the ship.
Now they'll get the guns and the ammunition and the food. Everything but the map.
Map? Says you what map?
Never mind. Come along, Ben.
No.
My friends won't harm you, I promise.
If your captain wants to see Ben Gunn, tell him to come tonight, alone, to the top of Spyglass Hill, and tell him this. Them as hides can find, and them as finds can hide.
In the stockade, I was welcomed as one returned from the dead. I told them at once of my meeting with Ben Gunn.
And what's your opinion, lad? You think this creature's sane?
I think he is, Squire.
And why would he want you to come after dark, Captain Smollett?
Safety, of course. Right now, we may expect visitors ourselves.
They're coming from the ship, Captain.
Aye. The longboat's full of them. Can you load a gun, Jim?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Let them come, by Jove. They'll find us ready for them.
There's Silver, sir, with a flag of truce.
Truce, eh? Take your positions, men. I'll see what he wants. Open the gate, Mr. Gray.
Aye, sir.
Now close it. And shoot with the first false move.
Flag of truce, Captain, sir. Flag of truce.
And what does that mean, Mr. Silver?
Captain Silver to come aboard, sir, and make terms.
Captain Silver? Who's he?
It's me, sir. Those poor lads yonder have chose me captain, sir, after your desertion of the ship. Stay under cover, lads, and wait for me.
Open the gate, Mr. Gray.
You'll have patience, Captain, sir, seeing as how I makes me way on but one pin and a crutch. Aye, a sweet, pretty place you have here, to be sure. And there's Jim. I'll be my little matey, eh?
I have nothing to say to you.
And Squire and Doctor. Well, sirs, the long and the short of it be this. I has the ship, I has the men, I has the armaments. Only what I ain't got be Flint's map. So here be my terms. You give us that there map and you can keep your lives. We'll divide the stores and I gives you my affidavit to stop the first ship I sees and send it here to pick you up.
Your word, Silver?
Handsomer you couldn't ask for.
Then here are my terms. Have you come here one by one, unarmed, I'll clap you all in irons and take you home to stand fair trial.
Well spoken, Captain Smollett. Now listen to me, John Silver. You can't find the treasure, you can't sail the ship, and your cardless scum can't fight. So get out of here. Double quick.
So be it, Captain. And Squire, so be it. But before an hour's out, you'll be begging help from me. And them what die will be the lucky ones.
After a brief intermission, we'll resume with Act 3 of Treasure Island. Tonight I've chosen as our guest 12-year-old Catherine Beaumont, because she is the voice of Alice in Walt Disney's delightful new Technicolor version of Lewis Carroll's classic, Alice in Wonderland. You posed for the artist, too, didn't you, Catherine?
Yes, I did, Mr. Keeley. But you won't see me on the screen. I just serve as an inspiration to the artist.
And a very lovely inspiration. You know, you're so much like the original Alice. You were also born in England, weren't you?
Yes, and we lived there all during the war.
You must have thoroughly enjoyed acting out the adventures of Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yes, it was great fun. I just can't wait to see the picture when it's released next summer. You know, Mr. Disney has drawn the characters just exactly the way I've always pictured them.
The Mad Hatter, the Queen of Hearts, the White Rabbit.
Yes, they're all there in Alice's adventures, Mr. Keeley. And for me, well, being Alice was like having a wonderful dream suddenly come true.
A dream come true. That's the way screen stars feel about new Lux, Catherine. Lux with color freshener. It's the greatest improvement ever made in wonderful Lux Flakes.
Oh, Mummy uses Lux for all my things, Mr. Kennedy.
Now, do you know why those white pinafores of yours stay so beautifully white? And why your dresses stay so bright and gay every time they're washed? It's new Lux with color freshener.
I say, can this new Lux do everything, Mr. Kennedy?
Just about everything, Catherine. Lux has always been a marvelous product, but this new Lux is more wonderful than ever. White things stay white as the White Rabbit. Prints as bright as the Queen of Hearts. All colors as bright and gay as the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. No other way of washing does so much for colors. Renews their sparkling beauty every time you wash them. Ladies, if you'd like an adventure that's exciting, thrilling, yet absolutely safe, get a big box of new Lux with color freshener tomorrow. For white things, for prints, for all your colors, you'll say it's a washing miracle. Give all your washables that nicest new Lux look. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Treasure Island, starring James Mason as Long John Silver, Bobby Driscoll as Jim Hawkins, and Nigel Bruce as Squire Trelawney.
Silver and his men attacked us immediately, but the stout logs of the stockade held, and we drove them off, though not without cost. Joyce, one of the loyal sailors, lay dead, and Captain Smollett wounded. Never before were we so grateful for Dr. Livesey.
The captain's asleep. He'll be all right in a few days.
Do you think they'll attack again tonight, sir?
You don't know, Jim. It's hard to foresee the end of this.
Yes, that's true enough, lad. Therefore, I want you to have the treasure map. It's yours by rights, you know.
If that's your wish, Squire.
And if the worst comes to the worst, don't hesitate to buy your life with it. But they won't drive us out of here in a hurry.
Well, they may not even try to, Squire.
Well, what's that? Why not?
Well, with a high tide, they can bring the ship in closer to shore. And once within cannon range, why, they could level us.
By Joe, so they could. If John Silver thinks of it, blast him.
And they've got all the boats. Otherwise, I'd try to get to the ship and cut the anchor rope.
But if we can't stay here in the stockade...
Jim, you spoke of Ben Gunn and a meeting tonight. Perhaps he knows a place where we can hide.
I'm sure he does, sir. I'm sure he does.
And I'll go looking for Mr. Gunn within the hour.
I, too, had a plan. Under cover of darkness, I slipped unnoticed from the stockade and reached the rocks where Ben Gunn kept his little boat. In my belt was a knife. I paddled silently out of the Hispaniola, climbed to the deck, and cut the anchor rope.
So it be you, young Master Hawkins, come to join us, evil swabs, is it?
It was Israel Hands. I struggled with every ounce of strength and broke away. But as I did, the map of Treasure Island fell from my shirt.
Fimp's map! So it was you what had it.
I grabbed it from the deck and leaped for the rigging. I climbed higher and higher, but Hands was behind me. When I could go no further, I drew the pistol from my pocket.
Stay where you are, Mr. Hands.
So you got a pistol, Master Hawkins.
Go down to the deck.
Just like Silver said, smart as paint. Coming here with me all alone on board.
One more step, Mr. Hands, and I'll blow your brains out.
No, matey.
Suddenly he grabbed his knife and threw it. There was a great burst of pain as it pinned my shoulder to the mast. But I pulled the trigger, and the body of Israel Hands hurtled into the sea. I clung to the ropes and pulled out the knife, but for moments after I was unable to move. And then I saw that the tide was carrying the ship toward shore. Somehow I climbed down and made my way to the beach.
Dr. Livesey. Squire, it's me, Jim. Open the gates. Please, Dr. Livesey.
Strike me, it's matey. It's Jim.
Silver.
I must have fainted. When my senses returned, I was in the stockade. My friends were gone, and in their places stood Long John Silver and his cutthroats. But I made no move to let them know I could hear their talk.
He'd been bleeding bad. Someone binked him for certain.
Save me from cutting his throat, a little swab.
Avast, George, Mary, stand clear.
Avast, is it? Maybe a touch of steel would show Master Harkins which side he were on, and some others I could name as well.
Maybe you think you be captain here, eh, George?
This here crew would lay a sight more confidence in a captain as allowed us our say about enemy prisoners.
Why, you knothead. With him bad hurt, they'll part with the map to save his life. We'll hoist another flag of truce and hail that doctor.
Afore this crew takes any more of your orders, we claims our right of counsel.
Aye, according to rule. Then have your counsel and be hanged. Jim, can you hear me?
Where's Dr. Livesey and the squire?
They give us the slip, lad, during the night. Now lay still. You'll be cared for proper. Old John'll fetch the doctor here.
And then, lacking a leg as he did, he climbed with great labour to the top of the stockade, hung a flag of truce, and shouted for Dr. Livesey.
Don't fret, boy. They'll see that flag. And, speaking of seeing things, I just been seeing something myself. The Hispaniola beached on the shore. That be your doing, Jim. That be the cause of your hurt.
Yes, I cut the anchor rope.
'Tis a real wicked trick, Jim. And was I you, I'd keep my mouth shut about it.
We finished counsel, Mr. Silver. This be for you.
A piece of paper, is it?
With a spot of black on it.
And the word deposed. Wrote very pretty, George.
We're choosing a new captain, and do they vote me in, I'll see.
There'll be no voting until the treasure map be disposed of. Until then, the black spot ain't worth a biscuit.
Map or no map, we ain't giving up no hostage till we lays hands on treasure.
And I'll be here to find same without the map.
Silver! Silver!
It's him, the doctor. He's seen the flag.
And lay to, all of you. It's young Hawkins, sir. He be hurt.
If Jim's there, bring him out of the stockade.
If I set you out yonder, Jim, do you give me your affidavit not to slip cable?
Yes, word of honor.
Stand by while I parleys. And a sharp lookout on all sides.
My eyes be on a man what's trying to get a foot in each camp, and him with only one leg.
We met some 50 yards from the stockade. As gently as he could, the doctor dressed my wound.
Taken to knifing boys, eh, Silver?
Not me, sir. Why, if it hadn't been for Long John, he'd have had his throat cut. He got aboard that Hispaniola, sir, which same he's gone and beached.
He's what?
Last night. Yes.
Even so, when I found the lead, half dead he be, I says to myself, John, you've got to save that dear boy.
Oh, so Captain Silver wants to join us again, huh?
Yep. I'll be honest and open with you, as I always am. I do. I thinks gold dust of this dear boy. Took to him like pitch, I did.
You'd have killed me yourself if you'd have had the map. But you'll never get it. I'll die first.
But I got the map, Jim. Be this the same or be it not?
Doctor, he's got it.
Last night when I picks you up outside the fort, there the map be in your shirt. But old John ain't human, he ain't. He didn't care about saving his little mate's life. All he wanted was this here map.
And what good's a treasure without a ship to haul it?
And what good be a ship, sir, if only to haul me to the hangman? Now, was I to further preserve young Hawkins' life, do you think you could save mine?
You can save Jim?
I could guard the boy from them there scum, but they'll not give up till they seize the treasure dug.
I want to speak with the boy alone.
Speak and be welcome. I'll stand off.
Jim, I don't know how you managed to save us that ship.
But I lost the map.
Your safety's far more important. Now, listen. I'll make a quick break to draw their fire. And then before they have time to reload, start running for the woods.
The woods, sir?
Yes, we're with Ben Gunn. He knows a dozen hiding places.
No, I can't. I gave Long John my word. They would have killed me. They would have killed me long before it hadn't been for him.
But Jim, don't... Yes, perhaps you're right. All right, Silver?
Aye, sir.
Now, you stay close to this boy. If we get out alive, I'll do my best to save you.
You couldn't say more, was you my own mother?
No, heaven forbid. Good luck, Jim.
Back in the stockade, Long John Silver told the men he had just got the map from Dr. Livesey.
And now, by thunder, I will resign. Elect anyone you please to be your captain. I'm done with you.
At once the treasure hunt was underway. They followed the map with unholy care, and in a frenzy they started to dig, clawing at the ground like animals. In a matter of minutes they struck the chest. Wild-eyed and gasping, they heaved it to the surface and broke it open.
Empty. It's gone. Treasure's gone.
Stand by for trouble, Jim.
Look, 1 dirty guinea, and that's all.
There's your £700,000, Mr. Silver.
Hardly worth dividing, is it, Joe?
So you did make a bargain with the doctor. They've been here first. Look at his face, mate. You can see it in his face.
Kill him. He sold us out.
I'm one against the lot of you. But I got 2 pistols, and the first one who...
Long John Silver had fired only once. The other shots came from Dr. Livesey, the Squire, Mr. Gray, and Ben Gunn. Unprepared for this sudden attack, the pirates were now our prisoners.
Ben Gunn! To think it was you what done me.
How do, Mr. Silver? Pretty well, I thank you. What happened to Flint's gold, says you? Ben Gunn's cave, says I.
Cave? What cave?
That's true enough, Jim. That's where we've been these many hours. It's all there, lad. A treasure beyond dreams.
Save 1 dirty guinea.
So it was, just as the Squire said, treasure beyond dreams. First came the task of taking our prisoners to the Hispaniola, then the matter of loading the treasure, and after that, back to shore for Long John Silver.
I'll be thinking, Captain Smollett, as to how you'll ever clear the vessel and get her out to sea again.
Hide tight in a stretch of canvas and she'll float off whenever we've a mind.
Yes, and that brings us to your fate, Mr. Silver.
I stands as ever, sir, ready to do me duty. And happy I am to think I had some small hand in saving young Master Hawkins.
And does that clear you of the crime of mutiny?
Please, Squire. He did save my life.
Then, my boy, you're free to testify on his behalf. He'll have a fair trial in Bristol. And now, Captain, I'll take this scoundrel back to the ship and clap him in arms.
But not alone, Squire. Mr. Gray, you and Jim, take them in the longboat.
Not a move out of you, Silver. None of your monkey shines, mind you.
Would you permit a word, sir, with matey?
Talk your fool head off for all I care.
Thank ye kindly, sir. Jim, lad, I'm thinking of Captain Flint, I am. She be still in the stockade. Will you take the parrot, boy? Only remember she can't abide a cage. None of us likes cages, Jim.
I couldn't, Long John.
You be fond of the bird, ain't ye?
I'd like to keep her, but she'd only remind me of you.
Well, no matter. Though I would dearly love to leave a trinket to a lad I respect.
Keep your hands in plain sight, Mr. Silver.
Me answer? They'd just be batting the boy, sir.
Oh, even so,
Look out! He's got my pistol!
Put that down! Put that gun down! Put it down!
Batting him I was, sir, and what should I come up with but this? Now, drop your oars! Into the water, Mr. Gray! Jump and swim for it, you too, Squire!
Confound you! I'll have you hanged on the ship!
If I may make so bold, sir, I'm borrowing this longboat. So, over you go.
Oh, you monster! How can I swim to shore?
Just spread your blubber, Squire. Might be as you can float. As for you, Jim.
I'll jump. You don't have to tell me what to do.
Belay now.
I can't row and steer both, so I'm asking you to set me a true course through the channel, and I'll put you off on yon piece of rock.
And if I don't...
It's the last thing I'll ever ask of you, matey.
I took the tiller. I sat in silence as he rowed desperately. It was a narrow channel. Finally, I saw my chance. I yanked the tiller and drove the boat into a sandbar.
You put us on a bar. Climb over and shove me off.
I'll take no orders from you. And you can't do it yourself, can you? Not with one leg.
You put me on here and now you'll shove me off. Or by the powers, I'll crack your neck. They're coming after me in the jolly boat.
And they'll take you, and I'll hang you for your crimes. I'll take you to Bristol and... They can't hang you, John.
Jim, boy. Jim. That's it, lad. Shove a nose out. I might have knowed you'd never let him hang your own shipmates. I'll hoist a bit of sail out yonder. I'll make it safe enough. Goodbye, matey. Good luck to you.
He was well out in open water when the squire and Dr. Livesey reached the sandbar.
He got away, Squire.
Oh, well, the sharks may do for him yet. Blast him anyway. I'm as wet as a herring.
Blast him indeed, Squire. And yet I can almost find it in my heart to hope that he makes it.
He will, sir. I know he will.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, here's Libby Collins with the movie news of the week.
News about two premieres. First, one of the most important Hollywood premieres in recent years. Tomorrow night, 20th Century Fox will open The Mudlark at the Chinese Theater for the benefit of one of Irene Dunn's favorite charities.
An opening that will mean new laurels for Irene.
Yes, indeed.
It took a lot of courage to play England's beloved Queen Victoria with an all-British cast.
And she won them completely. From all over England, they sent her little souvenirs of Victoria.
The entire action in The Mudlark takes place in one day, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. An adventurous urchin induces the widowed Victoria to break 15 years of seclusion.
That must have simplified Irene's costume.
Well, yes and no. The white touches, for which Victoria was famous, had to be kept spotless. Now, you know, keeping whites really white used to be almost as difficult as keeping colors bright. But not anymore. This month, Hollywood and smart women everywhere are flocking to another premiere. New Lux with color freshener. That marvelous New Lux that keeps whites purest white. Gay prints and colors brighter than you ever dreamed possible. It's a real beauty bath for colors.
Irene Dunn has been a Lux fan for years.
And she says this New Lux is more marvelous than ever. Why, it leaves even delicate lingerie shades so ravishingly lovely she can hardly believe they aren't brand new. Now, more than ever, screen stars insist on New Lux with color freshener for all their personal things. It renews all the sparkling beauty of lovely slips and nighties, dresses and blouses, every time you wash them. And it's mild and safe as ever.
New Lux with color freshener is in your store now. Get a big box tomorrow. Give all your washables that nicest new Lux look. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Many thanks to our stars for recreating one of our favorite stories. And here they are, James Mason, Bobby Driscoll, and Nigel Bruce. Bobby, you've appeared in Walt Disney's pictures before, haven't you?
Oh, yes, but I didn't like playing in them as well as Treasure Island.
Why was that, Bobby?
Well, they had animals in them. You know what scene stealers they are.
Oh, yes, we know all about little scene stealers, don't we, Nigel?
Yes, we do. You know, Bobby, I first played Squire Trelawney in 1934. It's a great story of England, Treasure Island. Tell me, Bobby, how did you like England where you made the picture?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Bruce. It was quite an experience.
And how about the Lux Radio Theater? Did you enjoy playing here, the rehearsals and all?
Oh, just fine. Except in England, after the rehearsals, we always had tea.
Well, here, Bobby, we all have Lux Flakes. I think that's a much nicer arrangement, don't you?
You know, you're becoming quite Americanized, James. I understand that you've named your new picture company after one of their cities, Portland Pictures, isn't it?
Yes, Nigel. Well, that's indirectly, yes. It's really named after my young daughter, Portland, who is named after her godmother, Portland Hoffer, who in turn is named after Portland, Oregon. It's a little confusing, isn't it?
Well, it is a bit, old man, yes.
Incidentally, our first picture production is A Lady Possessed, adapted from my wife's best-selling novel.
You certainly have a talented family, Mr. Mason.
Now, you're pretty talented yourself, Bobby. Acting, athletics.
And don't forget, I'm a Boy Scout.
I was one once, Bobby, about 80 years ago.
Bill, I understand that next week your play is a romantic comedy.
Yes, James, it's that entrancing one from Universal International Studios, Louisa. And as our stars from the original cast, we will have Ronald Reagan, Ruth Huzzy, Charles Coburn, Edmund Gwen, Spring Byington, and Piper Laurie.
What a cast. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, and happy treasure hunting.
Here's the bargain of the year. A pair of all-purpose kitchen shears for only 50 cents. Now, during Lever Brothers' Star Value Sale. These sturdy shears are actually worth $1.25, but they're yours for only 50 cents and 2 wrappers from Lux Toilet Soap. You'll find dozens of uses for these heavy-duty shears. They're wonderful for cutting cardboard, twine, fabrics, and flower stems, for cleaning and boning fish, cutting up chickens, even opening bottles and cracking nuts. They'll last for years, and you can have them for only 50 cents, plus 2 wrappers from Lux Toilet Soap. Send coin and wrappers with your name and address to Shears, Box 16, New York 46, New York. Order several pairs. They make grand shower gifts, marvelous bridge prizes. I'll repeat that address. Shears, Box 16, New York 46, New York. For every pair ordered, send 50 cents with 2 wrappers from Lux Toilet Soap. This offer expires March 31st. Send for your all-purpose kitchen shears today.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Reagan, Ruth Huzzy, Charles Coburn, Edmund Gwen, Spring Byington, and Piper Laurie in Louisa. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we remind you that United States savings bonds are still your best investment. They're both safe and profitable, and you can buy them easily through your payroll savings plan. You'll be helping both yourself and your country when you buy United States savings bonds. Treasure Island was presented and Bobby Driscoll appeared by special arrangement with Walt Disney. Heard in our cast tonight were Charles Davis as the narrator, Ben Wright as Dr. Liv